Chapter 201, Fire Element Cave, the giant cauldron that grows. Inspect the treasure. The elder doctor was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Wei Shanhai to extend such an invitation. Indeed, the treasure I have obtained embodies a special essence that can purify the soul and inspire divine thoughts. It is extremely beneficial for a martial artist's cultivation. Especially for those in the innate realm, the effects are excellent upon first inspection, and it may be of some help to you, Dr. Chen, in your future cultivation. Wei Shanhai explained. But this is, after all, a treasure of the Wei family. As an outsider and an old man, I fear it is inappropriate. The elder doctor wasn't particularly interested in treasures. He helped the Wei family out of goodwill, not out of greed. You are mistaken, Dr. Chen. The gratitude I have toward you is immense, akin to a second life. My family possesses no items valuable enough to reciprocate, aside from the unique essence of this treasure. As a token of my thanks, Wei Shanhai earnestly said. Ultimately, under Wei Shanhai's sincere invitation, the elder doctor accepted his request and agreed to inspect the treasure after the banquet to see what was so miraculous about it. However, he had one condition. He wanted to bring Lu Qing and Ma along. Wei Shanhai had no objections. He was aware that the reason Mrs. Wei and her son had returned safely was largely due to Lu Qing and Ma Gu. After all, once the essence of the treasure was revealed, whether one person observed it or several more, it wouldn't make a difference. Thus, after the banquet, the elder doctor and his companions rested for a while before following Wei Shanhai to the backyard. Finally, they arrived at a tall tower in the center of Wei Mansion. Dr. Chen, please. Inside the tower, Wei Shanhai opened a hidden door, releasing a dry, musty air. Is the treasure of your household kept underground? The elder doctor curiously asked as he looked at the staircase extending downward behind the hidden door. As for Lu Qing, he became secretly vigilant, activating his superpower to look towards the hidden door. He saw a dense red light emerging from it. Hidden door, a portal to an unusual place underground. Hidden door, a portal to an unusual place underground. Behind the door is another world, and it seems to contain treasures. Guard mechanisms are present inside but are in the deactivated state. Seeing the information that appeared over the hidden door, Lu Qing's heart relaxed slightly. This was indeed the place where the Wei family stored their treasures, and Wei Shanhai was not deceiving them. As for the mechanisms, it made sense. How could a place that stores precious treasures be without any defenses? Of course, Lu Qing had not let down his guard completely. It wasn't that he was suspicious by nature, but as the saying goes, it's always good to be cautious. After opening the hidden door, Wei Shanhai took the lead. Wei Shanhai seemed to understand that inviting others into an underground passage could easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, he walked at the front and let Wei Xinghe and Lu Qing walk together to demonstrate that the Wei family had no ill intentions. After all, with the elder doctor's capabilities, if anything unusual happened, capturing Wei Xingwei would just be a matter of flipping his hand. The group walked down the passage, illuminated by oil lamps on both sides, which did not make it appear dim. As they walked, Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly, because he discovered that the tunnel was becoming hotter and the heaven and earth primordial qi was noticeably becoming richer. Although he had cultivated divine soul power, his qi acupoints had not opened yet. Sensing the heaven and earth primordial qi, there was a layer of obstacle, and he could not yet discern the type of primordial qi. The elder doctor, however, exclaimed in admiration, "Such rich fire element primordial qi." The older doctor, however, exclaimed in admiration, "Such rich fire element primordial qi. I wouldn't have thought that beneath this county there exists a hidden realm. Your mansion indeed has profound foundations." At this point, the elder doctor understood why Wei Shanhai cultivated fire element true qi. With such a place rich in fire element primordial qi, cultivating the fire element technique would certainly yield twice the results with half the effort. Frankly, this place wasn't built by my Wei family. It's a strange place discovered by our ancestors, with its age being indiscernible. We are merely benefiting from the legacy left by our predecessors, Wei Shanhai said somewhat embarrassedly. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw that the stairs ahead no longer descended but became flat. After walking a few dozen steps further, the space abruptly opened up. They saw a spacious cave come into view. The cave walls were pale red, appearing as both stone and jade, engraved with mysterious runes. In the center of the cave, there was a stone platform, upon which stood a pale red cauldron, about half a person tall and wide enough to be embraced by several people, emitting a peculiar aura. Such a magical scene instantly made the elder doctor and the others somewhat startled. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire, especially Ma Go, who had never seen such a sight before. His mouth agape, only Lu Qing, recognizing the familiar setup in the cave, was shocked. because he immediately recognized the meaning of the runes on the cave walls. It was a seal formation related to the fire element. Moreover, the method of arrangement was very familiar to him. Could this chamber be related to the Divine Talisman sect? As thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind. Mr. Wei, could this cauldron be elite, the Divine Talisman sect? A thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind. Mr. Wei, could this cauldron be? The elder doctor asked, observing the scene in front of him. Indeed, this red cauldron is one of the treasures that Wang Changyi and I discovered in an extraordinary place long ago. It is the most precious among all the treasures. Wei Shanhai nodded. Wang Changyi spared no effort and did so to acquire it. But this cauldron looks very extraordinary. How could Wang Changyi have allowed you to take it away? Manjak, puzzled. Lu Qing was also puzzled. More importantly, the cauldron was so large and evidently very heavy, probably weighing tens of thousands of pounds. How did Wei Shanhai manage to bring it back? Just the journey back would have attracted countless covetous eyes. It's quite amazing. When Wang Changyi and I discovered it, it was only the size of a thumb, rusty and unremarkable. We both considered it merely a small trinket at the time. Otherwise, given Wang Changyi's stingy character, how could he have let me pick it out? Thumb-sized, Ma Gu could hardly believe it as he shouted. He looked at the giant cauldron on the stone platform, struggling to imagine its original form. Even Lu Qing and the elder doctor showed surprised expressions. It's hard to believe, but it is indeed the fact. After I obtained this cauldron, it followed me as I traveled abroad for many years. During this period, it never showed any peculiarities. It was not until I had wandered enough, reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and returned to Wei Mansion to cultivate in this ancestral chamber with pure fire element primordial qi that it gradually began to reveal its magic. After I discovered its extraordinariness, I placed it on the stone platform, and then watched it grow larger year by year. From the initial size of a thumb to the size of a fist, slowly growing to the size of a sea bowl, a water jar, and now nearly 100 years have passed, and it has become what it is today, a cauldron that grows. Ma Gu, upon hearing this, opened his mouth wide again. What Wei Shanhai described had exceeded his comprehension, leaving him momentarily unable to respond. Lu Xing felt equally stunned, his thoughts stirring. Silently, he activated his superpower and concentrated as he looked toward the red giant cauldron. Chapter 202, Middle Grade Spiritual Artifact, Leaving Fire Tripod. When Lu Qing activated his superpower and focused his gaze on the big cauldron, over 10 breaths passed, and there was still no movement. He was not disappointed, but rather, even more astonished. Since he had developed divine soul power, Lu Qing's superpower had also been enhanced to some extent. The time needed to examine an item's information had significantly decreased. For items below the red light, the information could be gleaned in just 1 or 2 breaths. Even for red light items, it took only 3 or 4 breaths at most. Now, this big cauldron required such a long time, indicating its preciousness was likely far beyond expectation. Lu Qing didn't shift his gaze but continued to stare at the cauldron. Wei Shanhai didn't find anything inappropriate either, since anyone who heard his earlier words would be extremely curious about the cauldron. Wei Shanhai didn't find anything inappropriate either, since anyone who heard his earlier words would be extremely curious about the cauldron. After a few more breaths, the big cauldron within Lu Qing's vision finally changed. A rather rich purple superpower light emerged from the cauldron. Several lines of text appeared. Purple light. Lu Qing was deeply shocked. Was known that in the Jade Cave, the inheritance of the Divine Talisman sect was only purple as well. He hurriedly looked at the lines of text. Leaving Fire Tripod, a fire element damaged middle-grade spiritual device, crafted by a great divine power possessor with magical capabilities, using all sorts of rare and scarce spiritual materials. Haim, a spiritual device contains a trace of heaven and earth laws, harbors spiritual nature within it, and can absorb nature's spiritual energy to evolve and grow. Such devices are called spiritual devices. Each spiritual device is a creation of heaven and earth, born only under fortuitous coincidences, possessing various incredible uses and powers, difficult to forcibly obtain. It is rumored that when any spiritual device is first born, it starts as a low-grade object. It must be nurtured with spiritual energy, absorbing the laws of heaven and earth to rise in grade. This cauldron appears to have encountered some mishap, greatly losing its spiritual nature, and is currently in a slow recovery process. Legacy discovered. Proceed with download simulation. A series of text messages containing a wealth of information had Lu Qing excitedly reading. So, this cauldron turned out to be a spiritual device, such a treasure that even in the heritage of the Divine Talisman sect was only briefly mentioned without leaving a specific crafting method. Unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to see it here. Your next read awaits at My Virtual Library Empire. After knowing that the big cauldron was a spiritual device, Lu Qing finally understood why it was gradually growing. Spiritual devices are born of the whimsy and chance of the universe, inherently possessing spiritual nature, with size changes being one of their basic capabilities. This big cauldron had been damaged for unknown reasons, shrinking to the size of a thumb, probably because it was severely damaged, perhaps even to the extent that it could no longer refine nature's spiritual energy from the outside world. Hence it concealed all its powers and went dormant. It only started to recover gradually after coming in contact with the pure fire element power condensed from the deep layers of the earth by the array of runes in this cave. Of course, these were still Lu Qing's speculations. The real reason was yet to be verified. Lu Qing looked at the last line of text floating above the cauldron, remained calm, and did not immediately make a choice. I never imagined there could be such a miraculous item in the world, truly. This vast universe is full of wonders. The elder doctor looked at the cauldron and exclaimed, Dr. Chen, there is a peculiar will on this cauldron. Later, I will activate it, and we can all comprehend it together. As for how much can be comprehended, that depends on each individual's enlightenment and fate, Wei Shanhai said. That would be great of you, Mr. Wei. Knowing the miraculous nature of the cauldron, the elder doctor was also greatly interested and wished to experience the mysterious will of the cauldron. Please prepare yourselves. Under Wei Shanhai's reminder, Lu Qing and the elder doctor along with a few others sat cross-legged around the stone platform. Even Wei Xinghe was no exception. The will of the cauldron could not be activated at any moment. Normally, a decade of accumulation would allow for only one activation. Even though he was the family head, he had only experienced it once before. But this time, he actually benefited from the company of Lu Qing and the others, allowing him to participate in the comprehension beside them. Everyone prepared and adjusted their heart and spirit to the best state. Wei Shanhai then released a strand of innate true qi, gently striking it against the big cauldron. The big cauldron trembled lightly, and immediately after, a strange and mysterious breath emanated, enveloping everyone within it. This breath was extraordinarily mystical, causing the elder doctor and others to feel a tremor in their hearts. Their consciousness seemed to immerse in warm sunlight, bringing comfort, and various insights about cultivation began to emerge in their minds. Lu Qing was even more surprised, because this state was all too familiar to him. It was similar to the state in which he cultivated when he activated his superpower, a sensation akin to sudden enlightenment. However, unlike before, this breath, aside from aiding in comprehension, also had an aura that could nurture the divine soul, causing his divine soul power to subtly grow stronger. Feeling such a change, Lu Qing was immediately delighted. The so-called state of sudden enlightenment wasn't of much help to him. As pauvre oi, he could enter this state at any time. He had long reached the limit of his own understanding in cultivation technique. Now, what limited his strength was his cultivation level, not comprehension of cultivation techniques. But this aura that could strengthen the divine soul power was extremely rare for him. Among everything he cultivated, nothing was harder to enhance than the divine soul power. Divine soul power, unlike others, could not be improved by consuming elixirs. Aside from Earth Vein spiritual liquid, Lu Qing had not yet encountered any spiritual medicine or elixir that directly enhanced divine soul power. But divine soul power, whether in relation to the future innate martial arts or the cultivation of the rune path, was vitally important. Now, having the chance to enhance his divine soul power was indeed a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, Lu Qing swiftly activated his divine soul power, absorbing the mysterious aura. When the breath entered the acupuncture point between his eyebrows, it immediately fused with Lu Qing's divine soul power, gradually strengthening it. With the concealment of the God Soul rune, the fluctuations of Lu Qing's divine soul power did not leak out. Moreover, since everyone was engrossed in cultivation, with eyes closed and diligently comprehending their own martial arts, they had no time to notice others. Thus, even Wei Shanhai, who was right beside him, failed to notice that Lu Qing, a practitioner of the muscle-bone realm, actually possessed divine soul power. In this quiet moment, Lu Qing's divine soul power quietly grew. He continued until the mysterious breath could no longer enhance his divine soul power, and then he stopped cultivating. Lu Qing knew that the mysterious breath from the big cauldron had reached its limit in helping him. However, he was already very satisfied. In just that short time, his divine soul power had strengthened by more than twice. When he returned, he could at least condense 2 more God Soul runes. He was a bit closer to the day when he would truly sculpture his own life-bound talisman. Opening his eyes and seeing his master and the others still engrossed in cultivation, Lu Qing activated his superpower and looked at the last message in his field of vision, making a choice. Downloading, current progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Maintaining his gaze, Lu Qing quietly waited. 98%, 99%, 100%. Download complete. Would you like to start simulation? Lu Qing immediately chose to simulate. 99%, 100% rid. Starting simulation. Current progress. 1%, 2%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Simulation complete. Would you like to start learning? Immediately after, a wealth of information and insights began to emerge from deep within his mind. Lu Qing closed his eyes, quietly absorbing and digesting the information in his mind. After a long while, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes revealed a flash of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Chapter 203. The cultivation heritage of tens of thousands of years ago, combining water and fire. The origin of the leaving fire tripod is indeed ancient. After receiving the legacy, Lu Qing gained a good deal of understanding about the origins of the big cauldron. The leaving fire tripod came from a cultivation sect known as the Lihu sect, which existed tens of thousands of years ago. It was a sect spirit artifact crafted by channeling the entire sect's power. Later, due to a drastic change, spiritual energy in heaven and earth declined, and spiritual materials became extinct. Various cultivation sects fought frequently over resources to survive. During a war between the Li Hua sect and another cultivation sect, the leaving fire tripod collided with the opponent's sect spirit artifact in the most ferocious confrontation and was ultimately damaged. That battle was extremely tragic. Not only was the leaving fire tripod damaged to the point where the spirit array inside collapsed, reverting to its original form, but the Li Hua sect itself was also destroyed. The entire sect was uprooted, resulting in its eradication, with only a few disciples managing to escape by sheer luck. The leaving fire tripod was then taken by the son of the sect leader and carried into exile, eventually hidden in a secret cave built by the sect outside, where it narrowly survived. However, that son of the sect leader eventually died in the cave due to severe injuries. Along with the leaving fire tripod, he remained in the cave until thousands of years later, when Wei Shanhai and Wang Changyi discovered them. As for the legacy on the cauldron, it was left by that same son of the Li Hua sect's leader, spiritual energy, cultivation sects. Who would have thought that in this world, tens of thousands of years ago, there existed a strange energy known as spiritual energy, and the widely practiced cultivation method was the legendary immortal cultivation technique. Sadly, now that the spiritual energy is rare, even though I have obtained this immortal cultivation technique, it is of little use. Lu Qing felt somewhat sentimental. That son of the Li Hua sect's leader left quite a few immortal cultivation techniques in the leaving fire tripod, including the sect's secret technique Nan Ming Li Hua Jue, which only the leaders of the sect were qualified to cultivate. But these immortal cultivation methods, without exception, require the refining of spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. In today's world, where spiritual energy is scarce, these methods, no matter how good or powerful, have become useless. The cost-effectiveness of cultivation is far less than that of martial arts. After all, in martial arts cultivation, once reaching the innate realm, the power is also strong and not much weaker than a cultivator of the same realm. And the primordial qi of heaven and earth, unlike spiritual energy, though less magical, is abundant and omnipresent. So even though he has acquired the immortal cultivation techniques, Lu Qing has no immediate plans to switch to cultivating them. However, even though I cannot cultivate using the immortal cultivation methods, some smaller techniques in the legacy are still very useful to me. For instance, some of the artifact refining and alchemy techniques within are of great reference to Lu Qing. Given that the Li Hua sect uses the characters Li Huo in its sect name, one can imagine how deep its research into the element of fire must be. In fact, aside from the tremendous power of their cultivation techniques, the Li Huo sect was also extremely skilled in artifact refining and alchemy. Otherwise, they would not have been able to craft such a miraculous spiritual artifact as the leaving fire tripod. Lu Qing originally studied medical skills, and these alchemy techniques can greatly expand his knowledge in the medical field. As for the technique of artifact refining, in a previous fight with a burly man, his war saber was destroyed, forcing him to engage in unarmed combat. This made Lu Qing realize the importance of a good weapon. If his war saber had been sturdy enough, defeating the burly man would not have been so strenuous. Using the saber technique alone would have sufficed. Now, with this artifact refining technique, he can attempt to forge a true treasure saber of his own. Moreover, some methods regarding the use of divine soul power in the legacy are also very enlightening to him. Perhaps he could organize a specialized cultivation technique for cultivating divine soul power. In the midst of silence, Lu Qing was quietly sorting through the inheritance he had just received, pondering his path of cultivation. Just as he had almost finished organizing, he was suddenly awakened by a strong fluctuation from outside. He opened his eyes and saw the source of the fluctuation. It came from his master. At that moment, an astonishing sight was displayed on his master's body. The left side of his body was shrouded in white mist, filled with vapor, while the right side radiated red light, exuding a dry intensity. Between his hands, a red and white vortex was slowly rotating, merging with each other in a seamless and perfect manner, looking incredibly mystical. The others who were comprehending the cultivation techniques were also awakened by this disturbance. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, especially Wei Shanhai, who was greatly astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, "Water and fire merging! How is that possible? Water and fire merging! How is that possible? Water and fire merging!" Lu Qing's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his superpower to look towards his master. In the rich red light of superpower, several words emerged from his master's body. Chen Song King, skillful in medical skill, kind-hearted, respected, a very good elder doctor. Cultivation, peak of the initial innate realm, water and fire attribute true qi. Blessed with merit power, which brings good fortune and avoids disaster. Profound fortune, exceptional comprehension skills, has grasped a hint of the innate realm intent. Has comprehended the harmony of water and fire, controlling water and fire, innate true qi, merging and complementing each other, significantly increasing cultivation speed and power. Master is indeed a true cultivation genius. Lu Qing marveled as he read the words that appeared above his master. Originally, his master was practicing an innate method of the water attribute left behind by Li Weichen, and the innate true qi in his body was also of the water attribute. Unexpectedly, in this underground cave, he had comprehended the harmony of water and fire, mastering another attribute of true qi. Moreover, these two types of true qi not only did not conflict, but also complemented each other, greatly strengthening their power, and even the speed of cultivation had become faster. Inside the cave, everyone lost their interest in cultivating, their eyes fixed tightly on the elder doctor showing the anomaly. Wei Xing'e and Ma Gu, among others, vaguely sensed something from the anomalies displayed by the elder doctor, experience tales with my virtual library empire, but just as they tried to grasp that hint of inspiration, they always failed to hold on to it. Not until the phenomena on the elder doctor gradually subsided and he opened his eyes did they manage to grasp that hint of realization. Why are you all staring at this old man like this? The elder doctor, after opening his eyes and seeing that everyone except Lu Qing was staring at him intently, got a shock, thinking something improper had occurred on his body. "Dr. Chen, what were you cultivating just now?" Wei Shanhai asked eagerly. Being of the innate realm himself, he was completely astounded by the water and fire aura on the elder doctor's body. "It was nothing much. I just had an epiphany while contemplating the unique implications on this cauldron and integrated another previously comprehended cultivation technique. I noticed the alternating water and fire on your body, and you can actually cultivate two completely opposite innate true qis simultaneously," Wei Shanhai said incredulously. "It was just a bit of luck, grasping a little of the principle of the five elements generating and overcoming each other." Wei Shanhai's eyes widened even further, devoid of any demeanor of an innate realm expert. Chapter 204, Life-Bound Talisman Framework, Stepping into the Internal Organ Realm. As everyone prepared to leave the underground cave, Wei Shanhai's expression still appeared somewhat dazed. Other cultivators were still shallow in their practices, not realizing what the previous anomaly on the elder doctor had represented. But as someone of the innate realm himself, he knew how difficult it was to master two types of innate true qi, especially when they were of opposite attributes, let alone making them fuse and complement each other with both true qi enhancing each other and augmenting one's cultivation. This was nearly as difficult as ascending to heaven, yet this nearly impossible feat had truly occurred right before him. This event nearly shattered the heart of Wei Shanhai's martial arts. Being of the same innate realm, he felt the gap between himself and the elder doctor was simply too vast. He had pondered the strange implications of the big cauldron at least 7 or 8 times, but even combined, they did not amount to the insights gained by the elder doctor this time. Before leaving, Lu Qing took a deep look at the leaving fire tripod. Within the legacy he obtained from the tripod, naturally, there was a spell for refining it. However, that spell required an understanding of cultivation methods to be executed. Moreover, to refine a middle-grade spiritual device like the leaving fire tripod, one also needed a very profound realm. At least a cultivation above the innate was necessary. With his current strength, he was simply unable to refine the cauldron. Therefore, Lu Qing decided that once his cultivation reached the level sufficient to refine the leaving fire tripod, he would devise a way to obtain it from the Wei family. Before that, it was best to let the tripod remain peacefully in this underground cave, slowly recuperating its primordial qi. Exiting the underground cave, it was already evening. The mood among everyone was generally quite good. especially Wei Xinghan Ma Gu, who, despite not having a significant breakthrough as the elder doctor, also gleaned much from their contemplation of the leaving fire tripod. So after coming out, it wasn't long before they returned to their rooms for closed-door cultivation. After picking up little Yan and little Li from Mrs. Wei, Lu Qing also returned to the guest room arranged by Wei Mansion to rest. That night, little Yan hugged little Li and the two little ones soundly slept on a small bed beside them. However, Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, not sleeping. He was cultivating. In the underground cave, after absorbing the strange inspirations emitted by the leaving fire tripod, his divine soul power had greatly increased. Now possessing enough strength, he continued to outline and refine the forthcoming God Soul runes. In the Qi acupoint between his eyebrows, Lu Qing's divine soul power flowed slowly, striving to refine something, and these divine soul fluctuations, under the cover of the original God Soul rune, were perfectly hidden. With Lu Qing's outlining, a new God Soul rune was slowly taking shape. Everything proceeded in utter silence. When the new God Soul rune was completely formed, the first rune that had been outlined moved over to connect with a new rune in some strange manner, revolving slowly around each other. Lu Qing felt a light vibration at his Qi acupoint between his eyebrows, which not only became more stable, but also expanded significantly in range. Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. He knew this was just the appetizer. According to the records of the Divine Talisman Sect's legacy, the condensation of the life-bound talisman was only truly transformative when the third core rune was condensed. It signified that the core framework of the life-bound talisman finally had a semblance of form. Feeling that his divine soul power still had some surplus, Lu Qing unhesitatingly began to concentrate on the third rune. Time trickled by slowly. Lu Qing didn't know how much time had passed until he heard a faint crow of a rooster and he had finally fully condensed the third divine soul rune. As the third rune was formed and connected with the other two, it began to rotate slowly in a peculiar trajectory. Lu Qing's body shuddered and a tremendous change occurred at the acupoint between his eyebrows. The void inside the acupoint rapidly expanded, suddenly increasing more than tenfold. At the same time, Lu Qing felt his mind become exceptionally clear, and his sensitivity to the outside world became incredibly sharp. It was as if every movement within the Wei Mansion was clearly sensed by him. Is this the heaven and earth primordial Qi divided into the 5 elements that Master spoke of? Lu Qing's eyes were closed, yet in his perception, the surroundings were vibrantly colorful. He could distinctly see the various colors of the heaven and earth primordial Qi. No longer vague and hazy, like watching through a layer of fog, unclear and indistinct. However, since the Qi acupoint was not open, he could see the primordial Qi, yet he still couldn't induce energy into his body to step into the innate realm. Even if I could step into the innate realm now, it would be a loss rather than a gain for me. Lu Qing had taken the earth vein spirit liquid and possessed powerful talent. At present, he was in the perfect bone marrow realm, and the potential of his body was far from being fully tapped, with many secret techniques yet to be mastered completely. Pursuing entrance to the innate realm too eagerly would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Armed with several advanced inheritances, he knew that only a solid foundation could support the path of a truly strong individual. However, there's no rush for the innate realm, but I have been polishing my skills in the bone realm for long enough. It's time to break through. Lu Qing got off the bed, quietly opened the door, and stepped into the small courtyard outside. By now, the sky was slightly light. Facing the morning dew, Lu Qing began to stretch and slowly practice his boxing. As he performed the nourishing body boxing, the qi and blood within his body began to circulate more lively. Each move he made was smooth like flowing water, pleasing to the eye, showing the air of a grand master. At this point, Lu Qing's proficiency in the first 18 forms of nourishing body boxing was fully on par with his master's, including his unique interpretations. Lu Qing continued practicing move by move, soon reaching the 18th form. According to his usual practice, when reaching this form, he would either stop and conclude his morning practice or return to the first form and start over. But this time was different. With a change in his boxing stance and a unique move, Lu Qing continued to practice. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. His breathing became extremely prolonged, and the circulation of the qi and blood power in his body also became exceedingly slow, breaking limits and gradually surging towards his inner organs. Soon, Lu Qing's body shook, and a strong aura emanated from him. He had effortlessly broken through the barrier between the bone realm and the internal organ realm, becoming a martial artist of the internal organ realm, becoming a martial artist of the internal organ realm, becoming a martial artist of the internal organ. Such an easy breakthrough left Lu Qing unfazed. With his foundation, he could have stepped into the internal organ realm much earlier. Not to mention, he had also cultivated the divine soul power beforehand and comprehended a saber technique beyond the grandmaster level. However, in pursuit of perfection, he had remained in the bone realm to continue honing his foundation. The breakthrough now was just a natural progression, nothing surprising. Who's there? It was Lu Qing's breakthrough aura that suddenly alarmed the strong individuals in the Wei mansion. Several strong auras rapidly approached his location. Chapter 25. Continuous Shocks, Wei Xingqi's Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Just now, I was merely practicing my morning exercises when I made a slight breakthrough, not an invasion by external enemies. Find more to read at my virtual library empire. The ones who rushed over due to the powerful aura emanated by Lu Qing's breakthrough were Housekeeper Wei and several leaders of the Silver Moon Guards. When the group arrived at the courtyard, Lu Qing explained, "So it was young Master Lu, cultivating. Then there's no need to worry, you may all stand down," Housekeeper Wei said. Yes, the leaders of the Silver Moon Guards responded, yet the way they looked at Lu Qing was filled with even greater reverence. Only yesterday, outside the city, Lu Qing had personally vanquished a martial arts grandmaster at the completion of the internal organ realm right in front of them. With today's breakthrough, how powerful would his strength become? Even more critical was that, after an entire night of spreading, the Silver Moon Guards had largely become aware of Lu Qing's identity. After all, when they had initially gone to the half-mountain small courtyard to protect the young master, many of the guards had encountered Lu Qing. They knew that just 2 or 3 months ago, he was still a martial artist in the Qi blood realm. In just a brief period, he had grown from a Qi blood realm martial artist to one who could defeat even martial arts grandmasters. And today, he had achieved another breakthrough. The hearts of the several leaders of the Silver Moon Guards were truly shaken to the core. Grand Steward Wei was also profoundly astonished. However, he knew that Lu Qing had accompanied the old ancestor yesterday to comprehend that treasure, so his face still managed to remain calm. Young Master Lu truly is a martial arts prodigy. Compared to you, my decades of cultivation seem utterly insignificant, Housekeeper Wei said with a smile after the Silver Moon Guards had departed. You flatter me too much, Grand Steward. I'm just a bit more fortunate, Lu Qing humbly replied. Grand Steward, I'm just a bit more fortunate, Lu Qing humbly replied. Grand Steward Wei smiled, knowing this was just Lu Qing being modest. Now that young Master Lu is up, I should go and have the servants per breakfast. Please join Dr. Chen and the others in the dining hall for the meal later. All right. Thank you for your trouble, Grand Steward. After Housekeeper Wei left, Lu Qing first went to wake Little Yan and Little Li, then headed to the adjoining room to bid his master good morning. Elder Chen had already risen. He had awoken at the very moment of Lu Qing's breakthrough. But upon detecting the presence of Housekeeper Wei and the others, he simply chose to wait until they had left before getting out of bed. You've made a breakthrough, Elder Chen asked with a smile as he saw Lu Qing enter. He was somewhat aware of his disciple's accumulated potential. Yes, as a disciple, I'd honed my abilities to the limit at the muscle-bone realm and couldn't progress further, so I seized the moment to break through. Your cultivation speed is truly unparalleled. Qing. You haven't turned 16 yet, have you? After the new year, I'll be 16. Not yet 16 years old. Even though Elder Chen had watched Lu Qing's progress and breakthroughs, he still found this age unbelievable. A martial artist of the internal organ realm who was not yet 16 years old. Such martial artist of the internal organ realm who was not yet 16 years old. Such martial arts achievements, even in the bustling and aura-endowed central state, would be a rare sight, I imagine. Moreover, he knew that Lu Qing had really started cultivating martial arts only a few months ago. And with Lu Qing's talent, the internal organ realm could certainly not confine him. Feasibly, in just a few years, he might break through the barriers to enter the innate realm. By that time, at most, he would only have just reached his 20s, a 20-year-old innate grandmaster. Thinking of this, Elder Chen felt his heart trembling slightly. If Lu Qing really managed to reach that step, he would likely be considered an epoch-making figure in the entire history of martial arts. Master, Housekeeper Wei said earlier that breakfast is almost ready and has invited us to dine later. Lu Qing did not notice the shock in his master's eyes. In his heart, his master was the true martial arts genius, while he was mostly taking shortcuts with the help of superpower. When it came to innate cultivation talent, he was by no means a match for his master. Okay, I understand. Elder Chen composed himself and nodded, while Lu Qing and the others were freshening up. In another small courtyard, Wei Xing had just finished listening to the Grand Steward's report. So it was young Master Lu who broke through. Wei Xing had spoke with a hint of admiration. Of course, he had also sensed the aura released during Lu Xing's breakthrough. It was indeed the detection of that aura, seemingly belonging to Lu Xing, that kept him from going over. Now that he had heard the Grand Steward's report and confirmed his guess was correct, Wei Xinghe said incredulously, "Ahai, I remember you once said that when you first saw young Master Lu, he was just a Qi blood realm martial artist, right? Yes, my lord. Previously, when the young master was injured, I went to protect him. At that time, I saw that young Master Lu had only just stepped into the Qi blood realm, replied Housekeeper Wei respectfully. It hasn't been that long since then. Xian had barely recovered from his injury, and now he has already progressed to the internal organ realm, with combat abilities that even a postnatal perfect Grandmaster can't match. How exactly does young Master Lu cultivate? Wei Xingye was bewildered. As such a heaven-sent prodigy, naturally, young Master Lu's cultivation cannot be deduced by common sense. Isn't it also the case that the renowned young talents of Central State are incomprehensible in the eyes of others? Housekeeper Wei remarked. But the problem is, even those renowned young talents from Central State seem like faint fireflies compared to the bright daylight in the presence of young Master Lu. They're simply incomparable, sighed Wei Xinghao. Housekeeper Wei fell silent. Indeed, those young geniuses praised by the world in Central State are extraordinary. But compared to Lu Cheng, the gap was not just significant, it was vast. A 16-year-old martial artist in the internal organ realm who, even in the muscle-bone realm, could defeat a bona fide martial arts grandmaster with his bare hands. Such an achievement was utterly awe-inspiring. And that elder Dr. Chen, he's just as enigmatic. Do you know, after comprehending that treasure yesterday, the old ancestor has seemed rather bewildered. When I went to pay my respects, I learned that he was struck by how vast the difference was between himself and Elder Chen, lamenting that, although both are in the innate realm, the gap between him and the elder doctor was just too vast. Chapter 206 Continual Shock. Wei Xinghuo's plan to old Dr. Chen and young Master Lu. Both these master and disciple are truly exceptional individuals. Wei Xinghuo sighed and then fell silent. Master and servant just sat there, quietly savoring the shock in their hearts. Dad, you are awake. Just then, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Wei Xinghuo turned around somewhat surprised. Xian, it's rare to see you up so early. I've been getting up early to practice recently, Dad. Didn't Mom tell you? Xian, dressed nimbly, had a rosy complexion and a hint of sweat on his forehead, clearly having just exercised. Wei Xinghei's mind stirred, and he smiled. Your mother did mention some fun stories from the mountains last night. She said you've been very diligent in your training recently, following Master Ma's instructions to practice early every day, is that right? Yes? Xian nodded vigorously, seemingly eager to try. Also, I've learned a stick technique from Dr. Lu recently. How about I demonstrate it now for you to give some pointers? Oh, is it the stick technique taught by young Master Lu? Wei Xinghe recalled what his wife mentioned the night before and his interest was piqued. Then let's see it. Master, do you mind if this old servant watches too? Grand Steward, Wei was equally interested. Not at all. Not at all. Uncle Hai is so skilled, it's perfect for you to check if I'm doing anything wrong. Xian said excitedly. Wei Xinghe and the Grand Steward exchanged glances. They both noticed that Xian's personality seemed to have changed quite a bit. In the past, he wasn't as bright and his manner of speaking wasn't as courteous as now. Dad, I'm starting now. Xian, dressed agilely, held a long stick behind his manner of courtyard as now. Dad, I'm starting now. The long stick was a weapon stored in the residence, and the one he brought back from the mountains had been carefully preserved by him. Although that wooden stick was rough, it held an extraordinary significance for him and was not to be discarded carelessly. Okay. Wei Xingye watched his spirited young son, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and suddenly, his long stick turned into a flurry of shadows. As the stick technique flowed smoothly from his hands, Wei Xinghe initially watched with a smile. But as he watched, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The Grand Steward at his side felt the same. Soon, Xian completed the demonstration of the stick technique, the stick held steadily aloft, unmoving, breathing steady as he slowly ended the routine. That earnest and solemn demeanor made Wei Xinghe feel somewhat dazed. It was the first time he had seen his younger son practice martial arts with such earnestness. Dad, Uncle Hai, how did I do? How is my stick technique? After regaining his breath, Xian asked eagerly. Not bad. Very good indeed, You've really surprised Dad this time. Asked eagerly. Not bad, very good indeed, You've really surprised Dad this time. Wei Xingye's words were not just to make his son happy. Indeed, the stick technique Xian had just executed was very methodical, the moves skilled and the power apt. It was evident he had put in genuine effort. The technique is sophisticated, the moves are exquisite. Young master, your stick technique, even among those in the Qi blood realm, is considered exceptionally skilled. Grand Steward Wei praised. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Uncle Hai. Xian was immediately all smiles. One reason he had been practicing so vigorously was to gain his father's approval. Now that he had achieved it, his heart was filled with an immense sense of accomplishment. And heir, you said this stick technique was taught to you by young Master Lu. What is its name? Wei Xing asked. It's called the one-breath stick technique, but Dr. Lu mentioned that this technique has been simplified for me. The true one-breath stick technique can only be learned once I reach the muscle bone realm, Xian replied. Simplified. Wei Jinghe and housekeeper Wei were taken aback. The stick technique Zan had just practiced was a continuous blend of offense and defense, nearly flawless, and could be considered a very complete form of martial arts stick technique. If not mentioned, they would not have been able to tell that it was a simplified form of martial arts stick technique. If not mentioned, they would not have been able to tell that it was a simplified form of martial arts. Wei Xin housekeeper Wei exchanged looks again, their eyes filled with surprise. The one-breath stick technique was only a Qi blood realm martial arts technique, not considered very mysterious, and naturally didn't catch the attention of these two inner organ realm martial artists. But the level of martial arts mastery revealed by Lu Qing's technique left them both unable to guess. Wei Xing has suddenly felt what his ancestors had felt. Both being from the innate realm, the ancestor couldn't decipher Elder Chen's martial arts realm and felt utterly defeated. Now he could also not discern Lu Chen's martial arts realm, who was also from the inner organ realm. Encountering such a talented devil, it was hard not to feel impacted. Watching his younger son's happy face, Wei Xingye's thoughts stirred. He then smiled and said, "An heir, have you paid your respects to Master Ma today?" "I did." "After paying respects to my master, I came to find you," Xian quickly replied. Wei Xinghu's smile grew even wider. "That's very good. Since you have taken him as your master, and a master is like a father, you should properly honor and respect Master Ma. Understand?" "Father, Mother taught me all this," Xian earnestly nodded. "It's good that you remember." Wei Xing was increasingly satisfied with his son's transformation. "However, now that you have accepted a master, this is no trivial matter for our Wei family and should not be taken lightly." "Father, I don't understand what you mean," Xian scratched his head. "What I mean is, the ceremony in the mountains where you paid your respects was too simple. Our Wei family didn't even offer a proper ritual gift, which was quite unfair to Master Ma," Wei Xing explained. "Master Ma is not only your master, but also the savior of you and your mother. We, the Wei family, cannot afford to neglect someone like him. So I've decided to choose a suitable day to host a more grand ceremony for you, to provide all the proper rites. What do you think?" "Great, great!" Xian immediately cheered up. "Father, that's a wonderful idea. I'll go tell Master right away." Saying this, he hurriedly ran outside. "My lord, the young master has truly changed." Watching Xian's cheerful figure, housekeeper Wei remarked, "Yes, the recent attack by the Heaven sect was a calamity for our Wei family, but it has allowed An to grow, bringing a blessing in disguise," Wei Xing said, his face filled with relief. "But my lord, should we really let the young master take Ma Gu as his master?" Housekeeper Wei was somewhat conflicted. His cultivation is ultimately a bit low. Wei Xinghe nodded. Indeed, Master Ma's cultivation is low, but an willingly follows him. Previously, the scholars I hired had higher cultivation, but an didn't want to listen to them, so what use were they? Moreover, Master Ma's character is excellent, being able to stand up and save the lady and others in such a situation. With such character, he is more than qualified to be An master. As for cultivation, our Wei family has plenty of cultivation techniques and elixirs. As long as An is willing to work hard, won't we have enough resources to enhance his cultivation? For An a master who can manage him is more suitable than one who is highly skilled. Housekeeper Wei thought for a moment and realized the family had made a lot of sense. And he knew there was another point the family head hadn't explicitly mentioned. It was the good relationship between Ma Gu and Lu Qing. Just that point alone was enough for them to pay serious attention. After all, both were truly enigmatic beings. Even their Wei family dared not easily offend such formidable entities. "It's settled then. You go prepare for it and make sure it looks impressive," Wei Xing had concluded. "Yes, I understand." As housekeeper Wei went to arrange for the ceremony, elsewhere, Ma Gu was stunned upon hearing Xian's words. Chapter 2:7 Wei Xian's request, climbing over the wall to go out. "And you're saying the Wei family master wants to hold a grand apprenticeship ceremony for you?" Ma Gu asked somewhat stammeringly. "Yes, master." Wei Xian nodded firmly. "My father said the apprenticeship ceremony in the mountains was too simple, without even a proper apprenticeship ceremony in the mountains was too simple, without even a proper apprenticeship gift. It was unfair to you, master, so he wants to make up for it with a proper ceremony to honor you fully. This How do I, Ma Gu, deserve such honor? Ma Gu was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected the Wei family to pull such a move. To be honest, ever since his return to the county, he had been considering how to handle his master-disciple relationship with Wei Xian. Ma Gu knew his own limitations. Frankly, with his abilities, he truly wasn't qualified to be Wei Xian's personal master. The Wei family had many martial arts experts. Picking any at random, they would be much stronger than him, a mere muscle-bone realm practitioner. What virtue or ability did he have to become the master to young Master Wei of the Wei family? The thought of it getting out might make others laugh their heads off. Fearing being accused of seeking undue glory, what worried Ma Gu more was holding back Wei Xian's martial arts future. After all, he knew he could teach Wei Xian very little. With Wei Xian's martial arts talent, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up to his own cultivation level. By then, he would be even less qualified to be his master. But since his arrival at the Wei mansion, everyone from the Wei family had treated him with great respect, fully recognizing him as Wei Xian's master. This left Ma Gu with no opportunity to speak up. Now, hearing from Wei Xian that the Wei family also wanted to host a grand apprenticeship ceremony, Ma felt even more panicked. Why don't you tell the Wei family master to cancel the apprenticeship ceremony? After much hesitation, Ma Gui finally said, Why, master? Wei Xian didn't understand. The main reason is that my cultivation is too low to hold up the event and I fear it might embarrass you. Ma Gui sighed. I always feel that I'm not capable of being your master. There are many elders in the mansion who are much stronger than me and would be more suitable. Given the Wei family's status in the county, hosting a grand apprenticeship ceremony would surely involve inviting important figures from other families to attend as guests. The thought of so many martial arts experts being present made Ma Gu feel very insecure. But I only want to acknowledge you as my master, Wei Xian stated earnestly. Master, from the moment you scolded me awake in the mountains, I understood many things. Disciple understands what you mean. The strengths of the Silver Moon Guard's commanders are indeed formidable, but they care too much about my status. Even if they teach me, it's just to indulge me. No matter how I practice, they only offer empty praise without pointing out my shortcomings. If it were before, I might have liked it, thinking martial arts training to be too arduous, and the commander's leniency suited me. But after experiencing so much lately, my disciple has realized that in this world everything can deceive, but one's own strength never lies. Without strength, one is bound to be bullied, unable to protect even those one wishes to protect. Disciple knows I'm naturally lazy and dislike hardship, and to achieve something in cultivation, I must have someone to strictly supervise me. The commanders in the mansion can't do that. Only you, master, truly have my best interest at heart and won't let me slack off. So please, master, don't abandon your disciple and continue to guide and supervise my cultivation. Wei Jian was innately quite intelligent. It was just that the Wei family's lofty position in the county had made him believe that even without trying, he could live comfortably. The recent attack of the Tianchang sect had shown him that his once prideful family's power was worth nothing against true strength. His days on the run had taught him many life lessons he had never considered before. Outside the city gates he had firsthand witnessed the battle between Lu Qing and the robust Great Han, the clash of auras between the elder and Wang Changyi, and the imposing power of the elder doctor's decisive definer of heaven and earth. While he was profoundly shaken, it also brought him to a complete realization that only power that belongs to oneself is true power. From that moment on, a desire emerged in his heart. He wished that one day he, too, could wield such formidable strength. Even if he couldn't reach the same level as Lu Qing and the others, to be somewhat close would be enough. He couldn't reach the same level as Lu Qing and the others. To be somewhat close would be enough. Seeing the serious expression on Wei Xian's face, Ma Gu felt abased. He hadn't expected his disciple to say such things. Young Master Wei, once known for his arrogance in the county, and whom everyone avoided, seemed to have genuinely grown up. Master, please agree to your disciple's request, Wei Xian pleaded again, seeing Ma Gu's silence. After gazing at his disciple's hopeful expression for a while, Ma Gu suddenly let out a superficial laugh. Well then, since you've said all that, if Master would refuse now, he would seem far too inconsiderate. Master, you've agreed. Then I'll go find my mother right away to prepare the gifts for the apprenticeship ceremony. Wei Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly bowed to Ma Gu before running outside. Ma Gu wanted to call him back, but the words got stuck in his throat. His hand paused mid-air for quite a while before Ma Gu chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. A man of his word doesn't hesitate once he's agreed. It was just an apprenticeship ceremony after all. Could it possibly be more perilous than the experience of being chased through the forests that day? With his perspective adjusted, Ma Gu became more at ease. So much so that when he was having breakfast in the dining hall and Wei Xinghe brought up the subject, he remained quite calm. The details of this matter will be left to you, Wei family master. However, it's a significant event, the apprenticeship ceremony, and I'm afraid I might need to inform my clan as well. Of course, I will have someone deliver the invitation and explain the matter in person, said Wei Xinghe. That must absolutely not happen. Your status, Wei family master, is too noble, and if you were to go yourself, it might lead to unnecessary speculation throughout the city. Ma quickly interjected. Wei Xinghe's status was indeed special. Should he visit personally, who knew what the county lord mansion might think? Unlike the Wei family, those lesser clans held a profound reverence for that somewhat inscrutable lord county master. They had to consider his reactions. Upon reflection, Wei Xinghe found the point valid and nodded. Then when the time comes, I'll have Ahai deliver the invitation in my place. Such would be best. Ma Fu finally breathed the sigh of relief. Invitation in my place. Such would be best. Ma Bio finally breathed the sigh of relief. Housekeeper Wei, being one of the faces of the Wei family, made him the most appropriate choice for the job. Master Ma, you're heading back. I plan to head out later as well. We could go together. Lu Qing, who was eating, suddenly said after hearing the conversation. Young Master Lu is also planning to go out. Asked Wei Xinghe. Yes, it's rare for me to come to the county, so I thought I'd take little Yan around for a bit to see the sights. Lu Qing had long been curious about the cities in this world. On this rare opportunity to come out, he wanted to see if he could gather some information he sought. Then, I'll arrange for someone to show young Master Lu around the city. Wei Xinghe quickly offered. There's no need, Wei family master. I'll just take little Yan for a casual stroll to experience the city's atmosphere. Having others follow us would actually make us uncomfortable, Lu Xing said with a smile, declining the offer. Wei Xinghe was about to say something more, but then thought better of it. Considering Lu Xing's strength, there was nobody in the city who could threaten him. Even if Lu Qing decided to storm the county lord mansion, no one could stop him. There was absolutely no need to worry about his safety. Thus, he didn't bring up the matter of providing an escort again. Wei Jian actually wanted to join them, but Mrs. Wei gave him a sharp look, and he swallowed his words. And so, after finishing breakfast, Lu Qing left with little Yan and little Li in tow. As for the elder doctor, he had no interest in casual strolling. On the contrary, his eyes lit up when Wei Xing mentioned that there were several rare medical texts in the mansion's library that he expressed a desire to read. Young Master Lu, this is a small sum of money prepared by Mrs. Wei for your expenses in the city. If it's not enough, you only need to mention our Wei mansion's name, and someone will surely come to settle the bills. There's no need to worry. Just before leaving, the Grand Steward handed Lu Qing a pouch. Lu Qing opened it to find several pieces of gold, some loose silver, and several silver notes. The total sum was sizable indeed. He smiled, didn't refuse, and accepted the pouch. I understand. Please thank Mrs. Wei for me, Grand Steward. Master Ma, I'll be leaving first. Holding little Yan in his arms and little Li on his shoulder, Lu Qing waved his hand and walked away. Initially, he had wanted to go out with Ma Gu. But then he saw that the Wei family had prepared many things for Ma Gu, including large chests carried by more than 10 servants who knew what was inside. Finding it bothersome, he didn't feel like waiting. Once outside in the yard, Lu Qing did not head straight through the Wei mansion's main gate. It was obvious that countless eyes were probably watching every movement within the Wei mansion. This was one of the reasons he did not wish to leave with Ma Gu. He wanted to stroll through the county, not to become a spectacle for others. Holding little Yan, Lu Qing eventually found a relatively secluded part of the surrounding wall. After waving to a silver moon guard secretly on watch in a corner, he agilely climbed over. Only the silver moon guard was left behind, speechlessly watching the whole scene. After a long while, he remembered to report back to the Grand Steward. Chapter 208, The Bookshop, Wei Family Master. Then I shall take my leave first. Ma Gu bowed to Wei Xingwei and made his way toward the grand entrance of Wei Mansion. Behind him, the Grand Steward of the Wei family followed with a number of servants, carrying various thank you gifts prepared by the Wei family. Initially, Ma had tried to refuse these gifts, but relenting to the Wei family's insistence, he could only accept them. As soon as the gates of the Wei mansion opened, it immediately drew the attention of the spies from various forces outside. They're out. The people from the Wei family are out. Who is that? His cultivation aura doesn't seem very strong. How could he deserve the company of housekeeper Wei? That's the man who followed beside the mysterious figure from the innate realm yesterday. I recognize him. That's Ma Gu from the Ma family. Why would Ma Gu be coming out from Wei mansion, and with housekeeper Wei personally accompanying him? Why is he the only one coming out? What about the innate realm expert and the mysterious young man the family had mentioned? So many items, with the Grand Steward leading so many the family had mentioned. So many items, with the Grand Steward leading so many servants on the move. Where are they going? Look, they're heading toward the southern part of the city. Isn't that where the Ma family is located? Upon seeing Ma Gu emerge from the Wei mansion with the company of the Grand Steward, all spies felt astonished. Those who recognized Ma Gu were even more shocked. During yesterday's battle at the city gates, these spies hadn't been able to witness it firsthand. Only the strongest representatives from the various forces had dared to approach and watch. Therefore, most spies were unaware that Ma Gui had also been present. Now, seeing Ma Gu walking out so openly from the Wei mansion, with not only the Grand Steward for company, but also a procession of servants carrying loads, they were all utterly amazed. Noticing that Ma Gu and his entourage were heading to the southern part of the city, the spies quickly followed after them. At the same time, they relayed what they had seen to their respective forces. While the undercurrents among various forces were surging, Lu Qing had already arrived with Little Yan and Little Li at the most bustling area of the county. Before them, the street was wide and clean, lined with shops and stalls on both sides. In the streets and alleys, amidst the bustling crowd, street vendors loudly hawked their wares with a multitude of goods dazzling to the eyes, and the aroma of food wafting through the air, presenting a picture of prosperity. Wow! Gazing at the scene before her, Little Yan couldn't help but gasp. It was a scene she had never even dreamt of, completely mesmerizing the little girl. Little Li, perched on Lu Qing's shoulder, also had its eyes rounded with surprise. Having lived deep in the mountains since it gained consciousness, it had never seen such a bustling scene either. Only Lu Qing remained calm, though a hint of surprise filled his eyes. He had not expected that even a commercial street in a mere county could be so lively. How much more magnificent and splendid must the state mansion, or even the royal capital, be? All right, stop gawking, let's go in. Seeing Little Yan and Little Li still with their eyes wide, Lu Qing chuckled. He patted the two little heads and proceeded inside. Lu Qing had not insisted on Little Li using its invisibility. At this point, aside from those in the innate realm, he no longer needed to fear anyone too much. Naturally, he did not need to keep Little Li in an invisible state at all times as before. Today, he wanted it to experience the hustle and bustle of human society along with Little Yan. Entering the commercial street, Lu Qing first bought some snacks for the two little ones to enjoy. Little Yan was like a string of candied hawthorns, while Little Li was a pack of fried tiny fish. The two little ones got their treats and immediately began to eat with delight. After taking Little Yan and Little Li around, satisfying their curiosity along the way, Lu Qing finally stopped in front of a bookstore. This was one of the reasons he had come out to stroll. His knowledge of this world was still too limited. As his strength grew, the circles he would come to associate with would surely become more high-end. Without making preparations in advance, there was no telling when he might suffer a significant loss. Books are one of the best ways to understand a world. He just didn't know if this bookstore would have the information he sought. Brother, are you going to buy books? Little Yan saw Lu Qing standing in front of the bookstore without moving and asked, didn't brother tell you before? There are many interesting storybooks in the city and soon you can pick a few of your favorites. Really? Little Yan immediately became excited. She could now recognize many characters and could barely read some simple texts. Little Li, hearing this, also brightened up, tugging at Lu Qing's collar with its paw. Lu Qing turned his head, saw the expectation in its eyes, and immediately said, Little Li, you pick too, choose what you like. He had almost forgotten. This little creature's motivation for learning to read was to be able to read stories itself. With the promise made, Little Li's eyes also squinted with satisfaction, a contented look on its face. Brother, there are so many books here. Upon entering the bookstore, Little Yan exclaimed, Young master, miss, are you here to buy books? The bookstore owner had noticed Lu Qing and his companion early on. Seeing them enter, he immediately came over, bowing and scraping. There was no helping it. At this moment, the clothes Lu Qing and Little Yan were wearing were specially prepared by Mrs. Wei, made from exquisite materials that only the wealthy could afford. Added to that, the fact that Lu Qing and Little Yan, one was sprightly and adorable, the other with an exceptional temperament, and they even had a strange little beast with them. Even if the bookstore owner couldn't recognize which noble family's son and miss they were, he still dared not select them in the least. Owner, do you have storybooks here? Lu Qing asked. Yes, the bookstore owner quickly said, leading Lu Qing to one area and pointing out, these are all storybooks. What kind of books does the young master want? I want something simple and easy to understand, with straightforward stories and educational insights. I'm buying them for my sister to use as an introduction to character recognition. Lu Qing stated his requirements. The bookstore owner scratched his head, seemingly a bit stumped by these requirements. Still, as someone who could run such a large bookstore, after some thought, he pulled out a large stack of books. These storybooks should meet the young master's requirements. Lu Qing picked up a couple and flipped through them, finding that they were all short stories with simple and easy to understand sentences and quite funny stories. He wondered whose leisure written work they were. Not bad. Lu Qing nodded. Little Yan, Little Li, you pick yourselves. Whatever you like keep. The two little ones had been eager to start, and hearing Lu Qing's words, they carefully began to flip through the storybooks. The bookstore owner was somewhat taken aback at this scene. Little Yan was one thing. Although young, it was not rare for children of wealthy families to start learning characters at her age, but to see a little beast flipping through books as though it understood what it was doing was something he had never heard or seen before. Lu Qing didn't care about the owner's expression. Seeing the two little ones engrossed in selecting storybooks and likely not to finish anytime soon, he walked to another area to look for the books he wanted. This time, however, he did so only after activating his superpower, then slowly began searching the shelves. Chapter 209. Random Thoughts of a Layman. Porcelain bumping in the situation where Lu Qing activated his superpower, the books on the shelves began to display their respective superpower light. Most of the books emitted a faint white light. Occasionally, when there were books with a more intense glow, Lu Qing would pick them up and flip through a few pages to see if they were what he needed. If suitable, he would take them, planning to buy them and study them further later. Thus, after browsing around, Lu Qing's hands were already filled with a thick stack of books. Explore more at my virtual library empire. Mostly, they were about the local customs and practices of various places in this world, which could help him better understand this world. In the innermost part of a certain bookshelf, Lu Qing once again picked up a book with strong white light and was about to leave when suddenly a flash of red light caught his eye from the corner of his vision and he stopped in his tracks. Following that streak of red light, he pushed aside a pile of somewhat disordered books at the bottom of the bookshelf, revealing a book emitting a faint red light. Lu Qing was a bit surprised, as this was the only book of the red light level he had seen in this bookstore. He picked up the dusty book, brushed off the dust, but saw that there was no title or author's name on the cover. However, that was no problem, as the superpower soon provided information about the book. Carefree Wanderer's Notes, essays by a poor soul who sought the truth behind the vanished cultivation era. This book contains some information about the cultivation era. This book contains some information about the cultivation era. There are some interesting conjectures about the truth behind the demise of the cultivation era. Would you like to download and study? It was a book related to the cultivation era. Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. After opening it and flipping through a few pages, the joy on his face intensified. Thinking it over, he took the book to the bookstore owner. Owner, where did this book come from, and do you have any other similar volumes? The bookstore owner, already beaming at the sight of the thick stack of books in Lu Qing's hand, immediately took the book and started to examine it. However, after looking through the essay, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Young master, forgive my poor eyesight, but I am unaware of the origin of this book. You don't know either. Lu Qing was surprised. Previously, he thought the owner was very knowledgeable about the bookstore. I am not hiding anything, young master. Our family has run this bookstore for 3 generations, and many of the books have been collected since my grandfather's time. So even I can't identify the origins of every book, especially since this book doesn't even have a name, making it even harder to trace its source. Where did you find this book, young master? In the innermost part of the bookshelf below. That explains it. Most of the books there are of unknown authors and obscure origins. Few people read them, and I don't even know where my grandfather got them from. They would have decayed long ago if it weren't for my occasional airing and mending. It's going to be difficult for you to trace its source, young master. Having listened to the bookstore owner's explanation, Lu Qing understood that it was unlikely he would find other works by the Carefree Wanderer. He felt a bit disappointed, but also knew it was impossible, so he placed the books he was holding on the counter. Then forget it, owner. I'll take these books. Little Yan, Little Li, have you chosen the books you want? We have, big brother. Little Yan, cradling a small stack of books, came running over excitedly. These are the ones Little Li and I want to buy. Okay, owner, let's sum up how much it will be. Right away, young master. The bookstore owner's smile grew even brighter. He immediately began counting the books, clicking away on an abacus. It wasn't long before he lifted his head. All done, young master, the total is. Hearing the amount stated by the owner, Lu Qing nodded, not surprised. Books were originally expensive in this world, and some richly contented, beautifully bound books could cost over 10 taels of silver each. Compared to that, the price given by the owner was quite generous. I didn't bring that much silver, owner. Do you accept gold? Yes, the owner hurriedly said. Although gold was not easy to circulate, it was always more popular than silver. That's fine then, owner, here it is. Lu Qing took out 2 small gold ingots from the purse given by Mrs. Wei and handed them over. The bookstore owner took the ingots, carefully examined them, and when he saw the small Wei character at the bottom of the ingots, he was even more surprised. Knowing these were gold ingots from the Wei family, the 2 before him must be esteemed guests from the Wei mansion. His demeanor became even more respectful as he weighed the 2 gold ingots and then took out some broken silver to give to Lu Qing. Young master, here is your change in silver. I'll wrap up the books for you right away. Just do what you need to do. We are not in a hurry. Once Lu Qing left the bookstore, he realized there was still plenty of time and decided to stroll around a bit longer. This time, he wandered much more freely. Along with little Yan and little Li, wherever it was bustling, they headed there, thoroughly satisfying the curiosity of the two young ones. In the workshop, when people saw the clothes of Lu Qing and little Yan, along with the strange little beast on their shoulders, almost everyone instinctively stepped aside to give them space, not daring to crowd them. Those who could dress like this were usually either wealthy or noble, not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, despite the crowded workshop, Lu Qing and little Yan had a rather comfortable time walking around. Wandering aimlessly, Lu Qing suddenly noticed a crowd ahead with noisy arguing coming from within. Having nothing else to do, he decided to carry little Yan over and take a look. Upon getting closer, he saw that the stalls on both sides of the street were displaying jars and various old objects, and he realized it must be akin to the antique street from his previous life. As the arguing continued, Lu Qing carried little Yan and with his strong physique, easily made his way into the crowd. At the front of the crowd, he saw a thin man with a pointed chin and whiskers styled in a Fu Manchu, gripping an old man's arm and shouting loudly, "Old guy, you broke my antique vase. If you don't pay today, don't think about leaving." The old man, wearing patched clothes, had a face now full of panic. He mumbled, "It wasn't me. I didn't even touch that vase. It fell over on its own." "Nonsense. My vase was fine. There was no wind or rain. How could it just fall over? It was obviously you who touched it." The Fu Manchu whiskered man retorted loudly, "I really didn't touch it. When I walked by just now, I was several feet away from your stall. How could I possibly touch it?" The old man timidly defended. "I don't care. All I know is when you walked by my stall, my vase fell, and if not you, then who? Today, you either pay up or come with me to the county lord mansion to see the official." Upon hearing about going to see the official, the old man panicked more. He had heard that once commoners enter there, right or wrong, they first lose a layer of skin. He looked around desperately, hoping someone would testify that he really didn't touch the vase, which somehow just suddenly fell. He was truly wronged. However, looking around, he realized that the people were only watching them with amusement, and none were willing to testify. Glancing at the formidable Fu Manchu whiskered man and his two sturdy assistants behind him, he knew he was probably going to have to compensate for the vase. "All right, I'll pay. How much is this vase?" The old man resignedly asked. "This is an antique vase, giving you a discount, 20 silver ingots." The Fu Manchu whiskered man, seeing the old man concede, revealed a smug expression. How much?" the old man asked in disbelief. "Not more." "Ha ha ha ha! Not less, exactly 20 silver ingots." The whiskered man stared at the old man. "Well, do you want to pay, or shall we go see the official?" His two assistants immediately stepped forward, menacingly staring at the old man. "Well, do you want to pay, or shall we go see the official?" His two assistants immediately stepped forward. The old man tremored slightly, whispering, "But I don't have that much money." "How much do you have on you right now?" The old man began searching his clothes. After a while, he pulled out an old wallet. "I only have 3 silver ingots." Lu Qing had been watching from the sidelines. By now, he could tell the old man was being swindled. But as he didn't know the whole story and seeing that the surrounding crowd were just spectators, he didn't intend to interfere right away. Instead, he activated his superpower to assess the situation. He first looked towards the broken vase on the ground. A layer of gray light emerged. Broken vase, a newly shattered porcelain vase. Just as suspected, a look of realization crossed Lu Qing's eyes, and his gaze then shifted to the Fu Manchu whiskered man. A faint white light appeared. Wen Kai, nicknamed Jackal, notorious in the workshop, well known for swindling country folk and merchants from afar. Eyes sharp, adept at judging people, enjoys extorting farmers and traders from outside the town. By now, Lu Qing could fully understand the situation. Just as he was about to retract his superpower, his eyes swept over the old man holding the wallet. Suddenly, his whole body shook, his eyes displaying a look of shock. Chapter 2N. The purple light reappears. A slab. Purple glow. How can this be possible? Lu Qing stared intently at the old man's ancient money pouch, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, in his field of vision, a faint purple superpower light was emanating from the old money pouch. Although the light was faint, it appeared so dazzling to Lu Qing. Ever since coming to this world and awakening the superpower, he had only seen this kind of purple glow 3 times. The first time was when he received the inheritance from the Divine Talisman sect. The second was yesterday in the underground cave beneath Wei Mansion, where he saw the leaving fire tripod. And now, the third time was this old money pouch. Could it be that this money pouch was also a spiritual artifact? The thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but before the information on the old money pouch could emerge, the man with the mustache suddenly snatched the money pouch, looked inside, weighed it in his hand, and then stuffed it along with the money pouch into his own bosom. "Please, Silvertail, then, consider it my bad luck, old man. Be more careful when you walk next time. You're lucky it was my stuff you bumped into. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll let you off this time." If it had been someone else, they'd definitely have thrown you into the jail, the mustached man said viciously. Among the onlookers who knew the mustached man's true nature, those who saw him looking smug despite having gained an advantage all showed contempt. However, this guy had a brother-in-law working at the county lord mansion who happened to be in charge of managing the workshop. They all had to make a living in the workshop and couldn't afford to offend him. So even if some people sympathized with the old man, in the end, no one spoke up. The old man stood still, his expression one of sorrow. The silver tile was the money he had just received this morning after selling his grain in the city. It was nearly half a year's savings for his family. He had planned to buy some gifts for his granddaughter who had recently been learning sewing, but kept hurting her fingers with a poor quality needle. The sight of it pained him deacon. He had thought to take advantage of this trip to the city to buy her a good needle to bring back. He never anticipated such a sudden disaster, and now all the money was gone. Thinking about what he would say to his son and daughter-in-law once he got home, overwhelmed, the old man's head overheated, and with a surge of emotion, he suddenly let out a cry and charged towards the wall corner in front of the mustache man's stall. This sudden turn of events came as a shock, completely unexpected by everyone. The majority of the spectating crowd were commoners, none able to react quickly enough. They could only watch in horror as the old man rushed towards the wall corner. Just as the old man was about to be bloodied on the spot, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him, gently pressing on the old man's shoulder, stopping his charge. It was a young man dressed in lavish clothes, holding a sprite-like little girl in his arms, and a peculiar little black beast perched on his shoulder, his face showing a slight smile. "Old sir, even if you feel wronged, there is no need to seek death. Would that not cause pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies?" Seeing that someone had stopped the old man, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The mustached man was even more startled and cursed loudly. "Old fellow, what do you think you're doing?" Fear lingered in the mustached man. If the old man really died in front of his stall, the county lord mansion would undoubtedly intervene, and even his brother-in-law might not be able to smooth things over for him. With that in mind, the mustached man glared at the old man again, saying viciously, "Old fellow, if you want to die, go somewhere else. If you pollute my stall, can you afford to compensate for it?" His ferocious appearance scared the surrounding people somewhat. Blather. Lu Qing, seeing the man still spouting vile words, grew stern, took a light step forward, and in an instant arrived in front of the mustached man. With an effortless slap, he struck the man's face, only to see the bearded man's body spinning like a torn sack, toppling to the ground, unconscious. Upon closer inspection, half of his face was swollen beyond recognition, and several teeth, mixed with blood, had fallen beside him. With the strength Lu Qing now possessed, even holding back 99% of his power, that slap was not something the bearded man's meager body could withstand. Being alive was already the result of Lu Qing deliberately showing mercy, but to suffer a disability in the future was certain. For the force behind Lu Qing's slap carried a whiff of soft energy, causing damage far beyond what was visible on the surface. The surrounding area fell into sudden silence. Everyone watched the scene in shock. Nobody could have imagined that this well-dressed young man, who had just been all smiles, could suddenly strike so ruthlessly. Looking at the bearded man's face, it seemed as though even if he were to heal, eating would pose a problem. Yet, for some reason, witnessing the bearded man in such misery, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction rising in their hearts. Many merchants in the workshop had long found him displeasing to the eye. If it wasn't for his good fortune of having a maternal uncle who worked at the county lord mansion, he would have been expelled from the workshop long ago. Now, seeing someone finally taking care of him, everyone almost couldn't help themselves but to burst into applause. As for the two attendants, seeing how ferocious Lu Qing was, they had already hidden themselves away. After giving the bearded man a near-death slap, Lu Qing lightly flicked and took an old purse from the man's embrace, returning it to the old man. "Old man, this is yours, please take it back." The senior citizen stared at Lu Qing, and it was only when the purse landed in his hands that he came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Young man, you've beaten someone. Hurry and go, otherwise when the government officials arrive, you won't be able to escape." Yes, this man's maternal uncle works at the county lord mansion. He's not someone to provoke. Young man, it would be better for you to leave quickly. The onlookers also said in unison. Although Lu Qing was dressed finely and appeared to be a young master of some household, discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire in the hearts of everyone there. The authority of the county lord mansion was not to be taken lightly, and no force in the city would dare to confront it openly. It's all right, this man faked antiques and swindled a senior citizen, nearly causing a fatality. With such behavior, I presume that even the county lord mansion cannot openly protect him, can they? Said Lu Qing lightly. The crowd was at a loss for words. They thought the young man was quite naive. If the county lord mansion were really so fair, how could Chen Xiaolang have roamed the workshop for so long? Old man, it's crowded here with many eyes. How about I escort you out? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu Qing again addressed the senior citizen. The senior citizen had long wished to leave this place. He remembered well the indifferent expressions of the others just a moment ago. Now that he had revealed his wealth, he dared not stay here any longer. That would trouble you, young man, said the senior citizen with a grateful face. Lu Qing led the senior citizen with a grateful face. Lu Qing led the senior citizen out. Just before leaving the street, he paused and spoke indifferently. Oh yes, should someone from the county lord mansion come seeking accountability, you can tell them to look for me at the Wei mansion. My name is Lu Qing. After that, Lu Qing left with the senior citizen, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded as they watched their figures disappear. Chapter 211. Finally obtaining the spiritual artifact, Jiang Kun Chi Bag. This young man, he's from the Wei mansion. Watching Lu Qing's retreating figure, everyone's face was full of surprise. They had not expected his background to be so significant. After their surprise, they looked at the mustached man who had fainted with delight in their eyes. This Chen Xiaolang usually bullied and swindled in the workshops, relying on his uncle who worked at the county lord mansion. Now that he had offended someone from the Wei mansion, let's see if he could still be so arrogant in the future. You have to understand, most families and powers in the city have to show 3 points of respect towards the county lord mansion. But there was one exception, and that was the Wei mansion. Wei mansion didn't have to be wary of the county lord mansion. On the contrary, the county lord mansion had to yield 3 points to the Wei mansion in everything. In front of the Wei mansion, what was his uncle who worked there? Even the Lord County Master had to be polite. What's happened here? The county lord mansion is handling matters. Move aside quickly. Just as everyone was happily taking misfortune for pleasure, a series of shouting voices came over, as several county retainers in their uniforms, led by the 2 previous shop assistants, ran towards them. It turns out that these 2 had disappeared earlier to find reinforcements. Among the retainers, people recognized Chen Xiaolang's uncle, Wang Yi. Despite showing disdain, they still gave way. Brother-in-law. When Wang Yi saw the sorry state of his brother-in-law, he could hardly believe his eyes. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head, which was shocking to look at. Who dares to hurt people recklessly in the workshops? This is blatant contempt for the county lord mansion's laws. Come out at once. Wang Yi roared in anger and grief. Around him, there was dead silence. No one spoke up. Fine, no one will talk, huh? Then take everyone back and interrogate them one by one. I refuse to believe no one will confess. Wang Yi shouted loudly. His companions who had come with him were startled and hurriedly stepped forward to urge him in a low voice. Brother Wang, calm down. Arresting so many people, if it really escalates, neither you nor I can handle it. The people around heard that Wang Yi wanted to crazily arrest everyone. Beyond their fear, they also couldn't help feeling a surge of indignation. Someone immediately shouted, "What does this have to do with us? The person who hit your brother-in-law has already named his household. He said he was from the Wei mansion and named himself Lu Qing. If you have the guts, go find him. What kind of ability is it to bully us? What? Someone from the Wei mansion?" Wang Yi's heart suddenly felt as though it had doused with cold water, and he shivered all over. His companions were even more startled and quickly asked, "Are you telling the truth? That man claimed to be from the Wei mansion? Why would I lie to you? That young man is dressed in fine clothes and carries an extraordinary aura. It's clear he's not from an ordinary family. Even if he isn't from the Wei mansion, he must come from an exceptional background. Wang Yi, if you don't believe me, go to the Wei mansion and ask for yourself. Don't wrong a good person here." The shop owner who spoke was clearly ready to stake everything, his speech laden with sarcasm. Wang Yi's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tight, and he couldn't speak. Seeing the bad turn of events, a companion stepped forward. "Brother Wang, involving someone from the Wei mansion is not something we can deal with. The pressing matter is to send your brother-in-law to the medical hall. After he wakes up, we can inquire about what really happened." Wang Yi took a deep breath, his clenched fists slowly unclenching, and he nodded. "Let's do as you say. Trouble my brothers to lend a hand and carry my brother-in-law to the medical hall? It's no trouble, but since this involves the Wei family, it's beyond what we can handle. When we return, I'm afraid we'll have to report to the higher-ups. Wei mansion's independent status in the county demanded respect from the county lord mansion, and they couldn't be careless." Watching Wang Yi and his group arriving with a fierce momentum and then leaving dejectedly, the merchants in the workshop applauded and cheered. These retainers had no shortage of extorting and swindling them on normal days, so seeing them humbled now couldn't be more satisfying. Lu Qing was unaware of what had transpired after he left. At this moment, he was in a private room of a tavern. "Old sir, come, have some wine to steady your nerves." After ordering a table full of good dishes, Lu Qing poured a cup of wine for the old man and said with a smile, "Young master, if there's something you need, just tell this old man straight. Your kindness is almost too much for me to handle." The old man felt uneasy seeing the table full of dishes. Coming from a poor background, he had never been to such a high-end tavern or seen such exquisite food. The cost of any of these dishes was likely equal to a month's income for his entire family. How could he dare to eat? If it wasn't for Lucian's luxurious attire and him having saved his life and helped him retrieve his silver earlier, he would never have dared to enter such an expensive place. "Old sir, there's no need to panic." After giving little Yan a piece of chicken to eat, Lucian continued with a smile. "I won't hide it from you. Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you." "A favor to ask of me?" The old man looked astonished, almost thinking he had misheard. "Young master, you jest. Someone like you, what could I possibly help you with?" "Old sir, I wonder if you could show me that money pouch of yours." "The money pouch of yours. The money pouch." The old man was taken aback, only then realizing that Lu Xing was referring to the small pouch he used to carry his silver. Though unsure why Lu Xing would want to see that old pouch, the old man still took it out and handed it to Lu Xing. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Lu Xing having any ulterior motives. With the silver he had, he probably couldn't even afford the pot of wine in front of him, let alone catch Lu Qing's eye. Sure enough, after Lu Qing took the money pouch, he poured out the small silver pieces onto the table. He didn't bother to give them more than a glance, instead closely examining the pouch itself. Upon a close look, Lu Qing immediately noticed something amiss. The money pouch was old but exceptionally sturdy with not a single sign of damage. Moreover, its material didn't seem to be cloth, but rather resembled some kind of animal hide, naturally adorned with faintly discernible and bizarre patterns that were difficult to make out without a careful look. After inspecting it, Lu Qing finally activated his superpower to look at the pouch. Before long, a faint purple light emerged from the money pouch. Qing Kunchi Bag, low-grade spirit artifact, forged by a great divine power possessing mana, using the outer skin of the space cloud beast as the primary material. Containing a microcosm inside, it has a vast space within it capable of storing items, along with the capability to absorb and exhale clouds and mist, and inhale and exhale wind, with the ability to refine living creatures. The space cloud beast is naturally gifted with a space divine ability, and the natural patterns on its hide contain a hint of the law of space. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy, the spiritual nature has greatly declined. The powers of the spiritual objects have dimmed, and their might is hardly 1/100th of what it once was. Reading the words that had appeared on the money pouch, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, this was a spiritual artifact named the Qing Bag. Additionally, according to the information on the words, it was one of the legendary space-related items. What surprised him was that, unlike the leaving fire tripod, there was no inheritance left on this pouch. Even so, it was already enough to make Lu Qing thrilled. The elderly man on the other side, seeing Lu Qing examining an old pouch over and over, was completely perplexed. He didn't understand. Wasn't it just an old bag? What was there to look at? "Old sir, may I be so bold as to ask where you got this money pouch from?" After confirming it was truly a spirit artifact, Lu Qing suppressed his elation and asked the elderly man. "I found this money pouch when I was young, digging in the fields one time. I saw that it was old but not damaged, so I took it home, cleaned it up, and started using it. Strangely enough, although it looks old but not damaged, so I took it home, cleaned it up, and started using it. Strangely enough, although it looks old, I've used it for many years without it ever going bad. It has always been like this." As he said this, the old man also began to suspect something. Could it be that this money pouch was special? Seeing his expression, Lu Qing knew he must have guessed something. "Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire," he spoke candidly. "Old sir, I must tell you the truth. The material of this money pouch is quite special and useful to me, so I would like to buy it. What price would you ask to part with it? Son, is this money pouch really a treasure?" The old man asked with widened eyes. "To someone like me who practices cultivation, yes, it is. But to an ordinary person like you, aside from holding money, it has no other use," Lu Qing implied. Upon hearing this, the old man understood that this was something for martial artists and had no relation to ordinary folk like him. He immediately said, "If the young master likes it, just take it. After all, this thing isn't of much use to me. Besides, if not for you, I might have lost my life just now. This money pouch, consider it my way of saying thanks for your help." The old man was not a fool. Since the object was something even martial artists desired, it wasn't something an ordinary person like himself could keep. It was only because Lu Qing was good-natured that he asked so politely. Had it been any other martial artist, not forcibly taking it would have already been a kindness, let alone being so considerate as to not endanger his life. One thing for another, this item indeed has use for me, but I can't simply take it for nothing. Here's the deal, old sir. Take this piece of gold as payment for your money pouch. Lu Qing took a small gold ingot from his bosom and placed it on the table. The dazzling glint of gold caught the old man's eye instantly. He had lived for so long, but never encountered such a large piece of gold. However, he quickly waved his hands in refusal. I couldn't. Son, it's just a money pouch, and you just saved my life. How can I possibly take your money? Don't decline, old sir. Let's settle it this way. I will buy the money pouch from you. Without further discussion, Lu Qing stuffed the gold ingot into the old man's hand. The old man wanted to refuse again, but found himself unable to let go once the gold was in his grasp. He suddenly thought that with such a large piece of gold, many problems at home could be solved. There'd be enough for his granddaughter's dowry and his wife's persistent illness. They could afford better medicine. They might even build 2 more rooms, so many family members wouldn't have to crowd into their small home, struggling to find a place to rest. With this in mind, the old man found himself unable to voice his refusals. Seeing this, Lu Qing knew the old man was tempted. He smiled lightly. It's just a piece of gold, of no great concern to me. Old sir, rest assured and accept it. Seeing that Lu Qing insisted to this extent, the old man eventually accepted the gold ingot. Old sir, are you hungry? It would be a waste to let this lavish spread of dishes go uneaten. Seeing that the old man had taken the gold ingot, Lu Qing then put away the money pouch and smiled. The old man, having accepted the gold, naturally felt less constrained and joined Lu Qing in enjoying the feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lu Qing personally escorted the old man out of the city and discreetly followed him at a distance to ensure no one was tailing them before returning to the city. After all, it was better to be thorough in good deeds. The last thing he wanted was for his kindness to result in misfortune for the old man. Just as he re-entered the city, Lu Qing's expression suddenly became grave as he looked ahead. He saw a man with a smile on his face, sauntering toward him not far ahead. The man was a handsome, middle-aged individual whose phoenix eyes were particularly striking. Chapter 200 Well Family, Cloth-Clothed Youth's Warning. Yan Kanghai has met young Master Lu. The middle-aged man with phoenix eyes approached Lu Qing with a smile on his face, yet directly exposed Lu Qing's identity. At that moment, the information about the newcomer also appeared in Lu Qing's vision. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. He saw a few words emerging amidst a rather strong red light. Yan Kanghai, Kang County Master of royal blood, carefree and promiscuous personality, not particular about details, extremely curious. Cultivation, postnatal internal organ roam great success, possesses a variety of secret techniques, especially skilled in swordsmanship. Originally a member of the royal family, due to excessive curiosity, he probed into taboo matters and was demoted from the royal capital. So, he was the nominal ruler of the county town. After reading the information, Lu Qing understood in his heart. He just hadn't expected that the other party's background was rather complex, being a descendant of the royal family. Is Lord County Master here because of the hooligans from the workshop that came looking for me? Lu Qing was not surprised that this person knew his whereabouts. As a county lord, if he didn't have that much intelligence capability, that would be too incompetent. Not at all. Chen Wenkai has taken advantage of his position in the workshop to bully people and extort money from the common folk, a matter that I have already investigated. Young Master Lu need not worry, Yan Kanghai said. Oh, then may I ask, how did Lord County Master deal with that person? Lu Qing asked curiously. Of course, 1 year's imprisonment, confiscation of property, and expulsion from the city after his sentence is served. Lu Qing nodded. Not being familiar with the laws of this world, he didn't know whether the punishment was heavy or light and thus made no comment. However, I heard that Chen Wenkai was able to extort in the workshop with impunity because his brother-in-law, who works for the County Lord Mansion, covered for him. How did Lord County Master deal with him? Lu Qing continued to inquire. Yan Kanghai faltered for a moment before responding. Chen Wenkai's brother-in-law, Wang Yi, has been a diligent servant for many years and has worked hard. As for the matter of Chen Wenkai taking advantage of his name to defraud others, Wang Yi was not fully aware of it. Considering his hard work and ignorance, a penalty of 3 months' salary is imposed to serve as a warning to others. Lu Qin smiled non-committally, neither expressing his opinion on this treatment. Since Lord County Master has already uncovered the truth, I suppose there is no longer anything to do with me. Please allow me to take my leave. Lu Qing bowed slightly, ready to leave holding little Yan. Yang Kai hastily called out to him. Young Master Lu, I've prepared some food and drink at Yanfeng Building. May I have the honor of your company? Yanfeng Building was the most expensive and finest tavern in the county. Lord County Master is too kind, but I have already eaten, and having been out for some time, I fear my master will worry. I must return early to report safety. I must decline your generous offer. However, Lu Qing promptly refused, slowly walking toward the direction of Wei Mansion, holding little Yan, leaving Yan Kanai behind, his face bearing a look of regret. Ji Rui, why do you think he declined my invitation? Once Lu Qing's figured, Yan Kanai suddenly spoke. He doesn't like you. A figure appeared beside Yan Kanghai, calm and indifferent, precisely the cloth-clothed youth. Why would that be? I should not have offended him, Yan Kanghai said, somewhat taken aback. He took a dislike to you the moment he heard your handling of Wang Yi, the cloth-clothed youth stated blandly. What was improper about my punishment? Yan Kanghai, search your heart and ask yourself, do you really believe that what Wang Yi said is true, that he doesn't know Chen Wenkai is extorting others in his name in the workshop? The cloth-clothed youth looked at his friend with some irony. If you truly believe that, then it seems like you've become more naive as the years have passed. Yan Kanghai fell silent. After a while he finally said, Wang Yi is a talent. After a while he finally said, Wang Yi is a talent. With just the ordinary cultivation technique distributed by the County Lord Mansion, he has managed to achieve perfection in the Qi blood realm in just a few short years. If we give him more resources, with time, he might reach perfect bones and muscles, or even step into the internal organ realm. You know, I have no one to use at my disposal right now, so you're pretending to be confused, wanting to give him a chance. The cloth-clothed youth shook his head. Yan Kanghai, you've truly disappointed me. I thought being demoted to this remote Qing county would clear your mind, but instead, you've become even more muddled. A mere perfect blood Qi realm has made you betray your own principles. With that attitude, do you still delude yourself that one day you'll be able to return to the royal capital and reclaim what was once yours? Yan Kanghai, when did your tolerance shrink so small? At these words, Yan Kanghai trembled all over and his face suddenly turned a few shades whiter. The cloth-clothed youth saw this and shook his head, his disappointment deepening. He turned to leave. Since young Master Lu dislikes you, I advise you not to provoke him. Don't be fooled by his mild demeanor. I can see that his propensity to kill is actually quite heavy. If you anger him, be careful that he doesn't just slaughter you outright. Lu Qing didn't know that such a conversation had taken place after he left. He had just returned to Wei Mansion with Little Yan and Little Li when he saw Wei Xing'e and Mrs. Wei walking out from the back garden. Young Master Lu, Little Yan, you're back. Did you have fun? Mrs. Wei saw the two and greeted them happily. It was all right. Lu Qing smiled. The city is indeed very different from our countryside. Its bustling sights are overwhelming. Auntie, we went to many places, ate lots of food, and even bought books to bring back. Little Yan said cheerfully as well. Because Lu Qing had advised her earlier on the way back, Little Yan did not mention the incident in the workshop. Young Master Lu bought books. Wei Xinghe noticed the books Lu Qing was holding. Yes, in our countryside, books are rare. Normally, when I teach Little Yan and the others to read, I have to rely on the medical text collected by my mentor. Since it's not often we come to the city, I bought some books to broaden our horizons. Little Yan, you're starting to read. Mrs. Wei was somewhat surprised. Yes, Little Yan can recognize many characters. The little one said proudly, not just me, Little Li can read too. At that, Wei Xinghe and Mrs. Wei were genuinely astonished. Their gaze towards Little Li changed. This little black beast could actually recognize characters. Unfortunately, Little Li was always indifferent to people it wasn't familiar with. Facing their attention, it didn't even open its eyes, just pretending to sleep on Lu Qing's shoulder. Wei Xinghe put away the surprise in his heart and said to Lu Qing, since young Master Lu loves books so much, Wei Mansion also has some collections. If you're interested, you're welcome to browse our library and see if there's anything you like. Lu Qing's interest was piqued by this. Books kept in Wei Mansion must be extraordinary, and there might be information that he was seeking. He nodded in agreement. Then Lu Qing would like to thank Wei family master beforehand. After chatting a bit more, Lu Qing learned that housekeeper Wei was still at the Ma families and had not returned, and his mentor had been invited by Wei Shanhai to discuss insights into innate martial arts. Mrs. Wei also invited Little Yan and Little Li to the rear garden to play. With nothing else to do, Lu Qing simply made an excuse to go back to his room to rest. Back in his room, he carefully closed the door, and only then did Lu Qing take out his gains from the day. Chapter 213, The Cultivation Genius Abandoned by the Epic. Lu Qing first took out the casual notes of the carefree wanderer. This time, after strolling around the city, Lu Qing made immense gains. Read the latest on my virtual library empire among them. The greatest finds were this book of notes and the Qiongkun Qi bag. According to information discovered by his superpower, the notes contain some details about the cultivation era. Lu Qing was quite curious about that mysterious era. Thus, he decided to first make sense of this book. On inspecting the book, Lu Qing found that even its material was extraordinary. The pages were especially tough, suggesting a long preservation without damage. Do you wish to download and learn? Faced with the prompt in his field of view, Lu Qing chose yes. Downloading current progress 1%, 2%, 97, 99, 100 preverse 97, 99, 100 progress 1%, 2%, 99, 99, 100 progress, 99, 90 then, 100 perned. The next moment, a familiar sensation of assimilating knowledge emerged from the depths of his mind, and he gently closed his eyes. After a while, when he had digested the information in his mind, he opened his eyes, a hint of lamentation in his gaze. This carefree wanderer really was a tragic figure. Having absorbed the information from the notes, Lu Qing finally learned the deeds of the carefree wanderer. The carefree wanderer, in reality, was a cultivator from over 1,000 years ago. More accurately, he was a pitiable person in pursuit of the way of immortal cultivation. The carefree wanderer initially was a scholar. As a young man, he stumbled upon a legacy of immortal cultivation in an odd cave by chance. Coincidentally, his talent was also remarkable, perfectly fitting that legacy. Just like that, armed with the legacy he obtained from the strange cave and some resources, he managed to self-learn and break through limitations without any guidance, entering the Qi refining realm and becoming a bona fide cultivator. Later, he even exploited the resources of the cave to break through ranks rapidly, entering Qi refining perfection within a mere decade and some 10. According to the carefree wanderer in his notes, such progress, even placing him in the resplendent cultivation era, would rightly consider him an unmistakable genius, the kind eagerly recruited by major immortal sects. Sadly, he was born in the wrong era, one where spiritual energy was scarce, the immortal Tao had faded, and martial arts flourished. Even with outstanding cultivation talent, there were no immortal sects for him to join. This caused the carefree wanderer to express in his notes more than once his lamentation of being born at the wrong time. Even more despairing was that due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, his cultivation halted after reaching Qi refining perfection, no longer making any progress. No matter how he practiced, he could not achieve a breakthrough, unable to step into the perfect realm that followed Qi refining perfection, a state of being flawless and immaculate. In search for a breakthrough, the carefree wanderer began to travel the world. He visited a variety of famous mountains, great rivers, and peculiar places, hoping to find a slim chance for advancement. Having reached Qi refining perfection, his cultivation realm was equivalent to a martial artist at the perfect innate realm, and even stronger due to the wonders of immortal cultivation. Thus, traveling the world was not a difficult task for him. However, after the carefree wanderer exhausted decades searching for the sites of former immortal sects as recorded in the legacy he inherited, he discovered that those once magnificent cave-heaven-blessed lands and immortal cave mansions had long vanished without a trace. What little remained were only ruins and desolation. It was then that the carefree wanderer truly realized the cultivation era had indeed come to an end, but it wasn't all fruitless. In one of the old sites of a sect named Heavenly Tao Sect, as recorded in the legacy, he came across a jade wall. The jade wall contained a secret history. It implied that the decline of spiritual energy was the result of Heavenly Tao's self-regulating cycle. Much like the breathing of a person, one rises as another falls. One cycle of spiritual energy's rise and fall was roughly 60,000 years. 30,000 years of decline and exhaustion, followed by 30,000 years of recovery and prosperity, the cycle repeating endlessly without halt. Upon reading this secret history, the carefree wanderer's heart turned cold. According to the records on the jade, he calculated that he was in the late stage of the decline of spiritual energy, and it would be at least 1,000 more years before the next recovery of spiritual energy, and it would be at least 1,000 more years before the next recovery of spiritual energy. Knowing this, the carefree wanderer began to despair. As a cultivator with Qi refining perfection, equivalent to the realm of martial artist innate perfection, his lifespan was only 300 years. Even if the path of immortal cultivation was mystical and he knew secret techniques to cling to life, at most he could only live for 500 years. Waiting for the true recovery of spiritual energy was impossible. In other words, despite his exceptional talent and astonishing innate gift for immortal cultivation, he could not wait for the day of spiritual energy recovery to shine in his own glory. At the very end of the scribblings, Lu Qing saw that after learning of the secret history on the jade, the carefree wanderer did not give up entirely. His entire life was a struggle against the laws of the Heavenly Tao, trying to step into a higher realm with his talent and effort. In the centuries that followed, he made many attempts, seeking various secret lands, absorbing the residual spiritual energy, practicing martial arts, and even delving into the shocking path of insect witchcraft. But all these attempts ultimately ended in failure. Until the time of his passing, he was unable to break through the Qi refining perfection, to step into the higher level of the foundation establishment realm. After finishing the record of the carefree wanderer's life in the scribblings, Lu Qing remained silent for a long time. This was the second time he was deeply moved by someone's life story. The first was Li Weishan. The second was this carefree wanderer. However, compared to Li Weishan, the the carefree wanderer's life seemed more tragic. Li Weishan's end could be said to have been partly his own fault. Had he not wasted too much time in his early life on striving to be better than others, he wouldn't have been forced to rush through his breakthrough, his insufficient accumulation, and ultimately pass away. But the carefree wanderer was different. He pursued the immortal Tao all his life, cultivated diligently, and never slackened. Fate, however, played a cruel joke on him, having him born in the wrong era. Despite possessing extraordinary talent for immortal cultivation, due to the lack of spiritual energy, he was trapped in the realm of Qi refining perfection for his entire life, ultimately dying of old age, a tragic genius abandoned by the era of cultivation. Lu Qing felt deeply moved and sighed at the carefree wanderer's fate. In an era lacking spiritual energy, without any guidance, he managed to cultivate on his own to Qi refining perfection. Had the carefree wanderer been born in a prosperous era of immortal cultivation, it was hard to imagine what heights he could have achieved. Alas, there are no ifs in the world. Being born in the wrong era sealed the carefree wanderer's tragedy. After dwelling on the carefree wanderer's life for a while, Lu Qing also turned his attention to another matter. According to what the carefree wanderer noted in his writing, his era was at least 1,000 years away from the period of spiritual energy recovery calculated by the heavenly Tao sect. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since the carefree wanderer's demise. By that calculation, wouldn't the period of spiritual energy recovery be in the era he was currently in the? But he hadn't noticed any significant changes in the world, had he? No, that's not right. A sudden realization hit Lu Qing, sending a jolt through his heart. Chapter 214, Refinement of the Qiankun Qi Bag, Little Li, and the Leaving Fire Tripod. Lu Qing suddenly remembered that the appearance of Little Li and the gradual restoration of the Leaving Fire Tripod might already be foreshadowing something. Little Li is a spiritual beast, and the Leaving Fire Tripod is even more a spiritual artifact. Both are related to spiritual energy. Could this mean that the spiritual energy of this world had already begun to quietly recover? Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire. It was just that the speed of recovery was too slow, and with the heritage of immortal Tao being severed, it went unnoticed. After all, according to the records on the Jade by the Heavenly Tao sect, the cycle of spiritual energy fluctuation could span as long as 60,000 years. If that's the case, I need to prepare in advance. A serious look appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. If the spiritual energy was truly recovering, it would be a major shift that hadn't occurred in tens of thousands of years. The entire world structure would likely undergo significant changes. Lu Qing did not believe that those cultivation forces, which once had illustrious names and controlled the world's resources, had all perished. Having gained the heritage of cultivation himself, he knew that the techniques of cultivators were far superior to those of martial artists. It was impossible that they had no means of coping. He preferred to believe that they were lying dormant somewhere, quietly waiting for the day when the spiritual energy truly recovered to a certain level. However, this could also be an opportunity for me, Lu Qing muttered softly to himself. Regardless of whether those cultivation sects were hiding or had completely disappeared, the fact that cultivators were rarely seen in this era was undeniable. Because before the complete resurgence of spiritual energy, Lu Qing might use this opportunity to gain the upper hand. Just like this time, he had obtained a spiritual artifact almost without any cost. One must know that even at the peak of the cultivation era, spiritual artifacts were still extremely precious. Many smaller sects had none at all, and some larger sects had none at all, and some larger sects might have only one or two spiritual artifacts, serving as the foundation to suppress their sect's fortune. That he could obtain one so effortlessly was indeed great fortune. Lu Qing took out the Qiankun Qi bag. He gently caressed the patterns on the Qiankun Qi bag. He suddenly thought that because of the depletion of spiritual energy, many famous spiritual artifacts from the cultivation era were probably in a poor state now. They might have degraded nearly to ordinary objects, just like the Qiankun Qi bag. Although most of them were likely taken away by the cultivation sects, it was hard to say if any were still lost outside. If he could locate these spiritual artifacts, wouldn't he make a fortune? Thinking of this, Lu Qing's heart grew somewhat excited. The disappearance of the cultivation era was a disaster for those cultivators, but for him, it was truly a great opportunity. After fantasizing for a while, Lu Qing calmed his emotions, ready to begin refining the Qiankun Qi bag. Although he hadn't found any heritage to the Qiankun Qi bag, the heritage he obtained from the Leaving Fire Tripod included a technique for refining magic artifacts, and coincidentally, that technique was one Lu Qing could barely perform. Holding the Qiankun Qi bag, the divine soul power surged within the divine aperture between Lu Qing Kun Qi bag. The divine soul power surged within the divine aperture between Lu Qing's eyebrows, threading out a wisp toward the inside of the Qiankun Qi bag. Quickly, he sensed the restrictions inside the Qing key bag. As long as he could refine these restrictions, he would be able to control this spiritual artifact successfully. Following the secret refining method of the Li Hu sect, Lu Xing manipulated his divine soul power and began to slowly refine the restrictions. Just days earlier, Lu Xing had been unable to perform this refining method. But last night, after he had condensed the third god soul rune and formed a framework for the life-bound talisman, his divine soul power had greatly progressed, albeit barely sufficient. The Qiankun Qi bag had been silent for countless years. Its spiritual nature greatly diminished, and the power of its restrictions had been weakened to the extreme. Lu Qing's refinement process went very smoothly, taking hardly any effort to subdue the control restrictions. When the final layer of restriction had been penetrated by his divine soul power, Lu Qing suddenly felt a shock in his heart and spirit. A stream of information entered his mind. With the thought, he immediately understood the various marvelous functions of the Qiankun Qi bag. First and foremost, it was as he had previously discovered using his superpower. The Qiankun Qi bag was a magic artifact with spatial attributes. Not only did it contain vast space inside, but it could also store objects and allow living creatures to temporarily survive within. In addition to that, it harbored an array within it that could swallow clouds and exhale mist, altering the climate within 10 miles, breathing in air and blowing out wind, unleashing powerful celestial gales and lethal winds to annihilate enemies. Indeed formidable. Of course, these marvelous uses belong to the Qiankun Qi bag's prosperity. Nowadays, with the depletion of spiritual energy, the Qiankun Qi bag had not been nourished by spiritual energy for too long, and its arrays and restrictions inside were extremely weak, almost stagnant, difficult to activate. For now, Lu Qing could only use its function to store objects, and it could only collect inanimate objects, unable to take in living beings. These were all within Lu Qing's expectations, so he felt no disappointment. If the array and restrictions of the Qiankun Qi bag had not been weakened to the extreme, given his current realm, he would not have been able to so easily refine and control a spiritual artifact. He was still clear about the gains and losses involved. With a slight movement of thought, Lu Qing's heart and spirit had entered a mysterious space. This space was quite vast, empty and desolate to look upon. Lu Qing's expression shifted, and the next moment, his heart and spirit arrived in a corner of the space. Looking at the items there, he was somewhat surprised. Could these be the spiritual materials left by the previous master of the Qiankun Qi bag? With the thought, suddenly a small pile of items appeared on the floor of the room. These were precisely the items that Lu Qing had taken out from the Qiankun Qi bag. They were over 10 jade bottles, some dried-up herbs, and several large pieces of black, iron-like material. Lu Qing first examined the jade bottles. He found that they were either empty, or that the elixirs inside had long turned into muddy dregs, utterly useless. He then used his superpower to examine the dried-up herbs. He discovered that they were indeed spiritual medicine, but without exception, all had withered away and lost their medicinal power. Lu Qing felt somewhat disappointed but also understood that this was normal. Spiritual energy had been waning for tens of thousands of years, and even the Qiankun Qi bag had almost turned into a mundane object due to lack of nourishment. How could it possibly maintain the spiritual nature of the objects inside? However, holding on to a last sliver of hope, Lu Qing still fixed his gaze on the several large pieces of mineral iron. Soon, a rich red light emerged from the stones. Outer Heaven Meteorite Iron Stone, a mysterious meteorite iron stone that fell from beyond the heavens and was squeezed and buried deep underground for tens of thousands of years. Material heavy and extremely hard, very precious. Highly accommodating, one of the best materials for refining magic artifacts and embryos of spiritual artifacts. Embryos. After examining the information that emerged from the mineral iron, a look of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. Chapter 15, Outer Heaven Fallen Iron, Juzhen Workshop. Could it be Outer Heaven Fallen Iron? Lu Xing was very excited. In the inheritance of the Li Hu sect, this rare spiritual material was mentioned and highly revered, referred to as one of the best materials for forging the embryo of a spiritual artifact. The middle-grade spiritual dice, the Leaving Fire tripod, was infused with quite a bit of Outer Heaven Fallen Iron during its forging by the Li Hu sect. The young master of the Li Hua sect had once expressed his regret in the inheritance, saying that if the tripod's body had been made entirely of Outer Heaven Fallen Iron, they would not have been defeated in that great sect war. Unfortunately, Outer Heaven Fallen Iron was too rare, and even with the accumulation of thousands of years, the Li Hua sect had not managed to gather much. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing had found several large pieces in the Qiankun Qi bag. It looks like I can move up the schedule for forging my war saber. Lu Qing's war saber had been damaged in a fight with a burly Great Han, and these past days, he had not been able to find a suitable replacement. Although the Wei family had offered some treasured sabers for him to choose from, in his view, while those sabers were not bad, they were not much stronger than his original one, so he had not made a choice yet. After receiving the inheritance of the Li Hu sect, he even fancied the thought of forging a treasured saber by his own hand. He had been thinking of looking for some good iron stone after attending the apprenticeship ceremony of Malgu and Weizian. Now that he had gotten the outer heaven fallen iron, it was better than any artifact refining material he could find. After admiring the outer heaven fallen iron pieces for a while, Lu Qing put the items back into his Qianqi bag. He also tucked away the books he had just purchased and some other miscellaneous items. From there on out, Lu Qing felt refreshed all over, with nothing but his clothes and a Qianqi bag on him, free from any other burdens. Actually, spiritual artifacts could be stored inside the body. But as Lu Qing was not a cultivator, not even at the innate the realm, his Qi Aki points were not opened. He could not store the Qiankun Qi bag in the Dantian energy point to be nourished and could only temporarily hang it on his person. After finishing all these things, Lu Qing walked out to the courtyard, found a comfortable spot, and with a thought, he took out a book from the Qiankun Qi bag to leisurely read. This time, he chose not to use his superpower to download the content directly, but to flip through it page by page, enjoying the fun of reading and passing the time. After all, life was not only about cultivation. At appropriate times, it was necessary to relax. Strength and softness in measure are the righteous path of cultivation. Unfortunately, there was no river in the city, otherwise Lu Qing would have liked to go fishing. He enjoyed reading comfortably in the courtyard for several hours until a servant from Wei Mansion came to inform him that dinner was ready, and then Lu Qing put the book away. He followed the servant leisurely to the dining hall, feeling quite satisfied within himself. That afternoon, he had already gone through a small part of the books he had brought back. He had learned a lot more about many things in this world. Acquiring knowledge could make one feel fulfilled. So his mood was quite good. Explore stories at My Virtual Library Empire upon reaching the dining hall and seeing his master Little Yan, Little Li, and even Grand Steward Wei there. He also found out during dinner. Housekeeper Wei had already arranged with the Ma family for the apprenticeship ceremony, which was set for 3 days later. Tomorrow, they would send out invitations to the various families and powers in the town to attend the ceremony. 3 days, plenty of time. After learning this, Lu Qing thought for a while and after dinner sought out Wei Xinghe. Family headway, there is something I would like to request your help with. Oh, what might that be? Please speak, young Master Lu. Wei Xinghe perked up and hurriedly responded. It was rare for Lu Qing to ask him for a favor, and this was a great opportunity to strengthen their relationship. I have a list here with some materials on it, and I was wondering if the family head could dispatch someone to help me collect them. I can pay for the expenses. Lu Qing took out a sheet of paper. Young Master Lu said, what, just gathering some materials? How can we let you incur expenses? Wei Xinghe took over the paper, opened it and looked at it, and couldn't help but be surprised. That was because some of the materials listed were quite peculiar and indeed not easy to find. Young Master Lu, Wei dares to ask, what do you need these materials for? I need them for preparing a certain medicinal solution. Why is it hard to find these items? Family head Wei. Lu Qing felt a bit uneasy. The materials listed on the paper were organized according to some records from the heritage of the Li Hua sect. Although there were no spiritual materials included, he was not certain whether everything could be found. After all, the Li Hu sect was from too long ago. Who knew whether some of the materials still existed? It's not impossible. Most of the items are in the mansion's secret vault, but a few will require some effort to obtain, and it may take a few days to have news. Wei Xinghe said, that's not a problem. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Qing smiled. Just do your best to gather them. Family headway, if they can't all be found, it's also fine. If the materials weren't complete, then the effectiveness of the medicinal solution would be weaker. He would just have to put in more effort and it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Then I will arrange for someone to search for them shortly. Hearing Lu Qing say this, Wei Xinghe was also relieved. However, he had already decided in his heart that he must handle this matter well. It was rare for Lu Qing to ask him for help. Such opportunities were few and far between. Oh right, there is one more thing Lu Qing would like to ask Family Head Wei about. Speak freely. I wonder in this county which blacksmith shop is the best. The next morning, young Master Lu, this Jushin workshop is the finest blacksmith shop here. The owner, Master Lin, with his fiery firehammer technique, is incredibly skilled, almost on par with a grandmaster of weapon crafting. Standing in front of a blacksmith shop, housekeeper Wei introduced it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at the dazzling array of weapons inside, as well as the faint, warm air emanating from within, and nodded. Then I'll trouble Grand Steward to facilitate. Housekeeper Wei, you've come. The owner is waiting inside. Please come in quickly. At that moment, a middle-aged and portly man with the appearance of a manager hurried out from inside and bowed. Thank you, Manager Wang, for leading the way. Knowing that Lu Qing wanted to visit the best blacksmith shop in town, Wei Xinghe arranged it properly the previous night. It's no trouble at all, please, both of you. Lu Qing and housekeeper Wei followed the manager inside. From the outside, the shop seemed small, but the interior was quite spacious. Just as they reached the backyard, Lu Qing felt a wave of heat wash over him. A vibrant scene unfolded before them. They saw several forges spouting flames, with more than a dozen bare-chested men surrounding them, some working the bellows, some forging iron blocks, and others quenching the metal. Each person had their role, busily crafting various items. Among them, a short but very robust old man with red cheeks and thick arms was walking back and forth with an air of authority, occasionally scolding a worker to correct their technique. The middle-aged manager rushed over to report to the elder. The old man turned to look in their direction and immediately walked over. Housekeeper Wei honors us with his presence. Lin has not come out to welcome you from afar. Please accept my apologies. The elder bowed with his hands clasped together, his voice booming. Master Lin speaks too modestly. The one who should apologize is me. I knew you were busy and still I disturbed you. Housekeeper Wei said with a smile. Ha! What disturbance? You're much too polite. Housekeeper Wei. Having you visit our small shop is an honor for our Zhuzhin workshop. The elder waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Qing. This gentleman must be the young hero you mentioned in your invitation letter, who wanted to visit our Zhuzhin workshop, right? Chapter 2:16, Just a Basic Understanding. Master Wei informed that young Master Lu is a distinguished guest at Wei Mansion. He's greatly interested in casting and wanted to visit the best blacksmith shop in the county, so I brought him to yours, Master Lin. Your next journey awaits in my virtual library, Empire. Housekeeper Wei introduced. Hello, Master Lin. Lu Qing bowed slightly as a greeting. At that moment in his field of vision, he saw information about the old master craftsman. Lin Tichui, owner of Zhuzhin Workshop, an old blacksmith with exquisite skills, charismatic and forthright. Cultivation, great success in the postnatal muscle-bone realm, skilled in hammer skill. This name is quite down to earth. Lu Qing thought to himself, nice, but Housekeeper Wei, you flatter me too much. If old man Wang next door heard this, he would definitely challenge me to a competition. Even though Master Lin's face was filled with smiles and he could hardly suppress his joy, he replied modestly. Housekeeper Wei gave a slight smile and said no more. At Zhuzhin Workshop, Master Lin and Master Wang from Iron Soldier Pavilion nearby weren't on good terms, a well-known fact throughout the county. He had no interest in getting involved. What would young Master Lu like to see? Knowing Lu Qing was a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, Master Lin dared to be negligent. Anyone who could have Housekeeper Wei himself as an escort must have an extraordinary background. Although he hadn't gone to the city gate yesterday, he had felt a terrifying force emanating throughout the city. He later heard that a young man had amazed everyone with his skills, defeating a martial arts grandmaster in the inner organs perfection realm with a perfect bone marrow realm cultivation licked. Looking at Housekeeper Wei's attitude, could this young man be the one? With this thought, Master Lin's demeanor became even more respectful. Actually, I mainly want to rent a casting furnace from your workshop to personally forge a suitable weapon for myself. Is that convenient, Master Lin? Lu Qing got straight to the point. Young Master also knows the casting technique. Master Lin was quite surprised. Lu Qing's demeanor didn't have the slightest air of a blacksmith. His hands were smooth and uncalloused, not at all like someone skilled in casting techniques. I know a little, but I'm not yet proficient and need more practice. Master Lin immediately understood that Lu Qing wasn't skilled in casting. It was just a spur-of-the-moment desire to personally forge a weapon for fun. He had encountered such young masters before, so he wasn't too surprised. Of course you can. Which furnace does young master have his eye on? I'll clear it for you right away. If it were anyone else making such an unreasonable request, Master Lin would be very displeased. But since Lu Qing was a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, and Housekeeper Wei was with him, an individual likely capable of defeating a martial arts grandmaster, he knew that concessions were naturally warranted in the face of such a presence. Master Lin, please choose for me something with strong firepower, said Lu Qing. Then furnace number 1. It has the strongest airflow and highest temperature. It can even forge fire rock steel, which should meet young master's requirements. Master Lin pondered briefly before giving his opinion directly. Then I'll go with Master Lin's recommendation. Fire rock steel, Lu Qing knew, was a mysterious steel with a very high melting point, typically found near volcanoes. If even that kind of mysterious steel could be forged, then indeed the firepower of furnace number 1 was formidable. It barely met his requirements. Soon, Master Lin had cleared furnace number 1 was formidable. It barely met his requirements. Soon, Master Lin had cleared furnace number 1 for use. Young Master Lu, please, may I know what kind of weapon you intend to forge? This isn't urgent. I'd first like to practice a bit to familiarize myself with the process. Hearing this, Master Lin became even more convinced that Lu Qing really just came to play. Not even familiar with the casting process, how can he possibly forge a good blade? Master Lin, if you are busy, you can go about your own affairs first. There's no need to specially accompany me, Lu Qing said with a smile. It's no trouble. Lately there haven't been any special orders in the workshop, and this old man is also idling around with nothing to do, so I can watch young Master's forging technique. How could Master Lin dare to let Lu Qing mess around by himself here? If he got injured, Master Lin would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, he still shooed away those who wanted to watch and his disciples, to avoid disturbing Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled, understanding Master Lin's thoughts. He did not expose them, and after choosing for a while, he finally picked a medium-sized hammer. Master Lin, may I use some materials from your workshop? Asked Lu Qing. Feel free to use them, immediately replied Master Lin. After all, the materials on the furnace were just ordinary iron bars. Even if they were ruined, he wouldn't mind. Lu Qing looked at the materials on the furnace and found they were indeed just ordinary iron bars, so he then began using them with ease. Holding the hammer in his right hand and clamping a red-hot iron bar from the coal furnace with his left, he placed it on the anvil. Then, he activated his superpower and entered learning mode. The hammer technique from the Li Huo sect heritage flowed through his mind, and various insights emerged. Ding! Lu Qing smashed the hammer onto the iron bar and a crisp sound resounded. Master Lin's heart initially jumped, but soon his face showed an expression of understanding. Master Lin's heart initially jumped, but soon his face showed an expression of understanding. Indeed, this young Master Lu was not adept in blacksmithing skills. This hammer strike, although strong, lacked skill. The force applied was incorrect, making it appear quite unfamiliar. Hammering this way, it would be difficult to beat out the impurities from the raw iron. However, he did not offer any suggestions and just watched quietly. After hammering a few times, Lu Qing also noticed something was wrong, and he stopped to think quietly. Master Lin, seeing him remain silent for a while, was considering whether to offer some advice when Lu Qing once again raised the hammer. Ding! Lu Qing hammered down again. But this time, Master Lin's eyes involuntarily widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, because this hammer strike from Lu Qing was completely unexpected. As a seasoned blacksmith who had immersed himself in casting for decades and handcrafted countless weapons and tools in his lifetime. Master Lin's forging skill had reached an exceedingly high level. When teaching his disciples, he did not need to look. Just by listening, he could tell when a disciple made a mistake, so he could instantly tell that this hammer strike from Lu Qing was completely different from the merely aimless pounding before. The force applied was extremely appropriate and clever, just enough to drive out the impurities from the iron bar, something even his own disciples might not achieve. Was it luck? A thought flashed through Master Lin's mind, but he quickly realized that he was wrong. After that hammer strike, Lu Qing also felt the difference and knew he had found the right approach. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He did not stop, continued to raise the hammer, and hammered down again. In the time that followed, Lu Qing continued like this, hammering and folding the iron bar one strike after another. During this process, Master Lin's eyes grew wider and wider, eventually leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 219 Practice. Work. 100 Refined Sword Core. Ding, ding, ding. In front of furnace number 1 at Jujin Workshop, Lu Qing had been hammering the iron bar for several hours, yet he seemed not tired at all. His hand was always so steady, and he hadn't even sweated a single drop. It was as if he wasn't standing by the hot forge but rather in a cool mountain valley. Outside furnace number 1, other people had already gathered. Like Master Lin, they all stared, dumbfounded, at the scene. The entire backyard fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic sound of Lu Qing's hammering. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Lu Qing finally stopped forging. By then, the iron bar in his hand had already transformed, taking the shape of a sword embryo. Hiss. Lu Qing plunged the sword embryo into the cold water and a burst of steam rose. After the sword embryo cooled down, he clamped it out and observed attentively. A faint red light emerged from the sword embryo. 100 Refined Sword Core. A sword embryo formed through repeated folding and forging has reached the 100 refinement level. Only through 1,000 hammer strikes and 100 foldings can a device be made. This sword embryo has the foundation to become a treasure sword. It reached the 100 refinement level. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. Just now, he had been immersed in mastering the hammering technique in his mind and hadn't counted how many times he had folded and forged the iron bar. It was unexpected that he had forged it into 100 refinement steel in one go. Seeing Lu Qing examining the sword embryo, Master Lin, who had been anxiously waiting outside, couldn't wait any longer and rushed in. Young Master Lu, may this old man also have a look at this sword embryo. Of course, this was made using the materials from your workshop. Lu Qing handed over the sword embryo. Master Lin received the sword embryo with both hands and scrutinized it carefully. When he saw the special forging pattern on it, his heart shook, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "100 refined sword core. What, master? Is it true? This sword embryo has really reached the 100 refinement level." The other blacksmiths couldn't believe what they heard. They had not watched Lu Qing forge from the beginning to the end, so they were not aware of how many times Lu Qing had folded and forged the sword embryo. "What, now you even doubt my judgment?" Master Lin, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and retorted, "Not at all, not at all. We would never dare to question your judgment, sir." The disciples shivered and hastily responded with a laugh. Still, their hearts were deeply shocked. Their view of Lu Qing had completely changed. They recalled Lu Qing's previous comment about understanding a little about forging. Merely an understanding, yet in just one morning he had forged a sword embryo of the 100 refinement level. Even their master rarely managed to do that. Who exactly was this young Master Lu? Master Lin's heart was equally stunned. He was not incapable of crafting 100 refinement level weapons. Being a casting master with skills approaching those of a great master, he had once managed to forge weapons of 500 and even 700 refinements. However, such weapons required him to prepare extensively, spending a great deal of effort and time. If the standards were strict, it might take a year and a half to forge just one. Even for a 100 refinement weapon, he would need several days to complete. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire yet. Under his very eyes, Lu Qing had forged a 100 refinement level sword embryo in just a few hours. This efficiency far surpassed his own. How could Master Lin not be astonished? Yet, what astonished Master Lin the most was not the 100 refined sword core itself, but the state Lu Qing had exhibited during forging. He was utterly focused, without a trace of distraction, error-free from start to finish. Every move he made was like a union of heaven and man, full of beauty and power in his hammer skill. If Lu Qing weren't so young, he might have suspected this was a great master disguised, playing a joke on him. By now, Master Lin knew that Lu Qing had been modest in his earlier words. He laughed, having truly thought the young man knew nothing of forging. Housekeeper Wei, who had been silent all this while, was also very surprised. He knew that a genius like Lu Qing couldn't be judged by common standards, but still, seeing him forge a 100 refinement level sword embryo left him somewhat stunned. He was well aware of Lu Qing's background and knew that following the elder doctor, he shouldn't have had the chance to learn forging skills. Yet now, he had personally hammered out 100 refined sword core. How could this be possible? Young Master Lu, are you by any chance from a forging family? Master Lin asked respectfully. If his earlier respect was to compliment Lu Qing as a distinguished guest of Wei Mansion, now the respect came genuinely from within. A young man whose forging skills subtly surpassed his own. Such a person could not possibly come from a simple background. Not at all. I just happened upon some forging legacy and was tinkering with it by myself, with no mentorship. Not or chip. Master Lin drew in a breath of cold air, even more astonished. Without mentorship, yet able to refine forging skills to such an extent, he couldn't even imagine just how high Lu Qing's talent in forging was. Facing the astonishment of those around him, Lu Qing felt no pride. With his current realm of cultivation coupled with the help of superpower, learning a hammer skill naturally wouldn't take much time. In fact, the hammer skill he was practicing was merely a foundational technique within the traditions of the Li Huo sect. It was initially given to some outer disciples to practice forging mortal weapons, the truly profound techniques of artifact refining, which involve stirring innate true fire in the blink of an eye, melting materials, embedding spells, drawing upon nature's spiritual energy to forge magic artifacts and spiritual artifacts, were indeed techniques that transform the decayed into the magical. Compared to that, this method of repetitive hammering hardly counted as efficient. Of course, skyscrapers rise from the ground, and although basic, Lu Qing did not underestimate this technique of hammer forging. It was the beginning of the craft of forging. Only with a solid foundation and deep understanding of forging could he better understand and master the profound techniques of artifact refining. Thinking this, Lu Qing picked up the hammer again, grabbed an iron bar, and prepared to continue forging. But this time, he chose the largest hammer. Young Master Lu, are you continuing to forge? Isn't this sword embryo to your liking? Seeing this, Master Lin hurriedly asked. That was just practice work, not meeting the requirements I desire for a weapon. Lu Qing shook his head. Don't worry, Master Lin. I'll fully pay for the materials used here. A mere 100 refinement level sword embryo, barely meeting the threshold of a treasure sword. How could it possibly meet Lu Xing's goals? The war saber that Ma Gu had given him had 500 refinements. Young Master Lu speaks too humbly. I certainly didn't mean that. It's just some iron. Use it freely. If it's not enough, there's plenty more in the storeroom. But you've been forging for so long, don't you need to rest? Master Lin hurriedly explained. fearing that Lu Qing would think him stingy. "It's all right, I'm quite strong, and this bit of exertion is nothing to worry about. Besides, this round of forging won't take as long." Lifting the hammer, a massive one weighing tens of pounds, it seemed weightless in his hands. Lu Qing first concentrated and gathered his energies. Then suddenly, with a mighty swing, he smashed the hammer down. Bang! A loud sound erupted. Master Lin's eyes instantly widened in shock. Chapter 218, Hammering and Refining. The 1,000 Refinement Treasure Embryo. Master Lin watched as Lu Qing's heavy hammer struck down. Under the enormous force, the glowing red iron bar, in an instant, sparked as it was compressed and collapsed, turning into an iron disc. Then Lu Qing folded it and struck down with another heavy blow, hammering it back into an iron disc once again. In this manner, Lu Qing swung his hammer, one strike following another. The iron bar, like dough, was easily flattened by his blows. But Master Lin and his disciples understood that it wasn't that the iron bar was as soft as dough, but rather that Lu Qing's strength was truly astonishing. Each swing could easily flatten the iron bar. What was most crucial, Master Lin and his followers noticed, was that Lu Qing was not just blindly pounding with brute force. Instead, each hammer strike contained various changes and was just enough to reach the limit of the iron bar, squeezing out the impurities within, yet not so powerful as to break the metal. One strike, one refinement. How is this possible? Watching Lu Qing swing the heavy hammer as if it were light as a feather, strike after strike, Master Lin had already begun to stare blankly, muttering to himself in a trance. His heart was filled with an indescribable shock. He had never thought that forging an iron billet could be done in such a manner. Each hammer strike was a refinement, a technique of forging that seemed magical, something that even the true casting great masters he had seen could not achieve. Yet it was happening vividly, right before his eyes. Clang, clang. In the backyard of Zhujin workshop, Lu Qing continued swinging his heavy hammer, each blow releasing a colossal force that shook the entire backyard. Everyone, captivated by the display of power and beauty, lost themselves in the moment. Housekeeper Wei was no exception. Possibly because of his higher cultivation, he was even more capable of appreciating just how terrifying Lu Qing's hammer skill was. He estimated that even with his realm at the great success of the internal organ realm, he feared he might not be able to withstand a few blows from Lu Qing. In this way, Lu Qing continued to hammer tirelessly for more than an hour. Suddenly, he felt something, stopped folding and hammering, and began shaping the iron bar in his hands. Gradually, the iron bar he held began to change shape, forming the outline of a sword. Clang! With another strike, amidst a shower of sparks, Lu Qing finally stopped hammering and put the sword embryo that had taken shape into cool water. Under the mist of steam, Lu Qing took out the sword embryo that had taken shape into cool water. And through the mist of steam, Lu Qing took out the sword embryo, gazing at it intently. A rich red light emerged from the surface of the swordboard embryo. 1,000 refined sword mold. A sword embryo formed through repeated folding and hammering, having reached the level of 1,000 refinement. Only through 1,000 hammerings and 100 refinements can one create a finished piece. A sword embryo of 1,000 refinement level has the potential to become a magic artifact. Limited by the material, this sword embryo has reached its limit. Continuing to hammer and fold it will not improve its quality. After seeing the information on the sword embryo, Lu Qing came to a realization. While hammering before, he had already sensed it. He felt that the iron bar had reached its limit, and continuing to fold and hammer would be meaningless. It seems that mortal iron, after all, is just mortal iron and cannot be endlessly folded and hammered to improve its quality. 1,000 refinement level was already the utmost quality for these iron bars. Lu, young Master Lu, may this old man have a look at this sword embryo? At this moment, Master Lin asked with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with hope. Of course you may. Lu Qing casually passed the sword embryo to the older master craftsman. Master Lin reverently took the sword embryo in both hands and scrutinized it closely. This time, his apprentices could no longer bother with the proprieties of master and disciple. They all crowded around to inspect his red embryo. The sword embryo that Lu Qing had forged this time was slightly smaller than the last one because he had hammered out all the impurities within it. Of course, that was not what Master Lin and his apprentices were paying attention to. Their first order of business was to examine the patterns on the sword embryo. Then, when they saw the incredibly detailed patterns, Master Lin's body trembled violently. This pattern, it's indeed 1,000 refinement treasure embryo. This sword embryo has reached the 1,000 refinement level. Master, has it truly reached the 1,000 refinement level? The apprentices had never seen refinement level. The apprentices had never seen refined iron of the 1,000 refinement level, and their bodies were equally shaken upon hearing the news. It's unmistakable. The fine pattern is like fish scales. This is the mark of 1,000 refinement treasure. Upon hearing their master's utterly certain tone, all the disciples were stirred. They all jostled together, passionately studying the sword embryo, wishing their eyes could stick to it. For an ironsmith, the opportunity to see ironware of the 1,000 refinement level was an immense honor indeed. Cradling the sword embryo, Master Lin looked at Lu Qing with somewhat trembling lips. In fact, he had some expectations for the quality of this sword embryo. After all, he had watched Lu Qing forge the sword embryo from beginning to end, and although he had not counted the number of folds and hammers, he had a rough impression. Find more to read on my virtual library Empire. But precisely because of this, when he actually saw the pattern indicating the 1,000 refinement level on the sword embryo, his heart was even more agitated. Because during the forging, the skills Lu Qing displayed were truly heart-stopping. Hammering and refining stroke by stroke, such miraculous techniques really existed. Master Lin had never seen a casting master, so he did not know the extent of the forging skills of those grandmaster-level existences. But he was certain that Lu Qing's forging skills, not to mention anything else, were at least on par with any casting master in the art of hammering alone. 1,000 refinement treasure embryo. Housekeeper Wei couldn't help but gape slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Qing to actually forge a sword embryo of the 1,000 refinement level. It was worth noting that such treasure swords, even in Wei Mansion, were not numerous. Young Master Lu, thank you for bestowing this treasure for our observation. Holding the sword embryo, Master Lun approached Lu Qing and returned it with a respectful demeanor. He acted just like an apprentice, faced with a great master. It's just a sword embryo, Master Lin. You don't have to be so formal, Lu Qing said with a smile, choosing not to take it back. I actually have a matter in which I'd like to ask for Master Lin's assistance. Young Master Lu, please speak. If this old man can help, I will certainly do my utmost. Master Lin eagerly answered, it's nothing serious, it's just regarding this sword embryo. I'd like to ask Master Lin to help forge it into a long sword. I have a good friend who will be celebrating a happy occasion in a few days, and I would like to give him this sword as a congratulatory gift if possible. Of course, there is no problem with that, but why is young Master Lu not forging it himself? Master Lin asked with a hint of confusion. If I may speak frankly, Master Lin, I have some insight only in the aspect of forging. The other casting skills are quite unfamiliar to me, not as experienced as you, Lu Qing explained. To forge a perfect treasure sword, it was not enough to simply hammer the sword embryo. There were still processes like inlaying, polishing, and sharpening, all of which were not Lu Qing's expertise. I see. Rest assured, young Master Lu, I will certainly not disappoint and will forge this treasure sword well. Master Lin's heart was somewhat excited, for crafting 1,000 refinement treasure sword by hand was an unprecedented experience for him. However, after the excitement subsided, he suddenly remembered something. But young Master Lu, didn't you say you came to use the forge because you wanted to make a weapon for yourself? Is this sword embryo not for your own use? I'm in no hurry for my own weapon. Lu Qing shook his head. This time I came to sharpen my own forging skills. In a few days, once I've gathered the materials, I'm afraid I will have to trouble Master Lin once more. Chapter 219. The Eve of Becoming an Apprentice. The eldest son of the Wei family. When Lu Qing and Grand Steward Wei left Zhuzhen workshop, they were very respectfully seen off by Master Lin leading his disciples. The scene left the middle-aged shopkeeper, who had been watching the storefront outside, dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened, for the masters never showed such deference to a young man before. Even when meeting the Lord County Master, the master of the workshop had never lowered his posture so much. Young Master Lu, are you planning to give the 1,000 refinement treasure sword to Master Ma Gu? Grand Steward Wei asked after they left Jushin workshop. Yes, in 2 days there will be an apprenticeship ceremony for Master Ma and his young disciple. Master Ma is adept with both swords and sabers, and since a sword is known as the gentleman of weapons, it is perfect as a congratulatory gift. This time, obtaining 1,000 refined sword mold was somewhat unexpected for Lu Qing. He had been slightly troubled about what congratulatory gift to give for Master Ma's apprenticeship ceremony in a couple of days. This was indeed a fortunate coincidence. As for the 100 refined sword core, he did not take it with him but instead gave it to Zhuzhen workshop as a fee for using their forge. That gift you are giving, young master, is truly generous. 1,000 refinement treasure sword is always exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even within the state mansion, it is rarely seen and coveted by many swordsmen whenever it appears, Grand Steward Wei said with a smile. A sword of the 1,000 refinement level is considered a true treasure. Slicing through iron as if it were mud and cutting hair with a blow are all done with ease. Such a sword, even with the Wei family's collection, they did not possess many. That Lu Qing could gift it so casually truly amazed Grand Steward Wei. Especially when he thought that it took Lu Qing only an hour or two to forge, his astonishment was even greater. Before coming to Zhuzhen workshop with Lu Qing, he He had never imagined that Lu Qing's skill in casting was so profound, capable of effortlessly forging a weapon of the 1000 refinement level. Such casting ability was indeed not inferior to those world-renowned casting masters. Such a young casting master, coupled with the formidable strength to defeat a martial arts grandmaster. Grand Steward Wei found that the more he interacted with Lu Qing, the more he realized how inscrutable the young man was. One could never know how many unknown skills he still concealed, and each of them was so breathtakingly brilliant. Lu Qing did not notice Grand Steward Wei's internal turmoil. He was quite satisfied with his trip to Juqin workshop. Being able to forge a sword mold of the 1000 refinement level using mere mortal iron meant his crafting skills had truly developed. Once Wei family master helped him gather the materials, he could begin forging his own war saber. After returning to Wei Mansion, Grand Steward Wei hurriedly went to report to Wei Xinghe. The news that Lu Qing possessed forging skills comparable to those of a grandmaster was very important. Wei Xinghe was equally astonished upon hearing this, but he did not spread the news, instead heightening Lu Xing's importance several levels in his mind, and ordered his men to speed up the process of gathering the materials Lu Xing needed. In the following days, Lu Xing did not go out again, contentedly practicing martial arts and reading books in Wei Mansion. He had also asked someone from Wei Mansion to go back to Julie Village and inform Old Master Zhang and the others that he would be staying in the county for a while, so there was no rush to return. 2 days later, just before the apprenticeship ceremony, Juqin Workshop finalized the 1000 refined sword mold into a true treasure sword and sent it to Wei Mansion. Young Master Lu, please have a look. Does this sword meet your expectations? The one who personally delivered the sword was none other than the owner of Juqin Workshop, Master Lin. He held out a beautifully decorated long wooden box respectfully to Lu Xing. The respectful demeanor was so astonishing that even Wei Xingwei, who happened to be present, couldn't help but marvel. This old master, known for his superb casting skills, was considered second to none in the county, and he was usually quite proud. Explore more at my virtual library Empire Yet. In front of Lu Qing, he was so respectful, it seemed he was indeed completely subdued by young Master Lu. Just as the Grand Steward had said, Lu Qing took the wooden box, opened it, and inside lay a long sword. He picked up the sword, flicked it with his fingers, and had already drawn it from the scabbard. A cold light flashed abruptly, making everyone feel a sharp aura rushing towards them. In Lu Qing's hand, the blade was snow white with fine and peculiar patterns on the sword body, looking extremely beautiful. Lu Qing pulled a strand of hair from his head, threw it into the air, then flicked his wrist lightly. In the blink of an eye, cold glints and dense sword shadows filled the air, stabbing countless times in a matter of seconds. This sudden display of swordsmanship instantly dazzled everyone. Even Wei Xing had twitched the corners of his eyes. Putting himself in the situation, he realized that even he would have difficulty resisting Lu Xing's swift sword techniques. Swish. When Lu Xing sheathed the sword again, he looked at the hair on the ground, now cut into countless pieces, and nodded in satisfaction. The hair was weightless in the air, but the sword had easily sliced it, showcasing its sharpness. This sword is very good. Thank you, Master Lin. Master Lin's heart and spirit had already been intimidated by Lu Xing's swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly replied, "What are you saying, young Master Lu? Having the chance to personally contribute to the making of such a treasure sword is an honor for us casters. It is I who should be thanking you." Moreover, in the past few days, as he was refining it, Old Man Wang from next door had come to visit. When he saw the treasure sword, the disbelief in his eyes had made him quite proud at that moment, and even thinking about it now brought him immense pleasure. After Master Lin left, Lu Qing put the sword back into the wooden box and handed it to housekeeper Wei, asking him to add it to the list of gifts for tomorrow's ceremony. At this time, within the county, all forces were also preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony to be held at Wei Mansion the next day. In recent days, as the Wei family had sent out invitations, news that the young master of Wei Mansion would take Ma Gu of the Ma family as his master had spread throughout the city. At first, some forces were puzzled about who this Ma Gu was to accept the young master of the Wei family as a disciple. Some even guessed initially whether he might be one of the two mysterious men at the city gate that day. However, after some investigation, they were surprised to discover this Ma Gu was actually a collateral member of the Ma family, and his cultivation wasn't high, just at the muscle-bone realm. The Wei family was actually letting their young master take a muscle-bone realm practitioner as his master. This made all the forces in the city profoundly astonished. Could it be that this Ma Gu also had some special attributes, or was he like the mysterious young man that day who, though of the muscle-bone realm, possessed strength far beyond that realm? For a while, all the powers became curious about this so-called apprenticeship ceremony. While preparing their gifts, they also anticipated the arrival of the ceremony. Thus, the entire county was enveloped in a strangely charged atmosphere. In this atmosphere, in the afternoon, a convoy noisily entered the city and headed towards Wei Mansion. At the same time, housekeeper Wei also received the news. He ran joyfully towards the mansion. "Master! Master! The eldest young master has returned!" Chapter 220, Qing Sword Pavilion, How Heir Has Returned. Upon hearing this news, Wei Xinghe was also very surprised. Not only that, he returned with several of his fellow disciples, and Ms. Yu Yan has also come back with the elder son. Yu Yan has also come back with the elder son. Wei Yan has also returned. Wei Xinghe was even more surprised. "Quick, go tell the madam, by the way. Where are they now?" "They have already entered the mansion. The young master is currently outside receiving them." Wei Xinghe hurried forward. His elder son, who had been sent to study at the Qing Sword Pavilion in Jizhou a few years ago, had not returned for several years. Unexpectedly, he had suddenly returned this time, just before Enir's apprenticeship, which could be described as a double celebration. Arriving at the front courtyard, he saw his younger son joyously circling a tall and straight youth. Several young men and women of similar age and extraordinary demeanor stood nearby. The youth bore a gentle expression. Who could it be if not his elder son, Wei Zihao? Not bad, you've become robust." Wei Zihao looked at his brother, his face expressing reassurance. He remembered how his younger brother used to be quite delicate and somewhat melancholic. Now he had become significantly more robust and cheerful. "Brother, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you were coming back? The family didn't even know." Wei Zhan excitedly. "I was participating in a training mission from my sect, and just happened to be passing through Chang State, so I stopped by to check on home. By the way, little brother, I heard some news about our family these past few days, and wanted to ask you about it." Cough, cough. While the two brothers were talking, Wei Xinghe coughed twice and stepped out. "Father." Wei Zihao turned his head, his expression becoming serious as he bowed. "Greetings, Wei family master." The young men and women beside him also bowed slightly. "No need for formalities, you must be tired from the journey. Ah, hi, go and prepare a feast to welcome and refresh our young heroes." "Yes, master." "Grand steward." Wei responded and went to make preparations. "Uncle, where's my aunt?" At that moment, one of the young women ran up, speaking cheerfully. Looking at this young woman, Wei Xinghe also smiled. "You is here too. Your aunt is in the backyard. Go find her yourself. Kola and you is here." "Father, I will also go to greet mother first," said Wei Zihao. "Go ahead. Your mother hasn't seen you for several years and misses you dearly." Wei Xinghe nodded. After Wei Zihao had visited his mother and the family reunited, he then went to his father's study. "Father, I heard quite a bit of news about our Wei family upon my return. They say that, a while ago, the Northern Border Sky Blue sect had sent people to attack our Wei mansion, and even an innate grandmaster had appeared. Is this true? Stay updated via my virtual library empire." As soon as Wei Zihao entered the study, he asked directly. "Indeed, it is true." Wei Xin had nodded. "Then why didn't you send someone to inform me and let me rush back to help?" Wei Zihao said anxiously. At the time he had heard this news, he was truly burning with anxiety. The Northern Border Sky Blue sect is a powerful sect, no weaker than their Qing Sword Pavilion. It is unthinkable that they attacked the Wei family, spanning several major states. If it hadn't been later heard that the mansion's crisis had been resolved, he would have probably rushed back overnight yesterday. At that time, the situation was critical. All the manpower in the mansion was under their control, and no messages could get out, explained Wei Xinghe. There was another reason he did not mention. It was because their ancestors' life and death were uncertain. And on the other side, Wang Changyi, a heavenly realm expert, was in charge. Even if Wei Zihao had returned, it would have been of no use, as he could not change the overall situation. It was better to let him stay in the Qing Sword Pavilion and preserve a bloodline for the mansion, so as not to be completely eradicated. Aye, let's not talk about the past anymore. Fortunately, with the help of a noble, the crisis in the mansion is now resolved, and the old ancestor has also returned safe and sound. There could be no better outcome than this. Seeing his eldest son seem to have something else to say, Wei Xin quickly interjected. Wei Ziahao's words were instantly swallowed, and he curiously asked, "Father, who exactly helped our Wei mansion resolve the crisis?" I heard many rumors outside, but they all seemed quite absurd and hard to distinguish between true and false. Recalling the news he heard on the road when he returned, Wei Zihao felt it was mostly distorted rumors. The one who helped our Wei mansion resolve the crisis was old Dr. Chen and young Master Lu. Even your mother and Xian were saved by them. Wei Jinghe briefly recounted the events, leaving Wei Zihao's mouth agape. Father, are you saying that a powerful expert of the innate realm defeated the severely injured Wang Changyi and his disciple with the cultivation of perfect bone marrow realm, defeated a martial arts grandmaster of inner organs perfection? Yes, if it weren't for the help of old Dr. Chen and his disciple, our Wei mansion would probably have already been flattened by the northern border Sky Blue sect. But how is that possible? Wei Hell said incredulously. How could someone of the Bone Realm be the match for a martial arts grandmaster of inner organs perfection? Are you sure you saw it correctly? Even if father had seen wrongly, would all the powerful people in the county have also seen wrongly? Would all the powerful people in the county have also seen wrongly? Moreover, at that time, the ancestor was present, Lord County Master, as well as Lord Ji Ru from Tianji Building also witnessed that battle, seeing young Master Lu defeat Wang Shangyi's top disciple with their own eyes. Thinking back on the battle between Lu Qing and that robust man, Wei Jingji still felt his heart and spirit somewhat stirred. As a martial arts grandmaster himself, he was very aware of how terrifying Lu Qing's displayed power was back then. Wei Jiao's mouth hung open, speechless for a long while. Since even the old ancestor was present at that time, it was obviously not mistaken. Yet, with this, it became even more unbelievable for him. He simply could not imagine how someone with the cultivation of the Bone Realm could directly defeat a martial arts grandmaster. Don't dwell on this. Young Master Lu is no ordinary person. His talent is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Do not compare him to regular martial artists. Seeing his eldest son's dumbfounded look, fearing that it would impact his pursuit of martial arts, Wei Xing explained. After a while, Wei Zihao came back to his senses and bitterly smiled. Child naturally understands that there are some geniuses in this world that are far beyond ordinary, but I didn't expect that even in a small place like Chang County, such an exceptional genius could emerge. He remembered when he first went to the Qingyan Sword Pavilion to learn and was struck down time and again by those geniuses in the sect in the art of sword Dao. Only then did he realize the truth that there are always people better than oneself, heavens beyond skies. But now, the favored sons of his sect and the young Master Lu mentioned by his father seemed almost unworthy of mention by comparison. Young Master Lu's talent is extraordinary, and his strength is astonishing, yet he is a very humble person. He is currently residing in our mansion. If you wish, when you have time, you can take your younger brother to meet him. Wei Xing had remembered Lu Qing's various miraculous skills, and if possible, he really hoped both his sons could become good friends with Lu Qing. Oh, so young Master Lu is living in our mansion. Wei Zihao felt a stir in his heart. Yes, he and his disciple are now residing in Yu's courtyard, and there's also a young lady. You must be careful not to offend them. Is that innate realm master also here? Wei Zihao became even more surprised. You should not disturb old Dr. Chen. Recently the old ancestor often invites him to discuss innate martial arts, and if you upset the old ancestor, even I cannot protect you from the consequences, Wei Xing has sternly said. Wei Zihao instantly shuddered. He dared not offend the authority of the old ancestor. Chapter 221, Spirit's Secret Technique, Wei Zihao's Terrifying Intuition. You've come back just in time. Xian is going to have his apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Oz, his elder brother, you can help entertain the guests, Wei Jing has said. By the way, father, Wei Zihao asked, speaking of this, I wanted to ask you, do you really want Xian to apprentice under Ma Gu? What's the matter? Is there something inappropriate? My son has heard that this Master Ma Gu only has a cultivation of small success in the muscle-bone realm. As the Yan's master, is that not somewhat inadequate? Your brother is only just beginning to enter the Qi blood realm. Master Ma Gu's instruction is more than sufficient for him. Wei Xing shook his head. The key is that your brother is willing to follow his teachings. You know what Xian's attitude towards practicing martial arts was before. Wei Zihao thought about it and agreed. His brother had always been reluctant to train in martial arts, always trying to get by with the least amount of effort. If Master Ma Gu could keep him in line, then indeed he was the best teacher for him. That is very well then. I was thinking if Zhan truly wishes to practice martial arts, he could accompany me to the Ganyan Sword Pavilion. I have recently become an inner sect disciple and am eligible to take 3 sword attendants. To be a sword attendant, in reality, most inner sect disciples use them to train their own confidants or to support their clan and friends. This had become an unwritten rule. You, an inner sect disciple of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion. Wei Yinger, Xingyi was surprised and delighted upon hearing this news. To become an inner sect disciple of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion, one must achieve great success in the muscle-bone realm and pass the trials of the pavilion. It was said that the internal trials of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion were extremely strict. He hadn't expected his eldest son to pass. Shamefully, I achieved great success in the muscle-bone realm half a year ago, and after 3 months of preparation, I barely passed the sect's inner sect trials. Great success in the muscle-bone realm half a year ago. I remember when I sent you to Qingyun Sword Pavilion 5 years ago, you were only at small success in the Qi blood realm. To reach the great achievement realm in such a short time, however, I was not wrong. Your talent for swordsmanship is indeed suitable. Wei Xinghe felt very satisfied. Qing Sword Pavilion was one of the most powerful sects in Jizhou, and the benefits for Wei Zihao becoming an inner sect disciple were self-evident. I was quite proud of myself, but compared to the young Master Lu you told me about, these achievement insignificant it. Don't compare yourself with young Master Lu you told me about, these achievements seem insignificant. Don't compare yourself with young Master Lu. His mentor and he are extraordinary, and naturally, not something ordinary people like us could compare with. However, the path of martial arts requires steady and solid progress, solidifying the foundations. As long as you move forward step by step, without impatience, you may eventually reach the summit of martial arts, achieve the status of a grandmaster, and have the opportunity to step into the innate realm. Wei Xingye spoke earnestly. Yes, father. I will remember your teachings, Wei Zihao replied seriously. Come evening, Wei Zihao took Wei Zian with him to visit Lu Qing at the Yushu courtyard. Dr. Lu Xiao. Upon reaching the courtyard, Wei Zian rushed in first. Young master, what brings you here? Lu Qing, who was reading in the courtyard, was somewhat surprised. Wasn't the young man supposed to be apprenticing tomorrow? Yet he still found time to wander around. As for little Yan and little Li, Mrs. Wei had taken a particular liking to little Yan, and upon finding out she was learning to read, she volunteered to help Lu Xing with her education. So lately, those two youngsters spent most of their time there learning and usually only returned in the evening. My elder brother has returned. He said he wanted to meet you, so I brought him over, Wei Zian said happily. Your elder brother. Lu Qing looked behind him. There he saw a young man with a tall figure and a gentle face, staring at him somewhat dazedly. At this moment, Wei Zihao's heart was filled with shock. Before meeting Lu Qing, he had always imagined him to be a young man around his age. After all, although father repeatedly mentioned this young master, he never specified his exact age. But I never expected that Lu Qing's age would be so young, looking to be about the same as Xian, just a few years younger. To think that such a young man, with only the muscle-bone realm of cultivation, defeated a martial arts grandmaster of inner organs perfection in public, Wei Zihao's heart couldn't help but tremble. He finally understood why his father repeatedly emphasized not to compare himself to this young Master Lu. Who could possibly rival such a monstrous genius? Eldest young master. Seeing Wei Zihao staring at him blankly without speaking, Lu Qing called out. Wei Zihao was like one awakened from a dream and quickly greeted him respectfully. I've had the pleasure of meeting young Master Lu. My name is Wei Zihao. I am Zian's older brother. Thank you, young Master Lu, for your righteous intervention that day. You not only saved my mother and younger brother, but also rescued the Wei family in a time of peril. Having said this, Wei Zihao deeply bowed to Lu Qing, making a ceremonial gesture. There's no need to be so courteous, eldest young master. There's no need to be so courteous, eldest young master. I simply followed my heart, Lu Qing said with a smile. Young Master Lu jests. The great kindness you have bestowed upon our Wei family is something we shall never forget, Zihao replied. Wei Zihao felt relieved. This young Master Lu was indeed as gentle and approachable as his father described, without any hint of arrogance. Noticing that Lu Qing was holding a book and had stayed in Yuzhu courtyard for a while, Wei Zihao took the cue to leave with his brother. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. After they left the courtyard, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Big brother, what's wrong? Wei Zian, who was by his side, was somewhat puzzled by his behavior. This young Master Lu is really extraordinary. The psychological pressure he imposes is simply too great, Zihao explained, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Really, I find Dr. Lu quite approachable, Jian said, looking confused. That's only because your cultivation is too low to sense the terrifying aspect of him. Wei Zihao was still feeling the aftershocks. Although Lu Qing had perfectly concealed his aura, not letting a bit of it leak out and appearing like an ordinary young boy, Zihao couldn't make out the specific level of Lu Qing's cultivation. However, a secret technique from his sect constantly warned him of Lu Qing's extreme danger, the kind that could effortlessly claim his life in an instant, and no matter how he struggled, escape was impossible. Even when facing the sect's elders of inner organs perfection, he had never felt such a sense of danger. At this moment, Wei Zihao truly believed there was no exaggeration in his father's words. On the contrary, they might have been an understatement. This young Master Lu probably possessed more than just the strength to defeat a martial arts grandmaster. His true power likely far surpassed everyone's imagination. Wei Zihao had the utmost faith in his own intuition. After all, it was this intuition that had enabled him to repeatedly turn peril into safety over the years in the competitive major sect Qing Sword Pavilion, and successfully become an inner sect disciple. This young Master Lu is absolutely not to be trifled with. Wei Zihao immediately made his decision. Inside the courtyard, Lu Qing, who continued to read, sensed the Wei brothers' departure and smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Qing Sword Pavilion, Spirit's secret technique. It seems that this eldest young master of the Wei family is also quite extraordinary. Chapter 22.2 At the banquet. In the morning, Wei Mansion was brimming with joy. Inside and out, the mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers radiating festivity. Even the servants and maids wore smiles on their faces. Today was the auspicious day when the young master would be accepted as a disciple. When the time came, surely the ladies would hand out a generous amount of rewards. They had already received a bonus this morning. How could they not be happy? At this moment, the guests had not yet arrived, and Ma Gu, dressed in extravagant clothing, waited neatly in Yuju courtyard. Ma Gu, relax a little. Today is the grand occasion where you officially take the young master as your disciple. You should be happy, Lu Qing said, seeing Ma Gu's somewhat anxious demeanor, and offered reassurance. That's true, but I still can't help feeling a little nervous, Ma Gu replied with a wry smile. Anyway, here at Wei Mansion, no one dares to make trouble, and the young master sincerely wishes to take you as his master, so just put your mind at ease and follow the procedure, Lu Qing said with a smile. You got through that dangerous situation back then. Are you still worried about this small apprenticeship ceremony? Comforted by these words, Ma Gu's nodded quite a bit. Originally, according to the Wei family's wishes, both emotionally and rationally, the apprenticeship ceremony should be held at the Ma family's residence, with Wei Xinghe bringing Wei Xiang to their door to acknowledge Ma Gu as a teacher. But as soon as the Ma family heard this, they panicked and quickly declined. Kidding, what standing did the Wei family have in the county? They did not dare allow Wei Xinghe, the family head, to make such a humble gesture. Moreover, they were merely a small clan in the county. They would be unable to command respect from the various powers that would come to celebrate. Ultimately, after consulting with the Grand Steward, they decided it was better to hold the apprenticeship ceremony at Wei Mansion. At least, no one would dare to run wild at Wei Mansion. Grand Steward Ma Gu, young Master Lu, the Grand Steward says the auspicious time is fast approaching and has sent me to invite you over. A servant came over and informed them respectfully. Brother Lu Qing, let's go then. Sure. Lu Qing nodded, then called into the house. Little Yan, little Li, get ready to leave. Brother, can we go out and see the excitement? Read latest chapters on my virtual library empire. Upon hearing this, the two little ones ran out of the house. They had been curious ever since they heard the noise outside early in the morning. We're going outside for a feast. Lu Qing picked up little Yan and walked out with Ma Gu. Little Li also jumped onto his shoulder, eagerly anticipating what was outside. As for the elder doctor, he would not attend the apprenticeship ceremony, and Wei Shanhe would also not be present. Being an innate realm expert, if they were to appear, everyone at the banquet would probably feel like they are sitting on pins and needles. Halfway there, Ma Gu was led by the servants to the main house to get ready. Lu Qing continued with little Yan and little Li towards the front courtyard. Upon arrival, the courtyard was already bustling with many guests who had come. He activated his superpower and took a few glances, realizing that mostly it was the heads of various clans and powers from the city who had arrived, giving the Wei family ample respect. Little Yan and little Li, meanwhile, were wide-eyed and looking everywhere, finding everything fascinating, and the arrival of Lu Qing also triggered some changes. The heads and leaders of various powers, who had been engaging in animated discussions, stopped short upon seeing Lu Qing, gazing at him in stunned silence. Mr. Li, why have you fallen silent? A martial artist at the same table laughed, following Mr. Li's gaze only to find his own words getting stuck in his throat, unable to speak. Other guests, by this time, also saw Lu Qing. Thus, the originally somewhat noisy courtyard suddenly quieted down gradually. Almost all the guests looked at Lu Qing with some reverence, not daring to make noise anymore. This scene, seen by a few disciples of Qing Sword Pavilion not far away, immediately piqued their interest. Young Master Lu, Miss Lu, you have arrived. The family head specially instructed that your seats are over here. The Grand Steward Wei, who was originally attending to the guests, quickly led Lu Qing to the most important table upon his arrival. There, a few people were already seated. Among them, a couple was rather special. With their modest cultivation, they sat there looking somewhat constrained. Thank you, Grand Steward. Lu Qing didn't stand on ceremony and sat down with little Yan, nodding and greeting to the few others seated alongside them. Let me introduce you to the Ma family master. These two are the parents of Master Ma Gu, Grand Steward Wei said, knowing that Lu Qing was largely unfamiliar with the affairs of the county, and introduced them to him. Lu Qing suddenly understood. He had wondered why this couple, who didn't look like any important figures, had a seat at the head table. It turned out they were Ma Gu's parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Hello, Ma family master. I am Lu Qing, a friend of Master Ma, and you can just call me Qing. Lu Qing said with a smile. How dare we? How dare we? That would be too much of an honor for us, replied the Ma family master hurriedly. It was a joke. On that day, he had witnessed Lu Qing's battle with the martial arts grandmaster with his own eyes. In the face of such a peerless martial artist, how could he dare to presume and address him so familiarly? The expressions of Ma Gu's parents grew even more restrained. Although they were honest, they were not fools. From the change that Lu Qing's arrival caused, the personal guidance of Grand Steward Wei, and the present attitude of the Ma family master, how could they not realize that this young man in front of them must be some extremely prominent figure? They just didn't know when their son had made the acquaintance of such a significant figure. To tell the truth, until now, Ma Hou's parents still somewhat doubted whether they were dreaming, although, ordinarily, they were proud of their son as well. After all, born into a side branch, he was able to cultivate to the muscle-bone realm and become an important pillar within the clan. Such achievements were enough to make them proud, but the matter of their son taking the young master of the Wei Mansion as a disciple was simply too fantastical to comprehend. Even though they had known about it for several days and were now sitting inside the Wei Mansion, they still felt somewhat dazed. Seeing the Ma family master chatting somewhat ingratiatingly with Lu Qing, the other guests at the tables not only did not disdain them, but were somewhat envious and jealous. An ultimate martial artist like Lu Qing, who also has an even more mysterious and powerful master from the innate realm, who wouldn't want to curry favor. The Ma family really had dumb luck. Not only was Ma Gu about to become the young master of the Wei family's mentor, now it seemed they were also forming a bond with Lu Qing. This might truly be their rise to power. However, envious as they might be, the guests did not dare to show the slightest discontent. Even the volume of their conversations lowered quite a bit because of Lu Qing's presence, no longer as unrestrained as before. This now stirred even greater interest among those few disciples from Qingyun's Sword Pavilion. "Mr. Li, who is that young man who possesses such great influence? It seems like all the guests here hold him in considerable awe," asked one of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion disciples with a smile to a young man at the same table. At their table, almost all were peers of similar age. Mostly the younger generation brought by family heads from various clans to gain exposure to the world. Yet, the young man addressed at that moment appeared utterly clueless. "I am not sure either. This young man looks very unfamiliar and we have never seen him before." Chapter 223, Apprenticeship and Assassination. "Mr. Li, you don't recognize this young man." The disciples from Qingyun's Sword Pavilion were surprised. "Indeed, we don't know him. This is the first time we've ever seen this young man." Another young man shook his head as well. To tell the truth, they were astonished, too. Not only did Lu Qing look unfamiliar, but even his aura seemed quite average. Why then did their elders show such reverence upon seeing him? This was a scene they had never witnessed before. Those with a quick mind suddenly recalled the matter and felt startled, but were somewhat hesitant to confirm. This one, couldn't he be the young hero from the rumors? The one who defeated a martial arts grandmaster at the city gates? Prompted by this reminder, the others also came to a realization. That's right, it must be him. Otherwise, how could so many martial arts experts show such respect and wariness? Looking at Lu Qing's somewhat youthful face, the young crowd felt a tremor in their hearts. No wonder they didn't make the connection, as the elders and their families had been speaking vaguely about the incident these past days, or simply referred to him as the young hero. They had assumed he would be at least around their age, only to be surprised by how young he really was. Discover more content at My Virtual Library Empire. "Gentlemen, what are you saying? That this young man has defeated a martial arts grandmaster? You must be joking." The Qingyun Sword Pavilion disciples expressed their disbelief after hearing this. No wonder they didn't believe it. What had been said was truly beyond imagination. A teenage boy defeating a martial arts grandmaster of inner organs perfection? No matter how they thought about it, the idea was preposterous. A teenage martial arts grandmaster. Not just in remote Qing County, but even in the most prosperous central state, home to numerous prodigies. Such a person was rare to see. It must only be in those top-tier super sects that such devilish talents can be nurtured. How could such a genius emerge from a small place like Qing County? Brother Zhao, we know this is hard to believe, but the facts are indeed as such. If we're not mistaken, this young man is likely the one who saved the Wei family not long ago. Following that, the scions of the families recounted the events of the past few days. After this discussion, everyone learned that these young people with unique temperaments were the Wei family master's fellow sect members from a major sect in Jizhou. Naturally, they were interested in making their acquaintance, so they recounted in detail the happenings in the county these past days. After listening, the Qingyun Sword Pavilion disciples looked at each other even more bewildered. They knew about the Qing sect's invasion of Wei Mansion, having heard about it on their way here. But what was said later sounded increasingly far-fetched to them. Especially when it was mentioned that the young man defeated a martial arts grandmaster with only a perfect bone marrow realm cultivation. Impossible. That wasn't just absurd, it was completely nonsensical. However powerful the muscle bone realm might be, it could never match a martial arts grandmaster. Whether in terms of cultivation or realm, they were on entirely different levels. If there were to be a real confrontation, aside from defeat, there would be no second possible outcome for someone from the Musclebone realm. The Qing Sword Pavilion disciples, coming from a major sect with their own Musclebone realm cultivation, had witnessed more than once the confrontations between martial arts grandmasters within the sect. Thus, they were abundantly clear about the vast gulf between the Musclebone realm and martial arts grandmasters. It was a chasm that simply couldn't be crossed with mere cultivation technique and martial arts knowledge. Just a small place indeed, where such clumsy rumors could also spread. The martial arts knowledge here is just too inadequate. Instantly, the Qing Sword Pavilion disciples made their own judgment in their minds, thinking that everything they just heard was nothing but idle talk. Either these young masters were echoing rumors, or they were boasting, trying to get their attention. However, although they looked down upon the claims, the Qing Sword Pavilion disciples were well cultured enough not to show it. Instead, they continued to politely engage with the country nobles. As to how they were scoffing in their minds, only they knew. Lord County Master, Lord Jirui, has arrived. Just then, the news was announced by the doorkeeper. There was a stir within the courtyard as the guests looked out. Soon, they saw the Lord County Master and the mysterious Mr. Jirui enter, led by Housekeeper Wei. Lord County Master, Mr. Jirui, please take a seat here. Housekeeper Wei led the two to the table where Lu Qing sat, very graciously inviting them. Young Master Lu, we meet again. Lord County Master, shaking his fan, said with a smile. Indeed, I deeply regretted not being able to indulge in a hearty drink with Lord County Master that day. Today fulfills a wish of mine, Lu Qing replied with a slight smile as well. The smile on Lord County Master's face froze momentarily. It was the cloth-clothed youth nearby who couldn't help twitching his mouth at Lu Qing's politeness. He found the young man's words quite interesting. Without making a sound, he had given a good friend a blow to the ego. After a somewhat awkward exchange, Lord County Master didn't continue to engage Lu Qing, instead sitting across from him and busying himself with drinking. Lu Qing paid no mind, sitting calmly all the while. He didn't exactly dislike the county lord, but subconsciously he felt a bit of repulsion. It was better for both parties not to interact too much. However, this did make several other guests at the banquet a bit uneasy. Ma family master keenly sensed that Lu Qing and Lord County Master didn't seem to get along very well. What a shame he was, a man of little influence. Even with his observations, he dared not speak out, and so he sat silently trying to minimize his presence as much as possible. As for the cloth youth, being a man of few words, he was even less likely to engage in casual conversation. Oddly enough, the most important table at the banquet had fallen into a peculiar silence. Fortunately, it wasn't long before all the guests had arrived. Wei Xingye and his wife, along with Ma Gu and other main guests, came out from the inner courtyard. Housekeeper Wei called out loudly, and the apprentice ceremony officially began. There wasn't much to say about the ceremony. Although there were many steps, no errors occurred, and aside from Ma Gu looking a bit nervous, everything went smoothly. When Wei Xia knelt down and repeatedly knocked his head to the ground, then presented the tea, which Ma Gu drank, the apprentice ceremony was truly complete. Seeing this, the various powers recognized the matter as set in stone, beyond change. However, they never expected the Wei family to actually let Wei Jian take Ma Gu as his master. They had suspected there was a hidden agenda behind it all. The Ma family master was overjoyed at the development. Before so many witnesses, Ma Gu and Wei Xian's mentor-disciple relationship was firmly established. From then on, Ma Gu would be the personal master of the young master of Wei Mansion, responsible for his tutelage. Likewise, he would also have authority over young Master Wei. Even in future matters of marriage, if Ma Gu wished, he too would have a say. Congratulations to young Master Wei on obtaining a good master, and congratulations to Master Ma Gu on acquiring an excellent disciple. At this moment, a plump guest stood up and loudly offered his congratulations. I have a modest gift here, a small token of celebration. Please accept it with a smile, young master. The guests were taken aback at first, then realizing the intent, could not help but curse inwardly at the cunning of the old fox. They had already delivered their congratulatory gifts upon entering. None had considered this move. Presenting a gift in front of Wei Xingle would surely leave a more profound impression. If it pleased him, one could gain much favor. Family headkin, what treasure have you obtained that you present your gift in front of Master Wei? Someone asked in jest. Everyone was indeed curious. What kind of gift made the always shrewd old fox family headcan so confident as to present it publicly? After all, if the gift wasn't special enough under such scrutiny, it would not be showing off, but rather making a fool of oneself. It's just a small trinket, but I'm sure young master will like it. Family head Kion's face wore a flattering smile as he presented a beautifully crafted wooden box about a foot long and walked forward. Really? What is it? Wei Zhan, too, became interested, looking at the wooden box. Everyone's gaze followed the box in family head Qian's hands, their curiosity thoroughly piqued by his actions. Lu Qing was no exception, but when he set his sights on family head Qian, making his way towards Wei Zhan, a premonition of danger arose in his heart, prompting him to subconsciously activate his superpower. Immediately after, his expression changed. He called out in a loud warning, "Young master, be careful." The first to react was not Wei Zhan, but family head Qian himself. The first to react was not Wei Zhan, but family head Qian himself. The ingratiating smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Bang! The wooden box burst open, revealing the contents inside. It was a black short sword, the blade shimmering coldly with a hint of a bloodstain. Simultaneously, a powerful and icy aura burst forth from family head Qian, suppressing the heart and spirit of all present. With one hand gripping the short sword, and an explosive surge of brute force, the cobblestones beneath his feet shattered, and family head Qian lunged like an arrow released from its bow toward Wei Zhan, over a dozen steps away. Chapter 224. Shake the Secret Technique. 7 Killings Tower. Blood Poison. This sudden and terrifying turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Nobody thought that Qin family patriarch, usually even-tempered and known for his prudence, would suddenly engage in such a mad course of action. Has this old fellow gone mad? This was the first thought of all the guests, but immediately after they realized something was wrong. For the aura that erupted from Qian family patriarch was too strong, too frightening. That ice-cold breath seemed capable of freezing one's heart, causing all the guests to shiver uncontrollably. Their limbs stiffening, almost unable to move. Not good. Even Wei Xinghe, a martial arts grandmaster, felt his heart and spirit stagnate, slowing his reaction considerably. He was terrified and could only watch helplessly as the powerfully aura-bursting Qian family patriarch pounced towards Wei Zhan, eyes nearly splitting with rage. Shamanic secret technique, blood-slaying sword, assassin from 7 Killings Tower. Cloth youth stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. Being in possession of the sect's treasure, he was unaffected by the shamanic secret technique, but due to the distance he could only sigh helplessly at the scene, unable to intervene in time. Wait, where is young Master Lu? The cloth youth's inward sigh had just begun when he noticed something was amiss. Lu Qing, who had been at his table, had already disappeared, but in the next moment he knew where Lu Qing had gone. On the makeshift platform, Wei Zhan and Ma Gu had already been stunned by the icy demeanor bursting forth from Qian family patriarch. With limbs icy cold, Wei Zhan felt an endless chill rising from within. He clearly saw the figure lunging towards him, but his body was completely immobile. Ma Gu behind him felt the same. The aura from Qian family patriarch was too terrifying, seemingly possessing some bizarre power that could freeze one's thoughts, rendering them utterly unmovable. The dozen steps between them vanished in a blink. Tian family patriarch had reached Wei Zhan in practically a breath's time. His gaze was deep, cold, devoid of any emotion, resembling a death god crawled out from the 9th netherworld, thrusting his sword towards Wei Zhan's heart. With the aura he emitted, if this thrust were to connect, not even divine beings descending to the earth could likely save Wei Zhan. However, just as the short sword was about to pierce Wei Zhan's heart, suddenly from nowhere, a teacup accompanied by a fierce wind violently struck the side of the short sword. Bang! The teacup collided with the side of the short sword, instantly shattering to pieces. But the force contained within was completely transferred to the short sword. This force was tremendously powerful. Even with Qian family patriarch strength, he felt his arm shake, unable to fully control the short sword, forcing it to swerve aside. Swoosh! A streak of fresh blood flew up. The sword missed its intended target, not piercing Wei Zhan's heart, merely slashing past and wounding his arm. Get lost! Simultaneously, a fierce roar resounded, and Lu Qing's figure appeared on the platform. His right fist clenched, his chi blood erupted. Carrying an extremely fierce aura, he punched at Qin family patriarch's flank. What? The deathly gaze in Qin family patriarch's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly surprised that someone could react so quickly under his shamanic secret technique. But he knew the opportunity was lost, and if he continued, even if he could forcibly kill Wei Zhan, once Wei Xing and the others reacted, he himself wouldn't be able to escape. His thoughts whirled rapidly. Qian family patriarch immediately made a decision. He spun and swung out a palm to meet Lu Qing's fist. Boom! Fist and palm collided, air bursting forth, the platform shook, and in this hastily managed counter, Qian family patriarch couldn't match the momentum of the incoming Lu Qing. His plump body immediately flew off, breaking through the nearby something was amiss. In that brief exchange, the opponent hadn't sustained much damage but had used an extremely clever method of force dissipation, leveraging his fist power to escape. Without a second thought, he forcefully leaped through the break in the wall, already pursuing. "Little Li, take good care of little Yan." As these words fell, Lu Qing's figure had already vanished, leaving all the guests gaping at the scene in stunned silence. From the moment Qian family patriarch burst his ki blood, to Lu Qing's moving to save Wei Xian and then punching Qian family patriarch flying. All this happened in just a few breaths. Many guests hadn't even grasped what had happened, only to see Lu Qing already chasing after. But in that fleeting moment, the powerful aura released by the two combatants in their clash profoundly shook everyone's hearts. Particularly the disciples from Qingyun Sword Pavilion, their faces filled with disbelief. Just then, Mrs. Wei cried out in shock. Everyone quickly looked over, seeing Wei Jian being held by Ma Gu, while the Wei couple and Wei Ziha gathered around, expressions filled with anxiety. "Read the latest on my virtual library empire." As for Wei Jian, he was clutching his wounded arm, his eyes already closed, his face showing a trace of blackness that was deepening gradually. Poisoned sword. Everyone was instantly shocked, guessing something. Their hearts were horrified. What kind of poison was coated on the sword? It was so terrifying that young Master Wei fainted from poisoning just moments after being injured. Family head Wei quickly sealed the acupoints on young Master's hand to prevent the chi blood from flowing back to the heart. That man is an assassin from the Seven Killings Tower, using the notorious blood poison. Once the poison reaches the heart, it will be too late. The cloth-clothed youth's voice rang out as he moved onto the platform. Seven Killings Tower. Most of the guests, upon hearing this name, felt puzzled, not knowing this force. Only the few disciples from the Qingyun Sword Pavilion, who were also from a major sect, were deeply shocked and showed horror in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Wei Xingye, without doubt, immediately sealed the chi blood in Xian's arm with several taps of his fingers. However, after sealing the chi blood, the blackening of Xian's face did not slow down much, and the situation remained bleak. "Mr. Ji Rui, what should we do next?" Wei Xinghe, knowing the cloth youth was well informed, quickly asked. "I have a detoxification pill here that can temporarily inhibit the poisoning if young master takes it." The cloth youth took out a porcelain bottle and poured out an elixir. "Thank you, Mr. Ji Rui." Wei Xinghe took the elixir, pried open Xian's mouth and made him swallow it with water. After ingesting the elixir, the rate at which Xian's face blackened visibly slowed down a lot, but it was still apparent that his condition hadn't improved, and he didn't awake. "Mr. Ji Rui, why is it like this?" Mrs. Wei, seeing this, became very anxious and asked in grief. "Mrs. Wei, my elixir can only do so much." The cloth-clothed youth sighed. The assassin used the infamous blood poison, a secret poison of the Seven Killings Tower, made from various hot toxins. Even a speck can burn through the chi blood, and if a martial arts grandmaster were to be infected, it would be extremely difficult to resolve. Then isn't R&R. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wei immediately burst into tears. The guests were also shocked upon hearing this. It was their first time hearing of such a terrifying poison that even a martial arts grandmaster could not withstand. The head of Wei Xinghe also spun, but being a martial arts expert, he quickly calmed down. In a deep voice, he asked, "Mr. Jirui, is there really no way to save him? Mr. Jirui, is there really no way to save him? My detoxification pill can only suppress the blood poisoning for about an hour. If a renowned doctor can be found within that time, there might still be a chance to detoxify him." "Isn't old Dr. Chen in the mansion? Why not ask him to provide aid?" The cloth-clothed youth asked somewhat surprisingly. With his medical skill and his cultivation in the innate realm, there should be a way to solve even the severe blood poison. Little did Wei Xingye know, his face immediately turned bitter. "Mr. Ji Rui might not know, but earlier this morning, because of the banquet at the mansion, our ancestor found it too noisy, so he went with old Dr. Chen to gather herbs in the mountains. They are probably still on their way. Otherwise, with the commotion here, how could it have escaped those two senses? With their pace, they currently might be somewhere unknown, and even if someone went to find them, it would not be possible to bring them back within half an hour. It seems so. Then I don't have many good solutions either." The cloth youth sighed. Could it really be fate? At this point, even Wei Xinghe could not help feeling desperate. Though there were physicians in the city with a poison that even Mr. Ji Rui couldn't tackle, ordinary physicians would likely be helpless. And just when old Dr. Chen and the ancestor were not in the mansion, was Anner truly destined to face this calamity? "Brother Lu." At this moment, Ma Gu suddenly shouted, "Family head Wei, quickly have someone call Brother Lu back. He understands medical techniques. He might be able to save Xian." Yes, go get young Master Lu." Mrs. Wei finally caught on. "Initially, my injury was cured by young Master Lu. He definitely has a way." Mrs. Wei remembered how her injury had been so severe at the time, no better than Anne Er's current condition, but under Lu Xing's treatment, within half a day, she was well enough to walk. If he were here, there would definitely be a way to detoxify. But father, young Master Lu has chased after the assassin, and with our abilities I'm afraid we can't catch up to them, Wei Zihao said embarrassingly. Hi. You quickly go and call back young Master Lu. Tell him Xian is in critical condition and only he can save him. Wei Xing'e immediately ordered. Here, there were only a handful of people who might have the hope of catching up to Lu Xing. County Lord and Cloth Youth? Wei Xing'e couldn't ask, and he couldn't leave himself. The only hope lay with the Grand Steward who had achieved great success in cultivation of the inner organs. Yes, Master. The Grand Steward dared not dally and immediately sought to chase through the broken wall. However, before he could take 2 steps, suddenly he heard the sound of wind. With a thud, a figure flew in from over the wall, smashing harshly onto the ground. Following that, the calm voice of Lu Qing also came from above. I told you, you can't escape. Everyone looked up, only to see Lu Qing standing majestically on the wall. And a person on the ground, limbs twisted and covered with blood. If not the Qian family patriarch, then who else could it be? Chapter 225. Fear and Awe. 36 Heavenly Gang Killers. Family head Qian lay reclined on the ground looking up at Lu Qing, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he, the top assassin of 7 Killings Tower, could be defeated by such a young lad, and to be utterly bloodied and battered without a single chance to counterattack. The combat skills he had painstakingly cultivated over the years were utterly useless against Lu Qing, completely crushed. That overwhelming and ferocious momentum of his punches was simply too terrifying. It enveloped all around, sealing off everything, leaving no room for his stealth and escape techniques. No matter where he fled, he would inevitably be enveloped in the barrage of punches. In front of Lu Qing, family head Qin felt like a fly trapped in a spider's web, with no escape in sight. What kind of monster was this? A hint of fear arose in family head Qian's heart. Looking at family head Qian, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and then turning to Lu Qing, who stood proudly atop the wall, all the guests were incredibly shocked. Putting aside whether this family head Qian was real or fake, the terrifying momentum he had unleashed was undeniably real. The crowd estimated that even if he hadn't reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, he wasn't far off. His swordsmanship and movement technique were equally impressive. The sequat swordsmanship and movement technique were equally impressive. At least among those present, apart from Wei Xing'e and the Cloth Youth, no one dared say they could block even one move, let alone possessing the strange and unpredictable secret technique that could even shake the hardened spirit of a grandmaster-level martial artist. Such a formidable assassin could not escape Lu Qing's pursuit and was easily captured and subdued. From the assassin's flight to Lu Qing's return, it was only a matter of dozens of breaths, right? The guests realized that compared to the previous battles at the city gates, Lu Qing's strength had probably improved significantly. What's wrong with the young master? Lu Qing did not care about the odd looks from the guests. His first glance was at Wei Zhan, who lay unconscious with an abnormal complexion. Young Master Lu, you're back just in time. This villain's sword was poisoned and an arrow complexion. Young Master Lu, you're back just in time. This villain's sword was poisoned, and An'er has been cut. The poison has entered his body, and he is now unconscious. Mr. Zhu Rui said the poison is called blood poison, extremely malicious. Please, young Master Lu, hurry and save An'er. Mrs. Wei said, seeing Lu Xing's return and pleading urgently. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing did not dare delay, and with a slight movement, he was already on the platform. Family head Wei, please keep an eye on that assassin. I've broken his limbs and dislocated his jaw, so he should pose no threat. With that, he activated his superpower and looked over Wei Xian's body. A color of decay was emanating from Wei Xian's body. Wei Xian, young master of the Wei family, noble identity, character steadfast and cheerful. Cultivation, initial realm of postnatal Qi-blood realm. Inflicted with the strange poison of blood poison from 7 Killings Tower in critical condition, life hanging by a thread. Indeed, it was blood poison. Lu Qing's heart chilled, knowing the situation was urgent. He took out a small wooden box from his chest and opened it, taking out a jade bottle and a bag of silver needles. He first opened the jade bottle and dripped several drops of medicine liquid into Wei Xian's mouth. Then he tore open his upper garment and plunged in more than a dozen silver needles, using the power of acupuncture to aid in activating the medicinal effects. Family head Qian watched the scene with a hint of a mocking expression in his eyes. The blood poison from their 7 Killings Tower, how could it be so easily neutralized? This youngster was truly overestimating himself. It was a pity that his jaw had been dislocated, preventing him from making any scornful remarks. Family head Qian awaited eagerly. The reason he had left so decisively, besides not wanting to get caught in an encirclement, was that Wei Xian had been poisoned by his blood poison and was almost certainly facing death. Blood poison was incredibly terrible. Even the antidote from Seven Killings Tower was effective only if taken within a quarter of an hour. After the hour, there was hardly any chance of salvation. This assassination was with the intent to kill. He had not brought an antidote with him at all. He wanted to see what expressions these people would have when Wei Xian succumbed to the poison and died. As an assassin, from the moment he was captured, he had disregarded life and death. If he could see these people's faces stricken with grief before dying, it would also be a great pleasure for him. Meanwhile, with Lu Qing's full efforts in acupuncture, the medicine liquid he administered to Wei Xian, which contained Earth Vein Spirit Liquid, quickly spread and exerted its effects. Earth Vein Spirit Liquid had incredibly magical effects, capable of reviving the dead and mending bones created by beings far surpassing the innate realm. Although the spiritual liquid in this medicine had been diluted a lot, it was also infused with a century-old ginseng to replenish vitality. Its healing effect was also exceptionally outstanding, truly a life-saving spiritual medicine. Therefore, no matter how formidable the so-called blood poison was, it was still retreating in the face of this life-saving spiritual medicine, being rapidly neutralized. The black aura on Wei Xian's face receded at a pace visible to the naked eye. And it quickly improved, turning rosy again. Dozens of breaths later, he opened his eyes, looking bewildered at his surroundings. "Mom, what happened to me?" You're awake." Mrs. Wei hugged him fiercely, weeping with joy. "Wei Xing," he explained, "just now, you were poisoned severely and almost didn't wake up at all. It was young Master Lu who saved you, really saved me." The guests witnessing the scene were incredulous. Just a moment ago, they all saw how critical Wei Xian's condition was. The blood poison was extremely terrifying. Just a touch would immediately render a person unconscious. Even the detoxification pill from the mysterious Mr. Zhu Rui had little effect. Unexpectedly, such a deadly poison was neutralized by Lu Qing with an equally swift method. As the saying goes, illness comes like a falling mountain and goes away like pulling out silk. The same goes for detoxification. Poisoning is simple, but detoxification is far more troublesome. Lu Qing could easily neutralize it, which clearly showed the skill of his medical abilities. Not only was his martial arts cultivation profound and unfathomable, but his medical skill was also formidable. Looking at the still somewhat youthful Lu Qing, the guests felt increasingly that this young man was shrouded in mystery. As for the family head Qin, who had originally wanted to enjoy the spectacle, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't believe that the blood poison, which he had exchanged at great cost, was so easily neutralized by someone. This was even harder for him to accept than being defeated and captured by Lu Qing within dozens of breaths. Regrettably, his jaw had been dislocated, and even though he found it unbelievable inside, he couldn't ask any questions out loud. After Wei Xian woke up, Lu Qin checked him again. He found that not only was the blood poison in his body completely neutralized, but even the wounds on his arm had healed, which allowed him to finally relax. Wei Xinghe also let out a huge sigh of relief, comforted Wei Xian for a while, then approached the family head Qian, looking at him with an icy gaze. "Who are you, and why do you seek my son's life? Where is the real family head Qian?" All the guests looked over as well. Wei Xinghe was no fool, and he could naturally see that this family head Qian was an imposter. The other guests felt the same. This family head Qian was completely different from the one they usually interacted with, especially in terms of his overwhelming strength, which was worlds apart and could not possibly be the same person. The family head Qian just coldly watched Wei Xinghe, without speaking. Seeing his obviously abnormal jaw, the crowd then remembered that Lu Qing had mentioned earlier that this man's jaw had been dislocated. "Family Master Wei, I have removed the poison he hid in his mouth, so he cannot commit suicide by poison. His jaw can be reset," said Lu Qing from the side. Wei Xing stepped forward and just adjusted the family head Qian's jaw properly. Then he sneered coldly, "Why kill him? As an assassin from Seven Killings Tower, I never need a reason to kill. As long as there's a bounty, even if it's the head of a nation's ruler, I can pluck it for you to see. As for that fat man from the Qing family, since I needed to assume his identity, naturally, I already killed him." A chill went through everyone's hearts. They felt the audacity of this assassin from Seven Killings Tower. "Who offered the bounty to take my son's life?" Wei Xing was furious inside, but he still repressed his anger and continued to ask, "I don't know." The rules of Seven Killings Tower are that assassins only take assignments, not inquire about the reasons. Only the headquarters is aware of who offered the bounty. I only care about killing for the reward. I know nothing else. At this, Family head Qian also felt a surge of resentment. The information he received from headquarters was that the Wei family had a martial arts grandmaster at inner organs perfection and an elder ancestor who was severely injured. But it did not mention a devilish creature like Lu Qing. Now, with such a significant discrepancy in intelligence, there were only two possibilities. Enjoy more content from my virtual library Empire 1 was that the headquarters deliberately set him up, providing him with false information. The other was that the employer withheld details, unwilling to pay a higher price. Regardless of which it was, the result now was that he had been thoroughly played. Damn it, don't let me return alive or I will definitely find out who the bastard is that screwed me over. Family head Qian swore venomously in his heart. Since you know nothing, then there is no need to keep you around. Seeing that he could not get any more information, Wei Xinghe, out of annoyance and no desire to waste more words, was about to raise his hand to end this person's life and vent his frustration. Hold on, Family Master Wei. Just then, the cloth-clothed youth spoke up to stop Wei Xinghe. May I ask him a few questions? Mr. Ji Rui, please? Wei Xinghe temporarily stayed his hand and stepped aside. He held a great deal of respect for the cloth-clothed youth. If it had not been for him sending a message to Elder Dr. Chen in Luxing, the Wei family would have likely been destroyed by now. Just now, it was also he who reminded them to seal Xian's qi blood and offered a detoxification pill. Otherwise, Xian might not have survived until Luxing's return. So Wei Xinghe naturally had no objection to the cloth youth's small request. The cloth youth stepped in front of family head Qian, who still only looked at him coldly, seeming unconcerned with life or death. However, the next words from the cloth youth changed his expression instantly. I've heard that among the numerous assassins of Seven Killings Tower, the most famous are the 36 Heavenly Gang and the 72 Devil Earth. May I know, which one of the 36 Heavenly Gang are you? Chapter 226, The Millennia Change, an Era of Great Contention. However, though family head Qian changed his expression, he still did not speak. The cloth-clothed youth did not mind and continued. It is rumored that the 72 Earth Devils and 36 Heavenly Gang killers of Seven Killings Tower, each of them skilled in assassination and stealth techniques, are extremely formidable. Each of the 72 Earth Devils is a martial arts expert over the small success of the musclebone realm. They can change their muscles and bones, disguise their appearance, and assume another identity flawlessly, catching people off guard. As with the 36 Heavenly Gang, they are even more incredible. Each one is a strong practitioner above the internal organs realm, possessing various assassination secret techniques. Moreover, the internal organs realm experts of Seven Killing Tower must have assassinated at least 3 martial artists of the same level to qualify for a position among the Heavenly Gang. The 36 Heavenly Gang killers are divided into upper, middle, and lower 12 gang, based on your cultivation and the Shaking God secret technique you displayed earlier. I presume you must be one of the upper 12 gang. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. The influence of Seven Killings Tower was too terrifying. Based on what the cloth-clothed youth said, just the 72 Earth Devils and the 36 Heavenly Gang were already an incredibly strong force. Knowing that the entirety of Chang County combined didn't have many strong practitioners in the internal organs realm, not even the state mansion could gather so many internal organs realm experts. With the strength of Seven Killings Tower, would be easy to sweep through a commandery. Family head Qian initially didn't want to respond, but as the cloth-clothed youth narrated, he finally couldn't help but speak out. It's no wonder you are a disciple from TNG Building, so knowledgeable about our Seven Killings Tower. But isn't your TNG Building always touted as absolutely neutral, not participating in any power struggles? Isn't what you are doing now a violation of your principles? We from TNG Building need not explain our actions to such as you, who skulk in the shadows, the cloth-clothed youth said indifferently. Seven Killings Tower in recent years has acted more and more recklessly, committing assassinations and stirring chaos among sects and commanderies, which has gradually begun to affect the stability of the human race. Do you really think no one dares to punish you? Ha ha, don't talk so self-righteously. A great change that hasn't come in 10,000 years is about to arrive. Who isn't vying now? Are you really that noble, Tianji Building? Do you think you're worthy of deciding the fate of the human race? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, family head Qian burst into laughter, his face full of sarcasm. Exactly, you guys have found out something. The cloth-clothed youth's expression became solemn, finally obtaining the information he wanted to know. The recent actions of Seven Killings Tower were indeed part of some scheme. You so-called righteous alliance, do you really think you can conceal the heavens with one hand? Don't forget, my Seven Killings Tower is also a supreme sect with 10,000 years of inheritance. You think you can block information and monopolize the first mover's advantage as if the fate of the world is something you, with your sanctimonious mean, can control. Family head Qian seemed to no longer care. disclosing the information of his own faction with disregard. Since he was already misled this time, he naturally wanted to mislead others in return. The cloth-clothed youth was shaken, knowing his situation was truly developing in the negative direction as the Tower Master had predicted years ago. The surrounding guests, listening to the conversation between the two, were all confused faces, completely unaware of the significance. Only Lu Qing sensed something. He knew that the great changes mentioned by the two were probably related to the resurgence of spiritual energy. It seemed that those top forces were indeed aware of the rise and fall of spiritual energy, and they had already begun to make arrangements early to seize the preemptive opportunities. Looking at family head Qun with his slightly fierce expression, the cloth-clothed youth fell silent. At the same time, he was even more anxious. If things were really as the other party said, it would not take long before the whole world would indeed start to become chaotic. Master Wei, I have no other questions to ask. I'll leave this person for you to deal with. Seeing Wei Xinghe standing in front of him again and that cold expression on his face, family head Qian knew that this time he probably wouldn't escape death. He wasn't afraid though, having been a top assassin in the Seven Killings Tower. His hands were stained with countless lives, and he was long aware of the possibility of dying on a failed mission. However, there was one thing he needed to clarify before he could die in peace. So he said to Wei Xingye, I know I'm doomed to die, and I truly don't know who the employer is, but if you let that young master answer a few of my questions, I can tell you the contents of this assassination mission, and you can guess who the enemy is. Wei Xingye turned to look at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, his expression unchanged, said calmly, ask, but he didn't say whether he would answer. Experience new stories on my virtual library empire. I dare to ask you, who was your mentor, and are you a descendant of the four great secret places? In family head Qian's eyes, a devilish genius like Lu Qing was likely to have been nurtured only by those mythical places mentioned in legends. Unfortunately, those places are ethereal. Even with the intelligence of the Seven Killings Tower, investigating for thousands of years, they had found nothing. If not for the fact that whenever there was a major change in the world, descendants of those places would appear to settle chaos and guide the situation, they wouldn't have thought these secret places existed at all. To his disappointment, Lu Qing shook his head. I'm sorry to let you down. I have no sect, and my mentor is merely a wandering doctor, not a descendant from any secret land, not a descendant from a secret place. Family head Qian showed an incredulous look. But then, as if something occurred to him, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I know now. Within the archives of my Seven Killings Tower, there was an ancient prophecy. When the 10,000-year upheaval arrives, the world's structure will undergo drastic changes. At that time, dragons and snakes will rise from the land, heroes will emerge simultaneously, devils and unparalleled talents will gush forth, vying for an early opportunity to seize fate and become the child of fate blessed with boundless chi fortune. You have no sect, yet you have achieved the internal organ realm and the realm of martial arts in your teenage years, effortlessly reaching master status in fists, feet, swords, and knives. A person like you must undoubtedly be that legendary unparalleled talent blessed with quest with chi fortune. To think that I, heavenly orphan, have been defeated by the chi fortune Taoist. It's worth it, truly worth it, truly worth it. Family head Qian, seeming mad, laughed hysterically, his words moving everyone present. After laughing for a while, obtaining the answer he wanted, family head Qian finally calmed his emotions. We, family master, didn't you want to know the contents of my assassination mission? Speak, Wei Xingshi said solemnly. My mission this time is actually very simple. The employer had only one requirement, which was to kill your most beloved younger son before you, to let you experience the heartbreaking pain of losing a loved one, and understand the feeling of the joy of the bereaved and the revengeful. As for the reward, it is 3 elixirs that can assist a martial artist at internal organ realm gain success to possibly comprehend the meaning of perfection, stepping into the complete mastery of the internal organs realm and achieving the Grandmaster status. Hearing this, Wei Xingye still frowned, unable to determine who the employer was. But family head Qian no longer cared about these things. He turned his gaze to Lu Qing, his eyes shining with a strange light. Young master, although you are blessed with chi, fortune, and unrivaled talent, a great era of strife is approaching. At that time, many devils and geniuses, no less exceptional than you, will emerge and vie for chi fortune. I advise you, do not be constrained by the righteous pretensions of these so-called upright people, that are all hypocrisy and hesitancy. If so, you will only become a pawn in someone else's game, never to step outside of the chessboard. In the era of great strife, one must vie for everything. Only those who truly stop at nothing and vie for everything have the right to laugh last and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Since you are the one who has defeated me, I sincerely hope you'll be the one to ultimately seize the supreme providence and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. After saying this, Family Head Qin's face suddenly turned red, his aura surged. Then, his complexion faded, and as his life energy continually declined, his eyes gradually lost their sparkle. He had intentionally ruptured his heart vessel and died. Chapter 227, 168 Bone and Muscle Changing Technique. Chapter 227, Chapter 168 Bone and Muscle Changing Technique. Family Head Qin severed his own heart meridian to everyone's surprise. As for his last words, they caused considerable shock among many. Nobody would have guessed that an assassin, whose livelihood was taking others' lives, would leave behind words of advice and caution for Lu Qing, his adversary. Even Lu Qing had fluctuations in his eyes as he silently watched the corpse of the assassin, lost in thought, and as Family Head Qian's breath faded, his face and body began to change gradually. His originally short and plump body slowly distorted and stretched, growing taller and much thinner. His face also turned into that of a very ordinary middle-aged man. Such strange changes made many guests shudder. Bone and Muscle Changing Technique, a secret technique that top assassins from Seven Killings Tower must cultivate, allows a complete transformation of one's physique and appearance, changing identities. Truly strange. It is by virtue of this technique that the assassination success rate of Seven Killings Tower is so high, becoming a feared assassination sect. It is also because of this technique that Seven Killings Tower has survived to this day, with several top sects having tried to eradicate them without success. The cloth-clothed youth sighed. The guests immediately felt goosebumps. This bone and muscle-changing technique was indeed extremely strange and hard to guard against. Going to assassinate someone with a completely different face who could be cautious against that. After all, in this world, who doesn't have one or two close acquaintances? Wei Xing was even more startled and afraid. Mr. Zhirui, now that this person is dead, what about the safety of an heir in the future? If they were targeted by such a terrifying Seven Killings Tower, could Xian still have a way to survive? Please rest assured, Wei Family Master, the rule of Seven Killings Tower is that the assassination mission, once accepted by an assassin, requires payment. If the assassination is successful, 70% of the payment goes to the assassin, but if it fails and the assassin dies, the payment goes to Seven Killings Tower. Unless the assassin himself admits the failure and compensates the sect, Seven Killings Tower might return the payment. Therefore, if the client wants to continue the assassination of young Master Wei, they must issue a reward again. But this time, even an assassin from the Upper 12 gang has failed. The cost of continuing the assassination would probably more than double. I don't think that person would be willing to pay such a high price. The cloth-clothed youth reassured them. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the dominance of Seven Killings Tower. The implication from the cloth-clothed youth was clear. Once an assassination reward is posted in Seven Killings Tower, and someone accepts the mission, unless the assassin himself gives up and is willing to compensate, the payment is obligatory, whether the mission succeeds or not. Of course, Seven Killings Tower dares to operate this way. Surely they have something to rely on. Perhaps it is as Mr. Zhu previously said, the high success rate of assassinations by Seven Killings Tower gives them the confidence to set such rules. Even Wei Xinghe felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. To compel an assassin more powerful than those from the 12 Heavenly Gang, the bounty must be extremely high. The person behind the scenes was clearly targeting him. If they could afford to hire such a person, they would likely have directly offered a bounty to assassinate him, rather than indirectly trying to provoke him by targeting Zan. Compared to that, I am actually more worried about young Master Lu. At that moment, the cloth-clothed youth continued. Everyone was taken aback and involuntarily looked towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked back at them. According to what the assassin said before his death, he called himself Heavenly Orphan. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the one ranked 9th among the Upper 12 Heavenly Gang in the Seven Killings Tower. Although the Seven Killings Tower has countless assassins, the spots for the 72 Earthly Fiends and the 36 Heavenly Gang are fixed. Now that Heavenly Orphan has been defeated by you and has committed suicide, the 9th spot in the Upper 12 Heavenly Gang is empty. The position of the 36 Heavenly Gang holds a very special significance within the Seven Killings Tower, and now that one is vacant, it will surely attract the covetous eyes of other assassins. To vie for a position of the Heavenly Gang, one must prove oneself, and the quickest way to prove oneself, naturally, is to assassinate you, the martial artist who defeated Heavenly Orphan. So, if my guess is right, next, there will probably be quite a few Seven Killings Tower assassins who will want to meet you. Even the Seven Killings Tower might issue an internal assassination order to target you. The assassination secret techniques of the Seven Killings Tower are strange and tricky. You need to be careful. The cloth-clothed youth said solemnly, "Is that so?" Is that little Yan in danger then? Hearing this, Lu Xing's expression turned slightly solemn. If the Seven Killings Tower really intended to target him for assassination, that would indeed be troublesome. He was not afraid for himself, but he was worried that those people, sparing no means, might harm little Yan. You can rest assured about that. The Seven Killings Tower has its own pride. According to its rules, to prove one's eligibility for the Heavenly Gang, one must defeat you honorably using assassination techniques. If someone threatened others to coerce you into submission, not only would the Seven Killings Tower not recognize such a feat, but they would even punish it. The position of the 36 Heavenly Gang holds special significance in the Seven Killings Tower. They wouldn't let someone take it so frivolously. The cloth youth explained. I see, then let them come. I want to see what strange aspects the Seven Killings Tower really holds. Hearing that it wouldn't affect others, Lu Qing was much relieved. As for the assassinations from the Seven Killings Tower, the bone and muscle changing technique, which can alter one's appearance, is indeed marvelous. But in front of him, who possesses divine soul power and superpower, even the most magical secret technique of transformation is utterly useless. Unless it was an assassin from the innate realm, he need be overly cautious. Thinking this, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ji Rui, are there any innate realm assassins within the Seven Killings Tower? Yes. The cloth-clothed youth answered affirmatively. But rest assured, even the Seven Killings Tower must abide by the Holy Mountain's ban. Martial artists above the innate realm are not allowed to attack humans below the innate without cause. Should anyone dare to overtly break the ban, even the Seven Killings Tower wouldn't withstand the pressure from the Holy Mountain and the 4 great secret places. That's very good indeed. I also want to experience other secret techniques of the Seven Killings Tower. This could actually be a good opportunity. At this point, Lu Xing truly set his worries aside. Seeing how Lu Qing remained so calm and composed in the face of possible terrifying assassinations, all the guests were filled with admiration. They recalled the words Heavenly Orphan had said before his death. Although they were unclear about what exactly this so-called millennium upheaval was, they were somewhat inclined to believe in the notion of the Child of Fate. If even someone as outstanding as Lu Xing couldn't be the Child of Fate, they couldn't imagine what kind of devil the real Child of Fate would be. Send Gift 1. Chapter 228, 169, 7 Killings Order. The waves begin to rise. Chapter 228 Chapter 169, 7 Killings Order. The waves begin to rise. Seeing that Lu Qing showed no fear of the possible assassinations from Seven Killings Tower, even the cloth-clothed youth couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, even he had to admit that what Heavenly Orphan said before dying had some truth to it. Lu Qing indeed might be an exceptional talent, born at the right moment before the era of great strife, carrying the mandate of destiny. Young Master Lu, actually, this could be an opportunity for you perhaps. Seeing Lu Qing's composed demeanor, the cloth-clothed youth couldn't help but remark jokingly, after admiring him inwardly. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Qing asked, slightly taken aback. Seven Killings Tower is a sect that possesses ancient heritages, and similarly, it follows some ancient rules. Within Seven Killings Tower, an assassination order is issued called the Seven Killings Order. Once the Seven Killings Order is activated, you will face the assassins of the entire Seven Killings Tower. But these assassination attempts are not unlimited. According to the rules of the Seven Killings Order, they will carry out a maximum of 7 assassination attempts against you. After 7 attempts, if you are still alive, then Seven Killings Tower will cease their pursuit and offer you the highest courtesy. Not only will they treat you as a distinguished guest, but they will also pledge never to accept any assassination tasks concerning you ever again. Additionally, they will declare to the entire assassin world that you have become a guest of honor in Seven Killings Tower. Any other assassin organization that attempts to assassinate you will be seen as provoking Seven Killings Tower, and they will face Seven Killings Tower's revenge. Moreover, it's rumored that besides these, Seven Killings Tower will present you with an opportunity. However, what this opportunity specifically is, no one has ever known. The cloth-clothed youth's explanation made everyone listen in stunned silence. No one had imagined that an assassination from Seven Killings Tower involved so many specifics. Mr. Zhu Rui, based on what you've said, does it mean that anyone who survives the Seven Killings Order will in turn be protected by Seven Killings Tower? Wei Xinghe asked. That's correct. The cloth-clothed youth nodded. Ru Qing asked. That's correct. The cloth-clothed youth nodded. Ru Qing, however, inquired. Then may I ask Mr. Zhu Rui, has anyone ever survived the Seven Killings Order? Yes, the cloth-clothed youth asserted. The Seven Killings Order of Seven Killings Tower is not issued lightly, but according to the records of Tianji Building, in the nearly 10,000 years, Seven Killings Tower has issued at least hundreds of Seven Killings Orders. Two distant events are hard to verify, but in the most recent millennium, a total of 3 people have safely survived the pursuit of the 7 Killings Order. The most recent individual was a figure from 300 years ago. And these 3 individuals did indeed, as rumors had it, receive 7 Killings Towers protection, and thereafter they never experienced any form of assassination for the rest of their lives. It is said that one of them was once targeted for assassination by a rising assassin organization, but the moment the contract was offered, before anyone could take up the task, that assassin organization was uprooted overnight and completely eradicated. It is precisely because of these incidents that people believe 7 Killings Tower truly adheres to the rules of the 7 Killings Order. Only 3 people had managed to survive the assassination attempts of the 7 Killings Order in a millennium. Hearing this, everyone finally understood just how difficult this was. Goodness, the odds were so slim it was hardly sufficient to say it's surviving against all odds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a near-certain death scenario. No wonder 7 Killings Tower would make such a promise. To them, someone surviving the 7 Killings Order was a rarity that might not occur even once in hundreds of years. Anyone who could escape 7 Killings Tower's 7 attempts and remain unscathed must indeed be an exceptional talent with tremendous fate and destiny. For such a being, to step back and make way temporarily, what's the harm? Some astute guests pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood the subtlety involved. The rule of 7 Killings Tower might appear restrictive, but in reality, it was a way for them to keep an escape route for themselves. So young Master Lu, you needn't worry about 7 Killings Tower not keeping their promise after you survive the 7 Killings Order. This is an ancient rule passed down through thousands of years in 7 Killings Tower, and they cannot possibly break it, the cloth youth concluded. I never entrust my life to the promises of others. Lu Qing remained unaffected, replying indifferently. Whether the rule of the 7 Killings Order is true or not, I don't care. If 7 Killings Tower really wants to assassinate me, then they should also be prepared to become my enemies. At that point, when to stop may not be for them to decide. Lu Qing was not one to passively receive blows. If 7 Killings Tower really wanted to assassinate him, it might well turn out to be a question of who hunts whom. Sensing the coldness in Lu Qing's words, the cloth-clothed youth felt a chill in his heart. Only then did he remember that the person before him was not as kind as he seemed on the surface. The other guests felt an inexplicable chill as well, especially Ma Gu, who couldn't help but recall the scene he witnessed at Happy Village. Lu Qing holding a long knife amidst the flames, decapitated heads rolling, corpses scattered everywhere, blood filling the ground. Because of Heavenly Orphan's assassination attempt, the Wei family's mentorship ceremony could only conclude hastily. However, aside from the Qing family, the other guests felt not the slightest disappointment. Their gains from attending the Wei family's ceremony this time were immense. Not only had they witnessed a duel between martial arts experts, but also learned many secret informations they normally couldn't have accessed. Particularly some key-minded individuals who detected extremely important information from the conversation between the cloth-clothed youth and the assassin. Like the disciples from Qing Sword Pavilion, send gift 1. Chapter 29-169 7 Killings Order, Rising Waves, 2020-2020. Chapter 169, 7 Killings Order, Rising Waves. 1 is the upheaval that hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. In a certain courtyard, several Qing Sword Pavilion disciples were gathered together, quietly discussing. I don't know, but Tianji Building is always mysterious and knows countless secrets. 7 Killings Tower, likewise, is an ancient sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. It must be an extremely important matter for them to take it so seriously. This matter must be reported to the sect. If it is as those two said, a major upheaval is about to occur in the world, and our Qing Sword Pavilion must also prepare in advance to respond. 7th Junior Brother, later I will write a letter by hand and you must immediately start your journey back to the sect in full. Yes! After discussing for a while and making a decision, they then started to talk about other matters. Speaking of which, that young Master Lu is truly terrifying. Even the assassins of the 12 Heavenly Gang from the 7 Killings Tower are no match for him, not even able to flee. One of the Qing Sword Pavilion disciples, recalling the morning's events, still felt amazed. The assassins of the 12 Heavenly Gang from the 7 Killings Tower are recorded in the sect as extremely formidable beings. It is rumored that they possess the ability to assassinate martial arts grandmasters, and indeed, the facts prove the rumors true. At that time, the aura burst forth by Heavenly Orphan was not only frightfully powerful, but also had the strange effect of shaking the heart, spirit, and stalling the thought process. Even Wei Family Master, himself a martial arts grandmaster, seemed affected at that moment, his movements delayed. Yet, such a fearsome assassin stood no chance against young Master Lu, unable to escape, which was simply inconceivable. Yes, who would have thought that in a small place like Qing County, there would be such an exceptional genius? I believe that even those top true disciple or sword pavilion intersect pale in comparison to young Master Lu in terms of talent. The elders were right. There are always stronger people in the world, and there are heavens beyond our own. There are always some geniuses and devils in this world who are beyond ordinary people's imagination. We used to think that the locals here in Shang County were naive and had never seen a real martial arts expert, which is why they believed the rumors and overly praised young Master Lu. But it turns out, the real frogs in the well were ourselves. Another disciple also sighed. The rest of them, hearing this, remained silent. There was no helping it. The shock that Lu Qing brought them was too great. Who would have thought that a teenager, barely in his teens, could achieve such martial prowess? Even the fearsome assassins from the 12 heavenly gang of the 7 Killings Tower were easily defeated by him, his strength being inconceivably strong. Moreover, as his martial prowess was so formidable, he was also an expert in medical skills, capable of easily resolving the dreaded blood poison from the 7 Killings Tower. His medical skills were no less impressive than his martial capabilities. A young man, yet able to achieve such accomplishments in both martial arts and medical skills. This left several disciples of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion feeling shocked and unable to comprehend. In fact, they all felt somewhat fortunate at this time. Fortunately, at the banquet, although they were skeptical after hearing some country airs praise Lu Qing, they did not verbally ridicule young Master Lu. Otherwise, they probably all would have ended up as clowns, publicly slapped in the face. It seems that following the teachings of the elders when going out is correct. No matter when and where, one must remain humble, never arrogant or complacent because of a momentary whim. Now, the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion deeply realized how sensible the teachings of the elders were back at the sect. Perhaps this was the real significance of the sect sending them out to experience the world. Just as the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Pavilion were realizing the meaning of their experience in the County Lord Mansion atop a small building. The cloth youth was sitting in front of a desk holding a jade pen and writing vigorously on a Dan book jade scroll placed on the table. As he wrote, the tip of the jade pen emitted brilliance, transforming into characters that fell into the Dan book jade scroll, disappearing into it. After continuously writing for half an hour, the cloth youth wrote all the events of the past few days into the Dan book jade scroll and transmitted it to the sect. He then put down the pen, stood up, walked to the front of the small building and looked out at the distant sky with a worried expression. The 10,000-year upheaval is approaching. The world situation is about to change drastically, and various forces from the demon and evil paths are also stirring. Where will the fate of humanity go? Heavenly Orphan, wet Heavenly Orphan let the cloth-clothed youth know that the upcoming 10,000-year upheaval was probably no secret among many top forces. He also thought about some of the recent information uncovered by Tianji Building, which further deepened his worries. Feeling a great upheaval was imminent, Lu Qing knew that the world would soon be thrown into chaos. He couldn't help but wonder how many people would meet untimely deaths, their lives reduced to ashes. He also pondered whether Tianji Building could navigate such a monumental change and preserve itself. His thoughts then turned to Lu Qing. Despite being such a mysterious young man, he had never been able to see through him. Even using the sect's exotic treasure had not clarified his true nature. It was as though there was always a layer of mist surrounding him, capable of concealing any probing and calculations. Though Lu Qing's background remained elusive, he always had a sense of warning in his heart, sensing that Lu Qing's power was extremely terrifying. He might not even be a match for him. Thinking about Lu Qing's age and the last words of the Heavenly Orphan Beverfin before his death, the cloth youth somewhat agreed with the Heavenly Orphan's claim. Perhaps Lu Qing truly was an unparalleled genius destined to appear before the imminent changes in the heavens and earth. Only such a favored child of destiny, born with great fortune, could fearlessly obscure his own fate from their exotic treasure of Tianji Building. But could such a born genius really be so terrifying? The cloth-clothed youth recalled some ancient records from his sect. According to those records, when the heavens and earth were about to change, numerous heroes would rise, and many geniuses destined to seize their destiny would appear. If the talents of these children of fate were all as formidable as Lu Qing's, he couldn't begin to imagine the dazzling clash of brilliance when these unparalleled geniuses contested with one another. How could they, of Tianji Building, adapt to such heavenly secrets and guide the major trends amid these unparalleled geniuses? Thinking about his sect's ancestral teachings, the cloth-clothed youth felt a chill. He couldn't help but doubt if the founding grandmaster of his sect had been too fanciful in his thoughts. "Ji Rui, are you there?" Just as the cloth-clothed youth's thoughts were fluctuating, suddenly he heard a familiar knock at the door. I'm here, come in. The cloth youth casually put away the jade pen and the Dan book jade scroll and spoke indifferently. The door opened and Lord County Master Yan Kanhai walked in, holding some liquor and food along with a chess set. What is it? Asked the cloth youth. Here to drink and play chess. Yan Kanghai mentioned what he held in his hands. Haven't you already had quite a lot to drink this morning at the Wei family? More drinking? The cloth youth was somewhat speechless, finding that his friends seemed to be increasingly indulging in alcohol. That bit of liquor was nothing. They were scared away by the assassins from the Seven Killings Tower. Young Kai casually started setting up the liquor, food, and chessboard on the table. Come, it looks like you also have many worries. Why not join me for a few drinks? The cloth-clothed youth thought for a moment, didn't refuse, and sat down at the table. His friend poured him a glass of wine. After a few drinks and several moves in chess, young Kangai then asked, Are you troubled by what the assassin from the Seven Killings Tower said today about the millennial upheaval? The cloth youth paused, his expression unreadable. It's not something you should know. Don't ask. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? This time, Yan Kanhai didn't back down but smiled instead. It seems then, what Heavenly Orphan said was true. The world is really about to change. The cloth youth remained silent. After a while, he finally spoke. Indeed, the world is about to change, but it's not the kind of change you envision. Yan Kanghai, put aside your little scheming. This is not something you can touch. If you meddle recklessly, it's not just you. Even we of Tanji Building or Holy Mountain could be shattered into pieces, never to recover. Do you want to lead the Yan family toward destruction? Hearing this, Yan Kanghai's complexion finally changed drastically. Send Gift 1. Chapter 230, 170, Fire Burning Liquid, A Return to Zhu Jin Workshop, Chapter 230, Chapter 170, Fire Burning Liquid, A Return to Zhu Jin Workshop. Young Master Lu, I've found all the materials you asked for. Wei Jing has said with delight on the third day after the apprenticeship ceremony, as he arrived at Lu Qing's residence. Have you finally gathered them all? Lu Qing was equally surprised. Where are all the materials? I've already had someone prepare to bring them here. There's no need for such trouble. I still need to configure these materials. Wei family master, is there an alchemy room in the mansion? I would like to borrow it. Yes, of course. Shall I have someone move the materials to the alchemy room then? That works too. Thank you. After Wei Xinghe had left, Dan's one moved the materials to the alchemy room then. That works too. Thank you. After Wei Xinghe had left, Elder Dr. Chen asked, Jing, what materials did you have the Wei family master find for you? Some materials for mixing medicinal liquids related to forging, Lu Qing answered. The Elder Doctor nodded without asking further. He knew of the mysterious legacy Lu Qing had acquired, so he was somewhat used to him coming up with strange things from time to time. Master, after I've prepared the medicinal liquid, I'll need to make a trip to the smithy, and I might return late, said Lu Qing. Yes, be careful when you go out and pay attention to your safety, the Elder Doctor cautioned. Just 2 days ago, while Elder Dr. Chen and Wei Shanhai were out gathering herbs, they returned only to learn about an assassination attempt that had taken place back at the mansion. Wei Shanhai was so furious that he nearly confronted Seven Killings Tower to demand an explanation. Hearing everyone's discussions and the cloth youth's words about the Seven Killings Order, Elder Dr. Chen also worried about Lu Qing's situation. However, he knew not to let fear inhibit action. It was impossible to stay holed up in Wei Mansion just because of a potential assassination. Moreover, Elder Dr. Chen knew Lu Xing's character well, calm and steady. Since Lu Xing thought it safe to go out, he must be confident in ensuring his safety. I understand, Master. When I return, I'll bring you a surprise, Lu Xing replied. After gathering his things, Lu Xing then went to the alchemy room at Wei Mansion. Upon arriving, he inspected the materials that Wei Xingye's men had brought over and, after examination, nodded in satisfaction. The materials were almost exactly what he needed. Any slight discrepancies were trivial and wouldn't affect the configuration of the medicinal liquid. Of course, this was also because the list he had given to Wei Xingye not only had the names of the materials but also listed their various properties. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to gather everything just by name alone. After all, in the legacy Lu Qing had obtained, many of the materials still bore names from tens of thousands of years ago. Who knew if those names had changed over such a lengthy period? But while names might alter, the properties of the materials would not easily change. Thus, Lu Qing had successfully gathered all the materials. Wei family master, I need to prepare a unique medicinal liquid using these materials. Please make sure no one disturbs me, Lu Qing requested. Please rest assured, young Master Lu, I will personally ensure that no one interrupts, Wei Xing responded gravely. Ever since Lu Qing had once again saved Wei Xian's life, and after hearing the conversation between the cloth-clothed youth and Heavenly Orphan, Wei Xingwei's respect for Lu Qing had deepened. Thank you, Wei family master. Eve, Lu Qing entered the alchemy room, closed the door, and began diligently mixing the medicinal liquid. An hour later, Lu Qing looked at the fiery red liquid emanating wisps of heat before him, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, although over this period he had used his superpower multiple times to simulate and attempt the preparation of this fire-burning liquid in his mind. This was his first actual practice. He hadn't expected to succeed on his first try, and unexpected to succeed on his first try, and unexpected to succeed on his first try, an unexpected delight indeed. Originally, he had even had Wei Xing re-prepare several extra sets of materials for practice. However, the remaining materials should not go to waste, so Lu Qing continued to prepare them. Another hour passed, and Lu Qing opened the door of the alchemy room and walked out. "Young Master Lu, how did it go?" Wei Xingye immediately greeted him. "I have successfully prepared the medicine liquid, Wei Family Master. Next, I need to visit Jushin Workshop. I probably won't be back for lunch, so there's no need to prepare my portion. Is young Master Lu going to Jushin Workshop to forge his own weapon?" Wei Xinghe recalled what the Grand Steward had mentioned and couldn't help asking. "Indeed, I have an appointment with Master Lin of Jushin Workshop. I will be using his forge again in the next few days." Wei Xing hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Lu, I wonder if I could also follow you to observe." "Of course, but does the Wei Family Master also have an interest in casting?" "Actually, young Master Lu, I heard from the Grand Steward that you are highly accomplished in the art of casting and possess the demeanor of a Grandmaster. I have never had the fortune to witness a casting master's demeanor, and I would naturally love to observe." "That's the Grand Steward's exaggeration. I only have some understanding in the art of forging and am far from deserving the title of a casting master. However, since the Wei Family Master is interested, it would be an honor for me." With Lu Qing's permission, Wei Xinghe was quite anticipatory and immediately went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Qing first returned to Yuju Courtyard, entered his room to take a wooden box, and then took the smallest piece of outer heaven fallen iron from his Qianxi bag and put it inside. Then, carrying the wooden box, he walked out of the courtyard and set off for Jushin Workshop together with Wei Xinghe. "Young Master Lu, you're here." Upon arriving at Jushin Workshop, they saw that Master Lin and his apprentices were already respectfully waiting for them. It turned out that during the time Lu Xing was retrieving items from his courtyard, Wei Xinghe had sent someone ahead to notify Jushin Workshop. Knowing that Lu Qing was finally coming to forge his weapon, Master Lin was naturally ecstatic. He immediately closed Jushin Workshop temporarily and led his apprentices in respectfully waiting for Lu Qing's arrival. "Master Lin, I am troubling you again to borrow your workshop's furnace," Lu Qing politely said. "Not at all. Not at all." Master Lin quickly responded. "It is our honor at Jushin Workshop that young Master Lu values us." Master Lin quickly responded. "It is our honor at Jushin Workshop that young Master Lu values us." During the previous days, when he was helping to polish the 1,000 refined sword mold that Lu Qing had forged, the more he polished, the more astounded he became. That sword mold had been forged by Lu Qing to an ultimate perfection, flawless throughout without any impurities, truly impeccable. Master Lin was utterly fascinated. Thus, for Lu Qing, who had forged such a perfect 1,000 refined sword mold, he was filled with admiration. Therefore, even though the one accompanying him this time was the Wei family patriarch, he was no longer surprised. In Master Lin's view, Lu Qing, whose forging skills had reached the Grandmaster level, entirely deserved such esteem. The group then entered Jushin Workshop. "Young Master Lu, will you be using furnace number 1 again?" Master Lin eagerly asked. "Yes, I've used it before and it feels quite comfortable. Let's stick with it." Lu Qing nodded. "Then I will start the furnace for young Master Lu." Master Lin eagerly stepped forward, went to the bellows, and with a strong pull, a surge of flames arose and heat waves rolled. "Young Master Lu, please." Master Lin's respectful demeanor, much like that of a junior apprentice, was excessively humble. "Thank you." Lu Qing did not refuse. He understood the old craftsman's intent to take the opportunity to assist him and observe his forging technique closely. He didn't mind this. If the old craftsman could really grasp something, that would be his fortune too. Placing the wooden box down, opening it, Lu Qing took out the outer heaven fallen iron inside. When Master Lin clearly saw the appearance of the fallen iron, he was initially stunned, then his eyes gradually widened. Send Gift 1. Chapter 21171, Mastery of Skill, Renown Echoes in All Directions. Chapter 211, Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Mastery of Skill, Renown Echoes in All Directions. Young Master Lu, could this be the legendary Outer Heaven Fallen Iron? Staring at the item extracted by Lu Qing Fallen Iron. Here. Staring at the item extracted by Lu Qing, Master Lin asked while his eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, this is a piece of Outer Heaven Fallen Iron I've acquired by chance, perfect for forging my weapon," Lu Qing did not deny. Such a large piece of outer heaven fallen iron? Upon receiving Lu Qing's confirmation, Master Lin was so shocked he almost jumped up in amazement. His eyes filled with incredulity. This was outer heaven fallen iron, the legendary material for smithing divine weapons. Just a small piece could transform mortal iron into divine iron. Now, Lu Qing possessed such a large piece. Master Lin finally understood why Lu Qing had been so disinterested in 1,000 refined sword mold earlier, casually giving it away. It turned out he had such a miraculous substance for forging in his hand. Wei Xinye, standing nearby, also felt astounded. He too had heard of the great reputation of outer heaven fallen iron. It was rumored to be one of the best materials for forging divine weapons, and yet it was in Lu Qing's possession. Young Master Lu, although the outer heaven fallen iron is a material for forging divine items, it is also highly resistant to heat. I fear that my furnace might not be able to melt it, Master Lin said with a wistful smile after finally regaining his composure. Outer heaven fallen iron, originally from beyond the skies, was a miraculous substance that fell from the heavens. In the process of entering this world, it had been tempered by the natural forces such as the celestial gale and lightning within the clouds. Thus, its melting point was extremely high, and it was highly resistant to heat. With the Zhujian workshop's furnace, they were likely unable to do anything to such a divine material. It's no problem, I've come prepared. Master, you only need to help me control the temperature and leave the rest to me, Lu Xing said as he placed the piece of outer heaven fallen iron into the furnace for smelting. Seeing this, Master Lin had no choice but to follow Lu Xing's instructions and continue to pump the bellows. As the bellows continued to operate, the flames within the furnace grew more and more intense. Yet despite the prolonged smelting, the piece of outer heaven fallen iron showed no signs of change, not even a hint of turning red. Just as Master Lin had guessed, their Zhujian workshop's furnace simply could not heat this divine metal. However, Lu Xing's expression was not one of impatience. He took out a small porcelain bottle the size of a palm from a wooden box, uncorked it, and promptly poured a drop of red medicine liquid into the furnace. As the liquid fell into the furnace, the already vigorous flame shot up even higher, quickly changing from red to blue. At the same time, intense heat spread out, causing even Master Lin, who had been smithing for the better part of his life, to feel unbearably hot. Yet Master Lin couldn't be concerned with that. His eyes were fixed on the blue flames, filled with disbelief. Pure blue flame. How is this possible? His own furnace was handcrafted by himself. He was clear about its capabilities. It simply could not produce such pure blue flames after all. This was the stuff of legends, the pure blue flame that every forger dreamed of. It's that medicine liquid? Master Lin realized almost instantly that the transformation had to be caused by the liquid that Lu Qing had dropped into the furnace. He stared intently at the porcelain bottle in Lu Qing's hand, his eyes blazing with desire. What sort of treasure liquid was this, that it could give rise to the legendary pure blue flame? Master, proceed. Lu Qing, however, did not pay attention to Master Lin's gaze, but simply gave a light shout. Master Lin jerked to attention, quickly gathering his heart and spirit and controlling the bellows with all his might. Lu Qing stared intently at the furnace, and seeing that the flame within was showing signs of changing from green to red, he dropped another drop of medicine liquid into it to maintain its pure green. In the following time, whenever the flame in the furnace showed signs of weakening, Lu Qing would add a drop of fire-burning liquid to keep the furnace fire pure green. Thus, under the continuous refining of the green flame, 10 breaths later, the outer heaven fallen iron finally began to change, slowly turning red. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on the corners of Lu Qing's mouth. This fire-burning liquid was a peculiar medicine liquid that the Li Hu sect had researched in the past that could stimulate the flame and greatly increase the flame temperature. The purpose was to allow even disciples of the sect who had not cultivated true fire to control higher-level flames and forge divine weapons. In the cultivation era, this was not considered a particularly remarkable method, but now, with the decline of immortal Tao and the extinction of cultivators who possessed true fire, the value of this fire-burning liquid suddenly soared. It became the only method he could use to melt the outer heaven fallen iron. The outer heaven fallen iron in the furnace gradually turned red, and after dozens of breaths, it finally became glowing red. Lu Qing did not delay, immediately took it out with tongs, placed it on the anvil, stretched out his hand to grab the heaviest hammer, and with the momentum of Mount Tai pressing down, smashed it down fiercely. Clung! Under Lu Qing's surging power, sparks flew, and a loud sound erupted, reaching miles away, and the entire backyard of Zhujian workshop trembled. Master Lin and his disciples all felt their hearts pound. That strike from Lu Qing was much more ferocious than when he had been forging the 1,000 refined sword mold. If the anvil were not sturdy enough, it might have been crushed and ruined by Lu Qing's blow. Under such a fierce hammer skill, even divine iron like the outer heaven fallen heated to red hot, was smashed and deformed by a single hammer blow. At the sight, Master Lin's eyelids twitch. Another hammer, another refinement. It was incredible that young Master Lu could achieve one hammer, one refinement even with divine iron, like the outer heaven fallen iron. Clang! One hammer brought success, and Lu Qing, without pause, flipped his hand and smashed down another hammer blow. Clang! 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 As Lu Qing continued to forge, the loud sounds kept ringing out and spreading. Such commotion immediately disturbed the community. It prompted the nearby people to come out of their houses and look towards Jushin workshop with astonishment and trepidation. Was it Thunder God? Thundering? Or what was Jushin workshop doing to produce such terrifying sounds? Alas, no one could answer that question for the time being. In order to allow Lu Xing to forge attentively, Master Lin had already temporarily closed Jushin workshop and ordered the disciples to stand guard, not letting outsiders enter. Unless someone forced their way in, they could not see what was happening in the backyard. But as the forging master who ranked first in the county, Master Lin's status was high. Without clear understanding, ordinary people were truly reluctant to offend him rashly. Thus, despite their alarm, under the obstruction of the Jushin workshop disciples, the crowd could only suppress their curiosity, letting the loud sounds continue. However, what no one expected was that the duration of these loud sounds far exceeded their imagination. They actually continued for more than 2 hours before suddenly ceasing. Chapter 2 Shidu 172 Divine Weapon Forged 1,000 Times. The Embryo of a Magical Treasure returns. Chapter 2 Chapter 172 Divine Weapon Forged 1,000 Times. The Embryo of a Magical Treasure returns. Rushun Workshop's backyard was silent. Everyone gazed intently at the location of Furnace Number 1. There, Master Lin was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking as if he was on the verge of collapse. Despite his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the muscle-bone realm, running the bellows for more than 2 hours straight and having to concentrate on controlling the temperature still seemed almost too much to handle. Lu Qing likewise was drenched in sweat, with slightly labored breathing, having expended quite a bit of energy. This outer heaven-fallen iron was not like ordinary mortal iron, hammering it even once drained a significant amount of his heart power. As a result, even he felt considerably fatigued after shaping the piece of outer heaven-fallen iron. However, both men, though weary, possessed high spirits. Their eyes gleamed as they gazed at the iron anvil and stand. On it, the piece of outer heaven fallen iron that Lu Qing had brought had completely transformed. It had turned into a rough embryo of a black long sword with a simple design similar to the one Lu Qing had previously used. Of course, what astonished Master Lin the most were the patterns on the sword that seemed to resemble ripples on water, flames, and even lightning. They appeared natural, and at a glance, they seemed to emit a mysterious aura that captivated the soul. The patterns emerged naturally as if bestowed by heaven. This sword embryo has already entered the ranks of divine weapons, and it is among the finest, Master Lin stated admiringly. His eyes were full of fascination as he looked at the strange patterns on the sword. Having worked with metal for most of his life and forged countless blades, it was his first time seeing the real patterns of a divine weapon. Lu Qin was also intently observing the rough sword embryo. Then, amidst the intensely bright red light, a trace of purple so faint it was almost imperceptible emerged into his sight. Divine weapon blade embryo, forged from outer heaven fallen iron, hammered over 10,000 times. This sword embryo has reached the top-level divine weapon level. Infinite tolerance. The material of outer heaven fallen iron is special, with extreme inclusivity. This sword embryo can harbor multiple force characteristics: metal, wood, water, earth, wind, fire, lightning. Nothing is inadmissible. Unbreakable. This sword embryo is extremely durable. Once properly sharpened, it can slice through iron as if it were mud, effortlessly cut through water and split mountains. Magical treasure embryo. Owing to the exceptional quality of the material, with proper nurturing and refinement, this sword can continuously transform and evolve, with the potential to ascend to the level of a magic artifact or a spiritual artifact. To think there's a hint of purple. Lu Qing was extremely surprised as he looked at the information that emerged from the sword embryo. Indeed, the exotic treasure that even the Li Hua sect had coveted and greatly revered. This outer heaven fallen iron, now merely forged into a rough embryo, already revealed a wisp of purple superpower light. Bear in mind, his Kan Kun Chi bag in his possession, as well as the leaving fire tripod found in the underground chamber of the Wei family, these two spiritual artifacts were only purple in color. This revealed the immense potential of the sword embryo, and the information that emerged from the embryo also confirmed this. It was not only capable of embracing various forces, but could also continuously evolve, truly nothing short of miraculous. Lu Qin naturally did not think this was due to his forging skills, even though everyone from Jushin Workshop admired him greatly. But he was well aware of his own limitations. His forging skills were just at the beginning, and compared to the masters of artifact refining from the Li Hoi sect, they were worlds apart. The fact that this sword embryo reached such a quality was 99% due to the extraordinary nature of the outer heaven fallen iron. The material was simply too outstanding. Divine weapon. The people standing outside upon hearing Master Lin's words all had their mouths agape. Even Wei Xinghe is completely shaken and taken aback. Weapons of the divine weapon level, even for their Wei family, they had only one, and that was the sidearm used by the ancestral founder. Who would have thought that Lu Qing would so easily forge one? Perhaps this was something that not even the true casting grandmasters in Central State could achieve. Young Master Lu, would you need the services of our Zhuzhen workshop to polish and sharpen this sword? Master Lin became even more humble toward Lu Qing and cautiously asked, "No need for that. I have another use for this sword and won't be sharpening it just yet. Please, Master Lin, could you craft a scabbard for me?" Lu Qing shook his head. Understanding the potential of the sword embryo, it would be inappropriate to sharpen it rashly. Moreover, such a divine weapon no longer required manual sharpening. Once Lu Qing truly refined it, the divine edge would reveal itself, peerlessly sharp. "That's easy, young master. Rest assured, I will have the scabbard ready by tomorrow and send it to the mansion." Upon hearing Lu Qing's response, Master Lin felt somewhat disappointed, but also secretly relieved. Frankly, if Lu Qing had really handed over the sword embryo for him to sharpen, he might not have dared to do it. After all, this was a divine weapon blade embryo, something that even a casting grandmaster might not manage to create in a lifetime. He was just a mere casting master, not even a master of casting. How could he dare to sharpen such a blade? Lu Qing took a piece of cloth from Master Lin, wrapped the sword embryo up, and slung it on his back, ready to leave with Wei Xinghe. Originally, Lu Qing had wanted to forge another treasure sword for his master, but the outer heaven fallen iron was too extraordinary. Simply forging one sword embryo had already drained most of his energy. The treasure sword for his master would have to be forged another day. When Lu Qing and Wei Xing emerged from Zhuzhen workshop, they saw that many people had gathered outside. Among them were some martial artists with considerable chi blood strength. With a brief thought, he realized that the commotion he had made forging the sword embryo had likely alarmed some interested parties nearby. He did not offer any explanation and directly left with Wei Xinghe. The spies waiting outside had intended to inquire what exactly had transpired in Zhuzhen workshop. However, upon seeing Lu Qing and Wei Xinghe, they were stunned on the spot, gawking at them. Their earlier thoughts vanished, not daring to arise again. Therefore, no one dared to stop them as they left, only watching them depart with awe-filled gazes, not daring to move. Whew! Only after the figures of Lu Qing and his companion had completely disappeared did the spies exhale deeply, sharing bitter smiles as they wiped cold sweat from their brows. Even the thought of entering Zhuzhen workshop to seek information was abandoned. Without thinking, they knew that the morning's tumultuous events in Zhuzhen workshop must have involved Lu Qing and Wei Xinghe, and the identities of these two were more significant than one another, especially Lu Qing, who had now been marked by all forces in the city as a person not to be provoked, his significance even surpassing that of Wei Mansion. Who would dare to recklessly investigate matters involving them? If they learned something they weren't supposed to know, it could truly be fatal. Lu Qing was unaware that he had been designated a taboo figure among the city's various forces. In the following days, after recovering his energy, he made 2 more trips to Zhuzhen workshop. In addition to creating some small trinkets, he used an exotic iron from Zhuzhen workshop's collection to forge another divine weapon for his master, reaching the refinement of a top-level divine weapon. However, the potential of this divine weapon sword paled in comparison to his war saber. It could only be considered an ordinary divine weapon with almost no possibility of evolution. It wasn't that Lu Qing did not want to forge a treasure sword of outer heaven fallen iron for his master, but the remaining pieces of outer heaven fallen iron in his Ken-Chi bag were too large. With his current ability, cutting outer heaven fallen iron was still too difficult. Furthermore, the fire-burning liquid he had prepared before was almost completely used up. Without fire liquid-induced Qing flames, the furnace of Zhuzhen workshop alone could not melt the outer heaven fallen iron. Thus, Lu Qing could only settle for the second best, spending a hefty sum to purchase an exotic iron treasured by Master Lin, to forge an ordinary divine weapon for his master. Of course, despite being an ordinary divine weapon, old Dr. Chen was extremely surprised when he received this gift. Even Wei Shanhai was shocked when he saw that sword, because he realized that the quality of this divine weapon was not a bit inferior to the war saber he used. Learning that the divine weapon was forged by Lu Qing, Wei Shanhai was stunned speechless for a long time. After creating that divine weapon, Lu Qing and the others stayed for several more days. One day, they finally proposed their departure to Wei Mansion. Chapter 233, 173, Leaving in Reluctance, Chapter 2333, Chapter 173, Leaving in Reluctance. Dr. Lu Xia, old Dr. Chen, are you really leaving? In Wei Mansion, Wei Xian heard that Lu Qing and his company were planning to leave and immediately rushed to Yuzhu Courtyard. Then, he saw that both his father and mother were there. Indeed, we have overstayed our time in your honorable residence. It is time to return. Otherwise, the villagers might start to worry. Lu Qing nodded. During their trip, they had stayed in the county for nearly half a month. Although they had entrusted someone from Wei Mansion to send a message back to Julie Village, the villagers could not help but worry after such a long absence. Now that the matters in the county had been settled to perfection, there was naturally no need for them to linger in the county any longer. And while the county was not bad, it imposed many restrictions, making many things inconvenient. During this time, even when Lu Qing practiced his martial arts, he had to be extremely careful not to disturb others. So home was better, where one could delve into the mountains, and regardless of the upheaval, not bother anyone else. Even old Dr. Chen felt a strong urge to return. There were still a few patients in Julie Village whose illnesses he had not fully cured before leaving. Before departing, he had prepared their medications in advance, but they were probably running out by now. He needed to go back for follow-up consultations. Young Master Lu, what are you saying? Having you and the elder doctor stay here has been an honor for our Wei Mansion, so where does this talk of disturbance come from? Wei Xing hurriedly said. He would love for Lu Qing and his company to live in the mansion indefinitely. Yes, young Master Lu, as long as you wish. You can stay for as long as you like. How could you ever be a disturbance? Mrs. Wei added. She did not want Lu Qing and his party to leave, especially little Yan. Teaching little Yan to read and write, and spending so much time together, she had nearly come to consider little Yan as her own daughter. Thank you all for your kindness, but we have been away from home for a long time. It's also time for us to go back and check on things. In the end, no matter how Wei Xing and the others tried to keep them, Lu Qing and old Dr. Chen made their intention to leave clear. Left with no choice, Wei Xing had to have preparations made. As for Wei Shanhai, he had not appeared at all, and it was unclear whether he was not in the mansion or simply indifferent to their departure. Before long, Wei Xing, Hetty, and the others saw Lu Qing and his party off at the city gates. You have been living quite comfortably, haven't you? The noticeably fatter ox brought to the cart by Wei Mansion servants, Lu Qing teased with a laugh. Moo! The ox, delighted at the sight of Lu Qing and his group, gave a gentle moo and affectionately nuzzled Lu Qing's hand with its head. Lu Qing began taking several boxes from the servants of the Wei family and placing them onto the ox cart. They were mostly special local products he had bought for the villagers. As for the generous thanks that Wei Mansion had prepared, they had only symbolically accepted a little, graciously declining the rest. At the realm old Dr. Chen and Lu Qing had reached, they no longer had much need for gold and silver. There were large chests of gold and silver at home that they had not yet figured out how to use. Little Yan, let's go. Having finished loading, Lu Qing called out, Goodbye, Auntie, little Yan is going home now. Clutching little Yan is going home now. Clutching little Yan is going home now. Clutching little Yan is going home now. Blushing little Yan said goodbye to Mrs. Wei somewhat reluctantly. Over these days, she had grown deeply affected by Badai cried. Mrs. Wei felt even more reluctant to let go, her tears almost falling. Little Yan, be good. When Auntie has some free time, I'll visit you in Julie Village. Really? Then little Yan will wait for you at home. Little Yan's eyes sparkled. Hearing these words, Mrs. Wei's heart sank and tears nearly poured out, managing only to nod with emotion. Of course, it's true. The little one immediately brightened up, jumping and running towards Lu Qing before being lifted onto the ox cart. Old Dr. Chen still wore his bamboo hat, sitting at the front. Due to living in seclusion and staying deliberately low-key, other than the people of Wei Mansion, no one else in the county knew that this suddenly emerged, mysterious figure from the innate realm was the famed old Dr. Chen. Family Master Wei, you don't have to see us off any further. After accompanying a traveler for 1,000 miles, there must be a parting. Let us say goodbye here. Lu Qing bowed courteously. Brother Lu, once I've dealt with my family's affairs, I'll come to the big market to mooch some food and drink from you. Ma Gu, who had just arrived at the gate, said heartily, Ha ha, that would certainly be nice. I'll prepare a couple of good dishes for you then. Lu Qing laughed heartily. With laughter, old Dr. Chen snapped the whip, and with a crisp sound, the ox cart slowly started moving out of the gates. Just as when it had first arrived, the cart slowly approached from the distance. Except now, there were 2 or 3 fewer people on it. Mrs. Wei and Wei Zhou watched as the ox cart slowly moved further away, their eyes tinged with redness. Initially, they had returned with a heart full of anxiety. Now, the very cart that had escorted them all the way was leaving. In that moment, a flood of emotions welled up in their hearts, a mixture of sentiments. Goodbye, Auntie. When the ox cart had traveled quite a distance and was barely visible, little Yan stood up, waving vigorously. As her tender voice carried from afar, Mrs. Sway's tears finally broke free and streamed down her face. When Lu Qing and his party had left the city, they had done so openly, making no attempt to hide their departure. Therefore, the news of their leaving soon spread throughout the city's every corner. They've really gone. Inside County Lord Mansion, Yan Kanghai looked at his subordinate who had come to report, with a grave expression. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Young Master Lu left on an ox cart, and that young lady was also in the cart, driven by what seemed to be an older man. Many people in the city saw it too, the subordinate confirmed. Chapter 224, Leaving and Reluctance. Tree, Leaving and Reluctance. Differ to 204, Chapter 173, Leaving and Reluctance. When did you see the old man's face? Yan Kanghai hastily asked. I didn't see it, his confidant answered. The old man wore a wide-brimmed hat that hid his face, and I could only hear his voice, which was quite elderly and made it impossible to see his face clearly. He's still hiding his identity. Yan Kanghai felt disappointed and waved his hand. All right, you may leave. After his confidant left, Yan Kanghai sat there, pondered for a while, then suddenly stood up and went to the small building where the cloth-clothed youth lived. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a faint voice from the side. What is it? Turning his head, he saw his good friend standing in a nearby pavilion, holding a scroll in his hand. Yan Kanghai smiled and walked over. I just received news that young Master Lu and his master have already left the county. The cloth-clothed youth nodded, showing no sign of surprise on his face. Ji Rui, since they've left, can you now tell me who that mysterious innate realm master of young Master Lu is? Ever since the cloth-clothed youth mentioned that the sudden emergence of an innate realm figure was someone he knew, Yan Kanghai had immediately started an investigation. However, after checking all the martial arts experts he knew, he still had no clue. None of their identities matched that of the mysterious innate. Later, he tried to start from Lu Qing, but it was equally baffling, because this one was even more mysterious. Nobody knew Lu Qing's background. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air before coming to the county. Not a single rumor about this youth existing in the world before that. Thus, Yan Kanghai was extremely curious about the identities of these two. The cloth youth remained silent, just quietly looking at him. Yan Kanghai felt a catch in his heart and forced himself to calm down. Earlier you talked about that millennium change being so terrifying that I couldn't inquire, but surely I can know the identity of this mysterious innate since you said I know him. The cloth-clothed youth looked at Yan Kanghai for a while, knowing he would not rest until he resolved this matter. So, he sighed helplessly and said, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. The innate realm master, indeed you know him very well. He is old Dr. Chen Songqing, whom you once hosted. What? Yan Kanghai's eyes suddenly widened, his whole person completely stunned by this answer. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. Zirui, are you sure that the innate realm master is elder Dr. Chen Songqing? Yan Kai asked with some difficulty. The cloth youth glanced at him sideways, seemingly disdainful to answer that question. But how is that possible? Yan Kanghai swallowed, still unable to believe it. Elder Dr. Chen, though his martial arts cultivation is decent, having achieved great success in the internal organ realm, his age has already passed the peak of Qi blood. Maintaining his realm without regression is already difficult. How could he possibly have achieved consecutive breakthroughs and entered the innate realm in such a short period of time? Moreover, to be so powerful that even Wang Changyi, an old innate realm expert, didn't dare to cross him. The more Yan Kanghai thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Speaking of which, I was surprised too. The cloth-clothed youth sighed. This elder Dr. Chen, indeed, is no ordinary person. According to the information I gathered, he's spent his life doing good deeds, treating and salvaging lives, and can truly be described as a doctor with medical benevolence, a great benevolent man. Years of good deeds, it seems, have allowed him to accumulate merit light around him. If I'm not mistaken, it is precisely with that merit light that even when his Qi blood was declining in his old age, he was still able to defy nature, continuously break through, and step into the innate realm that countless martial artists dream of. One can say, all these results are from his vast accumulated potential, albeit his path of accumulation differed somewhat from the typical martial arts path. Merit light, obtained through good deeds. At this, Yan Kanghai was thoroughly dumbstruck, because he simply couldn't understand what that meant. Unfortunately, this time the cloth-clothed youth did not further explain. He shook his clothes lightly, placing the scroll on the stone table inside the pavilion. All right, since young Master Lu and the others have left, I should leave too. Kanghai, thank you for your hospitality over these days. You're leaving too. Yan Kai was caught off guard, quite shocked. Yes, I have stayed in Song County long enough, and it's time to go. However, before I leave, there are a few words I want to say to you. The cloth-clothed youth's face turned serious. This made young Kanhai, who had intended to ask him to stay, unable to speak and could only listen quietly. Hayu, to be honest, this time coming to Chong County I am disappointed. I initially thought that during these years in Song County you were laying low, biding your time, honing yourself. But what I see is that you are not only wasting time, but also regressing, far from the person you once were. I don't mean to be rude, but as of now, you simply aren't qualified to compete with your brothers any longer. Therefore, I advise you to give up that notion in your heart and just honestly remain here as the Lord County Master. As long as you behave, I don't think the royal capital will pay any attention to this place. That way, your mother won't have to worry every day, fearful that you will stray from the right path. The words of the cloth-clothed youth rendered Yun Haiyu utterly silent, unable to speak for a long time. Alright, think it over yourself. I'm leaving. The cloth-clothed youth didn't wait for him, vanishing from the pavilion immediately after saying what he wanted to say. Wee-roo! Yun Haiyu gasped in surprise. Lastly, there's one more thing. Remember, don't provoke young Master Lu. The voice gradually faded away, leaving only Yan Haiyue in the pavilion, deeply melancholic. Brother, that flower is so beautiful, and that one over there too, really pretty. The ox cart traveled forward with the scenery shifting around them. Little Yan, who was initially a bit sad from parting with Mrs. Wei, instantly cast aside her worries. Pointing at the wild flowers and weeds along the road, she kept calling out to Lu Qing. Even though she had seen them once already on the journey here, the little one still found them fresh. They are beautiful. Seeing her happy, Lu Qing also relaxed. Children, truly, their sorrow comes fast and goes fast. As for little Li, it was already joyfully hopping around the ox cart, darting in and out of sight, bursting with excitement. During the stay at Wei Mansion, little Li always remembered Lu Qing's instructions not to display its talent arbitrarily. Hence all this while, other than showing great spiritual nature, it never did anything else out of the ordinary. Every day it was harmless, held by little Yan, accompanying her in reading, writing, eating, and playing. Other than being very spirited, to others at the Wei Mansion, it was just like any other ordinary pet. Even Mrs. Wei, who guessed that little Li was extraordinary, had never seen its true abilities. This was exactly why little Li was somewhat stifled. Now that they had finally left the Wei Mansion, it couldn't wait to frolic to its heart's content. Owing to an early departure and no delays on the road, this time, Lu Qing and his group didn't have to spend the night on the road, but instead hurried along, arriving back at Julie Village just before dusk. We're almost home. Seeing the increasingly familiar surroundings, little Yan's expression turned excited. Having been away so long, she too missed everyone back in the village. Little Li was also standing on Lu Qing's shoulder, its eyes shining as it gazed in the direction of Julie Village. Everything was great at Wei Mansion, where it could eat its fill of fish every day, but somehow it still preferred its days in Julie Village. We are finally back. Elder Dr. Chen had already taken off his conical hat at this point, looking ahead and sighing deeply. Having lived so many years in Julie Village, he had grown quite fond of it. Right Connet had already taken off his conical hat at this point, looking ahead and sighing deeply. Having lived so many years in Julie Village, he had grown fond of it. Master, I'll go take down the red rope. As the ox cart approached the village entrance, Lu Qing leapt off. After removing the red rope from the tree and placing it back under the stone slab, the villagers finally noticed the ox cart. Quickly, the entire village started to stir. Chapter 245, 174, The Realm of Will. Furnace Visualization Method. Chapter 235, Chapter 174, The Realm of Will. Furnace Visualization Method. Indeed, there's no place like home. In the early morning, Lu Qing stepped out of his house, stretched lazily, and felt extremely content. He couldn't help but smile when he remembered what had happened yesterday. At dusk, the day before, their return had caused quite a stir in the village. The villagers all came running out, surrounding him and his master with endless questions. They had no choice. They had told everyone they were just going to the county city for the market, but ended up not returning for over 10 days. Despite the Wei family having sent people to deliver messages, Elder Zhang and the others were still skeptical and worried. Now that they had finally returned, they wanted to know all the details. In the end, after Lu Qing explained everything and distributed the specialties they had brought back, everyone realized it was a false alarm and slowly dispersed. Though it took quite a bit of talking, Lu Qing's heart was still warm. After all, feeling cared for was quite a nice feeling. After collecting his thoughts, he practiced nourishing body boxing twice to stretch his muscles and then prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing that little Yan and the others would still need a while to wake up, Lu Qing employed his movement technique, and within a few breaths, he had already arrived at the bamboo forest behind the mountain. Sensing that there was no one around, Lu Qing's divine soul slightly stirred, and the next moment, a war saber appeared in his hand. However, this war saber looked rather rough, both unpolished and without a sharpened edge. It was the divine weapon blade embryo that Lu Qing had previously forged at the Juxing workshop from outer heaven fallen iron. Since then, the sword embryo had been adjusted again and fitted with a hilt. Apart from its rough appearance and lack of sharpness, it was no different from an ordinary war saber and could be used at will. With the saber in his right hand, Lu Qing's aura abruptly changed, and an intense aura of solemnity spread around him. In the next moment, as he swung the saber, he began to practice his saber technique. The sword style was profound and flowed smoothly. The swing seemed slow, but each move contained soul-shaking power. The increasingly biting aura of solemnity caused even the insects and birds around to fall silent in fear, not daring to make a sound. After practicing the four directions saber, Lu Qing stood holding the saber, a contemplative expression on his face. According to the martial arts experience exchange between my master and the Wei family's ancestor, once martial arts moves reach the realm of harmony of strength and gentleness with meticulous precision, the next step is to comprehend the will behind the moves. The key to this step is to ensure that one's martial arts moves are infused with a certain charm. When that charm is suffused within the moves, covered by the power of the heart and spirit, driving the moves will naturally allow you to anticipate and act before the enemy, with later actions winning over earlier ones, overpowering the weak with strength, and defeating the enemy like a bolt from the blue. Clearly, having tempered the divine soul power, I have already touched upon this realm slightly. However, due to the limitations of my divine soul power, there is a considerable journey ahead before I can fully comprehend the will. Of course, although Lu Qing was unable to grasp the complete will for the moment, he was still quite satisfied. It is known that the realm of will is typically only understood by innate realm experts. When innate realm experts step into the innate phase, they are baptized by the heaven and earth rules, which causes their divine soul power to surge. Hence, their martial arts cultivation becomes more intuitive, and comprehending the realm of will is naturally not too difficult. It was already quite an accomplishment for him to have touched upon the will, just having stepped into the inner organs realm. In the days to come, who could guarantee that before stepping into the innate realm, little Yan wouldn't attain the complete understanding of will? Moreover, what set Lu Qing apart from other martial arts experts was that, possessing superpowers, he could master any martial arts discipline at extraordinary speed regardless of what he practiced. Therefore, once he wholly grasped the realm of will, it wouldn't be a simple matter of mastering the sword intention or the saber intention. Instead, all the martial arts he practiced would become interconnected, swiftly ascending to the realm of will. So, for me, cultivation is of the utmost importance. As long as the power of my divine soul increases, understanding the realm of will naturally become much easier, he said. Just right. Among the legacy left by the Lihua sect, there is a minor cultivation technique well suited for my current circumstances. The legacy obtained from the leaving fire tripod was mostly unsuitable for this era. However, a small number of techniques could still be practiced by Lu Qing with some effort. Among them was one technique particularly fitting for Lu Qing's present situation, the furnace visualization method. This was a visualization method designed for cultivators to envision themselves in a blazing furnace, to combat the flames with the power of the divine soul, to refine and strengthen their divine soul through the fire's smelting. This visualization method was a pure form of divine soul cultivation and did not rely on the circulation of spiritual energy. Hence, it could be practiced even in this era scarce of spiritual energy. However, it could only be practiced by cultivators who possess divine soul power. The threshold for its cultivation was exceedingly high for the martial artists of the current age. After all, aside from anomalies like Lu Xing, in the process of martial arts cultivation, to forge divine soul power, one must reach the Grand Master level of inner organs perfection. Out of the countless martial artists in the world, how many could actually achieve inner organs perfection? Seated cross-legged, Lu Qing activated his superpower, searched for the furnace visualization method within his mind, and began to learn your simulation. Various insights flooded his mind, and Lu Xing quickly entered a state of cultivation. The furnace visualization method comprised 3 realms of cultivation: the baking furnace temple, the melting furnace, and finally great success in the furnace visualization. These 3 realms, one more difficult than the last, required the cultivator to act according to their ability and visualize prudently. If one's strength was insufficient, forcefully visualized and higher-level imagery could lead to self-immolation. The furnace imagery could incinerate the heart and spirit, turning one into a living dead. Being his first cultivation attempt, Lu Qing naturally did not foolishly challenge such a high level of difficulty. On the contrary, during his initial practice, he was extremely cautious. According to the visualization method's technique, he visualized a small furnace within his heart. Furthermore, its design was quite rudimentary. If little Yan could see this imagery, she would immediately recognize it as the small stove used at home for cooking porridge. After visualizing the furnace, Lu Qing transformed himself into a strand of heart and a spirit power and immersed himself into the furnace. Upon entering the furnace, Lu Qing immediately felt as though he had entered a world of fire, surrounded by roaring flames on all sides. The furnace visualization method was indeed miraculous. Although the furnace was merely a product of his visualization and illusion, Lu Qing felt as though he was genuinely being scorched by the flames, the sensation incredibly real. It seemed as if in the next moment the body formed by his divine soul power would melt away, completely incinerated. Lu Qing dared not be careless. He immediately recited the cultivation technique, mantra silently, stabilizing his heart and spirit, silently withstanding the refining heat of the furnace. Chapter 236, 175, Known to the World Without Stepping Outside. Chapter 236, Chapter 175, Known to the World Without Stepping Outside. In the seascape of his mind, Lu Qing found himself enclosed within a furnace. His heart and spirit were continuously tempered. Evoking a feeling that in the next moment, his soul might scatter and he might perish along with his cultivation path. However, he knew that all of this was an illusion. Thus, he remained unaffected, merely reciting the cultivation technique mantra in his mind, silently enduring it all. Time passed and the flames surrounding him gradually extinguished, the furnace dissipated, and the sliver of divine soul power returned to his occupoints. Lu Qing immediately noticed a change. He felt that his divine soul power had clearly strengthened compared to before. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This furnace visualization method is truly a cultivation technique from the cultivation era. Even just a first attempt at cultivation has so obviously enhanced the power of my divine soul. With such a mysterious method, to fully grasp the realm of will before reaching the innate stage is no longer an extravagant hope. Even refining the divine soul talisman is not out of reach. Thinking of the various mystical descriptions of the divine soul talisman in the divine talisman sex inheritance, Lu Qing felt a surge of excitement. Since arriving in this world and awakening his superpower, he had obtained many inheritances. Among these, the most precious were the inheritances of the divine talisman sect and the Li Hu sect. Both inheritances came from the cultivation era, but the origin of the divine talisman sect's inheritance remained a mystery. Lu Qing had not been able to uncover the past of the divine talisman sect in the inheritance. Even within the Li Hu sect's inheritance, there was no mention of the divine talisman sect. Lu Qing did not know which of the two sects was stronger, but in his heart, the divine talisman sect was much more mysterious than the Li Hu sect, and the path of runes was also more mysterious than the Li Hu sect techniques. Given that Lu Qing possessed extraordinary, almost cheat-like abilities, he could learn anything at an incredibly fast pace. Yet even so, he had spent a long time just to get a basic grasp of the path of runes. Up to now, he hadn't been able to refine a divine soul talisman. One could imagine the difficulty involved in the practice of runes. Moreover, the path of runes was different from ordinary cultivation methods. It stressed that all things in heaven and earth could teach one, and likewise, they could all be utilized. It wasn't limited by the availability of spiritual energy and could be used even when spiritual energy was scarce, although with reduced power. With such a powerful inheritance, Lu Qing naturally wouldn't give up, so he had never slackened in his efforts to refine the divine soul talisman. It was just that due to the limitations of his divine soul power, the speed of refinement had always been slow. Now the excellent effects of the furnace visualization method allowed him to rapidly enhance his divine soul power. The complete refinement of the divine soul talisman was in sight, so how could Lu Qing not be thrilled? After fantasizing about the future for a moment and noticing that it was getting late, Lu Qing gathered his emotions, placed the war saber into his Qin Kunchi bag, and headed home. Once home, he pulled little Yan and little Li out of their bed, urged them to wash up and eat breakfast. Then Lu Qing took these two little ones to the half-mountain small courtyard. "Ah Qing, little Yan, are you heading to old Dr. Chen's place?" Along the way, villagers greeted them warmly, unable to resist taking several glances at little Li perched on Lu Qing's shoulder. Since returning from the county, Lu Qing had not asked little Li to conceal its identity. After all, in the county, it had revealed itself every day. Moreover, he no longer needed to worry that anyone would harm little Li. Therefore, last night, many people in the village saw little Li and learned that it was a pet creature raised by Lu Qing. However, because little Li's appearance is indeed peculiar, and it possesses a remarkable spiritual nature, even though they knew of its existence, the villagers still felt astounded. "Yes, I wonder if Master has gotten up," Lu Qing said with a smile. "He must have. I just passed by the foot of the mountain and saw old Dr. Chen practicing his boxing in the yard." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the villagers, Lu Qing took the two little ones up the mountain to half-mountain small courtyard, where he found his master indeed in the yard. What surprised him was that there was another person present, Mr. Ji Rui. Seeing the cloth youth drinking tea with his master under the plum tree, Lu Qing was very surprised. He had not expected to encounter this person here. Young Master Lu. The cloth-clothed youth nodded in greeting to Lu Qing with a slight smile. Mr. Ji Rui, how come you are here? Has something happened in the county again? Lu Qing couldn't help asking. In his memory, the whereabouts of this person were always somewhat elusive, and he never showed up unless there was a significant matter. And in recent days he had also learned some information about Tianji building from the ancestors of the Wei family, which left him quite wary of this individual. He knew that the other party not only possessed a lot of hidden information unknown to others, but he also seemed to have a superpower with extremely keen powers of insight. All is peaceful in the county, according to the message I received from Tianji building, that Wang Changyi has already led his disciples back to Tianchong sect. Young Master Lu don't need to worry. As for me, I have left the county and am preparing to travel elsewhere, the cloth-clothed youth explained. Then Mr. Jiroi, what brings you here this time? Naturally, I missed the floral tea made by old Dr. Chen, the cloth-clothed youth said with a smile. The tea I got from the elder doctor that day has already been squandered by myself, and now craving it, I could only come and shamelessly ask for a few more cups to drink before I leave. That's easy. It's rare for Mr. Jiri to enjoy it so much. Just wait, and the old man will send you some more as a farewell gift. Old Dr. Chen chuckled. Then Jirui would like to thank the elder doctor here, the cloth-clothed youth happily said. After securing the floral tea, the cloth-clothed youth happily said. After securing the floral tea, the cloth-clothed youth's expression then turned serious. Of course, my visit this time is not only to ask for tea from you, elder doctor, but also to discuss a few matters with you, he said. Lu Qing. He knew that this person coming over couldn't possibly be just for a bit of floral tea. Please, speak, Mr. Zhu Rui. It was obvious that the elder doctor had expected this, so there was no surprise on his face. The first matter concerns young Master Lu, concerning me. Lu Qing was taken aback. Correct, I just received news that just yesterday, the Seven Killings Tower officially issued a 7 Killings order against you to carry out an assassination. 7 Killings order. Lu Qing's complexion gradually grew solemn and became a bit grave. Indeed, so young Master Lu, you are now famed throughout the assassin world. You should know that 7 Killings Tower 7 Killings order is rarely issued, not even once in many decades, and countless people want to know just who has provoked the 7 Killings Tower into dispatching a 7 Killings order to hunt them down. If possible, I would rather not have such fame, Lu Qing said somewhat helplessly. Being the center of attention in the assassin world, even he could not help but feel pressured. Young Master Lu, with your martial arts prowess from the moment you decided to go to the county to save the Wei family, you were destined to rise to fame and shake the world. The cloth-clothed youth shook his head and said, the second matter I want to discuss still relates to you. Oh, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Could there be something worse than an assassination attempt? This time, it should be good news. The cloth-clothed youth took a scroll from his bosom and placed it on the table. This is a list called the Hidden Dragon List. It is a list compiled by Tianji Building, gathering young talents and genius martial artists from all over the world. It is a list that countless young martial artists dream of being included in. And young Master Lu, you are on the list. Chapter 237, 176, The List of Fates Rankings. Chapter 237, Chapter 176, The List of Fates Rankings, Hidden Dragon List. Lu Qing looked at the scroll on the stone table. May I ask Mr. Zhu Rui, what is the Hidden Dragon List? The Hidden Dragon List is a Rui. What is the Hidden Dragon List is a ranking compiled by Tianji Building, selecting the top 100 postnatal realm martial artists from all over who have the most hope of advancing to the innate realm. Once a martial artist enters the innate realm, not only does their lifespan greatly increase, but they also possess various extraordinary abilities, as if they were flying dragons in the sky, vast and boundless. Hence, the list is named Hidden Dragon, Lu Qing. He had thought that with such a resounding name like Hidden Dragon List, it would be something extraordinary list for the innate realm. Had Lu Qing been an ordinary country lad, perhaps he would have found the Hidden Dragon List impressive. But he wasn't, so he could only maintain a polite smile. It wasn't that Lu Qing looked down on the list. Rather, as someone possessing multiple inheritances, he knew that on the path of cultivation, the innate realm was just the beginning and far from being considered the achievement of a true dragon. What kind of person was the cloth-clothed youth? Seeing Lu Qing's calm demeanor, he could tell right away that the young man wasn't impressed by the Hidden Dragon List, and so he fell slightly silent. He suddenly remembered that the youth before him was unlike any martial arts prodigies he had ever seen. His talent was devilishly overwhelming. To other postnatal realm martial artists, and even martial arts grandmasters, the innate realm might be a formidable chasm. To cross it, one must exert tremendous effort and blood, and with indispensable luck, one might break through. But for Lu Qing, it was hardly a difficult realm to reach. For a genius who was almost certain to step into the innate realm, was it really a matter of honor to be on the hidden dragon list? The cloth youth felt Lu Qing's thoughts, so he could only keep to his silence. The courtyard suddenly fell into a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Lu Qing sensed this awkwardness, and felt it was somewhat impolite to treat a guest in this manner. After some thought, he still asked, "Mr. Ji Rui, may I know what place I hold on this hidden dragon list?" However, what Lu Qing hadn't expected was that once he asked the question, the cloth youth became even more silent. After a long while, he replied, 29th. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. It seems the world is truly full of hidden tigers and dragons, with numerous martial arts prodigies. I wonder, who are the martial arts experts ranked ahead of me? Most of those ranked before you are martial arts grandmasters who have reached the perfection of the postnatal realm for quite some time. Some have even tempered their own divine soul power, and are just a step away from entering the innate realm. Lu Qing nodded. The breakthrough from the postnatal realm to the innate realm, one of the most crucial keys is divine soul power. Since these martial arts masters have come this far, they are only separated by a thin line from the innate realm. It made sense for them to be ranked ahead of him. What Lu Qing didn't know was that on the hidden dragon list, not only those ranked before him, but most of those ranked after him were also martial arts grandmasters, with the least skilled among them being powerful warriors who achieved the great success of the internal organs realm. And nearly all were famous, having considerable reputations in the world's realm. However, the cloth-clothed youth, realizing that the hidden dragon list didn't matter much to Lu Qing, had no heart to speak further of it. The hidden dragon list rankings are updated every 6 months. This copy, I'll leave here. Young Master Lu, when you're bored, you can have a look to acquaint yourself with the martial arts experts of this day and age. The cloth youth handed the scroll to Lu Qing. After receiving it, Lu Qing put it away without looking at it immediately. The cloth youth didn't mind, and instead said, "Old Dr. Chen, the last matter Mr. Ji Rui has to mention concerns you." "Oh. Please speak freely. Within the next 10 years, the world may see great upheaval. Chaos will arise, and the struggle between good and evil may rear its head again. Even Holy Mountain may find it difficult to cope. Elder Doctor, you possess an opportunity to cultivate in the Holy Pool. If you do not wish to forfeit it, it would be best to use this chance within 5 years. Otherwise, you might waste this fortune." The cloth youth's expression was grave. "Great chaos will arise. What do you mean by that?" The elder doctor's expression sharpened as he asked. "What exactly the chaos will be, I too am unaware. But this is the prophecy left by the founder of Tianji Building, and it should not be mistaken." After some thought, the elder doctor replied, "The old man understands. If nothing arises within these few years, I plan to make a trip to Central State. These recent days to Ishanhe, the elder doctor had learned a lot. Moreover, upon hearing that Lu Qing had received the 7 killings order from the 7 killings tower, it made him take cultivation more to heart. That's good to hear. It's getting late, elder doctor. I should also take my leave." Seeing that all the matters he had come to address were settled, the cloth youth prepared to bid farewell. So soon to leave. "Ah Qing, go inside and fetch some floral tea for Mr. Ji Rui to take with him." Once the cloth youth had left, Lu Qing finally took out the hidden dragon list. He still did not directly open it to read, but activated his superpower, focusing his gaze. A faint golden hue emerged from the scroll. Gold. Lu Qing was surprised. It was merely a list, and yet it bore a gold quality. Interesting. Lu Qing looked at the few words on it. Hidden Dragon List. Rankings based on information collected by Tianji Building from numerous postnatal realm martial artists worldwide, calculated and compiled. Chapter 238, 156 seat, List of Fate, Ranked 2. Chapter 238, Chapter 176, List of Fate, Rank 2. This list records the top 100 postnatal martial artists worldwide who are considered by Tianji Building to have the most potential to break through to the innate realm. Once ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, one gains attention from people all around the world and receives an imperceptible enhancement of fate, which makes their cultivation journey smoother. Does this hidden dragon list actually have the effect of gathering fate? After reading the few lines of information, Lu Qing was genuinely surprised. Previously, he found it a bit odd that martial artists held the hidden dragon list in such high regard from the way the cloth youth spoke. So that was the case, it seemed that his inclusion on this list wasn't entirely bad news. Lu Qing unrolled the scroll and immediately he searched downward. Then, at the 29th position, he found his own name. Chang State Lu Qing, 17 years old, initiate of the internal organ realm. The information was extremely concise, revealing nothing more than his name, age, and cultivation level. Lu Qing then looked at the other names on the list. Their displayed information was similar to his. At most, some entries included the sect or family to which the person belonged. Other information, such as the cultivation techniques practiced and preferred weapons, was completely undisclosed. Lu Qing was quite satisfied with this. It showed that Tenji building was discreet and did not reveal too much about those ranked. He searched the list again and indeed found a few familiar names. One was the Cloth youth's name, which ranked above his in the 17th position. There were also two others, Wei Xingye and the stout man from Heavenly Chang sect, Zhao Xiong. The rankings of these two were not far apart. One ranked 78 and the other 81. However, even two martial arts grandmasters who had reached perfection in the internal organ realm could only rank so low. It appeared that there were indeed numerous martial arts experts in the world. Lu Qing looked further and found that there were even names of disciples from the Seven Killings Tower. The most formidable among them was someone named Tan Leng, who was ranked 9th on the list impressively. Most importantly, Lu Qing noticed a pattern. None over the age of 30 were ranked in the top 50. Even in the latter 50, the oldest was merely 48 years old, which was still considered prime age for a martial artist. In other words, the Hidden Dragon list was actually a very withful list. The martial artists listed were all in their prime state. It makes sense. This Hidden Dragon list ranks those most likely to break through to the innate realm of martial arts experts. Once someone passes 30 years, their body's chi blood begins to gradually decline from its peak, and the probability of breaking through to the innate realm correspondingly decreases. The rankings of Wei Family Master and that Zhao Xiong are probably affected by their ages as well. Lu Qing briefly pondered and understood the underlying reasons. Not everyone has the talent and fortune of his master. His master, who created nourishing body boxing, even though being of older age, had always maintained excellent energy. He disliked competing with others and nearly had no health issues or injuries. After taking Earth Vein spiritual liquid, not only had his body recovered to its peak, but he had also successfully cultivated divine soul power. Moreover, he was protected by merit light. That allowed him to step into the innate realm in his old age, creating a miracle that seemed almost impossible. For other older martial artists who had surpassed the age of 50 or 60, without the accumulation and fortune like his masters, attempting another breakthrough would probably be harder than reaching the skies. This is why the Hidden Dragon list did not feature names of aged grandmasters. After briefly browsing through the Hidden Dragon list, Lu Qing rolled it up, planning to study it more thoroughly when he had time. Master, what are you thinking about? After putting away the Hidden Dragon list, Lu Qing looked up and saw his master with a slightly furrowed brow, lost in thought. I was thinking about what Mr. Jirui just said. Previously, in Wei Mansion I also heard people discussing the Millennium Turmoil. I wonder if it's the same event he mentioned where great chaos is about to unfold? The elder doctor was somewhat troubled. After hearing what the cloth-clothed youth said about the upcoming great chaos, for some reason, he felt a sense of premonition rising in his heart. It seemed to relate to something extremely important. Lu Qing thought for a moment and finally said perhaps the disciple knows a little about what Mr. Jiru was talking about. Qing, you know? The elder doctor raised his head in astonishment. The disciple isn't entirely sure, but recently I found a peculiar book in an old bookstore in the county. It recorded some very unusual information. According to what the carefree wanderer said, if his calculations are correct, the so-called spiritual energy resurgence might be happening in our era. And what Mr. Jirui described as the Millennium Turmoil and the arising Great Chaos might be referring to this. Lu Qing recounted some of the things recorded in the casual notes left by the carefree wanderer. The cultivation era, spiritual energy resurgence. After listening to Lu Qing's explanation, the elder doctor was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this matter would even relate to events from tens of thousands of years ago in ancient times. However, the cultivation era, does it truly exist? And are there really immortals in this world? The elder doctor felt somewhat incredulous. Although he was an innate realm expert himself, he had always regarded tales of gods and immortals as mere legends. Now, hearing that gods and immortals truly existed, it was indeed a significant shock to his beliefs. The disciple also finds it unbelievable, but after witnessing certain things, I feel that it may not be so illusory, like the big cauldron in the underground chamber of the Wei family, for instance. Lu Qing reminded. The elder doctor suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, the big cauldron of the Wei family was truly miraculous. Not only did it contain a mysterious Taoist charm, but according to what Wei Shanhai said, it originally only had the size of a fingertip and yet had grown so large over 100 years. A self-growing big cauldron, no matter how you look at it, does not seem like an ordinary object. Perhaps only those celestial beings with profound divine skills could create such a mysterious artifact. Looking at it this way, what Mr. Jouvry said about the millennium turmoil must indeed refer to this matter of spiritual energy resurgence, the elder doctor sighed. Originally, he thought that what the cloth-clothed youth talked about was that most conflicts between sect forces or perhaps another war between commanderies was about to erupt. He didn't expect it to involve such a monumental shift of heaven and earth, but faced with such a monumental shift, how should they respond? For a moment, the elder doctor felt somewhat lost. Master, there's no need to worry too much. If the sky falls, there will be tall ones who will hold it up. Lu Qing, seeing his master's bewilderment, offered some comfort. Although Mr. Ju did not specify the cause of the great change, I think he surely knows something, and even if he isn't clear, the powerful sects behind him must have some understanding. These sects certainly wouldn't want the world to descend into chaos, so let's just wait and see how things unfold. The elder doctor came to a realization. Indeed, if the carefree wanderer could find the jade, those sects with thousands of years of inheritance, possessing vast resources and power, must know even more hidden information. They probably have prepared well in advance for the great change's arrival. In that case, why was he worrying here? Let it be, after all. We are just doctors, people of humble words and limited influence. Treating and saving people is our duty. The grand affairs of the world should be left to those major sects to worry about. After reflecting on this, the elder doctor somewhat relieved himself and spoke in a light-hearted tone. Seeing this, Lu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that his master, though kind-hearted, always considered himself merely a doctor and did not harbor any grand ambitions to save the world. Otherwise, if he got too fixated, Lu Qing really didn't know how he would be able to advise him. While Lu Qing and his master were having a casual conversation, he was unaware that at this moment, the outside world was being turned upside down due to the hidden dragon list rankings just released by the Tianji building. The reason, naturally, was because his name appeared on it. Send gift 1, paragraph copied. Chapter 239, 177, A Name That Shakes the World, The Madman. Chapter 239, Chapter 177, A Name That Shakes the World, The Madman. Tian Building's Hidden Dragon List had always received considerable attention from various forces throughout the world. After all, martial artists who made it onto the list represented a significant probability of breaking through to the innate realm. Innate realm experts were exceptionally powerful. Even within the top sects, they were considered pillars of strength and were not to be underestimated by any force. Countless martial artists around the world took pride in making it onto the hidden dragon list, for that signified true fame and recognition throughout the land. Most martial artists diligently practiced cultivation, all for the sake of fame and fortune. Those who made it onto the hidden dragon list were considered renowned throughout the world, and how could many people remain unmoved by that? Therefore, whenever the half-yearly announcement day of the Hidden Dragon List approached, it was the busiest time for Tianji Building. This time was no exception. From early in the morning, many martial artists were already staking out the branches of Tianji Building in every state and county, all eager to get the first look at the list. Among them, there were spies sent by various major sects as well. Then, when the list was posted, everyone was shocked, because a name they were completely unfamiliar with had appeared. Lu Qing from Chang State. Who is this person, and how come I've never heard of them? Just at the initial realm of the internal organs, yet ranked 29th, ahead of numerous martial arts grandmasters. A 17-year-old martial artist in the internal organ realm. Which sect from Tang State has cultivated such a core disciple? Almost everyone was captivated by the name Lu Qing on the list. It couldn't be helped. The information displayed on the list was simply too astonishing. A 17-year-old martial artist at the initial realm of the internal organs, making his first appearance on the Hidden Dragon List, ranked 29th, ahead of numerous martial arts grandmasters. Any of these details, when applied to any other martial artist, would already be remarkable. Now all concentrated on one individual, these details delivered a real shock to the people. So much so that some even doubted whether Tianji Building had made a mistake in their information. Not to mention anything else, but how could a martial artist at the initial realm of the internal organs rank ahead of so many martial arts grandmasters? Faced with skepticism, Tianji Building quickly responded. The ranking was correct, and the information on the list was also entirely accurate. There was no need to worry about errors. The credibility of Tianji Building was still very much guaranteed. Since they claimed there was no mistake, it must indeed be true. As a result, after Tianji Building's response came out, the martial artists of the world were truly astounded. There was actually such a young prodigy in the world, able to enter the ranks of the Hidden Dragon List at the age of 17. Which sect had nurtured such an extraordinary genius? Many sect forces couldn't help but develop a strong interest, but to try to get information from Tianji Building, forget about it. Tianji Building had introduced the hidden dragon list over 1,000 years ago and had never disclosed more than some simple information about those on the list. If they wanted to find out who this Lu Qing really was, they would have to investigate on their own. For a time, Count Le's forces set out to send people to Qing State to investigate. Of course, not all powers were completely ignorant of Lu Qing. In Jingyun's sword pavilion of Jizhou, in a small building, several elders were sitting opposite each other. A list was placed on the table in front of them, clearly the hidden dragon list. Lu Qing from Qing State, one of the bearded old men, looking at the name on the list, fell into thought. Then he asked, "A few days ago, didn't Ming Jian and the others encounter a young prodigy while out for experience, who also seemed to be named Lu Qing in Qing State?" "That's right," another elder with short hair nodded, "and they also said that this young prodigy's martial arts talent was astonishingly brilliant. Rumor has it that with a perfect bones and muscle status, he had defeated a martial arts grandmaster, and they even witnessed with their own eyes how he, with his bare fists, captured a heavenly gang assassin from the Seven Killings Tower, heavenly orphan, within several dozen breaths. This is so unbelievable that when I first received the letter, I thought Ming Jian and the others were deceived, listening to rumors, and I was quite angry. But after carefully questioning the disciple who brought back the letter, I found that it seemed not to be a rumor, but indeed a fact. Coincidentally, just the other day, the Seven Killings order was issued by Seven Killings Tower, seeking to hunt someone by the name of Lu Qing. Thus, it can be seen that what Ming Jian and others reported was not false. Letting the Seven Killings order be issued must be no mistake. The Lu Qing they spoke of must be the same one on the hidden dragon list, the bearded elder nodded. The same name and surname, both in Qing State, and both young prodigies. Such coincidences couldn't possibly exist in the world. The bearded elder at once confirmed that the Lu Qing on the hidden dragon list and the one mentioned in the sect disciples' communication were the same person. Considering this, his heart grew even more astonished. A 17-year-old in the internal organ realm, with perfect bones and muscles, defeating a martial arts grandmaster? I did not expect such an exceptional genius to exist in this world. No wonder Tianji Building ranked him on the hidden dragon list. Such a naturally gifted genius, if not qualified to be on the hidden dragon list. Such a naturally gifted genius, if not qualified to be on the hidden dragon list, then hardly anyone in the world would qualify. It's just a wonder which sect force could have cultivated such a young prodigy. According to what Ming Jian said in the letter, this Lu Qing's mentorship is very mysterious, only knowing that his master is a mysterious figure from the innate realm. But that day at Wei Mansion, they had no chance to meet him, said the elder with short hair. An unknown innate realm expert, who could it be? The bearded elder wondered. Chapter 240, 177. Renowned throughout the world, the madman. War. Chapter 240. Chapter 140, Chapter 177, Renowned throughout the world, the madman, War. The madman Asukertua, Ming Jian and his companions have not yet returned from their travels. Otherwise, we could ask them in detail about the situation at that time. The information in the letter was limited, and many details could not be conveyed thoroughly. Thus, they were unable to obtain more information. Since this Lu Qing already has a master, we shouldn't inquire too much and risk causing their displeasure, said the bearded old man after some thought. The presence of an innate realm master clearly suggested that considerable power backed him. If they probed too deeply and caused displeasure, creating unnecessary enemies, it would be a loss not worth the gain. Thus, after a brief discussion, the bearded old man decided to put the matter aside for the time being. Today, in addition to the hidden dragon list, I have called you here for a more crucial matter concerning the millennial change. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the elders immediately turned solemn. Sect Master, is the millennial change really upon us? On the thin elder, unable to contain himself. Judging by the recent movements of various sects over the years, it seems indisputable, replied the bearded old man seriously. This matter relates to the future glory of our sword pavilion, and we cannot afford any negligence. But what exactly is this millennial change, and how do we address it if it's millennial change, and how do we address it if its nature is still unclear to us? Another elder asked. What the millennial change entails is probably only known to the four great secret places, and ancient sects like Tianji Building and Seven Killings Tower, which have endured for millennia. Unfortunately, our sword pavilion's heritage is still somewhat lacking. But even without knowing the cause, we cannot just sit and wait. We must do something, lamented the bearded old man. The other elders also fell into silence. The feeling of knowing that a major change was imminent, yet not knowing the reasons, was truly frustrating. Suddenly, one elder said, "How about we consult Junior Master? With his extensive knowledge and experience, he surely knows some inside information." With these words, the expressions of all the elders changed abruptly, becoming somewhat unnatural. It seemed that the previous suggestion had mentioned a particularly special individual, whom they all greatly feared. However, they also knew that it was a viable suggestion. If anyone knew some secrets, it would indeed be him. After all, this individual had once dared to desecrate the grave of the founder of their sect in his quest for answers. Yet, thinking of Junior Master's temperament made everyone hesitate. With his hatred towards the sect, would he truly be willing to help? After a while, the bearded old man finally sighed. Let me go. Junior Master was fondest of me back in the day. Perhaps, in consideration of our past affinity, he will be willing to disclose some information. After all, he also grew up here. A quarter of an hour later, the bearded old man carrying a bamboo basket appeared on a cliff behind the sword pavilion. Beside the cliff, there was a half-man-high small cave entrance, dark and deep, its destination unknown. This place was a forbidden area of the sect. Apart from the sect master and a few supreme elders, no one else was allowed near. The bearded old man hesitated at the entrance for a moment, then ultimately bowed and entered. After walking about 10 steps inside the cave, it suddenly opened up. The cave walls were spacious and tall, allowing him to walk upright. Following the passage for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of water ahead. After turning a bend, a vast cave chamber appeared before him. Light filtered from above, giving a faint illumination to the cave. Inside was also a small pond with flowing water. The bearded old man ignored the scenery and walked directly to the cave wall beside the pond. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, Junior Master." Except for the sound of flowing water, no other sound echoed in the cave. After a while, a hoarse voice finally spoke up. "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be our sect master. How so? Leaving your sword pavilion and coming to see this old man in his twilight years." A look of embarrassment flashed across the bearded old man's face. "It's my nephew's fault, managing sect affairs all these years. I have not been able to find the time to pay my respects to Junior Master." "Pay respects? That sounds nice," the voice said sarcastically, "but wasn't it you, our esteemed sect master, who imprisoned me here in the first place? Why bother putting on such an act now?" "Junior Master, although my nephew failed you in the past, I do not regret what I did," the bearded old man said firmly. "The disaster you caused back then was too great. If we did not give the other party an explanation, the entire sword pavilion would have been destroyed in no time. As the sect master, I had to prioritize the sect. I had no choice but to wrong you, Junior Master. So back then, you used my trust in you to secretly poison me, strip away all my cultivation, and imprison me in this dark place without sunlight." The voice spoke emotionlessly. "Junior Master's cultivation was profound. We were no match for you in a direct confrontation. We could only resort to such a stratagem. It was my fault, Junior Master. If you hold resentment in your heart, I accept any reproach you may have." The voice was silent for a while before suddenly sighing. Forget it. Why bring up these matters? My cultivation is already gone. It's all a moot point now, being just a cripple. Tell me, why have you come this time?" "Indeed, nothing can be hidden from Junior Master. It's not hard to guess. Ever since you imprisoned me here, you youngsters had been feeling guilty and dared not face me. You wouldn't visit without a reason, so why have you come?" "That's because we feel guilty towards Junior Master, truly ashamed to face you. Enough with the nonsense. What is it really?" the voice said impatiently. "It's like this, Junior Master." The bearded old man organized his thoughts before continuing. "In recent years, strange phenomena have been appearing frequently around the world. The top sects are acting unusually, as if they are plotting something. We have tried our best to investigate, but to no avail. We only accidentally learned that Tianji Building once stated that a great change is imminent in 1,000 years. A transformation in heaven and earth is coming. Conflicts and chaos will arise. But what exactly this great change entails and what calamity it will bring, we still could not figure out. Junior Master, with your extensive knowledge and profound learning, do you possibly know the inside story? What did you say? A great change in 1,000 years is coming?" Unexpectedly, when the voice heard this, it suddenly became agitated, followed by the clashing sound of iron chains. A figure suddenly sat up from the bottom of the cave. It turned out the person speaking with the bearded old man had been lying there all along. Due to the dimness of the cave and the dirtiness of his clothing blending into the color of the cave walls, it was initially unnoticeable. "Dimwin, what you said is true. A great change in 1,000 years is coming." The person was emotionally agitated, and under the trembling of his body, the sound of iron chains came again. His body was indeed bound by several iron chains as thick as a small arm tied near the cave wall. "This is the news my nephew heard from Tianji Building. It should not be wrong. Haha. To think that such a day would finally arrive. I have finally waited for this day. Over 200 years of waiting. Heaven, you old thief, you can't wear me down after all." That figure laughed heartily, seeming mad. Junior Master, you obviously know something, right? Seeing this, the bearded old man instantly understood what was happening and said joyfully, "Of course I know. How could I possibly not know? If not for this secret, how would I have ended up in this situation?" The voice of the figure was still crazed. "Junior Master, since you know the reason, please enlighten us. You want to know what the great change in 1,000 years actually entails." The figure asked, "Please enlighten us, Junior Master. Then, let's make a deal." Beneath the chaotic hair of the figure, a strange smile appeared. Chapter 241, 198 Agreement Reached, Treasure Pull. Chapter 241, Chapter 198 Agreement Reached, Treasure Pull, what kind of deal? The bearded old man felt a surge of alertness in his heart. This junior master was known for his perverse temperament, and no one could really know what he was thinking. But his methods had always been strange and sharp. In the past, he had made quite a name for himself with his ruthless tactics. Even now, as a cripple, he was still greatly feared. "You want to know what the 10,000-year change really is, don't you? Just let me out and I will tell you." "I'm afraid that won't do, Junior Master," the bearded elder said with some difficulty. "The disaster you caused back then was too great. That person had originally intended to have you executed, but your fellow disciples pleaded vehemently on your behalf, and that is the only reason you were spared. However, that individual still sends someone every 3 years to confirm that you're still imprisoned. If I were to release you, it would be difficult to explain to the Sword Pavilion. This is not difficult at all. When the time comes, you can just claim I am already dead, forge some evidence and deceive them. Aren't you the leader of a sect, capable of handling even this minor task?" The shadow said. The bearded old man remained silent. After more than 10 seconds, he finally spoke. "Junior Master, you are now old and frail. Why do you insist on leaving? Wouldn't it be nice to spend your remaining years inside the sect? If you think this place is uncomfortable, I can arrange a more comfortable residence for you." "Enough nonsense. After being imprisoned here for decades, I have had enough. In a word, will you release me or not?" the shadow said impatiently. The bearded old man fell silent again, his face showing a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, the shadow continued, "Little Jianwen, I know you are honest and always prioritize the sect. I can tell you clearly that this 10,000-year change is a major event that will determine the life or death of our Sword Pavilion. If we do not prepare in advance, not to mention maintaining our current status in Jizhou, just surviving without being suppressed and swallowed would be good. More seriously, it could even lead to someone attacking us, completely destroying us and erasing our legacy. Junior Master, are you serious?" The bearded old man was shaken. "I swear on your Grandmaster's name, there is no falsehood." The bearded old man had heard from his deceased master that his junior uncle, in his entire life, had been perverse and fearless. He respected no one and had never looked up to anyone. Except, he held great respect for the Grandmaster who had rescued him from the chaos and raised him. Now that he had even invoked the Grandmaster's name, it might well be that what he had just said was probably not an exaggeration. The bearded old man's heart was suddenly plunged into struggle. The shadow did not urge him further, letting him think for himself. The cave fell silent again, with only the faint sound of flowing water. After a long while, the bearded old man's face suddenly firmed up as if he had made a decision. He asked, "Junior Master, what do you intend to do after you leave?" "What can I do? Old fellow, I am just a cripple now, with not many years left. I just want to go out and walk around in my last few years, see what the outside world looks like. Being in this cave for decades, I have no idea what it's like outside anymore." Hearing the sadness in the junior master's voice, the bearded old man felt a surge of remorse. The junior master's current plight, although self-inflicted, had indeed been locked up by him personally all those years ago. Seeing him like this, he too felt uneasy. Moreover, the junior master was right. Now him being near his end and with his cultivation completely ruined, even if he really did leave, he could no longer cause trouble. With this thought, the bearded old man finally made up his mind. "Junior Master, I can let you out, but you must promise me a few things." "Of course." Seeing the bearded old man finally agreed, the figure's heart surged with excitement. Hidden in the darkness, a face revealed a sinister and ferocious smile. Qing, who was far away in Jizhou, naturally had no idea about this. At the moment, he was leisurely fishing by the river. The fishing spot he was at was the Miracle Fishing Vat. Next to him, Little Lee was eagerly watching the float. During his days in the county, Little Lee's days had been good, consuming a lot of fresh fish every day. However, he had not been able to eat strange fish again. Thus, he was dearly missing it. "Little Lee, don't be anxious. We haven't fished here in so long. The strange fish should have gathered again by now," Qing said with a smile as he rubbed Little Lee's head. Little Lee rubbed against Xin's hand and continued to stare at the float. Qing couldn't help but laugh and began to take things seriously. The little guy was so expectant he couldn't let him be disappointed. Perhaps because it had been a while since he last fished here, the strange fish truly had refreshed. Before long, Lu Qing felt the fishhook, baited with blood apricots, gently move, followed by the float suddenly sinking and a strong pulling force transmitted from the fishing rod. However, with Lu Qing's current strength, such an ambush no longer affected him at all. He held the fishing rod steadily in his hands, a smile appearing on his face. This fish hook is a newly forged 1,000 refined fish hook. If you can pull it away, you really are capable. Indeed, this time returning home, Lu Qing had upgraded his fishing rod again. The fishing line was still made of snow silkworm silk, which proved to be extremely durable. Having used it for so long, Lu Qing had never seen it break. During his time in the county, he had also looked for other types of fishing lines, intending to buy some for backup, but he found that none were as good as the snow silkworm silk. Perhaps he had yet to find a fishing line better than the snow silkworm silk, so he hadn't replaced it. What he mainly replaced was the fish hook. Previously, Lu Qing had asked Ma Gu to custom order some refined iron fish hooks in the county, but he still felt they were somewhat lacking. After all, no matter how good the fishing gear, fishermen always feel it could be further upgraded. Coincidentally, Lu Qing had been spending his days in Zhuzhen workshop, so he simply forged a batch of 1,000 refinement level fishhooks. Lu Qing still remembered the indescribable expressions on Master Lin's and his apprentices' faces when he forged those fishhooks. Perhaps, in the eyes of these masters, using 1,000 refinement level iron to make fishhooks was simply too wasteful, but out of respect for him, they refrained from commenting. After switching to the 1,000 refined fishhooks, Lu Qing's fishing rod had ascended to another level. Under the scope of superpower, a faint golden light emerged, truly qualifying it as a treasure. With such a treasure pull, Lu Qing was not at all worried that mere strange fish could trouble it. And indeed, just as he expected. Although the fish below were strong, they were now completely insignificant in front of the present Lu Qing. Before long, a beautiful form was pulled by him into mid-air. Chapter 242, 179, Group of Strange Fish, Lurker. Chapter 242, Chapter 179, Group of Strange Fish, Lurker. Is that a red moon carp? Lu Qing was surprised as he looked at the beautiful red figure on the fishhook. It was, astonishingly, the first strange fish he had ever caught, a red moon carp. Moreover, its size was much bigger than the one he caught the first time. It weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds. No wonder he felt that the strength of this strange fish was far greater than before. It turned out to be such a big fellow. Oh! Ow! 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 Watching the red moon carp floating midair, little Li got excited. Pacing back and forth on the shore, wagging its tail, it appeared very impatient. If it weren't for its great dislike of water, Lu Qing suspected that the little creature would have pounced already. Don't worry, I'll take it down for you now. After calming little Li, Lu Qing unhooked the fish and tossed it over. Swoosh! Before the fish even hit the ground, little Li snatched it and ran off to the nearby grass to feast. While eating, it even twitched its ears, looking extremely happy. Watching the little guy enjoy its meal, Lu Qing shook his head and then continued to fish. He actually wanted to taste the red moon carp as well, given it was one of the top 10 delicacies. He had once tasted the golden loach, another of the top 10, and still remembered its flavor vividly. However, Lu Qing also knew it was impossible to snatch food from little Li's mouth. If he really did that, the little guy would stare at him with its sad big eyes all day. So, he honestly continued fishing, hoping to catch another one. Perhaps hearing the anticipation in Lu Qing's heart, not long after little Li had eaten only half of its fish, there was another bite on the hook. Could it really be that after not fishing for half a month, the strange fish have started to flock here? Feeling the force transmitted from the fishing rod, Lu Qing was very excited. This pulling force could only belong to a strange fish. What was more key was that he found this force very familiar. After struggling for a while and pulling up the fish, Lu Qing got even more excited. Indeed, another red moon carp. Could there be a school of them below? Looking at the slightly smaller red moon carp on the hook compared to the previous one, Lu Qing couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He quickly unhooked the fish and put it into the bucket, then baited the hook with 2 more blood apricots and cast it again. Then, after a quarter of an hour, the bobber sank again. A school of red moon carps has really come. Seeing the 3rd red moon carp he hooked, Lu Qing was delighted, but also felt something was off. Even if he hadn't come fishing for half a month, there shouldn't have been so many strange fish suddenly. There must be a reason behind it. Lu Qing felt that it might be necessary to take some time to investigate this. However, while he was puzzled, he continued to seize the rare opportunity and kept fishing. Finally, after catching 2 more red moon carps, the bobber stopped moving altogether. It was unclear whether the red moon carps below had been fished out or if the constant fishing scared the others away. But Lu Qing was very satisfied already. This fishing trip had yielded 5 red moon carps. Excluding the one eaten by Little Li, there were still 4 left, enough for him, Little Yan, and his master to taste. Little Li, you've already eaten the biggest one and are full enough. I can only give you 2 more, and they have to wait until tonight. Seeing Little Li's slightly longing look, Lu Qing quickly said. Hearing this, Little Li felt a bit disappointed, but it touched its own little belly and felt a bit full already. Waiting until evening seemed okay. The most crucial part was that it could eat 2 at once tonight. Thinking this, it suddenly perked up again. With excitement in their hearts, a man and a beast started making their way home. As for Little Yan, the little fellow was recognizing more characters now, and her studies had become correspondingly heavier. Every morning, she had to go to Half Mountain Small Courtyard to receive teaching from the elder doctor. So if Lu Qing went fishing in the morning, Little Yan couldn't accompany him. Sitting on Lu Qing's shoulder, Little Li's tail swayed leisurely. However, upon their return to the village entrance, its ears twitched, and suddenly it stretched out a paw to tug at Lu Qing's hair. What's wrong, Little Li? Lu Qing asked. The little creature gestured, and Lu Qing was slightly shocked, but his face remained calm. It's nothing. Let's head home first. Speeding up a little, Lu Qing got home first. Speeding up a little, Lu Qing got home, put down their things, and then looked at Little Li. Little Li, did you sense a strange and strong presence lurking nearby, one not from our village? Little Li nodded its head. Lu Qing's face immediately took on a serious expression. Ever since he had learned about Little Li's special sensing ability, he had instructed it to memorize the aura of everyone in the village. This way, if a stranger approached, it could detect them immediately. Now, with a mysterious martial arts expert lurking nearby, he felt uneasy. The first thing that came to mind was an assassin from 7 Killings Tower. Honestly, since finding out about the 7 Killings order issued by the 7 Killings Tower against him, Lu Qing was quite perturbed. Being so publicly targeted for assassination and spoken of as if he should feel honored, such behavior had maximized Lu Qing's disgust for 7 Killings Tower. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Otherwise, a chill appeared on Lu Qing's face. Little Lu Qing's face. Little Li, let's go and meet this fellow. According to the location sensed by Little Li, the person was hiding on a small hill north of the village, observing the village's movements. Following Little Li's guidance, Lu Qing slipped out from behind the house, entered the bamboo forest behind the mountain, and after making a detour to avoid being seen, he swiftly headed in that direction. With his divine soul power and a faint divine soul talisman framework formulated, Lu Qing, if he truly concealed his aura, could remain undetected even by ordinary innate realm experts. The cloth-clothed youth who possessed an exotic treasure couldn't see through his disguise either. As for Little Li, with its invisibility talent, hiding its tracks was even more secretive. Thus the mysterious figure lurking near the village without a line of sight did not notice Lu Qing and Little Li approaching at all. Still confidently hidden, he lay atop a large tree, quietly observing Julie Village not far below. He was very confident in his skills of concealment. As long as he didn't expose himself, no one could find him. Once, he had assassinated a prince of a commandery by hiding under the prince's bed for a full day and night, undetected by the prince's guard who was a martial arts grandmaster. Eventually, he found an opportunity, not only killed the prince but also escaped pursuit, breaking free successfully. If even a martial arts grandmaster couldn't detect him, then this Lu Qing definitely couldn't perceive his whereabouts. After all, based on the information from the Hidden Dragon list, he was merely at the initial realm of inner organs. While it was surprising that someone at the initial realm of inner organs could make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, everyone knew that the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list only represented the probability of breaking through to the innate realm in the future, not combat strength. Those ranked in the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list might not necessarily defeat those ranked below. This young man's placement on the Hidden Dragon list must be due to his unmatched cultivation talent. After all, being at the realm of inner organs at 17 was terrifying in terms of potential. But potential just means potential. Potential just means potential, not strength. 17 and at the realm of inner organs was indeed impressive and promised a boundless future. However, as long as he hadn't fully matured, he was just a prodigy. No matter how formidable this young man was, he couldn't possibly possess intuition stronger than a martial arts grandmaster to discover his trace. Just when the mysterious person was brimming with confidence, suddenly he heard a voice from below. "My friend, would you prefer to come down yourself, or shall I personally pull you down?" Chapter 243, 180, Serious Injury and Intelligence. Chapter 243, Chapter 180, Serious Injury and Intelligence. What? The lurker in the tree was deeply shaken. He had never anticipated someone appearing suddenly beneath the tree where he hid, uttering the truth of his whereabouts. Yet he had not detected even the slightest sign beforehand. The lurker dared not move an inch. He was unclear whether Lu Qing had truly discovered his location or was merely bluffing. He was exceedingly confident in his stealth technique, so a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. However, in the next moment, he realized he was wrong. Seeing that after his call the person in the tree still showed no intention of revealing himself, Lu Qing knew the arrival had ill intentions. He looked up, only to see dense foliage, lush and thriving like a pavilion, which completely obscured the lurker's figure from view. But possessing divine soul power and having condensed a trace of God's soul rune framework, his sensing ability far exceeded that of an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. Even without Little Li's guidance, he could clearly sense exactly where the breath was hiding. Without the slightest hesitation, a fist-sized stone he had casually picked up along the way appeared in his hand, which he threw with a hidden weapon technique violently upwards. With Lu Qing's current strength, a burst of qi blood enabled even an ordinary stone to contain formidable power. Boom! The stone, accelerated to the extreme and imbued with immense impact, instantly burst through the treetop. Leaves and broken branches fluttered down and a figure fell from the tree, rolling and then standing on the ground, arms hanging down, trembling slightly, and staring at Lu Qing with a face full of shock. Shocked that Lu Qing could indeed see through his trail, and surprised by Lu Qing's decisiveness, wasn't the rumor that this young hero possessed a chivalrous heart? Why had he attacked so ruthlessly without even clarifying his identity? Recalling the situation just now, the lurker was still frightened. Lu Qing's attack had been too sudden and had accurately located his position. He had no time to dodge and could only take the hit forcefully. Now his arms were injured, aching and numb, and it would take at least a quarter of an hour to recover. Thank goodness I had put on soft armor beforehand, otherwise this blow would have probably crippled my hands. The lurker was grateful in his heart and no longer dared to underestimate Lu Qing. Merely a common stone tossed out possessed an attack power not inferior to that of a martial arts grandmaster. This young man before him was definitely not an ordinary martial artist of the internal organ realm. Not to mention, he still couldn't understand how Lu Qing had discovered his whereabouts. Finally willing to come down, huh? I thought you'd rather die than leave that tree, Lu Qing said indifferently. The lurker before him was dressed in worn-out clothes, with an ordinary appearance like a village youth you could see anywhere. If he walked in a village, no one would suspect him of being out of place. However, Lu Qing wasn't concerned about his appearance. The top assassins of the Seven Killings Tower all mastered the bone and muscle-changing secret technique and could effortlessly alter their looks. If this person were sent by the Seven Killings Tower, his current appearance might not be his true face. Therefore, Lu Qing activated his superpower without hesitation. Quickly, a rich red superpower light emerged from the body of the young man. Lin An, a heavenly gang assassin of the Seven Killings Tower, codenamed Shadow. Cultivation, small success in postnatal internal realm, proficient in various assassination secret techniques, especially skilled in the art of stealth. After the Seven Killings order was issued by the Seven Killings Tower to obtain the sex reward, he intended to assassinate you and vie for a position among the 12 heavenly gang. Indeed, an assassin from the Seven Killings Tower. Lu Qing's gaze turned icy. Feeling the chill emanating from Lu Qing, the assassin, Shadow, from the Seven Killings Tower was startled. Yet his face showed indignation. What do you mean by this attack? I was merely resting in the tree. How have I offended you to warrant such a lethal response? If I didn't have some skill, I would have been killed by your unwarranted attack. Faced with Shadow's feigned angry interrogation, Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. He calmly looked at the man. An assassin from the Seven Killings Tower, is this all you can do? Since you dare to assassinate me, are you prepared to die? Shadow was shaken inside. It had only been a few days since the Seven Killings order was issued by his sect, yet Lu Qing, located in such a remote place, already knew about it. Where did he get the information? His face still showed confusion though. What Seven Killings Tower? Are you mistaken? I'm just passing by with no ill intentions. However, seeing that he was still playing dumb, Lu Qing no longer wished to speak further. He stomped the ground, kicking up the soil, and in a flash, he was in front of Shadow. His right hand clenched into a fist, compressing the air with a tiger's roar. He unleashed a ferocious tiger heart punch straight at the opponent's chest. Feeling the might of this punch, a great alarm struck Shadow. Although he was unaware of how Lu Qing could be so sure that he was an assassin from the Seven Killings Tower, he knew that this was not the time to dwell on this issue. Lu Qing's punch was too terrifying. If he showed weakness any longer, he truly might be killed on the spot. No longer bothering with his disguise, Shadow erupted in chi blood throughout his body, and a short sword appeared in his hand, thrusting straight at Lu Qing's fist. Lu Qing's punch was indeed fearsome, almost leaving him no chance to avoid it, but Shadow also had his methods. Whether it was overconfidence on the part of the other or forgetting to bring weapons, Lu Qing was fighting him unarmed. His short sword was coated with a lethal poison, and if it could pierce even slightly through the fist, Lu Qing would surely die. Chapter 244, 180 Severe Injury and Intelligence. Chapter 244, Chapter 180 Severe Injury and Intelligence. Two facing the counterattack of Shadow. Lu Qing's expression remained calm. As the short sword was about to stab his fist, he suddenly lowered his shoulder and dodged the blade. Then he flicked his finger, hitting right on the surface of the sword. What seemed to be a casual flick contained astonishing power, causing his already injured arm to tremble wildly with a numb sensation, nearly losing his grip on the short sword. Taking advantage of this opening, Lu Qing converted his fist to a palm and struck his opponent's chest. A powerful burst of palm force erupted, accompanied by a severe cracking sound of bones. Shadow was sent flying backward until he crashed into a large tree more than 10 meters away, shaking down countless leaves before stopping. He lay on the ground, life or death uncertain, defeated by a single move. Such a distinguished Heavenly Gang-level assassin from 7 Killings Tower, a powerful martial artist at small success of the internal organ realm, was defeated by Lu Qing in one stroke, yet there was not the slightest hint of triumph on Lu Qing's face. Looking at the motionless assassin on the ground, he flipped his hand, producing another stone. With a fierce whooshing sound, Lu Qing threw the stone without hesitation, aiming directly at Shadow's head. As expected, when the stone was about to smash Skull's head, Shadow, who was originally pretending to relax to take advantage of Lu Qing, suddenly moved, dodged the stone instantly, and fled into the forest to escape for his life. However, before he had run a few meters, another whooshing sound came. Boom! This time, Shadow couldn't dodge and was hit squarely in the back by the stone thrown by Lu Qing. Despite wearing soft armor, Shadow could not withstand the tremendous force spewing out blood, which seemed to contain fragments of internal organs. Thud! Such a severe injury was unbearable even for a strong murderer at the internal organ realm. Shadow's body, like a broken sack, fell to the ground and rolled several times before becoming motionless. "Stop playing dead. You have armor on. My strike may have incapacitated you but was not enough to kill you," Lu Qing said, looking at the motionless Shadow. He slowly approached, stopping 7 steps away, and spoke indifferently. Shadow made no move. Lu Qing did not get angry, but flipped his hand again, holding another stone. "Guess this time can your head dodge my stone? Guess this time can your head dodge my stone?" "Cough cough, Mr. Lu Qing, you really are cautious, even at this stage," Shadow responded, knowing that continuing to pretend was futile. He gave a bitter smile, struggling to sit up, leaning against a large tree, and looked miserably at Lu Qing. "Although I don't like 7 Killings Tower, I have to admit, you dark rats have some tricks. One can easily be caught off guard and ambushed by you." Lu Qing watched the severely injured Shadow, but still did not approach further. "Mr. Lu Qing, you really are powerful. Despite your young age, to have such strength, no wonder TNG Building ranked you 29th on the most recent Hidden Dragon list." Shadow looked at Lu Qing as though he were looking at a monster. He had seen the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list before and, like everyone else, had thought Lu Qing was listed for his unparalleled martial arts talent. But now he knew it was not just Lu Qing's martial arts talent that was formidable. What was even more terrifying was his combat talent. That punch was truly astonishing. Perhaps even a martial arts grandmaster proficient in boxing couldn't compare. A novice in the initial realm of internal organs executing boxing skills comparable to a grandmaster. Such an unbelievable feat actually existed. Shadow felt his belief in martial arts being almost destroyed. What's more important was that Lu Qing's intellect was also incredibly meticulous. His numerous feints and tricks not only failed to draw out a single weakness from Lu Qing, but made him seem more elusive than a veteran experienced over hundreds of years. Was this really just a teenager? Shadow's mind couldn't help but flash with this thought. "Enough, less nonsense. Do you know why I'm not killing you now?" Faced with Shadow flattery, Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. "That must be because I have something you want." Shadow gave a wry smile. "Indeed," nodded Lu Qing. "Talking with a smart person saves trouble. I don't want to know much. Just spit out the whereabouts of your 7 Killings Tower, and I might leave your body intact, allowing you to die without pain." "You want to know the whereabouts of our 7 Killings Tower?" Shadow's eyes widened in shock for a moment, then as if he thought of something, a look of disbelief crossed his face. "You wouldn't be thinking of attacking our 7 Killings Tower for revenge, would you?" Lu Qing did not answer, but the calmness on his face gave Shadow his answer. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Indeed, courage of youth knows no fear. The ignorance of the fearless. Young people are so spirited, daring to have designs on our 7 Killings Tower. So, will you give me the address or not?" "I will, of course." Shadow's face showed a mocking smile. "If you really want to seek death, can I stop you?" "Boy, I just don't know if you really have the guts to actually storm our 7 Killings Tower. You need not provoke me. Whether I go is my business. After all, you won't see that moment." Lu Qing said indifferently. He made no attempt to hide his intent to kill Shadow. Shadow naturally heard Lu Qing's murderous intent. but he no longer cared. The rock that Lu Qing had smashed into his back had already shattered his internal organs. Now he was mortally wounded, barely hanging on by the strong life energy of a martial artist of the internal organ realm. Unless he found those legendary healing herbs, even if Lu Qing let him go, he wouldn't live for many days. Good, you've got guts, Shadow praised him. We Seven Killings Tower have only assassinated others. It's the first time I see someone daring to provoke us. Mr. Lu Qing, with this courage, your name on the Hidden Dragon list is truly deserved. Lu Qing, with this courage, your name on the Hidden Dragon list is truly deserved. Lu Qing. He had come to realize that the people in this world really took the Hidden Dragon list very seriously. Being so valued and recognized by martial artists all over the world, it's no wonder that the list had a function to gather fortune. Since he had agreed, Shadow was straightforward and immediately mentioned a series of locations. Lu Qing silently noted them down. Seeing this, Shadow finally believed that this young man was not bluffing. He really intended to take revenge on their Seven Killings Tower. A thrill grew in his heart, eager to see the collision between such a rare creature in the sect. As an assassin who killed without batting an eye, Shadow had no sense of belonging to the Seven Killings Tower. Since childhood, he had been captured by the Seven Killings Tower and subjected to brutal assassin training, enduring immense suffering. For such a cold-blooded organization, he only harbored hatred, not gratitude. However, having grown up in the Seven Killings Tower and knowing its terror, even if he detested and loathed it intensely, he could never muster any will to resist. Now seeing someone willing to seek revenge against that behemoth, although he knew the hope was slim, he still felt a surge of excitement. With that thought, Shadow added, Mr. Lu Qing, the locations of the Seven Killings Tower I just mentioned are actually just minor ones. Even if destroyed, they are of little concern to the Seven Killings Tower. It won't hurt them. But there is one place, if you can destroy it, the Seven Killings Tower will certainly suffer tremendous losses, go mad with rage, and be in anguish. After saying this, Shadow mentioned another location. He also very clearly described the various mechanisms set up at that location. Chapter 245, 180 None, Refining the Sword and Brile, A Bizarre Misunderstanding. Chapter 245, Chapter 180 None, Refining the Sword and Brile, A Bizarre Misunderstanding. On the hillside within the trees, Lu Qing looked at the corpse of Shadow as it slowly ceased to breathe, falling into silence. The words Shadow spoke before dying echoed in his mind. Mr. Lu Qing, I have told you everything I could, but I advise you not to rush towards revenge. In Seven Killings Tower, there are assassins stronger than me. Several of the most crucial strongholds had elders of the innate realm stationed. Mr. Lu Qing, your martial arts talent is unparalleled, and your future is boundless. In time, you will surely grow into a great martial arts titan. Then it would be easy to take control of the Seven Killings Tower. Sadly, I won't be able to see that day. Lu Qing could feel that Shadow had harbored great resentment towards Seven Killings Tower in his final moments. That's why he revealed all he knew about the Seven Killings Tower. It was unknown what brutal acts the Seven Killings Tower had committed against Shadow to make him, a disciple, completely disloyal to his sect and wish for its total destruction. He recalled the heavenly orphan who had tried to assassinate young Master Wei and had also given him advice before dying. It seemed these assassins from the Seven Killings Tower were quite intriguing. Perhaps by assassinating others frequently, they had long been prepared to face death. When facing their own deaths, they all appeared quite calm. However, although Lu Qing's impression of these assassins had slightly changed, enemies remained enemies. Lu Qing would not spare Shadow's life just for that reason. With his capabilities, it wouldn't have been difficult to heal Shadow's injuries, but showing mercy to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. From the moment Shadow had decided to try and assassinate him, it had been determined that only one of them would survive. Lu Qing was not so merciful as to forgive someone who tried to kill him. Realizing through his superpower that Shadow was indeed dead, Lu Qing briefly searched the body, taking some useful items into the Kankanchi bag. Then he found a spot to bury the corpse, letting it rest in peace and preventing it from being exposed in the wilderness. After finishing all this, he took little Li, who had been hiding in the shadows, and headed home. Previously, he had kept little Li hidden just in case, so that if the enemy was too strong and he couldn't handle it, he would still have a backup plan. But clearly, he had been overly cautious. Arriving home, Lu Qing took out the items he had retrieved from Shadow. After checking them, he found there weren't many useful things. Aside from some gold and silver items and gold and silver notes, there were only a few things of real value. 2 medicine bottles, a set of soft armor, and that short sword smashed with potent poison of the 1000 refinement level. Inside the 2 medicine bottles, one contained poison, and the other contained elixirs for cultivation in the inner organs realm. However, aside from the elixir for the inner organs realm, the rest were not very useful to Lu Qing. They could be given as gifts later, which was not a bad way to establish goodwill. Lu Qing felt a bit regretful. Neither with the Heavenly Orphan nor with Shadow had he found any secret manuals. Honestly, he was quite interested in the bone and muscle changing technique of the Seven Killings Tower, though with his current realm, his control over his physical body had reached a very high level. It wasn't difficult to temporarily change his appearance, but achieving the seamless disguise of another person, perfectly coordinated without any flaws as the Heavenly Orphan had done before, was extremely difficult. Sadly, it was clear that there was some restriction by the Seven Killings Tower, probably not allowing its assassins to carry secret manuals on them in order to prevent leaking of various secret techniques that were crucial to their foundation. Not finding anything particularly useful, Lu Qing casually stored the items and then, carrying a fish bucket, he took Little Li to the Half-Mountain Small Courtyard. "Brother, Little Li, you're back." Arriving at Half-Mountain Small Courtyard. "Little Li, you're back." Arriving at Half-Mountain Small Courtyard, Little Yan, who had been reciting from a book in the yard, immediately put the book down and ran over, jumping around. "Yep, how about it? Did you memorize today's text?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. Little Li then jumped into Little Yan's arms, enjoying her caress. "I memorized it. Brother, how was the fishing? Did you catch any strange fish?" Little Yan knew that Lu Qing had gone fishing mainly because Little Li had recently been craving strange fish a lot, throwing tantrums and wanting to eat, so he had gone out fishing early in the morning. "I caught some, and even several." As the siblings talked in the courtyard, Elder Dr. Chen came out from the house, his expression quite serious as he looked at Qing. "Ah, Qing, what was that earlier?" Clearly, the elder doctor had sensed the fluctuations from the earlier battle between Lu Qing and Shadow. After all, Half-Mountain Small Courtyard wasn't too far from that mountain. "Just a petty member of the Seven Killings Tower, already taken care of by the disciple," Lu Qing replied casually. Elder Dr. Chen nodded, not inquiring further about what happened to the assassin from the Seven Killings Tower. Already taken care of by the assassin from the Seven Killings Tower. He himself disliked taking human lives, but he wouldn't demand his disciple to do the same. Moreover, he particularly disapproved of powers like the Seven Killings Tower, which recklessly assassinated others' lives. "Although nothing went wrong this time, you should still be careful on a daily basis," the elder doctor advised. "Disciple understands," Lu Qing nodded, then added, "Master, I was quite lucky this morning and caught several red moon carps. Since last time we sold the red moon carp and couldn't taste it ourselves, why don't we try the flavor of one of the world's top 10 delicacies tonight?" "You caught several red moon carps." Elder Dr. Chen was very surprised. Has the red moon carp become so easy to catch nowadays? Chapter 246, 189, Refining the Sword Embryo, A Peculiar Misunderstanding. Pring and Understanding. Chapter 246, Chapter 189, Refining the Sword Embryo, A Peculiar Misunderstanding. A Bringano. Disciple is also puzzled, maybe because it has been a long time since fishing. "All the strange fish in the river have gathered," said Lu Qing. Lu Qing actually had a guess, but before confirming it, he did not want to jump to conclusions. Hearing that they could eat red moon carp, the elder doctor also felt some anticipation. By dinner time, when Lu Qing was cooking, the elder doctor didn't even look at his medical books, leaving his study early. Lu Qing prepared 2 red moon carps, one steamed and one boiled into soup. During dinner, all of them tried a bite and indeed found the fish tender, delicate, and extremely flavorful, with the soup refreshing their hearts and spleens, truly living up to its reputation as one of the top 10 delicacies. That dinner, everyone ate heartily with great enjoyment. That night, after Little Yan and Little Li had gone to sleep, Lu Qing sat on his bed and quietly thought things through. During the day, he had obtained substantial information about Seven Killings Tower from Shadow. This included some key locations of the strongholds. However, he hadn't thought about taking action against Seven Killings Tower anytime soon. Lu Qing was well aware of his own limitations. With his current strength, trying to shake a huge entity like Seven Killings Tower was just a fool's dream. Even if he could destroy 1 or 2 of their bases unexpectedly, it would essentially be a trivial matter for a behemoth like Seven Killings Tower, serving no purpose but to warn them and cause unnecessary alertness. When striking a snake, one must aim for its vital part. Either don't strike at all, or if you do, you must severely cripple or kill them. Therefore, Lu Qing wasn't in a rush. For now, his top priority should be to focus on accruing strength, and to use his time to significantly enhance his capabilities. Only when his power was formidable would he be worthy of facing a mighty force like Seven Killings Tower. Additionally, he had a premonition from the cloth-clothed youth's words that the once-in-a-millennium change was nearing. Perhaps it wouldn't be many years before the world itself would transform. After forming a trace of divine soul rune framework, Lu Qing trusted his own intuition. To stand a chance in the anticipated upheaval, strength was indispensable. Temporary gains and conflicts of pride were trivial. Enhancing his own strength was the most crucial task. With that thought, Lu Qing felt a slight stir in his spirit, and a sword appeared in his hand, the very same divine weapon blade embryo forged from outer heaven fallen iron. Placing the sword embryo across his knees, Lu Qing concentrated his spirit, and a trace of divine soul power emerged from the acupuncture point between his eyebrows, entering the embryo and beginning the refining process. Lu Qing employed a secret technique inherited from Li Hu sect. Using mind and spirit to refine the sword embryo, he engraved secret runes within it, leaving his own spiritual imprint. Once the rune engraving was complete and the refinement reached perfection, the sword embryo would transform into a sword Dao magical artifact, an existence even superior to that of a divine weapon. However, due to the weak nature of his divine soul power, Lu Qing could not refine for long each day. Thus, successfully refining the embryo into a magical artifact was bound to be a long process that required plenty of time. After refining for a quarter of an hour, Lu Qing started to feel mental fatigue. Knowing he was reaching his limit, he ceased the refinement and stored the sword embryo back in the Qi bag. He then took the opportunity to practice the furnace visualization method, pushing his spirit to its utmost limit before falling into a deep sleep, according to a special breathing technique. The next morning, waking up refreshed, Lu Qing found the divine soul power in the acupuncture point between his eyebrows had significantly increased. This was a cultivation method he had devised over the last few days, pieced together from the multitude of inheritances in his mind. Each night, he would first employ divine soul power to refine the outer heaven fallen iron sword embryo, then practice the furnace visualization method, pushing his mind to a certain limit before regulating his breath according to the turtle breathing technique and recuperating his divine soul power in his sleep. Such cultivation made him feel rejuvenated upon waking the next day, fully restoring and even enhancing his divine soul power substantially. Truly achieving progress in both artifact refining and cultivation. Feeling his enhanced divine soul power, Lu Qing was very satisfied. At this rate, solidifying a complete divine soul talisman before advancing to the innate realm wasn't just wishful thinking anymore. Glancing outside, as the morning sun was already rising, Lu Qing, as usual, practiced some nourishing body boxing in the courtyard before heading off to prepare breakfast. Just as he'd finished making breakfast and was about to call Little Yan and Little Li, suddenly he heard some noise outside, followed by a hearty voice. "Brother Lu Qing, I'm here to freeload a meal. Elder Ma, are you done with your clan's matters?" Lu Qing stepped outside somewhat surprised. Indeed, it was Ma Gu, dressed in a blue robe with a long sword hanging from his waist. He had reverted to his previous attire. "It's done. Thanks to Xian. In fact, there's not much left for me to do in the clan anymore. The clan leader and the elders keep talking about it. They nearly directly told me that as long as I maintain a good relationship with Xian and you guys, I don't need to worry about anything else." Tired of hearing that, I found an excuse to return to the great gathering. Ma Gu appeared somewhat depressed and also a bit embarrassed. It seemed he felt that the clan was being too calculated about his and Lu Qing's relationship. Lu Qing, however, didn't really mind these things. Instead, he asked, "You returned to the great gathering, so what about Xian? Don't you need to supervise his cultivation anymore?" Lu Qing was aware of the true reason Wei Zhan had become Ma Gu's disciple. "Well, I'll keep you guessing for now. You'll know in a couple of days." Chapter 247, 189, Refining the Sword Embryo, A Bizarre Misunderstanding. 3 Chapter 247, Chapter 189, Refining the Sword Embryo, A Bizarre Misunderstanding. 3 Ma Gu simply smiled slightly, playing coy. Lu Qing coped. Just as Lu Qing was about to remain speechless, Ma Gu took off the long sword from his waist. "Right, brother Lu Qing, I just realized a few days ago, is this the sword you gave me?" Lu Qing looked over, the scabbard seeming familiar. It was indeed the one he had asked Master Lin of Jujin Workshop to make, so he nodded. "Yes, it is my gift to you, a token of congratulations for your and young Master Wei's master-disciple ceremony. Is it really from you?" Ma Gu's eyes widened. "Brother Lu Qing, do you know that this is 1,000 refinement level treasure sword?" "I know, other why would I give it to you?" Lu Qing continued nodding. Nonsense, he had personally crafted the sword. How could he not know its quality? However, Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. He had given away the sword some time ago, so why was Ma Gu only asking about it now? 1,000 refinement level treasure sword is extremely valuable, priceless. Brother Lu Qing, such a precious gift, I really can't accept. You should take it back, Ma Gu hastily said. In his heart, Lu Qing was the great benefactor who had saved him several times. He had not yet found the chance to repay such a huge favor, and had no right to accept such an expensive gift. You must know, a blade of the 1,000 refinement level, even among the Ma family's treasure trove, not one could be found. So when Ma Gu first discovered this congratulatory gift, not just him, but even the family head was utterly stunned. "Lu Qing, didn't housekeeper Wei tell you that I made this sword myself, and it didn't cost much?" You personally crafted this treasure sword. Unexpectedly to Lu Qing. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu's eyes widened even more, as big as a cow's, filled with disbelief. Lu Qing fell completely silent. Looking at Ma Gu's expression, which didn't seem like he was faking, he must truly have been unaware. But why would Housekeeper Wei make such a mistake? What Lu Qing didn't know was that with the thoroughness Housekeeper Wei usually brought to his work, he indeed wouldn't have made such a basic error. However, on the day of the master-disciple ceremony, many things happened, especially with Wei Zhan being ambushed and seriously injured. Even though he was saved by Lu Qing with spiritual medicine, his life was narrowly spared, but his primordial qi was greatly damaged, causing the master-disciple ceremony to end abruptly. Afterwards, the Wei family was in a rush to find out who had placed the bounty to assassinate Wei Zhan, resulting in the neglect of the gift matter. They just sent over what belonged to Ma Gu to the Ma family, and the rest were not explained clearly. Among them, Lu Qing's gift got mixed in with many others and was very inconspicuous. It was later, when the Ma family was tallying the gifts, that they saw the name on the gift box and realized it was from Lu Qing. Upon opening it and seeing the 1,000 refinement treasure sword inside, they were shocked. By that time, Lu Qing and the elder doctor had already set off on their return journey to Julie village. After hearing Ma Gu's story, Lu Qing finally understood what had happened. He smiled. In that case, Mr. Ma, please keep the sword at ease. This sword was a practice piece I made at Juzian workshop before. Nothing exceptional, and it didn't cost much. These words completely floored Ma Gu. 1,000 refinement level practice piece. Had Brother Lu Qing's casting technique already reached such a level? Wait, when had Brother Lu Qing learned to craft? He wasn't aware of it. Had it been during the days when he went home? But that was only a few days. For a moment, Ma Gu's thoughts were in turmoil, his brain nearly crashing. However, knowing it was indeed crafted by Lu Qing himself, he eventually accepted the 1,000 refinement treasure sword. Mr. Ma, have you eaten yet? I just made breakfast. Would you like to join me? Seeing Ma Gu's mood had recovered, Lu Qing asked. Ma Gu's eyes immediately lit up. Of course I want to eat. I intentionally skipped breakfast and timed my arrival, just because I haven't tasted your cooking in so long and missed it. Hearing such a bold and justified freeloading excuse, Lu Qing could only laugh helplessly. All right, you go inside and wait a bit. I'll go call little Yan and the others. Chapter 248, 182. 2 years later, the Divine Soul Talisman is completed. Chapter 148, Chapter 182. 2 years later, the Divine Soul Talisman is completed. Deep in the mountains, in the strange valley where Li Weichen was buried, Lu Qing and little Li appeared. Half a year since I last came here. Nothing seems to have changed. Lu Qing gazed at the valley's bird song and flowers, feeling somewhat emotional. Outside the valley, the autumn wind was bleak, with leaves falling, yet inside the valley it was still like spring in full bloom, an oddity indeed. Ow! Little Li on his shoulder called out, seemingly urging Lu Qing. I know. You and little Yan have plans to play chess early when we get back. This closure shouldn't take too long. Lu Qing soothed, rubbing the fluffy head of the little creature. He somewhat regretted why he had the whim to create a set of beast-fighting chess some time ago. It had once again ensnared the two little ones, now immersing themselves deeply every day, wishing all their time could be spent on playing chess. Visiting Li Weichen's grave first to pay respects, then Lu Qing, accompanied by little Li, passed through the waterfall and entered the cave. Upon reaching the Jade Cave chamber, everything remained just as it had when Lu Qing first discovered it, without any change. It seemed as though it would remain the same eternally, no matter how much the outside world altered. Of course, Lu Qing knew it was merely an illusion. From the time he found this cave, it had only been just over 2 years. It was ridiculous to speak of eternity. Little Li, guard the entrance for me while I go inside to close off. Lu Qing took out a variety of items from his Chun Kun Chi bag. Soft cotton bedding, fresh water, dried fish, among others, all prepared for little Li. He even placed a couple of storybooks there, so the little guy could browse through them if he got bored. After all, in these 2 years, little Li had practically learned to recognize all the characters, able to understand somewhat simple writings. This closure was extremely important for him, and he didn't know how long it would take. Nevertheless, he prepared comprehensively for his sustenance. Previously, when moving through the forests, he could only carry a bamboo basket, limiting what he could bring. Now, having something like the Qian Kun Chi bag as a magical storage space allowed him to make thorough arrangements. Ow, you. Little Li, used to seeing Lu Qing draw numerous items from that small bag, was no longer surprised. It walked into the little cotton nest, cozily lying down, indicating it understood. You're getting lazier by the day. Lu Qing shook his head, half in amusement. However, he trusted little Li's abilities greatly. Its unique sensing capability could easily detect innate realm experts nearby if they were not deliberately concealing their presence. Plus, with its ghostly invisibility talent and unbreakable claws and teeth, even a martial arts grandmaster caught off guard would hardly be a match for it. There was no better protector than it. Letting the little creature lazily sprawl there, Lu Qing pushed open a hidden door, entered the secret chamber, and sat cross-legged on the jade bed. After regulating his breath to calm his mind thoroughly and adjusting his essence, spirit, and vitality to their optimal states, he then immersed his mind into the acupoint between his eyebrows. Compared to 2 years ago, Lu Qing's acupoint between the eyebrows had undergone significant changes. Not only had the space expanded, but his divine soul power had also made substantial progress. If 2 years ago, his divine soul power could only form a shallow mist in the third eye acupoint, now it had turned into a dense fog. It was dozens of times richer than before. More importantly, in the center of the acupoint, an ancient-looking, complex divine soul talisman hovered in midair, stabilizing the entire acupoint space, making it even more secure. This divine soul talisman was almost completely intact except for a tiny corner missing at the bottom right side, nearly flawless. The purpose of Lu Qing's seclusion this time was to fill in this last missing corner and fully refine the divine soul talisman. This step was extremely important concerning his future path, and he could not afford to be careless. That's why he brought little Li with him to seclude themselves in the undisturbed jade cave. It's finally the moment. Enhancing the divine soul power is truly much more difficult than cultivating the physical body. My physical qualities had reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster at the perfection of the internal organ realm just a year ago. Yet, the divine soul power, even with the help of immortal Tao's secret skill, took another year to barely start refining the divine soul talisman. His heart and spirit watched the talisman within the acupoint, and Lu Qing felt a sense of marvel. Over these 2 years, he had practiced diligently every day, continuously tempering his divine soul power. He had even cultivated the furnace visualization method to the second level, the realm of melting furnace. Only then had he managed to enhance his divine soul power enough to thoroughly refine the divine soul talisman. Conversely, his martial arts cultivation had progressed rapidly without much concentration, merely practicing nourishing body boxing a few times each day. He had reached the perfection of the internal organ realm and entered the status of a martial arts grandmaster much earlier. There was no helping it. Lu Qing's accumulation in martial arts was simply too profound. 2 years ago, he had already understood various martial arts cultivation techniques to the grandmaster level, even touching the boundary of will. And over these 2 years, his insight into martial arts had greatly improved. Also, having once consumed Earth Vein Spirit Liquid and other rare treasure liquids, his talent was astonishing. With such accumulation, it was difficult for his martial arts cultivation not to advance quickly. 2 years of hard cultivation, I have made significant progress in all aspects of my cultivation. Now, it's finally time to deal with this divine soul talisman. Looking at the nearly complete divine soul talisman in his third eye acupoint, Lu Qing did not hesitate anymore and began refining the final rune according to the heritage records of the divine talisman sect. Refining the God Soul rune had already become second nature to Lu Qing. After all, over these 2 years, he had refined countless such God Soul runes. Thus, it didn't take long for him to refine the last missing rune for the talisman. He carefully moved the rune towards the divine soul talisman. As the rune approached the talisman, a strange force emerged, and the rune autonomously flew towards the talisman, fitting perfectly into the missing corner, seamlessly completing it. With the completion of the rune, a miraculous scene unfolded. The entire talisman began to emanate a faint aura, and the many runes Lu Qing had painstakingly refined over the 2 years gathered, dispersed, combined, and rotated. Finally, when all changes ceased, a completely intact divine soul talisman appeared again. At the same time, Lu Qing felt an invisible fluctuation emanating from the talisman. Subsequently, his third eye acupoint began to transform. This transformation was sudden and intense, catching Lu Qing somewhat off guard. His heart and spirit were swept up by the fluctuation, plunging him into a bizarre state akin to sudden enlightenment. Chapter 249, 183, Acupoint Transformation, Divine Soul Great Increase. Chapter 249, Chapter 183, Acupoint Transformation, Divine Soul Great Increase. This sudden enlightenment of the Divine Soul indeed differs quite significantly from the learning state of perception and understanding of superpower. Lu Qing mused as he roused from his state of sudden enlightenment, his eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, he felt incredibly good. Everything around him was under control. Not only had his sensitivity greatly increased, but his control over his physical body had also risen to another level. His mind stirred, and his heart and spirit once again emerged into the Qi acupoint between his eyebrows. He saw that the Qi acupoint had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only had the space in the acupoint expanded several times, allowing it to hold more divine soul power, but the mist that represented the divine soul power had also become much denser. With these improvements combined, his divine soul power had increased more than tenfold compared to before. In the center of the Qi acupoint, a hazy divine soul talisman emanated an air of simplicity, weightiness, and authority. It stood suspended in midair, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding divine soul mist. With every breath it took, Lu Qing could feel the divine soul mist seemingly becoming more refined, strengthening ever so slightly. Based on my previous estimates, before the formation of the Divine Soul Talisman, my Divine Soul power was comparable to that of a martial arts expert in the initial innate realm, not far off from that old ancestor of the Wei family. Now that the Divine Soul Talisman is complete, my Divine Soul power has surged. Speaking solely of the strength of the Divine Soul power, I can now crush the majority of ordinary experts in the initial innate realm. The Divine Soul of man has always been mysterious and elusive, difficult to comprehend. Even innate realm martial artists have a shallow understanding of it, unable to fathom, let alone grasp its essence. Without a special cultivation technique, it is very hard for innate realm martial artists to specifically enhance their divine soul power through cultivation. Usually only through breakthroughs in their cultivation realm, baptisms of the heaven and earth laws, and transformations of the body does the divine soul power increase. But the cultivation techniques for the divine soul are extraordinarily precious. Aside from a handful of long-standing and powerful top-tier forces, it's virtually impossible for ordinary innate realm martial artists to come across such techniques. Therefore, unless they have additional opportunities, the divine soul power among ordinary martial arts experts in the initial innate realm usually does not vary much. With the completion of Lu Qing's divine soul talisman and the transformation of the Qi acupoint, his divine soul power had increased significantly, far surpassing that of ordinary experts in the initial innate realm. He was likely not inferior even to those who had achieved innate minor achievement. Most importantly, under the constant refining influence of the divine soul talisman, his divine soul power was strengthening at all times. Although each cycle of inhalation and exhalation only marginally increased his power, the cumulative effect over time was considerable. Furthermore, with the furnace visualization, my divine soul power has substantial room for growth in the coming days. Lu Qing felt extremely joyful in his heart. Bearing several top-tier inheritances and the direct teachings of his master, he understood that on the path of cultivation, after stepping into the innate realm, the power of the divine soul is extremely important. Stronger divine soul power leads to higher aptitude for enlightenment, making the comprehension of the ways of the innate much easier and progress faster. The more solid the foundation, the greater the benefits when a breakthrough eventually occurs. Now, before even stepping into the innate realm, he already possessed divine soul power far surpassing that of an ordinary individual in the initial innate realm. What level would his divine soul power transform to after truly stepping into the innate under the baptism of the heaven and earth laws? Lu Qing looked forward to it with great anticipation, and also. Lu Qing extended his right hand, his heart and spirit stirring slightly as a small rune gradually formed at his fingertips, emanating a mysterious aura. With the completion of the Divine Soul Talisman, some of the techniques from the rune path have finally become usable to me. That's why they say the path of the rune is difficult to cultivate. Even Lu Qing, endowed with superpower and many fortuitous encounters, took over 2 years to solidify the Divine Soul Talisman. For an ordinary practitioner of the rune path, it is impossible to know how much time it would take to reach this stage, and before completely solidifying the Divine Soul Talisman, practitioners of the rune path have very few means of self-protection, unless they cultivate in other systems as well. Pure practitioners of the rune path, before the creation of the Divine Soul Talisman, might not even be able to defeat a Qi Blood Realm martial artist in combat. Human energy is indeed limited. The cultivation of the rune path was already difficult enough. If one were to cultivate other methods simultaneously, their progress would be even slower. Those with lesser talent might not even be able to enter the threshold. I wonder if the disappearance of the Divine Talisman sect has anything to do with this. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Qing's mind. But regardless, I have finally condensed the Divine Soul Talisman. And since I've been hesitating recently about whether to break through to the innate realm, there's no rush now. I'll first focus on cultivating techniques of the rune path. Lu Qing had already reached the perfection of the Grandmaster realm within the internal organ realm a year ago. Moreover, his divine soul power had been tempered early on and was extremely strong. If he wanted to, he could have already used the divine soul power to leverage the Qi acupoints, open the heaven and earth bridge, and draw in the essence to achieve the innate realm. But under some inexplicable premonition, Lu Qing had not done so. Now that the changes in heaven and earth are imminent and the recovery of spiritual energy is about to be in full swing, during this once-in-a-10,000-years cataclysm, if he rashly achieved innate, Lu Qing always felt that he would miss out on a tremendous opportunity. At that time, his divine soul talisman was mostly condensed and its framework was already formed, so he trusted his intuition a lot and kept suppressing his cultivation, not breaking through. Now that the divine soul talisman had taken shape and the power of his divine soul had greatly increased, this vague sense grew stronger, and Lu Qing was even less eager to break through. It's just as well that my master is planning to go to Central State soon to take the opportunity of entering the Holy Mountain Holy Pool. That Central State, among the 9 states, is the most prosperous and fertile land, truly a place where outstanding people and places of spiritual significance exist. Perhaps there I can uncover some useful information. After making his decision, Lu Qing finally collected his breath, got up from the bed, and stepped out of the dark room. He saw little Li lying in his nest, sound asleep. Beside him was a half-open storybook and a few scattered fish snacks. Even Lu Qing's emergence did not seem to stir little Li from his slumber. "You're really living the good life," Lu Qing said with an involuntary laugh. But he also knew that little Li was this comfortable because he was too familiar with Lu Qing's presence and trusted him completely. If it were a stranger, as soon as they entered little Li's sensing range, he would probably have woken up. Lu Qing reached forward and tugged on the little guy's ear. "Little Li, wake up! Little Li, wake up groggily!" And when he saw Lu Qing, his eyes widened. "Ow, yes, my retreat has ended. How many days have I been inside?" Little Li stretched out 3 little claws. 3 days. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the transformation of the acupoint at the brow took longer than he had thought. He had assumed that at most, only a day had passed. "Oh," little Li called out again. "Good. After packing up, we can return." Hearing this answer, little Li sprang up from his nest in a buzz, then picked up the storybook and his nest, stuffed them into Lu Qing's arms, jumped onto his shoulder, and indicated that he was ready to leave. "You little guy, you just haven't played chess with little Leon for a few days. Is there a need to be this anxious?" Seeing little Li's eager appearance, Lu Qing shook his head helplessly. He casually put everything into the Qing bag. Then, carrying little Li, he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Chapter 250, 184, 1,000-Year-Old Ginseng. Changes in 2 years. Chapter 250. Chapter 184. 1,000-Year-Old Ginseng. Changes in 2 years. My divine soul's sensing ability has greatly increased. In the Jade Cave, with arrays concealing everything, Lu Qing hadn't felt it much. After stepping out, he clearly sensed that, with the enhancement of the divine soul talisman, his divine soul sensing ability had gotten a tremendous boost. It expanded from the original range of 100 meters to a full 2 li, a 10-fold increase, and the precision of the sensing had improved significantly. Any living creature within range could hardly escape his detection. After condensing the divine soul talisman, my divine soul sensing now has a bit of the same flavor as little Li's extraordinary sensing ability. Lu Qing understood in his heart, little Li's peculiar sensing ability was incredibly miraculous. So far, he had not found anything that could escape its detection. Even a master like his who had realized a sliver of the domain realm would still be discovered by little Li if he got too close while concealing his aura. The only time there had been a mistake was when that cloth-clothed youth from the Tianji building had come knocking. But that was because the other party had an exotic treasure on him that completely hid his aura, allowing him to slip past little Li's detectioner. The fluctuations of the heaven and earth primordial qi are also getting more intense. With his divine soul power greatly enhanced, Lu Qing's sensing of heaven and earth primordial qi was also much clearer. In fact, over these 2 years, he had already noticed that the fluctuation of primordial qi between heaven and earth had become more lively. It seemed as if something extremely important was about to be born from a deeper layer of space. Yet because the timing was not right, it had not been able to emerge successfully. But Lu Qing had a premonition that once that thing was truly born, the whole world would welcome a major change. Is it spiritual energy? Lu Qing carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding primordial qi and pondered silently. What's this? Suddenly, his expression changed as he seemed to discover something, and in the next moment, his figure had vanished from the spot. Several leaps later, he arrived at a small slope above a valley. As his figure landed, a certain plant on the ground seemed to sense something, its branches and leaves contracting as it attempted to burrow underground. However, it was too late. Before it could fully escape, it was already grasped by Lu Qing, who applied a clever force with his hand and pulled it out from the ground. It really is a ginseng. Looking at the item in his hand, a surprised delight appeared on Lu Qing's face. What he was holding was a large, fully formed ginseng with complete roots and limbs, already taking on the shape of a human. He immediately activated his superpower and looked into it. He saw an extremely dense red light mixed with a sliver of golden light emanating from the ginseng. Ginseng, a precious medicinal herb, non-toxic and edible. This ginseng has grown for a considerable number of years, having surpassed 1800 years, and has developed a sliver of innate spiritual wisdom. It is said that ginsengs that develop spiritual wisdom awaken a life-bound divine ability and can quickly burrow underground to escape danger and preserve themselves. Thousand-year-old ginseng. As the information became clear, Lu Qing was even more overjoyed. This was a ginseng that had developed a hint of spiritual wisdom, and at over 1800 years old. It's known that once ginseng surpasses 1,000 years and develops spiritual wisdom, its medicinal effect undergoes a qualitative change, truly advancing to the level of spiritual medicine. It can be called a treasure that is truly found by chance and not by seeking. Indeed, this forest, nourished by the geal energy gathered by the Jade Cave for so many years, has given birth to thousand-year-old ginsengs. But these thousand-year ginsengs, having developed a sliver of spiritual wisdom and possessing a trace of divine skills, could autonomously escape, which is why they have not been discovered by others. Buzz, an invisible fluctuation emitted from the ginseng in his hand, its roots trembling as if extremely frightened. Lu Qing remained unmoved. The thousand-year-old ginseng may have developed a hint of spiritual wisdom, but it was still very naive, acting entirely on instinct. Its true spiritual wisdom was perhaps even less than that of ordinary chickens and ducks, so he simply ignored the ginseng's tremors, took out the red rope and other items from his Qian Kunchi bag, and wrapped them around the ginseng. Immediately the jins no longer struggled. However, because this ginseng had developed a hint of spiritual wisdom and stepped into the level of living creatures, Lu Qing couldn't store it in the Qian Kunchi bag. He could only wrap it in moist moss for the time being and place it in a medicine box to carry in his bosom. After securing the medicine box, Lu Qing searched the vicinity but didn't find any other thousand-year-old ginsengs. It was unknown whether this was the only thousand-year ginseng in this place, or if the others had sensed danger and burrowed deep underground. His divine soul sensing range could reach to lie on the surface, but underground it was much weaker. He could only sense movements down to 20 or 30 meters, and even then, it was quite vague. Any deeper and it was all a blur. If the remaining thousand-year ginsengs were all hiding underground, it would be almost impossible for him to detect them. The earth was thick and protected by geo energy. It was still very difficult for divine soul power to penetrate and break through. Although he didn't find any more thousand-year ginsengs, Lu Qing did find several century-old ginsengs. He chose to dig up the longest-lived one among them, which was at least 400 years old, and left the others untouched. At his current level of strength, century-old ginsengs were no longer of much use to him. The reason he dug up one was to take it back to his master, to replenish the medicine store for unexpected needs. After finishing all this, Lu Qing, accompanied by little Li, set off towards the mountainside. Chapter 221, 184, Thousand-Year-Old Ginseng, Changes in 2 years, to Chapter 251, Chapter 184, Thousand-Year-Old Ginseng, Changes in 2 years, With Lu Qing's current strength, going in and out of the forest had become extremely easy. It didn't take much time before Julie Village was in sight. Just as he entered the village, he heard the sounds of reading not far away, and Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. Over the past 2 years, Julie Village had significantly. Not only had the roads been smoothed out, but the villagers' houses had also been refurbished, and a schoolhouse had even been added, and the cause of this change was the Wei family. 2 years ago, Ma Yu left the county to avoid his family's nagging and returned to the big market for a leisurely life. At the time, Lu Qing had curiously asked what would happen to Wei Jian, only to find the next day that Wei Jian had also come to Julie Village, accompanied by Grand Steward Wei and many Wei family servants. In the days that followed, the Wei family bought a piece of land next to Julie Village at a high price and built a separate residence there for Wei Jian. Sometimes Mrs. Wei and Wei Xing, the couple, would come and stay for a while. Even the Wei family's old patriarch made occasional appearances, coming over to have tea with the master. Since there were quite a few people in the Wei family's separate residence, the daily consumption of vegetables, meat, and eggs was not insignificant. These products were all directly purchased from the villagers of Julie Village, giving the villagers an additional source of income. Gradually, the Wei family helped to repair the roads in the village and even built a school under the pretext that the young master needed to study, inviting 2 teachers to give lessons. They explicitly stated that if the villagers had school-age children, they could also send them to the school free of tuition and only needed to bring their own meals. Upon hearing this, the villagers were initially skeptical. After receiving repeated assurances from the Wei family and consulting Lu Qing, they were overjoyed. They sent their children to the school one after another. Even families that found it difficult did the same. They preferred to endure hardships themselves rather than let their children fall behind. Neither Lu Qing nor the elder doctor opposed the Wei family's actions, but instead tacitly approved. After all, what the Wei family did was harmless and beneficial to Julie Village. They naturally also hoped that the village would continue to improve. Lu Qing even quietly subsidized some of the more struggling families in the village. Thus, 2 years later, Julie Village had undergone the changes seen today. Accompanied by little Li, Lu Qing headed to the half-mountain small courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the Wei family's old patriarch sitting leisurely under the plum tree having tea with the master. And little Yan was quietly writing nearby. "Brother, little Li, you're back." Facing the entrance of the courtyard, little Yan spotted Lu Qing's return immediately, set down her brush with joy, and hurried over to meet him. Surprisingly, both the elder doctor and Wei Shanhai turned their heads in astonishment, because they hadn't noticed Lu Qing's return just now. "Yes, just got back." Lu Qing rubbed his sister's head, noting that in the 2 years, the little one had grown a bit, but she was still a bit of a kid. Little Yi jumped onto little Yan's shoulder, pulled out her hair with its paws, and then pointed towards the house. "All right, I'll go get the chest now." Having spent so much time together, little Yan immediately understood its intention and excitedly ran into the house. Lu Qing shook his head, letting the 2 youngsters go off to play. Then he approached the plum tree and first performed a bow. "Greetings to Senior Wei." Then he said to his master, "Master, I have returned." By this time, the elder doctor's expression had returned to calm. "Is your retreat over?" "Just ended this morning. Little Li missed little Yan, so we hurried back. I think it's addicted to chess and wanted to hurry back to play with little Yan," the elder doctor said with a chuckle. He also knew that recently Lu Qing had invented a novel beast-fighting chess, which both youngsters were quite addicted to. It seems young Master Lu has gained quite a lot from this retreat. "Wei Shanhai!" exclaimed from beside. He was still very astonished. Just now when Lu Qing had returned, he, being in the innate realm, had failed to notice. Even now, with Lu Qing standing in front of him, he still could not discern the truth from the illusion. If he closed his eyes, within the divine soul sensing, there would be only a void, with no one existing at all. Such a strange scene. How could Wei Shanhai not be astonished? Could it be that Lu Qing had broken to the innate realm? Yet when he carefully sensed it, he did not perceive the unique aura of the innate realm on Lu Qing. It was just a minor breakthrough, nothing worthy of Senior Wei's undue praise. Facing Wei Shanhai's admiration, Lu Qing remained humble. Upon hearing this, Wei Shanhai, knowing that Lu Qing did not wish to reveal what he had broken through, awkwardly picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Little Li, hurry up!" Fortunately, at that moment, little Yan rushed out with a chessboard in her arms, resolving the awkwardness. Roar more joy. Li Qi and little Li swiftly jumped onto the stone table, waiting. Little Yan tidied up her calligraphy tools and began to set up the chessboard. Soon, the 2 little ones were engrossed in their game. This sight stunned Wei Shanhai. He knew little Li's spiritual nature was strong, comparable to a child's, but watching it seriously play chess still seemed somewhat unbelievable. Curious, he stepped forward, eager to observe how the 2 little ones played their game. After a few glimpses, he was surprised again. "What kind of chess is this? I seem to have never seen it before." "Grandpa Wei, my brother said this is called beast-fighting chess, and it's fun," little Yan obediently replied. "Beast-fighting chess." Wei Shanhai looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled and said, "Senior must be laughing now. This jest was randomly thought up by me during my idle time. It's not elegant enough for prestigious occasions." "Oh, the young master thought of this himself. How is it played?" Unexpectedly, Wei Shanhai became even more interested upon hearing. "Grandpa Wei, I'll teach you. Beast-fighting chess is really simple. First, these fierce animals are ranked, with the ancient elephant being the largest and most powerful and the little mouse the smallest, but the little mouse can climb into the ancient elephant's nose and defeat it." Little Yan instantly began to explain the rules of beast-fighting chess to Wei Shanhai. The version of beast-fighting chess that Lu Qing had created differed slightly from the one in his previous life, having modified some animals to those more familiar in this world. However, the core rules remain the same. The big ones eat the little ones, yet the smallest could overcome the biggest. After listening, Wei Shanhai was even more astonished. Though simple, the rules of beast-fighting chess were logically sound without any flaws, offering playability particularly suitable for children's enlightenment. Moreover, within these rules, there subtly emerged a sense of mutual generation and restraint. Lu Qing's intelligence in devising such a chess game was clearly remarkable. He truly was a peerless genius, blessed with great destiny. If Lu Qing knew what Wei Shanhai was thinking at that moment, he would feel utterly speechless. It was just a simple game of beast-fighting chess, and yet so much was being read into it. Seeing Wei Shanhai engrossed in watching little Yan and the others play, Lu Qing suddenly remembered the medicine box in his arms. He took it out. Master, when the disciple ventured into the mountains this time, I found 1,000-year-old ginseng that seemed to have developed a spiritual nature. I am unsure how to handle it properly, so I ask for Master's decision. 1,000-year-old ginseng that has developed a spiritual nature. This surprised not only the elder doctor but also made Wei Shanhai turn his head in shock. Indeed, this ginseng can escape on its own. If not for the disciple's quick reaction, it almost escaped. Lu Qing opened the medicine box, removed the damp moss, and revealed the ginseng tied up with a red thread. Clear features, complete limbs, truly 1,000-year-old ginseng. The elder doctor, well-versed in many medical classics, although he had not seen it before, could still recognize at a glance that the ginseng in the box was at least 1,000 years old. Master, look, this ginseng contains spiritual nature and has some traits of living creatures. Lu Qing untied the red thread and gently held the main trunk of the ginseng. Once the binding was removed, the roots of the ginseng became active again, trembling. It truly has awakened spiritual wisdom. The elder doctor was overjoyed. Ah Qing, this ginseng needs to be well nurtured. It will be of great use in the future. Chapter 252, 185, Cultivating the Medicine Field. Chapter 252, Chapter 185, Cultivating the Medicine Field. Under the explanation of the elder doctor, Lu Qing finally understood. His master had spent years studying the medical saint's green bag medical scripture and had become thoroughly familiar with many medical scriptures treasured by the Wei family. He learned some peculiar methods of cultivating medicine fields. After all, once many great doctors become famous, they rarely go into the deep mountains to personally gather herbs. Such efficiency is not only low but often depends on luck. Thus, many medical experts began to ponder the cultivation of medicine fields. In this way, many special methods for cultivating medicine fields came into existence. Among them was one method that happened to require 1,000-year-old ginseng. 1,000-year-old ginseng with spiritual wisdom can gather and organize the earth's qi instinctively, nurturing its own survival grounds, making it one of the best aids to regulate the earth's qi and nourish the medicine fields. The ginseng you brought back, judging from its age, is much older than 1,000 years and has even stronger spiritual nature. It's perfect for cultivating a medicine field. Lu Qing inwardly praised his master's keen insight. The age of this ginseng was indeed well beyond 1,000 years, having reached a full 1,800 years. But master, this 1,000-year-old ginseng has spiritual wisdom and can escape on its own. What if it runs away once we put it in the medicine field? Lu Qing hadn't forgotten the scene when the ginseng attempted to flee. If it weren't for his quick reaction, it would have truly burrowed underground. The elder doctor smiled slightly. Your teacher naturally has a way to handle that, and ginseng remembers kindness. Once the medicine field is truly cultivated and rich in earth qi and medicine qi, it will greatly benefit its growth. Then, not only will it not run away, but it will also actively protect this place. If that's the case, I'll leave this ginseng in master's care. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing handed over the ginseng to his master and also pulled out another medicine box from his bosom. Oh, and there's also this. I managed to dig up another ginseng that's hundreds of years old and will give it to you as well, master. The elder doctor opened it and was even more delighted. Very good. With this ginseng that's hundreds of years old, cultivating the medicine field will be even easier. As Lu Qing kept pulling out ginseng, Wei Shanhai beside him was already dumbfounded. The first ginseng, 1,000-year-old ginseng with spiritual wisdom, was a legendary spiritual medicine. Even someone like him, who had lived over 100 years, was seeing it for the first time. Even the several hundred-year-old ginseng that followed was also exceptionally precious, and their Wei mansion did not have many of those. How fortunate was Lu Qing to enter the mountains and emerge with such precious spiritual medicines one after another on a single trip. At this moment, Wei Shanhai became even more convinced that Lu Qing was someone with great fortune as told in the legends. Otherwise, how could a casual trip to the mountains yield such a rare and extraordinary spiritual medicine? Having handed over the ginseng to his master, Lu Qing also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. However, his master's words also reminded him. In fact, among the inheritances he obtained, such as the one from Li Hua sect, there were methods to cultivate medicine fields and even spiritual fields. Most of these methods required the use of immortal Dao techniques, which he was unable to perform at his current level. But there were also some relatively simple methods that could be used. With the spiritual energy recovery imminent, he should be preparing early. Lu Qing, with his inheritance, was very aware that the path of immortal cultivation consumed a great deal of resources. By planning early, he could secure a lead in the upcoming changes of heaven and earth. However, such preparations might require the assistance of the Wei family. With this thought, Lu Qing said to Elder Wei, Senior Wei, there is something for which I would like to ask your help. Oh, what may it be? I need some materials, and I wonder if the senior could have your family help gather them. That's simple. The young master just needs to give me the list of materials. Wei Shenhai agreed without any hesitation. At the same time, he felt a secret joy. Heek! Ever since he recognized Lu Qing as an unparalleled genius with great destiny, he valued him even more. He had also heard about the impending catastrophic changes in heaven and earth. Even massive forces like Tianji Building and Seven Killings Tower were taking this very seriously. Their Wei family, being a minor family, had to be even more cautious. Having Lu Qing, a pillar of the future, it was only natural that he would want to cling to him tightly. Therefore, he couldn't wish more for Lu Qing's requests. Lu Qing went inside and wrote a very detailed list, which he later handed to Wei Shenhai. Wei Shenhai didn't even look at it but solemnly took it, planning to have his people in the Wei mansion help gather the items as soon as he returned. Cultivating a medicine field was a rather complex matter, requiring many preparations. For this purpose, the elder doctor also asked the Wei family to help find some materials. With the efforts of the Wei family, in a few days, the materials needed by the elder doctor were all gathered. On the other hand, the materials required by Lu Qing were more rare and would take some more time. Once he obtained the materials, the elder doctor immediately started to busy himself. Master, is this the medicine field you want to cultivate? Several days later, in the backyard of Half Mountain Small Courtyard, Lu Qing looked at the small garden arranged by his master and was a bit astonished. There was no helping it because the medicine field was too small, being only about 10 feet in length and width, and quite different from what he had imagined. This is just a preliminary test. Don't be fooled by its small size, it also cost quite a bit. The elder doctor held out a flower pot, which contained the 1,000-year-old ginseng that Lu Qing had brought back. Master, does this ginseng to be showing you affection? He was a bit surprised to see the 1,000-year-old ginseng gently stroking his master's hand with its leaves like a puppy. These past few days I've been administering a few drops of earth vein spirit liquid mixed with medicine liquid to it every day, so it has become much more affectionate. Lu Qing suddenly understood. No wonder. Earth vein spirit liquid was such a treasure liquid, completely condensed from the essence of the earth. Even if diluted a lot, it still held a fatal attraction for plant spirits like the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Wasn't the reason for the excellent growth of the herbs in the woods outside the Jade Cave due to the nourishment from the earth's energy gathered by the underground array? Little guy, from now on, you can settle down here comfortably. The elder doctor gently poured the 1,000-year-old ginseng from the flower pot into the medicine field, along with the soil. The elder doctor had already prepared the medicine field with materials and transplanted many herbs into it, making it rich in medicinal energy. As soon as the 1,000-year-old ginseng touched the earth, it swiftly burrowed down, startling Lu Qing. But luckily the ginseng soon came back up, found the spot in the medicine field where the earth's energy was richest, took root there, and after shaking its branches and leaves for a while, it gradually calmed down. Lu Qing then breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he thought this little thing was about to run away. Don't worry, the elder doctor said with a smile. During these days, I've communicated with this little guy through heart and spirit, and we've already reached an agreement. It will eagerly tend to our medicine field, and every 3 days, I will give it a drop of medicine liquid prepared with earth vein spirit liquid. As long as Master has it in control, Lu Qing felt relieved and smiled in return. As precious as earth vein spirit liquid was, as long as his master was happy, he would let it be. Moreover, Lu Qing could also sense that, as the 1,000-year-old ginseng took root, the earth's energy in the small mountain beneath them suddenly became much more organized, and the nearby earth's energy was also gathering towards this spot. Over time, if this continued for long enough, Half Mountain Small Courtyard might even slowly become a blessed land. Thinking of it like that, investing a bit of medicine liquid made from earth vein spirit liquid seemed quite worth it. Chapter 2533, 186, Earth Element Talisman, 1,000-Mile Raid. Chapter 2533, Chapter 186, Earth Element Talisman, 1,000-Mile Raid. That night, Lu Qing was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Concentrating deeply, his expression was serene. His hands were forming a strange magic seal. From the brow chakra, waves of divine soul fluctuation emerged, connecting with the earth element Chirhurld, key between heaven and earth. As the earth element primordial chi surged, a yellow earth-colored stream of talisman gradually materialized in front of Lu Qing's body and slowly took shape. As the last trace of soul fluctuation surged out, the yellow earth-colored talisman was fully formed, emanating a faint halo and hovering in mid-air, looking quite mysterious. This earth element talisman has finally been successfully condensed. Lu Qing exhaled, and his face broke into a smile. In the path of runes, after condensing a divine soul talisman, one possesses some methods to confront enemies, gradually revealing the mystique of this cultivation system. Among them, the most commonly used means are none other than talismans and arrays. A so-called talisman means that the cultivator, under the enhancement of a divine soul talisman and with the power of the divine soul, communicates with the primordial Qi between heaven and earth, delineating runes and condensing them into a magic talisman. These magic talismans possess various bizarre powers and are quite mystical. As for arrays, they are much more complex. To successfully deploy one, a long time of preparation is essential, sketching out runes based on the movement of heaven and earth and the environment around to set up the array. With Lu Qing's current level of cultivation and the short time he had pondered the rune path, he had not yet reached the realm of laying arrays. These days, what he had contemplated most was the means of talismans. The recently condensed Earth Element Talisman was a magic talisman from the what 5 elements? Talisman Surd, taught in his Divine Talisman Sect's heritage. Its main ability was to make one's body as light as a swallow, greatly reducing the body's burden, making walking on the ground much more relaxed. Now that the Earth Element Talisman has been condensed, it's time to settle the score with the 7 Killings Tower. A hint of icy chill was revealed in Lu Qing's eyes. In the past 2 years, since that shadow incident, he had encountered 3 assassinations by the 7 Killings Tower. The last time was 3 months ago. Even though all 3 attempts were discovered in advance by Little Li and nipped in the bud by him, the recklessness of the 7 Killings Tower had completely enraged Lu Qing. He had previously refrained from creating complications due to the imminent condensation of the Divine Soul Talisman. But now, with all his methods well practiced, it was time to collect some interest from that 7 Killings Tower. Today was perfect as Mrs. Wei came to stay at the other residence, and Little Yan and Little Li went there to play and were left to stay overnight. With no one at home, Lu Qing felt secure about leaving. With a slight change in the hand seal, the Earth Element Talisman transformed into a streak of light and drilled into the chakra on Lu Qing's forehead. It then turned into a miniature sphere of light, radiating a faint glow, orbiting the Divine Soul Talisman like a satellite. Beside it, there were several other similar spheres of light, only differing in color. After storing the Earth Element Talisman, Lu Qing gently stepped out of the room door, silently without alerting anyone, and headed outside the village. Once outside the village, sensing no one around, Lu Qing's mind and spirit subtly moved, and the sphere of light representing the Earth Element Talisman in the space of his brow chakra slightly brightened. The next moment, a mysterious force supported Lu Qing's body, making him feel incredibly light, almost having the illusion of hovering in midair. Truly, as stated in the heritage, my body has become very light. After getting accustomed to his body, a satisfied expression appeared on Lu Qing's face. Then, pushing off the ground, he shot forward like an arrow leaving the string, rapidly advancing forward. He dashed out dozens of meters before his momentum slightly decreased. But, as Lu Qing pushed off once again, his speed soared once more. This Earth Element Talisman is indeed mystical. With its aid, even if I sprinted 1,000 miles, my physical exhaustion won't be much. Lu Qing was extremely surprised. The power of the magic talisman was even more mysterious than he had imagined. With this, he felt even more confident about his mission. 7 Killings Tower, are you ready to face my revenge? Lu Qing gazed into the distance, his eyes fierce. With the help of the Earth Element Talisman, Lu Qing spent most of the night traveling and arrived in front of a tall mountain. This place was 700 li away from Zhuli Village. It was not even in Qing County anymore, but in another county, quite close to the state mansion. Traveling 700 li overnight, back and forth, would make it 1400 li. Even a martial arts grandmaster would be exhausted from running such a long distance and still wouldn't reach my speed. This Earth Element Talisman should perhaps be called the Divine Travel Talisman. Lu Qing was extremely satisfied with the effect of the Earth Element Talisman. Lu Qing was extremely satisfied with the effect of the Earth Element Talisman. A slight pity was that, at this moment, the glow representing the Earth Element Talisman in the space of his brow chakra had dimmed significantly. At most, it could only support him for another 100 or 200 li before it completely dissipated. But this result was enough to satisfy Lu Qing. The methods of the rune path upon first use had brought him a great surprise. It was worth the vast amount of effort he had spent these past 2 years refining soul talismans. After marveling at the wonder of the rune path, Lu Qing finally raised his head to look at the mountain ahead. On the midsection of the mountain, a brightly lit house was visible, and faintly, one could hear the noise of people and the sound of musical instruments playing. It was easy to imagine the liveliness inside. Looking up at the mountain, Lu Qing's expression was calm. 2 years ago, had been defeated by him, and before dying, revealed many of the 7 Killings Tower outposts to him. One of these was the camp before him, which was also the closest to Tang County. According to the information given by Shadow, the strongest guardian in his outpost was merely at the great success realm of the inner organs, nowhere near a match for him. However, out of caution, Lu Qing decided not to charge in frontally. He took out a set of soft armor for his Quan Kun Chi bag and put it on. This soft armor was originally taken from Shadow. In the outpost of the Seven Killings Tower, with many traps around, this soft armor would provide him with an extra layer of protection from hidden threats. After gearing up in his soft armor, Lu Qing then put on a set of black night clothes prepared in advance and wore a black headgear that only revealed his eyes. More so, after putting on the headgear, the qi blood in his body surged and his entire physique began to change. He became much thinner, and even the face beneath the headgear completely altered. He was using the secret technique unique to the Seven Killings Tower, the bone and muscle changing technique. As for the origin of this technique, it was a bit of a long story. In the 2 years following Shadow, Lu Xing had encountered 3 more assassination attempts by the Seven Killings Tower. It was from these 3 assassins that he finally acquired the long-coveted bone and muscle changing technique. Of course, in the acquisition process, he inevitably employed some rather extreme methods. Although these methods were somewhat cruel, facing people intent on assassinating him, Lu Qing was not one to show mercy. A little torment posed no burden on his conscience. After altering his physical appearance and facial features, he used the Divine Soul Talisman to completely conceal his aura. Only then did Lu Qing stealthily proceed up the mountain. Chapter 254, 167, Night Slaughter, Siege. Chapter 254, Chapter 167, Night Slaughter, Siege. When Lu Qing was preparing to stealthily ascend the mountain, in the village, within a secret attic, several figures exuding a strong aura were discussing something. Tower Master, this evening I've just received a strong aura, were discussing something. Tower Master, this evening I've just received a message from headquarters asking us to find out Lu Qing's true strength in Shang County at any cost, a slender figure said. Lu Qing again, how can we find out? Over the past 2 years, we've already lost 4 Heavenly Gang assassins at his hands. Trying to scout his strength is like sending us to our deaths, isn't it? A large man dressed in brocade robes growled irritably. Hearing the name Lu Qing now always upset him. In these 2 years, their Seven Killings Tower had definitively lost 4 Heavenly Gang-level assassins to him. Those few dead were just dead. The assassins of the Seven Killings Tower always had a very detached relationship, each other's rival. He had no inclination to feel sentimental for his rivals. What was key? Those few before their deaths had all departed from his location, and yet, when they died, not a single piece of information about Lu Qing could be passed on, which had already earned him several scoldings from headquarters. These useless things, still holding positions of the Heavenly Gang, yet so incompetent that they can't handle a mere internal organ realm youngster. Those old men at headquarters too, insisting on issuing the 7 Killings order. You're in a tough spot now. If that youngster survives 7 assassination attempts, I'd like to see how you step down. The man in brocade couldn't help cursing in his heart, offending those at headquarters as well. But after cursing, he was still left with a headache. Nowadays, all signs indicated that Lu Qing's strength was extraordinary. Even the Heavenly Gang-level assassins were fully no match for him. He might even possess some secret technique that allowed him to see through their Seven Killings Tower's stealth and disguise secret techniques. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why 4 consecutive Heavenly Gang-level assassins not only failed in their assassinations but also had no chance to flee, unable to send back any information. Yet, headquarters kept urging him to quickly find out Lu Qing's true strength. Such a deadly task, how was he supposed to investigate? He had no intention of vying for a position among the Heavenly Gang, and he certainly didn't want any association with that little monster. Moreover, to risk his life gathering information for those brats at headquarters, no way. Tower Master, Mr. Zheng wants to see you. As the brocade-clad man fretted, a subordinate came to report, "What now? What does that second-generation heir want to do?" The brocade-clad man asked. He says he enjoyed playing with those 2 girls last time and wants something more thrilling this time, hoping you can arrange it. That waste, possessing no useful skills, relying on being a direct descendant of the Zheng family. He spends his days indulging in folly without doing any real work. It's just about toying with women. Those 2 girls last time, he nearly played them to death. What more does he want? In any case, he asks you to come out. Damn it, this second-generation heir, if it weren't for my need to hide my identity, I really would love to crush him to death and grind him into a hewn stick. The brocade-clad man couldn't help swearing. Tower Master, be careful of what you say. The walls have ears. The slender figure couldn't help but remind him. All right, I know. You go out first, have him wait. I'll go see him in a bit. I'll go see him in a bit. The brocade-clad man was merely venting his frustration. He knew headquarters was setting up a large scheme, and every outpost had taken significant effort to establish. If he acted impulsively and exposed their location, he would face serious punishment. So, he really could not touch that waste from the Zheng family now. Otherwise, drawing the attention of the Zheng family, they might no longer be able to hide. Lu Xing stealthily made his way up the mountain as quietly as a whisper. The divine soul talisman perfectly concealed all his aura. With the camouflaging effect of his night suit, even innate realm experts could hardly detect his presence. Thus, Lu Qing easily infiltrated the village. Upon entering the village, its liveliness became even clearer. The noise of voices and brightly lit scenes displayed a place steeped in debauchery. This feeling, similar to the happy village he had annihilated in the past, was quite detestable to Lu Qing. Indeed, according to the intelligence provided by Shadow, this outpost was quite similar to the happy village. It served as a brothel and a gambling house run by the Seven Killings Tower, specifically used to gather and exchange intelligence. Of course, most of the pleasure seekers visiting did not know that this place was under the control of the Seven Killings Tower. After entering the village, Lu Qing activated his superpower, hiding in a covert spot and using his divine soul power to sense the entire situation in the village. 57 martial artists, among them 20 in the muscle bone realm, 5 in the internal organ realm, the rest are Qi blood realm martial artists. A few moments later, realization appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. He was also greatly surprised. This place was just a minor outpost, yet it possessed so many martial arts experts. With just the martial arts expertise here, it could crush any force in Qing County, apart from the Wei family. The Seven Killings Tower truly deserved its reputation as a top sect. Its foundations were indeed exceedingly profound. Let's start with you two then. Lu Qing's gaze fell on two figures in a raised pavilion behind the village gate. Under his scrutiny, the two at the top clearly bore the identity of members of the Seven Killings Tower. Ziskiski, Diskiski. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Qing used hidden weapon techniques to dispatch two steel needles. Driven by his formidable strength, the needles flew out with a light sound, immediately piercing through the heads of the two Qi blood realm guards from the Seven Killings Tower. Chapter 255, 167, Night Slaughter, Siege. 2 Chapter 255, Chapter 167, Night Slaughter, Siege. 2. After taking care of two apparent guards, Lu Qing did not hesitate, flipping his hand and throwing two more steel needles, aiming directly at a blind spot on the village wall. In that spot, although it was dim and nothing could be seen clearly, his divine soul sensing allowed him to distinctly sense two presences hiding there. And their breathing frequency was identical to the two guards on the high pavilion above. Obviously, these people were cultivating the same cultivation technique. Under Lu Qing's steel needles, the two figures in the dark similarly trembled. They couldn't even grunt as their breath quickly dissipated. Moreover, the faint whistling of the needles was drowned out by the laughter and revelry in the village, not stirring the slightest alarm. Having swiftly taken out 4 guards, Lu Qing did not pause and directly rushed towards the nearest martial artist's presence sensed by his divine soul sensing. Covered by the aura of a divine soul talisman, Lu Qing moved ghost-like right in front of a Qi blood realm martial artist. Seeing the Seven Killings Tower member tag displayed above the opponent's head, he did not hesitate and twisted the person's neck. Just like that, Lu Qing, relying on his strong stealth ability, quickly harvested the lives of 7 Killings Tower members in the village. In just over a dozen breaths' time, more than 10 assassins from the 7 Killings Tower had fallen to his hands. This number included 3 assassins from the Musclebone realm. After all, with Lu Qing's present strength, there was no difference between the Qi blood realm and Musclebone realm. None could withstand his single move. However, his slaughter could not continue so smoothly indefinitely. Every once in a while, the guards in charge of watching over the village, both visible and hidden, had to contact each other via a secret technique to ensure they were safe and alert. When Lu Qing snapped the neck of the 13th Seven Killings Tower assassin, finally, the village side also realized something was wrong. Suddenly, alarms rang out, and numerous lights lit up, illuminating the entire village brightly. Several powerful presences appeared above the most majestic central building. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. "Witchmaster has come to make a joke with our Yuanyang village. Why not show yourself?" Seeing that they had noticed him, Lu Qing no longer hid his presence and threw the corpse in his hand forward, walking out from the shadows. Slap! Seeing the corpse that fell to the ground, the burly man who had just spoken squinted his eyes towards Lu Qing. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into our Yuanyang village? And why have you ruthlessly killed our people? If you don't provide an explanation today, it will be difficult for you to leave." Lu Qing looked up towards the building. He saw quite a few people standing above. After a brief look, he realized some of them were not members of the Seven Killings Tower, likely those who had come here for pleasure. Seeing Lu Qing wrapped tightly, showing only a glimpse of his face, and not only ignoring the village chief's words but also brazenly scrutinizing them, a middle-aged man in the Musclebone realm immediately shouted, "You rat! Our village chief is speaking to you. Are you not going to respond quickly?" Lu Qing stayed silent, using his superpower to meticulously scrutinize everyone's identity. Suddenly, his gaze paused on a luxuriously dressed young man holding a jade fan, and his pupils constricted slightly. Just then, the young man closed his fan with a smile and said, "Chief Long, it seems your Yuanyang village has encountered some trouble. Would the young master need to lend a hand? The condition is rather simple, just hoping that the village chief could satisfy the earlier proposal." "No need. This small matter can be handled by our Yuanyang village. Why bother second young master Zheng with such an effort?" Recalling this second-generation scion's earlier proposal, the man in brocaded clothes showed a hint of disdain in his eyes and refused. What a pity. The young man's face showed disappointment. But if Chief Long needs help at any time, this young master is quite willing to lend a hand. "There's no need for such courtesies. Soon you won't be able to escape either." Before the brocaded, clothed man could speak, Qing, who had already identified the identities of the people upstairs using his superpower, suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "I originally came here today just to settle accounts with people from the Seven Killings Tower, but I've changed my mind. You scum, all deserve to die." The words Seven Killings Tower sent a heavy shock through the hearts of the man in brocaded clothes and others, but before they could react, Qing's hand suddenly produced a steel needle. The next moment, with a hissing sound, the needle tore through the air, swiftly shooting towards the people on the high building. "Be careful, young master." Master of the tower, save me." Accompanied by a series of screams, those who had been high above on the building, except for a few, ended up tumbling down like gourds. Those luckier were merely penetrated by the steel needle, sustaining flesh wounds, while the less fortunate ones had their skulls pierced, dying instantly. What? The brocade-clad man looked at the platform strewn with corpses, and at the steel needles shimmering coldly that after piercing through skulls were still deeply embedded in the wall. His heart shook violently. Just now, the steel needles Qing had released had almost caught even him off guard. This intruder to the village had such formidable hidden weapon skills. Second young master Zheng was at this moment dumbfounded, staring ahead of himself. In front of him was a steel shield, a steel needle deeply lodged in it, having pierced almost entirely through, leaving only the tip, clamped by the shield, pointed directly at his face. Looking at the coldly shimmering steel needle mere inches away from him, second young master Zheng turned deathly pale, a chill crawling up his spine, his sweat flowing profusely. How could he not realize that if it weren't for the able protection, this needle could have easily taken his life? But after the fear, what followed was an unbearable anger. Who was this scoundrel daring to make a move against him? However, before second young master Zheng had time to erupt in fury, a calm voice had already resounded by his side. "Oh, you're not dead. It seems your guard is somewhat competent." Everyone was startled. It turned out that it seems your guard is somewhat competent. Everyone was startled. It turned out that at some point, Qing had already ascended the building, silently standing atop the balustrade. "Young master, silence, retreat." Just as second young master Zheng was about to shout and scold, a guard pushed him back, using the shield to protect him, staring at Qing with utmost vigilance. And inwardly, he was terribly shocked. His shield, made from 100 refinement steel, had been pierced by this man's tiny steel needle. Such mastery of hidden weapons was simply inconceivable. Even the hidden weapon masters in the state mansion might not compare. Who was this mysterious and powerful master? Faced with the Zheng family guard's cautiousness, Qing remained unmoved, shifting his gaze lightly towards the brocade-clad man and the others. "Are you the tower master of this Seven Killings Tower outpost?" The brocade-clad man's heart quivered, but his face showed a tragic expression. "What Seven Killings Tower? Sir, perhaps you're mistaken. This place is Yuanyang Village." "Sir, you barge in, relying on your martial prowess to slaughter. Aren't you afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the world? Nice act, but it won't work on me." Qing shook his head slightly. "Tonight, you all must die. Attack." In that moment, the brocade-clad man suddenly roared. Following his shout, several figures suddenly burst from hiding, pouncing towards Qing. Simultaneously, a black short sword appeared in the hands of the brocade-clad man, its blade flashing as it stabbed straight towards Qing's chest. The Aeon family guard's eyes suddenly widened. This collaborative strike was unexpected. Before those figures appeared, he hadn't noticed these people at all. Such art of concealment, he recalled Qing's earlier words, a thought flashing through his mind. Could these people really be assassins from the Seven Killings Tower? But before he had time to ponder further, his attention was involuntarily drawn to the confrontation before him. The aura burst from these figures and the brocade-clad man was extremely powerful, all reaching the realm of internal organs. Even if the man in black was powerful, he surely couldn't resist the attack of so many masters. However, just as this thought flickered through the Zheng family guard's mind, the next instant, his eyes were compelled to widen again. Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura burst forth from the man in black, Immediately after, the brocade-clad man and the several figures emitting powerful auras were all sent flying. How is this possible? The Qing family guard could no longer hold back, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 256, 188, Everyone Killed, Mindset Changed. Chapter 256, Chapter 188, Everyone Killed, Mindset Changed. Facing the assault of the people from Seven Killings Tower, Lu Qing remained calm. As the attack was about to land on him, his aura suddenly exploded. His body spun like a top, twirling rapidly. With his hands moving as swiftly as lightning, he struck consecutively. In an instant, a myriad of fist shadows appeared, blossoming like a top, twirling rapidly. With his hands moving as swiftly as lightning, he struck consecutively. In an instant, a myriad of fist shadows appeared, blossom up. Those several powerful assassins from Seven Killings Tower, without exception, were all struck in the chest by Lu Qing's punches. As the sound of cracking bones rang out, they all flew backward, spewing blood which scattered all over the ground. Boom, boom, accompanied by a series of noises, the figures who attacked Lu Qing all smashed through the walls and windows behind them, falling to the ground, lifeless and unidentifiable in their fates. How is this possible? Witnessing the richly dressed men and those powerful figures being blasted away by the man in black, the Qing family guard showed an expression of disbelief. The auras emitted by those figures were each no weaker than his own, all of them possessing the cultivation of the internal organ realm. Even the village chief from Yuanyang village was a martial arts grandmaster in the internal organ realm, great success. Yet the combined forces of these great masters could not subdue the man in black, and were all defeated under a single maneuver. A sneak attack by 4 men ended in 3 dead and 1 severely injured. Such strength was truly terrifying. Who exactly are you? The richly dressed man slammed against the wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. He was incredulous as he looked at Lu Qing. Just now, this man had effortlessly neutralized their long-prepared deadly moves. With just a single move, he had defeated them all. 4 against 1, yet only he had survived. The level of his boxing skills was simply inconceivable. Even among the boxing grandmasters he had encountered, none seemed to possess such a terrifyingly exquisite technique. I've already told you. The person who will kill you. Lu Qing looked at the richly dressed man, seeing through the clothes shattered by his fist, force the dark, golden soft armor underneath. It seems this soft armor has saved your life. The richly dressed man hesitated. Indeed, if not for this soft armor, which he never removed, he would have likely met the same fate as his companions, dead and gone. Even so, he was still gravely injured. Of his full strength, only 2 to 3% remained. The punching power of this mysterious man in black was too terrifying. Even with the protection of soft armor, it had still severely damaged his vital veins and dispersed his martial arts chi blood, which he found difficult to gather again. More importantly, even now, he had yet to see through Lu Qing's cultivation. The opponent stood as if enshrouded in layers of thick fog, perfectly concealing his realm even as his chi blood erupted. Could this be an old monster from the innate realm? Yet the power he utilized was chi blood power, not innate true chi. The richly dressed man was in utter turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically, unable to clear his mind. But one thing he understood very clearly, and that was that today, his troubles had indeed become immense. The man in black in front of him was clearly targeting Seven Killings Tower. Although he found it hard to believe that anyone in the world would dare provoke Seven Killings Tower, the fact was right before his eyes, undeniable. Seeing that the richly dressed man wasn't dead, Lu Qing flipped his hand and from nowhere produced a fist-sized stone, weighing it lightly. A chill shot through the richly dressed man's heart. Having witnessed Lu Qing's skill with hidden weapons, he dared not underestimate him. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. This place is not what you call Seven Killings Tower. I am merely a businessman with no ties to Seven Killings Tower. If it's money you want, I am willing to offer all the wealth here with both hands." However, before the richly dressed man could finish speaking, the stone in Lu Qing's hand had already flown out. Driven by formidable power, the stone's speed was extreme. The richly dressed man, his vitality severely damaged and ki blood dispersed, couldn't react in time to dodge. Bang! The stone struck the richly dressed man's head with incredible precision. Despite the tough skull of a martial artist at the internal organ realm great success, it was as fragile as an eggshell under the terrifying force of the stone hurled by Lu Qing. It exploded instantly, scattering a gruesome mix of red and white. The richly dressed man, dead. Ah! Second young Master Zheng, who had never seen such a horrifying spectacle, screamed in terror. Not good. The Zhong family guard holding a shield was shocked and tried to cover the young master's mouth. But it was too late. Lu Qing's gaze had already turned in their direction. Sir, we are from the Zhong family of the state mansion, here just for amusement and have no connections with these people. We kindly ask for your discernment. The Zhong family guard spoke bravely. As for second young master Zheng, facing Lu Qing's gaze, he was already shivering, his face pale. At this moment, he knew all too well that the man before him was a true killer, unlike any martial artist he had ever encountered. Seeing Lu Qing remain silent, the Jing family guard felt incredibly uneasy. Although the Qing family held substantial power, ranking highly in the entire state mansion, and could even garner some recognition from the major sects that dominated Qing state, faced with such a bloodthirsty and ruthless man, he wasn't sure if the other party would show any consideration. Jing family? What of it? Lu Qing's voice was hoarse as he sneered darkly. Don't talk to me about some small Jing family. Even if people from the Yan family of the royal capital offend me, they must die too. Chapter 257, 188, Everyone Killed, Mindset Changed. To Chapter 257, Chapter 188, Everyone Killed, Mindset Changed. To run, young master, run. The guard had felt something was wrong the moment Lu Qing spoke the first word, and by the time Lu Qing uttered the word dead, he hadn't hesitated at all to make a decision. He suddenly pushed second young master Zheng behind him with a gentle force. At the same time, his right hand reached to his waist, drawing a short knife, while he himself held a shield, using his left shoulder as a pivot. Integrated with the shield, he charged at Lu Xing with fierce bravery. He wanted to push Lu Xing away to buy his young master time to escape. However, his plan was far too optimistic. Facing the imposing shield coming at him fiercely like a battering ram, Lu Xing didn't flinch or dodge. His fingers splayed, his palm drew a circular arc, pressing down on the shield with the force of a mountain. Boom! Under the overwhelming force, the 100 refinement steel shield shattered into pieces, and the Jung family guard hidden behind it bled wildly, his bones breaking more than he could count. How could he be so strong? After just one move, nearly disabled, the Qing family guard sat collapsed on the ground, his face filled with despair. Lu Qing's strength was beyond his imagination. Even the martial arts grandmasters in the residence weren't nearly as oppressively powerful as this. Who was this mysterious figure, and since when did such a fearsome martial arts expert appear in Qing state? Your loyalty is commendable, but unfortunately the person you're protecting is scum. Lu Qing looked at the severely injured guard, shook his head, and said. His feet didn't stop moving. He stepped past the guard towards second young master Zheng, who was too frightened and weak-kneed to run. No, don't kill me. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. If you kill me, my Zheng family will never let you go. My father will definitely not let you go. Seeing Lu Qing approaching, the already terrified second young screamed frantically. Esteemed sir, we really have nothing to do with this village. Please, in consideration of the Zheng family's face, spare our young master. We swear, once we return, we will not leak a word about what happened today. The Zheng family guard, enduring his pain, spoke with difficulty. Do you think I want to kill this trash just to silence him? Lu Qing stopped, turned, and asked strangely. The Zheng family guard was taken aback. Aside from that reason, he couldn't think of any other motives. Really, you who come from a great family, regard human life as mere grass. To tell you the truth, I want to kill him not for any other reason, but merely to seek justice for those girls he tortured to death. The guard's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had finally realized something. However, the next moment he saw a pebble being flicked from Lu Qing's hand. Then his young master's head burst open like a rotten watermelon. Young master! The Zheng family guard cried out in agony. Young masters? The Zheng family guard on agony. I was going to spare your life, but your words just now enlightened me. Casually having killed second young master Zheng, Lu Qing turned around. This scum who humiliated and murdered those girls, you were there too, weren't you? Your Excellency, it's because of those brothel women that you harbored the intention to kill my young master. The Zheng family guard asked blankly. Exactly. Isn't that reason enough? The Zheng family guard fell silent. He wanted to say, no, of course not. Those lowly people being so humble in status, even 1,000, 10,000 of them combined could never compare to the nobility of their young master. But he also knew, since Lu Qing asked this way, obviously in his mind, this reason was already sufficient. So he could only remain silent. However, although he didn't speak, Lu Qing discerned the answer he wanted from his expression. He sneered. It seems just as I thought. Well then, you two go and accompany your young master. A swishing sound was heard as another pebble was flicked by Lu Qing, directly aiming for the guard's head. Puff! A muffled sound, a blood hole appeared in the center of the Jing family guard's forehead. His body shook, his eyes gradually dimmed, and then he fell heavily to the ground, his life essence fading away. Having dealt with the guard, Lu Qing didn't linger and slowly walked towards the building. As he passed the corpse of an internal organ realm assassin who had tried to ambush him, he suddenly kicked the corpse's temple. The body that should have been dead suddenly opened its eyes, full of disbelief, as if unable to believe that his disguise had been so easily seen through by Lu Qing. Lu Qing remained calm. Although the assassin had mastered the art of feigning death to a profound degree, it was all too obvious under his divine soul sensing, not to mention he also possessed superpower. Even someone from the innate realm could not hide their aura from him, let alone a mere martial artist from the internal organ realm. After killing the feigning man, Lu Qing took his time walking towards the building. All the martial artists from the internal organ realm in the entire village had been killed by him, but he still did not plan to spare the remaining members of the Seven Killings Tower. The slaughter continued. 2/4 of an hour later, when Lu Qing left Yuanyang village, the entire village was already littered with corpses. All the Seven Killings Tower assassins staying in the village had been found under his divine soul sensing and killed. Among some of the visitors seeking pleasure, those who he found were utterly evil were also killed by him. He even found the treasure vault and raided it with great pleasure. After doing all this, Lu Qing left without any hesitation. As for the remaining people in the village, like those women sold into servitude, if they weren't foolish, they should have fled earlier. Lu Qing had helped them by breaking the den of iniquity that was already helping. The rest was up to their own luck. Indeed, my heart has truly become much colder. On the hillside, watching the frantic crowd fleeing the village, Lu Qing showed a self-mocking expression. If it had been him when he first came to this world, he probably would have tried to find a safe place for those pitiful women, just as he had done in Happy Village. But now, watching the panicked crowd below, his heart didn't fluctuate much, because he knew such things were all too common in this world. The ways of the world were such that he alone could hardly change anything, could he? After all, my power is still too weak. Only those with little power have to consider and weigh every action meticulously. If I had the strength to stand alone atop the world, I could do anything I wish, follow my will without fearing anyone's opinions. With a distant look, Lu Qing gazed at the stars above. The next moment, his figure had vanished from the spot. Several quarters of an hour later, Lu Qing stopped in a mountain hollow. Indeed, without the boost from the Earth Element Talisman, traveling indeed requires much more physical effort. Lu Qing's heart and spirit sank into the space between his eyebrows. The yellow glow that represented the Earth Element Talisman had disappeared. Just now, after he had hurried along for more than 200 miles, the magic talisman's power was completely exhausted by Lu Qing. Without the support of talisman power, his body became heavy again, and naturally he could no longer move as nimbly and swiftly. Indeed, it's easy to slip into luxury from frugality, but difficult to revert back. Lu Qing sighed. Accustomed to the lightness and speed of traveling under the support of the Earth Element Talisman, he felt quite uneasy returning to the sluggish pace of using his own legs. He looked around, found a dry big stone, and sat down on it. After concentrating and calming himself, he formed a seal technique with both hands and began to refine talismans. With a successful experience prior, this time refining the Earth Element Talisman took even less time, less than 1/4 of an hour, and it was done. With a slight movement of the spell, he stored the Earth Element Talisman back into the space of the talisman between his eyebrows. Looking at the Earth Element Talisman turning into a glow, Lu Qing showed a faint smile of satisfaction. It's not that he didn't want to gather several Earth Element Talismans for emergencies, but with his current strength of Divine Soul, there were limits to the Divine Soul Talisman. At a time, he could only accommodate no more than 5 magic talismans, and for talismans of the same attribute, only 1 could be stored. If he wished to store and control more talismans, unless his divine soul power broke through, it would not be possible. Feeling the glow in the cavity, Lu Qing's will flickered, and that strange power reappeared, making his body light again. With a small smile, he exerted force with his legs, once again heading towards home. Chapter 258, 189, another powerful trump card, Qing family's ancestor. Chapter 258, Chapter 189, another powerful trump card, Qing family's ancestor. When Lu Qing returned to Julie village, it was still dark and dawn had not yet come. No one knew that he had traveled back and forth over 1,000 miles overnight and completely annihilated a 7 Killings Tower outpost hundreds of miles overnight and completely annihilated a 7 Killings Tower outpost hundreds of miles away. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed and after regaining his breath, Lu Qing began. He was primarily summarizing the gains and losses of tonight's battle. First of all, there was nothing noteworthy about the opponent. Yuanyang village was just an ordinary outpost of the 7 Killings Tower, although it had several internal organ realm assassins and was heavily guarded with both conspicuous and hidden sentries. But to Lu Qing, who possessed the power of the divine soul, this was as good as non-existent. The few internal organ realm assassins, led by a man in brocade garb, had not put any pressure on him at all. It couldn't be helped. His current accumulation of power was simply too vast, already far beyond the scope of an ordinary postnatal realm martial artist. Lu Qin estimated that, with his current strength within the postnatal realm, perhaps only legendary peerless geniuses or children of fate could pressure him. Or those direct descendants trained by top sects possessing various powerful secret techniques. Others, even martial arts grandmasters who had cultivated their divine soul power, were probably not his match in a normal state, let alone forcing out his various trump cards. Even ordinary innate realm ones, he would have to actually fight to know. This retaliation did not surprise Lu Xing. Rather, the process had brought him quite a surprise. The biggest surprise was the effect of the Earth Element Talisman. A single Earth Element Talisman allowed him to traverse 1,000 miles without fatigue. Such an auxiliary effect was indeed astonishing. This also made Lu Qing realize that although he could currently only store 5 magic talismans in the space of his brow chakra, and only one of each attribute, if used properly, these 5 talismans would become one of his greatest trump cards. With a talisman condensed from primordial qi having such miraculous effects, I wonder what power those spirit talismans refined with spiritual energy in the legacy would possess. Lu Qing couldn't help but imagine. The rune path is a very unique cultivation system. It takes the natural world as its teacher. Thus, it has strong adaptability and is not constrained by the immediate cultivation environment. In periods where spiritual energy is rich and a path of immortal cultivation thrives, it bases itself on spiritual energy to condense various strange spirit talismans for combat and self-enhancement. In eras where spiritual energy is scarce, it uses heaven and earth primordial qi to condense primordial energy talismans, and although its power is much less than that of spirit talismans, it still possesses various unusual abilities. Lu Qing had already experienced the strength of the primordial energy talismans. Naturally, he anticipated even more the stronger spirit talismans. With the recovery of spiritual energy imminent, if the power of the spiritual talismans is strong enough, then his cultivation in the rune path, even without switching to immortal cultivation, would not fear anyone. After mulling over the rune path, Lu Qing thoroughly reviewed the process of this journey. After ensuring he had not overlooked or neglected anything and his identity was exposed, he then lay down to rest for a while. Just as Lu Qing was resting in his dreams, elsewhere in the Qing mansion of the famous Changzhou State Mansion, an incredibly oppressive atmosphere was enveloping the area. Are you telling me this is Yu Zhi? In the main hall of Qing Mansion, the imposing Qing family master was asking with an icy face. Before him, several guards were kneeling on the ground, and in the center, 2 bodies covered with white silk were lying. One had their brow chakra pierced, and the other had their entire head blown off, leaving a headless corpse. Hearing the family master's question, the kneeling guards trembled and started shivering, none daring to answer. As for the other guards and servants in the hall, they were as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe too loudly, desperately trying to minimize their presence. Who could have imagined that the second son would die just from a trip outside? If the old ancestor knew, it's hard to say how many would die. I'm asking you all the question, has everyone gone deaf? Jium, family master's face grew even colder. Feeling the family head's increasingly icy gaze, finally, a guard with a trembling voice struggled to speak, replying to the family head. When the second young master left the mansion this afternoon, he was wearing this very outfit, and he was accompanied by Commander Yang here. So, Yor was killed within less than a day after he went out. Not even a complete body could be left behind. Who can tell me what happened, and where exactly did he go this afternoon? The guard was about to respond when suddenly a suppressed atmosphere arrived, with several figures walking out from the inner hall. Leading them was an old woman, supported by a middle-aged, beautiful woman. Mother, why have you gotten up? Shin. Family master saw her and hurriedly went forward to help support the old woman. The guards and servants in the hall lowered their heads even further. Why have I gotten up? I had just gone to sleep not long ago when I heard Yanyan come crying, saying something had happened to Yer. Is this true? The old lady snorted and her dragon-headed cane lightly tapped the ground, causing a muffled sound and a slight tremor. It turned out that the dragon-headed cane was made of metal, extremely heavy. Kenning was made of metal, extremely heavy. Cane was made of metal, extremely heavy. Yanyan family master's heart lurched and he stealthily glanced at his wife. Then he sadly said, Mother, I too just learned of this incident. Yer has been killed. What did you say? Hearing this, the old lady's eyes widened in shock, a terrifying aura emanating from her. Yer has been killed. Where is he? Right in front of you. The guards say that this headless corpse is Yer, but I haven't had time to verify it yet. The old woman suddenly turned her head to look at the 2 corpses on the ground. When she had come out earlier, she had not failed to notice these two corpses, but because they were covered with white silk, their attire was not clear. She could never have imagined that one of them would turn out to be her most beloved grandson. The middle-aged beautiful woman, too, looked shocked upon hearing this. She had merely heard from her maid that the second young master had met with some trouble, but she had never expected that he was dead. Gazing at the headless corpse, the old woman's hands trembled slightly, yet she was no ordinary person and, with strong will, suppressed her emotions, her voice sounding a bit hoarse. "Green nanny, go check it." "Yes, mistress." As the old woman gestured, a green-clothed nanny with a somewhat strange aura walked forward, gently lifting the white silk off the headless corpse. Seeing the clothes on the corpse, the old woman's fingers slightly trembled. She remembered Yor had come to greet her this morning wearing this very outfit. Green-clothed nanny's hand also paused momentarily, but she gently unfolded the clothing on the corpse. Then, when she saw a distinctive birthmark on the corpse's chest, she did not continue, but covered the body again and stepped back. She approached the old woman and softly reported, "Mistress, it is indeed young Master Yor." The old woman's body swayed, as if she was about to collapse. "Mother?" Qing family master, who had been watching intently, hurriedly stepped forward to help support her. "Get away." However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from the old woman, directly pushing him back. Who was it who would dare kill my Yuger, and with such cruel methods? It was as if chilling words had ascended from the nine netherworlds spoken by the old woman. Her clenched teeth and demeanor seemed as though she would tear someone apart. Chapter 259-159. Rage, Resentment, Human Sacrifice. Chapter 259. Chapter 190. Rage, Resentment, Human Sacrifice. Speak, where did Yor die, and how did she die? You will explain everything to me in detail. Otherwise, I will have you all buried with Yor. In the main hall of Qing Mansion, an old woman exuded an asphyxiating chill as she stared at the few kneeling guards. Her lips, wrinkled like old tree bark, uttered each word deliberately. Although the guards were chilled to the bone, they still shivered as they recounted what they knew. The second young master's corpse was found in a place called Yuanyang Village, outside the city. Yesterday, we followed the second young master out of the city, and before we reached a mountain stronghold, the second young master found a reason to send us away, asking us to wait for him at the foot of the mountain. He then took only Commander Yang with him into the stronghold. That stronghold, known as Yuanyang Village, is a place for people to seek pleasures. At this point, the guard was suddenly interrupted by the old woman, who shouted, "Nonsense! Yor was so sensible and well-behaved. How could she go to such a filthy place?" The guard was so frightened that he fell silent, and his body lay even flatter, trembling more violently. "Mother," said the Qing family master gently. The old woman snorted. "Continue." "Yes, elder ancestor." The guard's body shook, and he chose his words even more carefully. After the second young master entered the stronghold, it wasn't long before we heard chaotic noises coming from the mountain, and many people fled in panic. Sensing something was wrong, we rushed to the top quickly, only to find a gruesome scene with corpses everywhere, all of them martial arts experts. Both the second young master and Commander Yang had met with misfortune. Commander Yang's refined iron shield had been shattered by a single palm strike, his bones broken, and a fatal hole pierced through his brow. At this point, the guard's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Commander Yang was a formidable martial arts expert, having achieved small success in the internal organ realm, and his technique with the shield and sword was exquisite. Even great success martial artists from the internal organ realm, and his technique with the shield and sword was exquisite. Even great success martial artists from the internal organ realm might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Yet such a powerful figure as Commander Yang had met his end, and one could only imagine the terrifying strength of the assailant. "So you mean to say that as Yor's guards you didn't even catch a glimpse of the murderer?" the old woman said faintly. The guard felt a deep chill and quickly replied, replying to elder ancestor, "Although we didn't capture the assassin, once we discovered the young master's body, we immediately detained a group of people trying to flee the village to interrogate them. From them, we learned that the killer was a person in black night clothes. This person was incredibly strong, like a ghostly apparition, and he alone was responsible for all the slaughters in Yuanyang Village. Moreover, we learned from some guests that the black-clothed person loudly proclaimed that Yuanyang Village was actually a base of the Seven Killings Tower. His massacre was meant as revenge against the Seven Killings Tower, which is why he spared those guests." "What did you say, Seven Killings Tower? Are you sure you heard correctly?" asked the Qing family master, his body trembling as he hurried to ask. The old woman's expression also stiffened, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. "Subordinate swears, I did not mishear. We interrogated more than 10 people, and they all said the same." The guard insisted urgently. "So the Seven Killings Tower has already set up a base here." The Qing family master looked grave. This sect, which dominated most of the assassin world's forces, had always been in Central State. When did it become interested in a remote place like Qing State? When did it become interested in a remote place like Qing State? What shocked him even more was that someone dared to provoke the Seven Killings Tower, eradicating one of its bases so brazenly. Then, who was this person, and what was their purpose? For a moment, Zhong family master sharply sensed an unusual meaning. Many thoughts also emerged in the old woman's heart. Yet all of this still did not compare to the pain of losing her grandson. Since you say the target was Seven Killings Tower, why did he kill my Yor? The old woman's eyes emitted a terrifying light, staring intensely at the house guard. Are you lying? What exactly is going on here? Your venerable ancestor, every word I spoke is true, with no exaggeration or deceit. I dare not lie to your venerable ancestor. The guard immediately cried out in a grievance. Then tell me, why did the man in black want to kill Yor? Isn't Yor a guest too? It's because. The guard stammered, clearly afraid to speak. Because of what? Speak. If you don't speak, I'll take your life with one slap. The old woman said fiercely. I only learned this from a guest. That guest said when the second young master and Commander Yang were killed, he was hiding in a corner in the tower. He overheard the man in black say, the reason for killing the second young master was to seek justice for those brothel girls who died under the second young master's insult and abuse. Damn it! Before the guard could finish speaking, the old woman could no longer contain her rage. Her refined iron dragon-headed cane suddenly lashed out, fiercely striking the guard in the chest. Struck heavily, the guard had no strength to resist. With the sound of snapping bones, his body flew backwards, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. His chest caved in. Clearly he wouldn't survive. Those worthless brothel whores, utterly despicable. How can they compare to my Yor? Even 1,000, 10,000 of them. They are not worth a single hair of my Yor. Shameless villain, how dare you dishonor Yor? Dishonor our Yor, Qing family. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you, torture you to death, and crush you into thousands of pieces. After sending a guard flying, the old woman's fury did not subside in the slightest, her face full of vicious wrath as she enunciated each word. The terrifying aura emanating from her not only made it hard for everyone in the hall to breathe, it even alarmed the people outside the mansion. Seeing the old matriarch so ruthless, the kneeling guards trembled even more violently, their legs weakening, almost unable to stay kneeling, collapsing to the ground. Even so, the old woman still did not intend to spare them. And you? I tasked you with protecting Yor. Yet you all shirked your duties. Not only must you die, but your families as well must accompany Yor to the afterlife. The guards were shocked upon hearing this, and were about to beg for mercy when they saw the old woman's dragon-headed cane rapidly striking their vital points. Suddenly the kneeling guards trembled, their gazes became vacant, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. On their faces remained the horror of their final moments. The scent of blood permeated, turning everyone in the hall pale without a trace of color. It took a while before Zhang family master stepped forward, supporting the old woman. Mother, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You're in poor health. You should take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet, the old woman said coldly. Have someone prepare the best coffin. I want to properly tend to Yor's body. And those useless guards who failed to protect Yor have now died. That's too light a punishment for them. Bring their families here. I want all of them to accompany Yor in burial. Mother, you come? Family master exclaimed in alarm. Sacrificing the living is a great taboo. Both the royal capital and Holy Mountain have strictly forbidden it. Who said I'm going to sacrifice the living as long as people die before they are buried? That doesn't count as a living sacrifice, does it? Yor died so miserably. He lost his father at a young age, and now below. Who knows how lonely and helpless he must be. If I send more people down to serve him, is that not right? But mother, Zheng family master still wanted to say something, but he saw the old woman glaring at him. What do you think that with your elder brother dead, there's no one left to decide for Yor? That even my commands are to be defied? Seeing his mother's gaze, Zheng family master's hardened. He could only say, I wouldn't dare. I will arrange it for you right away. Chapter 260, 191, Madness. Chapter 260, Chapter 191, Madness. Moreover, I want you to use whatever means necessary to find the villain who killed Yor. I will not rest until he is tortured to death and his body is torn into 10,000 pieces. The old woman gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her tone was chillingly cold, making one's heart feel cold upon hearing it. Mother? Zheng family master hesitated upon hearing this. Since that person dared to oppose Seven Killings Tower, his identity and background must also be extraordinary, if we investigate further. However, before he could finish, the old woman looked at him with an icy gaze. So, we should just let go of Yor's vengeance, is that it? Zheng family master hesitated, swallowing his saliva before saying, My child did not mean that, but he believes we should consider this matter in the long term. Consider in the long term, it seems to me you wish to drag this matter out, preferably until after my death, right? Old Lady Jung scoffed. My child dares not. Jung family master shuddered and quickly bowed his head. Humph! Only you know what you are really thinking. Now, I want to know if this dying old woman can still be the head of the Jung family. Mother is the pillar of our family, holding up the entire Jung family. Naturally, you are in charge. If I can still be in charge of the Jung family, then you simply do as I say. I don't care what the cost is, but before the 7th day of Yura's passing, you must find that man's whereabouts. I don't care who he is, or how powerful his background is. I will personally take his head and place it in front of Yura's tomb to appease his spirit in heaven. Observing his mother's fierce and fearsome demeanor, Jung family master knew that any objection was futile. He could only lower his voice and comply. Yes, your child will handle it immediately. Watching Jung family master's defeated silhouette receding, old lady Jung's face remained indifferent. Her aura of killing intent was chillingly dense, lingering long and unyielding. The hall was deadly silent, with no one daring to make a move, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even that middle-aged beautiful woman was dripping in cold sweat, with her back entirely soaked. Outside the Jung mansion, 2 miles away in another colossal mansion, in a study, an elegant elderly man was leisurely writing when suddenly his expression shifted, and his wrist trembled slightly, causing the ink-drenched brush to drop a blot of ink on the paper. The old lady of the Jung family is going crazy again. The elegant elderly man set down his brush, thought for a moment, and signaled for a servant. Go, call the family head here. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a robe bearing a slight resemblance to the elderly man hurriedly arrived at the courtyard. Grandfather, you called for me. Just now, I sensed a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanating from that old lady of the Jung family. I don't know what she's planning to do now, but you should go and check. The old ancestor of the Jung family. The middle-aged man was startled. Who would dare to provoke her? Are they tired of living? That's why I'm asking you to check. This old woman's time is running out. She doesn't have many years left, and if she goes mad at this time, no one can stop her. Yes, I will go and check now. The middle-aged man hurriedly left. Since that old lady of the Jung family had been severely injured years ago and believed she did not have many years left to live, she had become someone no one in the state mansion dared provoke. After all, an innate realm with only a few years left to live, if she truly went mad, who could withstand her? After his grandson left, the elegant elderly man leaned back, looking at the slightly brightening sky in the distance, his emotions fluctuating. Now was a turbulent time, with dark currents surging beneath the surface. As an innate realm martial artist, he also had an innate intuition that something extremely important was about to happen. At such a time, that old lady of the Jung family better not go mad. An hour later, the middle-aged man returned with an extremely peculiar expression on his face. He seemed a bit shocked, but also a bit schadenfreude. Did you find out? The elegant elderly man asked indifferently. I found out, but what? According to the spies' information returned from the mansion, that second young master of the Jung family was killed last night in a brothel outside the city. Even his head was blown apart. The Jung family's ancestor is furious over this matter and has already killed several guards, the middle-aged man reported. Second young master of the Jung family, is that the posthumous child of the late Jung family's boss? The elegant elderly man asked. That's him, named Jung Yu, deeply doted on by the Jung family's ancestor and usually very overbearing in the state mansion. It's unexpected that he would venture out of the city and get slaughtered. The middle-aged man's face bore a hint of schadenfreude. No wonder that old lady went mad. The elegant elderly man nodded. That Jung family boss had indeed a peerless talent. At not yet 30, he had reached the martial arts grandmaster realm. With a bright future ahead, he was expected to achieve the innate realm before the age of 40, potentially becoming our Qing state's youngest innate realm. However, unexpected fame at a young age and a pathway of cultivation that was too smooth is sometimes an ordeal. The Jung family boss, being the youngest martial arts grandmaster in Qing state at that time, was arrogant and thought very highly of himself, not holding the few innate realms in the state mansion in high regard. Because of the presence of the old lady Jung and the restrictive command of Holy Mountain, we few didn't take it too much to heart, which only made him more complacent. More than 20 years ago, a mysterious innate realm arrived in Qing state with his female disciple to travel. When the Jung family boss went out for recreation, he saw that the female disciple was extraordinarily beautiful and started harboring lustful thoughts to abduct her to his mansion as a concubine. Of course, this enraged the innate realm, and he killed the Jung family boss on the spot. Chapter 261, 191 Madness, W2, Chapter 261, Chapter 191 Madness, W191 Madness. To old lady Jung found out about the news and went absolutely mad, immediately chasing after the killer. She ran down the murderer for more than 300 miles and, with a fighting skill resulting in mutual destruction, finally fought that unfamiliar innate realm martial artist to the death. Moreover, she also captured that innate realm's female disciple and brought her back to bury with her son. That old woman herself was so severely injured that her lifespan was greatly reduced, and to this day, she still hasn't fully recovered. I never thought such a significant event had occurred back then that Qing family's boss died because of this. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "At that time you were still young and traveling with your master." Furthermore, Qing family's boss died in an unglamorous way, and that old woman was desperate for face, so not many people know the inside story. The refined elder said, "The Zhang Yu you're talking about should be the posthumous child of Zhang family's boss. After his death, old lady Zhang's disposition changed dramatically, becoming extremely cruel. Every day, there were servants beaten to death in Zhang Mansion. Everyone in the Zhang family lived in fear. It was later, when the wife of Zhang family's boss found out she was pregnant, that the old lady, overjoyed, began to gradually rein in her tyranny. Later, when Zhang family's boss's wife gave birth, it was a difficult labor. After giving birth to a son, she left this world. With only this one line of descent left by Zhang family's boss, old lady Zhang naturally cherished the child to her bones. You said he was killed. No wonder her killing intent was so intense earlier." The refined elder felt somewhat relieved. As long as it wasn't someone from his own mansion who had provoked that old woman, everything was still negotiable. However, he was also a bit curious. "Had you found out who exactly killed Zheng Yu?" "I haven't." The middle-aged man shook his head. "The spies report that the Zheng family only knows the murderer of Zheng Yu was a martial artist in black clothing. His other identities remain a mystery. Moreover, it seems that the black-clothed martial artist wasn't specifically targeting Zheng Yu. He just happened to kill Zheng Yu while raiding that brothel. It looks like we have an interloper, huh? Zhang family's boss back in the day was killed by a foreign innate realm martial artist. I never expected his son to follow in his footsteps." The refined elder felt some regret. If it was a martial artist from Shang State, probably no one would dare risk angering that old woman by laying a finger on Zheng Yu. It must have been an external martial artist unaware of the situation in Shang State who dared to take such a huge risk. "However, grandfather, I've also uncovered another piece of information." The middle-aged man's expression became serious. "It said that when the black-clothed martial artist was slaughtering at that brothel, he mentioned the place was a stronghold of Seven Killings Tower, and that he came on behalf of Seven Killings Tower. Are you saying that's true?" The refined elder was taken aback. "I'm not certain, but this came from the dying words of the guard who was accompanying Zheng Yu." "It's likely true. Has the reach of Seven Killings Tower extended to our Chang State now? But haven't they always been entrenched in Central State? And who would dare provoke such an ancient sect?" The refined elder murmured softly, sensing that matters might be far from straightforward. Yet, at this moment, the middle-aged man dropped another bombshell. "Additionally, grandfather, the spies have learned that after the death of Zheng Yu, the ancestor of Zheng family was so enraged that he not only killed all of the guards protecting Zheng Yu, but also ordered their family and relatives to be captured for a live sacrifice in remembrance of Zheng Yu." "What did you say?" Hearing this, the refined elder could no longer ponder on Seven Killings Tower's affairs. He stood up abruptly, his face a picture of shock as he looked at his grandson. "A live sacrifice. Has that old lady really gone insane?" Just then, the refined elder felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow, accompanied by the sound of wailing and crying coming from the northwest direction. Was precisely where Zheng Mansion was located. With a start, he no longer waited to speak with his grandson and disappeared from the study using his movement technique, rushing toward Zheng Mansion. When the refined elder arrived at Zheng Mansion, he saw a large group of people, chained and prostrate on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. There were old and young, men and women, even infants still in swaddling clothes among them. Beside them laid an elderly man who had been decapitated, his blood soaking the ground, his severed head with eyes wide open, full of rage and sorrow. At a glance, the refined elder knew that the sorrow he had felt was emitted by the old man just before his death. He also knew the identity of the old man. He was a steward of a young family with a cultivation in the internal organ realm, quite extraordinary, fairly well known in the state mansion. This old man had always been loyally devoted to the Zheng family and managed many of their properties efficiently. It is said that his eldest son also worked as a guard in Zheng Mansion, but unexpectedly, he was killed here. "Ancestor, please forgive us, spare us." The cries echoed from the crowd. People continuously kowtowed to the old woman of the Zheng family on the stairs above, smashing their foreheads until they broke, staining the blue stone floor with streaks of blood. But there was someone, silent, staring at the old woman with eyes full of hatred. "Spare my life." The old woman looked indifferent, completely untouched by the scene before her. "I spared you, But who spared my Uyghur? You let your men promise to protect Uyghur, yet they neglected their duty, leading to my Uyghur's death. Those useless fools deserve to die 1,000 deaths. You, as their wives and kin, are unforgivable. All must be buried with my Uyghur. No, please, ancestor of the Zheng family, it's not our fault. Please have mercy. The people locked in chains below became even more terrified upon hearing this, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy. However, the old woman remained unmoved by the scene. She waved her hand dismissively. Take these lowlifes away and lock them up. On the day of yours burial, they will be sent down to serve Yor in the afterlife. Yes. Immediately the guard stepped forward, took the chains, and started to drag everyone away. I won't go, ancestor of the Zheng family, have mercy, mercy. The crowd was in turmoil, some didn't want to leave, but the strong guards dragged them away forcibly. Those who tried to escape were whipped until their skin split open and flesh burst. In an instant, the front of Zheng Mansion was filled with incessant screaming, too horrible to bear. Finally, when everyone had been dragged away, the area in front of the Zheng Mansion's gate once again returned to calm. The nearby residents had not failed to hear the screams, but out of fear of Zheng family's tyranny, nobody dared to come out to watch, let alone to intervene. Old fellow, since you've come, then stop hiding and show yourself. After everything had quieted down, old woman Zheng suddenly spoke. The refined old man appeared, his face somewhat unsightly. The Zheng family guard shuddered in unison. Before the old man made an appearance, not one of them had been aware of his presence. The way he managed to hide his aura and form so well right under their noses, the answer was clear. This old man must undoubtedly be one of those few from the state mansion who were in the innate realm and not to be trifled with. Old Lady Zheng, don't you think your actions are a bit too much? The refined elder said with a displeased expression. Oh, I was merely disciplining my Zheng family's servants. How is that going too far? Old woman Zheng's face showed a hint of mockery. They all have contracts with my Zheng family. Even if I kill them all, it's the Zheng family's affair. Since when is it your business, you old thing? If you want to discipline your servants, I naturally have no say. But if you intend to perform a living human sacrifice, then it does concern me, the refined elder stated gravely. Living human sacrifice, too brutal, unacceptable to the heavens and the earth, and also to Holy Mountain. You're committing an act against the natural order of heaven and earth, and anyone has the responsibility to stop it. Ha ha ha. Unacceptable to the heavens and earth, the natural order. Old woman Zheng laughed as if she had heard a joke. Then a malicious expression crossed her face. If the heavens truly had eyes, then why didn't they protect my Ur? My Ur was so good, merely went out to play, and then met with such misfortune. Those worthless servants failed to protect my Ur. Don't they deserve to die? I want all of them to be buried with my grandson. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll fight them to the death. With that said, a powerful aura burst forth from the old woman. She struck her dragon head cane heavily on the ground, fracturing the blue stone beneath her feet. Her eyes fixed deadly on the refined elder. Lin, you old thing, are you sure you want to stop me? Feeling the imminent force of the old woman's aura and the madness in her eyes, the refined elder's face changed, and he immediately found himself in a difficult position. Chapter 262, The Plan to Kill the Heart. Chapter 262, Chapter 192, The Plan to Kill the Heart after a standoff with old woman Zheng. Ultimately, the refined elder chose to temporarily step back. Firstly, they were all within the city, and if the two innate realm martial artists were to fight here, it would certainly affect nearby residents. At that point, violating the sacred laws of the Holy Mountain, they would definitely be held accountable, even arrested and imprisoned. Although he had sufficient reasons, the old woman had not actually conducted a human sacrifice, and if they really came to argue about it, it was feared that in the end, both would be equally chastised for their faults. Secondly, the elder saw madness and determination in old woman Zheng's eyes. He could feel that if he truly wanted to stop this old woman, she would indeed fight him desperately without caring for anything else. This old woman had not much life left and did not have many years to live, so she cared for nothing. But the elder did not want to join her in madness and risk himself, so he decided to take a step back for now. However, before leaving, the refined elder still advised, Old Lady Zheng, sacrificing living people is too cruel. It goes against the heavenly Tao and harms your virtue. You are dragging the Zheng family toward a disaster without redemption. Please reconsider. Old fool, if you don't dare to fight, then hurry up and scram. Don't block my view. And which of your eyes saw that I was going to perform a human sacrifice? I am merely dealing with some disobedient servants. Even if the Holy Mountain sends someone, they can't meddle in the affairs of the Zheng family, old woman Zheng said coldly. Seeing this, the refined elder knew that old woman Zheng was completely delusional and beyond persuasion. He shook his head and turned to leave. Watching the elder's departing figure, old woman Zheng's eyes showed a scornful expression. When her eldest son was killed by that outsider innate realm martial artist, she had visited these old fellows in the city to plead for their help in avenging him, but they all made excuses, one after another, unwilling to assist. If they had been willing to help back then, how could she have suffered severe injuries and reduced her lifespan? Now it was just about dealing with some servants, and they all jumped out to stop her. A bunch of hypocrites, pa. The refined elder walked home with a heavy heart, and suddenly his expression changed as he looked towards the top of the tower not far away. He saw an elderly man with a youthful appearance and a middle-aged man with a face like white jade standing there, smiling. "You've come too." The refined elder's figure fluttered slightly, and with a few jumps, he too reached the top of the tower. "Your innate pressure is almost enveloping half of the prefecture. How could we not come?" said the elderly man with a youthful appearance helplessly. "Brother Lin, why bother provoking that old woman? You know her temper is not the person we knew when we were young anymore. But she is about to perform a human sacrifice. That method is too cruel. It damages the harmony of Hedon and will certainly invite punishment from the Holy Mountain. When the time comes, I'm afraid the entire Zheng family will suffer." "Then let her conduct it," said the man with the face like white jade, nonchalantly. "If that old lady Zheng wants to drag the Zheng family down with her, can the elder really stop her?" The refined elder just smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying nothing. But the elderly man with the youthful appearance understood his thoughts. They, along with old lady Zheng and the now deceased ancestor of the Zheng family, had been close friends when they were young. There was a bond between them. It's just that later on, due to ideological differences and life events, they slowly drifted apart and gradually ceased to have any contact. But clearly, Brother Lin still cherished that bond. The younger man with the face like white jade did not understand these matters. "Brother Lin, I know you still hold on to the promises we made in our youth, but you should also realize that old lady Zheng has changed a long time ago. She is no longer the white-dressed female hero we once knew. The person she is today is ruthless, stubborn, insane, and indifferent. She has long become someone else," the white-haired, youthful-faced elder earnestly advised. The refined elder remained silent, and after a while, finally sighed and said, "Of course I'm aware of that, but even if I disregard that old woman, I still must stop this. You all didn't see the dreadful state of those people, including infants not yet a year old. How could I bear it in my heart? I think you're being overly concerned, Mr. Lin. Don't forget that we still have the City Lord Mansion. Our City Lord is far from weak. If that old lady really intends to perform a living human sacrifice, the City Lord Mansion will never stand idly by. Otherwise, how would they continue to command respect in Qing State?" The gentleman with a complexion as fair as white jade said. The refined elder paused, then his eyes slightly brightened, and he fell into deep thought. Although the conflict between the old woman Zheng and the refined elder did not erupt, their conversation ultimately fell into the ears of many. Thus, the rumor that the Zheng family's ancestor intended to hold a live human sacrifice to appease the spirit of her recently deceased grandson quietly began to spread in the prefecture. "Yuan Hao, I had you look into the thief who killed Jir. How is the investigation going?" In the Zheng mansion, the old woman asked the Zheng family master with an indifferent face. "Mother," the Zheng family master said with some difficulty, "I've mobilized all the power we have in the mansion to investigate, but not a trace has been found. We only know that the black-clothed martial artist who killed Yuir must be a martial arts grandmaster who is skilled in hidden weapons and boxing. As to his identity, we've been unable to determine anything. The man seems to have appeared out of thin air. There's absolutely no information about him throughout Qing State. Unable to find out, are you saying Yuir died in vain?" Old woman Zheng looked at her second son. "It's not what I meant. It's just that the person's appearance was truly mysterious, and with the mansion's power, it's truly difficult to discover anything. If the people in the mansion can't find out, can't you make use of other forces? Seven Killings Tower lost a base, shouldn't they show some response? Can't you go to the Seven Killings Tower to inquire?" The Zheng family master was taken aback. Indeed, he hadn't thought of this. Old woman Zheng looked at her second son's dull expression and was even more disappointed. Had her eldest son still been alive, how could he have failed to think of such a simple matter? "You're right, mother. I'll immediately send someone to Seven Killings Tower to gather information." The Zheng family master came to his senses and hurriedly said, The old woman hummed. The room once again fell into silence. After quite a while, the Zheng family master remembered another piece of information reported by the mansion spies and, after hesitating, decided to speak up. "Mother, there are now rumors spreading throughout the city that our Zheng family wants to perform a live human sacrifice. If these rumors spread widely, I fear they will be very harmful to our Zheng family. Is that so? That's exactly what I want. Unexpectedly, the old woman was not surprised at all. Instead, she sneered coldly. I want this rumor to spread far and wide, even better if it reaches all corners of Qing State. That murderer who killed Yer, wasn't he the one who claimed to seek justice for those lowly prostitutes and courtesans, since he prides himself on being righteous? Now, with so many lives about to die miserably because of him, I want to see if he dares to come out and stop it. Mother, you. The Zhang family master was shocked. He had never imagined his mother would have such a plan. Don't worry, despite my hatred, I haven't lost my mind, and I wouldn't actually conduct a live human sacrifice. Just prepare as I've instructed. Yes, mother, I will make the arrangements right away. Knowing his mother hadn't truly succumbed to madness, the Zheng family master also felt greatly relieved. He immediately bowed and went down happily to make arrangements. However, he didn't see the sudden cold and vengeful look in his mother's eyes behind him. Chapter 263, 193, Miracle Emerges. Chapter 263, Chapter 193, Miracle emerges. In the early morning, Lu Qing arrived at Half Mountain Small Courtyard with little Yan and little Li. He saw that the ancestor of the Wei family was also there, while elder Dr. Chen was brewing tea under the plum tree. Senior Wei, Lu Qing greeted with a bow. Hello, Grandpa Wei. Little Yan also greeted obediently. Good, all is good, Wei Xinhai said with a smile across his face. By the way, young Master Lu, the materials you asked me to find a few days ago have all been gathered. I've placed them inside the house. You can go check them later to see if anything is missing. All the materials have been found. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. He went inside to check and indeed found that the materials had been assembled. He quickly came out to give thanks. Thank you, Senior Wei, for gathering these materials. How much did it cost? I will reimburse you. My young lord, you flatter me. It's just some materials hardly worth mentioning. The kindness you've shown to our Wei family cannot be repaid with such trivial things. Wei Shanhai laughed. Lu Qing tried to refuse again, but seeing that Wei Shanhai insisted, he had no choice but to accept. Then, I shall accept them with gratitude. That's right. However, I am quite curious, young Master Lu. Some of the materials you requested are quite peculiar. May I know what you plan to use them for? Wei Shanhai inquired. I intend to experiment with a few things. As for what exactly, please allow me to keep it under wraps for now. Once I succeed, I shall seek guidance from you, Senior Wei. Haha, then I shall eagerly await the results. Wei Shanhai chuckled. Seeing that Lu Qing did not wish to reveal more at that moment, Wei Shanhai was not upset. Instead, his anticipation grew. Previously, Lu Qing had asked their Wei family to find materials from which he crafted a very magical fire liquid, and with that fire liquid, he forged a rarely seen divine weapon. The materials Lu Qing sought this time were even more peculiar, so the project he wanted to test must be even more extraordinary. Thus, he was very expectant. Come, Mr. Wei, have some tea. At this moment, Elder Dr. Chen's tea was ready. Little Yan conscientiously took little Li to the study to read. Lu Qing also sat down and chatted with the two elders. Excellent tea. After drinking a cup, Wei Shanhai felt a refreshing aroma fill his mouth, and he couldn't help but praise. Elder Dr. Chen, each time I drink your plum tea, it has a different taste. Your tea brewing skills are truly marvelous. It's just that this plum blossom is rather unique. My tea brewing skills are actually quite ordinary, the elder doctor chuckled. Although Wei Shanhai knew this was a humble remark, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. He looked enviously at the plum tree behind the elder doctor. This plum tree had received the nourishment of heaven and earth primordial qi, and had undergone a transformation, becoming a rare treasure tree. He felt somewhat regretful. When he had entered the innate realm, why hadn't he thought of this? If he had also sought a quality tea tree to aid his breakthrough at that time, he could now also possess a treasure tea tree. However, Wei Shanhai knew that this was just wishful thinking. Back when he glimpsed the chance for a breakthrough, he was overjoyed, forgetting everything and focusing solely on the breakthrough. Fearing he would miss the opportunity, he wouldn't have thought to make such thorough arrangements ahead of time. After several cups of tea, everyone became more engaged in the conversation. By the way, young Master Lu, a considerable part of the materials you needed this time were purchased from the state mansion. Yesterday, the manager who escorted the materials from my mansion also brought news of some recent major events happening in the world. Oh, what interesting events? Lu Qing asked with keen interest. With the imminent changes in heaven and earth, he was quite concerned about the dynamics of the world. The first major event is in Jizhou. Over the past few months, a very powerful demon has appeared who likes to hunt down accomplished martial artists who have succeeded in their cultivation. This demon isn't known for which devil technique he cultivates, but he can suck the qi blood and marrow from people, which is extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Every martial artist harmed by him ends up drained of qi blood and marrow, looking like a dried corpse, which is utterly horrifying. And it seems this demon specifically targets young, famous martial artists with excellent innate talents. So far, he has already harmed dozens of young martial artists, many of whom were disciples of sects from Jizhou, and among them were even experts of the internal organ realm. This matter has already caused an uproar in Jizhou. All the major sects have already dispatched experts, determined to slay this demon and avenge their fallen disciples. Can such things be? Elder Doctor and Lu Qing were both startled, especially Lu Qing. The way Wei Shanhai described the deaths of those martial artists made him think of some rather unpleasant things. This matter is absolutely true. Now in Jizhou, there is already quite a bit of panic. Many young martial artists no longer dare to travel outside for fear of encountering that demon and becoming his prey, said Wei Shanhai solemnly. A thought struck Lu Qing. Senior Wei, I remember that your esteemed house's eldest son is studying in Jizhou, so that's not something to worry about. Hao has already left Jizhou half a year ago with several fellow disciples to travel to Tranquil State. Talking about this, Wei Shanhai also felt somewhat relieved. Otherwise, given the cruelty of that demon, he truly couldn't guarantee that Wei Zihao wouldn't encounter harm. Elder Doctor pondered for a moment, then asked, "Can suck human bone and blood? Could it be that this demon is a high-ranking expert of the demon path in the innate realm? I'm not sure about that either." Wei Shanhai shook his head. Since the establishment of Holy Mountain 1,000 years ago, the demon path has been declining, and it has been quite a while since a demon of the innate realm has appeared. If this demon truly were a demon of the innate realm, Holy Mountain would have taken action. If he's not a demon of the innate realm, does that mean Holy Mountain won't intervene? Asked Lu Qing. Exactly. Holy Mountain holds such an exalted status. Naturally, it can't possibly handle everything personally, nor can it manage every matter. Aside from certain principle-based prohibitions, it generally doesn't intervene in the conflicts of martial artists below the innate realm. Even if it's a war between commanderies that could put hundreds of thousands of people in dire straits, it remains an indifferent observer. If that demon hasn't reached the innate realm, Holy Mountain is likely to continue standing by. After all, the world is vast and martial artists are born continuously. It is only the death of a few dozen young martial artists. In Jizhou, it might be a big issue, but in the grand scheme of things, it's hardly significant. Hearing this, Lu Qing pondered deeply, gaining further insight into the stance of Holy Mountain. If that demon is only causing trouble in Jizhou, it's still better, continued Wei Shanhai. What I'm worried about is that now that the major sects of Jizhou have already dispatched experts to hunt this demon, the moment that demon sees that the situation is unfavorable, he might flee to our Qing state, which would be troublesome. For example, young Master Lu, you have to be extremely careful. That demon likes to target young, talented martial artists, and he might come for you. People of the demon path, their techniques are strange, and they are vastly different from our martial cultivation. You really must be extra cautious. Upon hearing this, Elder Doctor also said solemnly, "Indeed, Qing, you must be vigilant." Lu Qing was known in the Hidden Dragon list, a true peerless genius. Given the tendencies exhibited by that demon, Wei Shanhai's concern was not unfounded. "Yes, I will be careful," Lu Qing responded earnestly. Although he was confident, he also didn't feel that there was nobody in the world who could pose a threat to him. According to what Wei Shanhai said, if the cultivation technique that demon practiced was really as he suspected, he truly couldn't afford to be careless. Besides the Jizhou matter, there's another significant issue. Seeing that Lu Qing had taken the words to heart, Wei Shanhai also felt relieved and continued to chat. However, this matter happened here in our Qing state, and it's something from the past few days. Chapter 264, 194, Rumors. Chapter 264, Chapter 194, Rumors. Oh, what great event has transpired in our Qing state. Hearing Wei Shanhai mention an incident in Qing state, Lu Qing's thoughts stirred slightly, and he asked without revealing any emotion. A couple of days ago, something happened at the state mansion. There was a brothel that for some unknown reason was slaughtered. It wasn't considered a big deal at first. These small forces lingering on the fringes of society often offend others. Disputes are common, and their annihilation isn't surprising. But unexpectedly, at the time of the massacre, the second young master Zheng of the prefecture's Zheng family was there, and he was killed in the process. That truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Why is that? Is this prefecture's Zheng family that formidable? The elder doctor asked curiously. The prefecture's Zheng family is a very powerful, long-standing noble family. Their influence ranks high throughout the entire state mansion. They are considered one of the strongest families in Qing state. The Zheng family's ancestor, although a woman, has profound cultivation. Many years ago, she was already a powerful martial artist at the peak of the initial innate realm. Although she later suffered serious injuries due to certain events and could no longer progress in her realm, she is still considered one of the most powerful innate realm beings in the prefecture, Wei Shanhai explained. Senior Wei, is the major event you mentioned related to the Zheng family? Lu Qing continued to ask. It seemed that the affair of Yuanyang village being a stronghold for Seven Killings Tower hadn't spread. He wondered whether someone had deliberately suppressed the news, or if the guests who'd escaped simply hadn't spread the word. Indeed, Wei Shanhai nodded. Initially, the death of second young Master Zheng wouldn't have been a major issue. In these times, even the disciples of the top sects can perish in their travels due to a slight misfortune, let alone just a noble son of a family. But the problem is, this second young Master Zheng was the beloved grandchild of the Zheng family's ancestor. After his death, she went mad. Not only did she execute all the second young Master Zheng's guards, but she also detained their wives, children, and relatives, proclaiming that on the day of her grandson's funeral, she would perform a living human sacrifice with all of them to accompany him in burial. When hearing about the living human sacrifice, Lu Qing did not react much. He was just surprised by the Zheng family ancestors' ruthlessness. It was one thing to execute guards who failed to protect, but quite another to not spare their families. Could such actions really belong to a great family? But the elder doctor, upon hearing the words living human sacrifice, showed a look of extreme shock, his face filled with horror. Living human sacrifice? Is the Zheng family's ancestor really that cruel? Master, what is a living human sacrifice? Lu Qing, rarely seeing his master so troubled, could not help but ask. A living human sacrifice is an extremely cruel method of burial sacrifice. Before the elder doctor could answer, Wei Shanhai began to explain. Typically, the sacrificial victims are given life-sustaining medicine. Then they are tortured with various cruel punishments, and just when their last breath remains, they are sealed with clay to make clay figures, which are buried with the tomb owner. Due to the effects of the life-sustaining medicine, even after becoming clay figures, the victims within do not die immediately, maintaining just a breath of life. Then, in the darkness of the tomb, filled with unspeakable fear, they slowly experience the fading of their own lives, ultimately dying in endless resentment. Lu Qing shivered slightly. He had not anticipated that the method of living human sacrifice could be so cruel. No wonder his master was so moved. Elder doctor's expression turned grave. I remember that this method, because it's excessively cruel and damages the harmony of heaven, had already been ordered to be abolished and prohibited by the royal capital. Wei Shanhai nodded. It's not just the royal capital, even the Holy Mountain also issued a decree that the living sacrifice of human beings must not be practiced. Thus, such incidents have become rare throughout the world. Even if someone were to perform this method, they would only dare to do so stealthily, definitely not openly. Then why would the Zheng family's ancestor take such a huge risk to carry out this cruel and inhumane method? The elder doctor inquired. Indeed, isn't she afraid of the Holy Mountain sending someone to punish her? Lu Qing echoed. I do not know about that. Wei Shanhai shook his head. However, there are rumors outside that the Zheng family's ancestor has gone mad. In her early years, she had 2 sons, of which the eldest son possessed an extraordinary martial arts talent, being one of the most renowned young talents in Qing state at that time. The Zheng family's ancestor doted on him heavily and intended to groom him to become the head of the Zheng family. Unexpectedly, due to some matters, the Zheng family's eldest son offended an innate realm martial artist passing through Qing state and was killed on the spot. On hearing this, the Qing family's ancestor fought a fierce battle with the outside innate realm warrior and avenged her son. But she also sustained grave injuries, and her life was greatly diminished. Considering this, her time is also nearly up, with not many years left to live. It is said that the recently deceased second young Master Qing was the posthumous child of that eldest son of the Qing family. With such successive blows and her own impending death, it's feared that the Zheng family's ancestors' reason has faded, and thus she disregards the Holy Mountain's decree. Even so, she should not resort to the practice of living human sacrifice. This method is too cruel, and it is rumored that the people tortured by this method have their resentment lingering, their 3 souls and 7 spirits trapped within earthen effigies, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, unable to be liberated, which is greatly against the harmony of heaven, said the elder doctor, still looking disturbed. Senior Wei, since the royal capital had also issued a clear command to abolish this practice, hasn't anyone from the state mansion tried to stop it? Lu Yiqing asked. The Jun family's intention to carry out a living human sacrifice is currently just a rumor, not yet confirmed. On this matter, the Jin mansion, too, fervently denies it. Without concrete evidence, even the city lord mansion cannot take action against the Zheng family. Yet, strangely enough, knowing that these rumors are highly detrimental to themselves, the Zheng family does not suppress them and allows them to spread widely, which is truly baffling. Additionally, the Zheng family indeed has taken prisoner the wives and relatives of those several guards. Because of this, many people began to feel that the rumors may not be unfounded. In any case, the entire prefecture is now somewhat tense. We do not know whether the Zheng family's ancestor will actually go mad and carry out that inhuman act on the day of her grandson's funeral. Hopefully, the Zheng family's ancestor will have mercy in her heart and not commit such a sin. Upon hearing there might still be a chance, the elder doctor breathed a sigh of relief. He has always been kind-hearted, and if the Zheng family's ancestor indeed intended to proceed with a living human sacrifice, he would likely not be able to refrain from trying to stop it. Let's hope that is the case. I've heard that among the relatives of those deceased guards captured, there are even children not yet of age. If even the children are subjected to such extreme punishment, it would be too horrendously inhumane, Wei Shanhai also lamented. On hearing this, the elder doctor's expression sank once more. On the other hand, Lu Qing, having heard Wei Shanhai's previous remarks, suddenly had a thought and guessed at something. However, he did not reveal anything on his face and continued to keep company with the two elder men in conversation. Subsequently, Wei Shanhai shared some of the recent events happening in the world. The Wei family, although living in seclusion, always kept an eye on external affairs. Especially after the near extinction of their family 2 years earlier, and knowing that great changes were imminent in the world, they were very sensitive to the developments outside. Thus, Lu Qing also obtained a lot of information about worldly matters. After Wei Shanhai was done chatting and returned to his separate residence, Lu Qing went back home, his expression solemn as he silently pondered. Chapter 265, 195, Covert and Overt Conspiracies, Sparing Invitation. Chapter 265, Chapter 195, Covert and Overt Conspiracies, Sparing Invitation. Does the Zheng family's ancestor allow unfavorable rumors about her own family to spread deliberately to provoke me into coming forward? Lu Qing pondered in his heart. When Wei Shanhai mentioned that the Zheng family did not acknowledge the live human sacrifice, yet did not stop the spread of the messages, Lu Qing had roughly guessed the other party's intentions. Previously, when he attacked Yuanyang village, he had made several layers of disguises, and he had also used the Earth Element Talisman, a mysterious talisman. Even if his master had been present, it was unlikely that he would be able to see through his true identity, let alone the Zheng family. According to Wei Shanhai's description of the Zhang family's ancestor's character, she had even taken out her anger on innocent clan protectors, being so narrow-minded and vicious. It was impossible for her not to hate him, the murderer who personally killed her grandson to the bone. It was just because he had hidden his tracks too well, making him impossible to trace. But obviously, the Zhang family's ancestors' hatred for him was not going to disappear. She would certainly try all means to find him. Did she find out from the guests the reason why I slaughtered Zheng Yu, so now she wants to use morality as a bait to force me out? Lu Qing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, roughly figuring out some of the Zheng family's ancestors' thoughts. Originally, he had not killed those guests and prostitutes. Firstly, because according to the information detected by his superpower, those people had not committed significant sins, especially the women who had been coerced into selling themselves, who were truly pitiful. Although he did not think of himself as a saint, he also did not want to kill the innocent indiscriminately. Secondly, he was confident in his ability to disguise. At that time, it was unlikely anyone could see through his real identity. As such, he disdained to go to the trouble of killing people to silence them. Looking at it now, indeed no one was able to see through his identity, but some of his information had still been leaked. If I were really a young martial artist with a strong sense of justice, perhaps I would indeed be impassioned and fall into the trap. Lu Qing shook his head, somewhat amused, but gradually his smile faded, and a mysterious expression appeared in his eyes. However, although I know this is a trap, I still really want to kill you. What should I do? Lu Qing had to admit that the other party's strategy was indeed clever. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still couldn't help but feel the urge to kill. The other party's trap was both a conspiracy and an overt plot, employing a heart-piercing strategy. And moreover, you are so convinced you can handle me. The next day, Lu Qing arrived at the Wei family's estate. Young Master Lu, what did you say? You want to have a sparring match with me? Wei Shanhai looked at the sincere Lu Qing in front of him, wondering if he had heard wrong. Ma Gu and Wei Zhan next to him were also staring blankly at Lu Qing, especially Wei Zhan, who couldn't believe his ears. What had he just heard? Lu Qing was actually challenging the old ancestor, the elder revered as an innate realm expert. Indeed, I have encountered a bottleneck in my recent cultivation and can't figure out some things. I would like to have a sparring session with my senior to see if I can gain some enlightenment. I hope Senior Wei will not hesitate to enlighten me, Lu Qing said earnestly. Seeing that Lu Qing was not joking, Wei Shanhai also became more serious. If that's the case, why doesn't young Master Lu ask for guidance from your master? Old Dr. Chen's martial arts realm is even more profound than mine, and he should be more capable of advising young Master Lu. Wei Shanhai had always held old Dr. Chen's martial arts cultivation in high regard, especially the mastery of combining water and fire and the concept of the innate domain. He had sought advice many times and totally failed to grasp it. What I need is not guidance, but pressure. Lu Qing shook his head. Senior Wei should also know that my master is not fond of fighting with others, and he is quite doting towards me. Sparring with him, I'm afraid, won't give me much pressure. That's true. Wei Shanhai thought of the elder doctor's temperament and nodded unconsciously. Frankly, after having known the elder doctor for a long time and becoming familiar with his temperament, Wei Shanhai had been astonished more than once. The elder doctor was clearly not someone who liked to compete with others, nor was he particularly enthusiastic about martial arts, and he didn't look like a martial artist at all. And yet, his achievements in martial arts far surpassed Wei Shanhai's. This was something he could never quite understand. However, Wei Shanhai looked at Lu Qing. One needs a spar with an innate realm expert to feel the pressure. Young Master Lu, what level has your cultivation reached now? This was also something Wei Shanhai had been curious about for a long time. About a year and a half ago, he suddenly realized that he could no longer see through Lu Qing's cultivation level. At that time, he was quite surprised. After all, as an innate realm expert, it was simply incredible that he couldn't see through the cultivation of a postnatal realm martial artist. At that time, Lu Qing had explained that he had cultivated a mysterious, secret technique capable of hiding his own cultivation breath, so others couldn't see through it. Now that a year and a half had passed, Wei Shanhai was very curious about Lu Qing's current cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Ma Gu and Wei Xian also instantly perked up, their gazes fixed on Lu Qing. Their realms were much lower than Lu Qing's, and they had been unable to discern his true cultivation level as early as 2 years ago. Seeing this, Lu Qing knew he had to reveal some of his true strength. He retracted some of the power of the Divine Soul Talisman and revealed a little bit of his true aura. Then, Ma Gu and Wei Xian both felt as if a ferocious aura, akin to that of ancient savage beasts, was rushing towards them, causing them to involuntarily retreat several steps, their eyes wide with shock. Wei Shanhai also shook all over, his face showing a look of amazement. After a long moment, he sighed, "Postnatal realm perfection, martial arts, Grandmaster realm, young Master Lu, you have indeed reached this realm." Actually, when Lu Qing mentioned that only an innate realm could pressure him, Wei Shanhai had already made some guesses. However, when he truly sensed Lu Qing's cultivation, he still couldn't help being astonished. After all, if he remembered correctly, Lu Qing was not even 19 years old yet. A 19-year-old martial arts grandmaster, such an achievement, even in the land of Central State, renowned for its outstanding geniuses, would likely stand unmatched and alone. Moreover, over these 2 years, he had also learned that the real time Lu Qing had spent practicing martial arts was actually less than 3 years. In less than 3 years, he went from not even being a martial artist to stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Such an incredible rate of cultivation was truly astonishing, truly a peerless genius with great fortune. Wei Shanhai once again exclaimed in his heart. As for Ma Gu and Wei Xian, they had already been left dumbstruck. "Brother Lu Qing, have you truly become a martial arts grandmaster?" Ma Gu asked, bulging his eyes. "I happened to make a breakthrough a few days ago," Lu Qing nodded, "but it is precisely because of this that I encountered a bottleneck, and so I wanted to exchange moves with Senior Wei to see what I can understand from it. I see with young master's strength, indeed only an innate realm could provide you with pressure." Wei Shanhai nodded in understanding. Originally, when Lu Qing was at the peak of the perfect bone marrow realm, he could already defeat martial arts grandmasters. Now that he had achieved postnatal perfection, his strength had undoubtedly increased to an even more unfathomable level. Obviously, an ordinary martial arts grandmaster could no longer be his opponent. Thinking of this, Wei Shanhai also started to feel some anticipation. He too wanted to know how powerful Lu Qing currently was. "Young Master Lu, where shall we go to have our spar?" Chapter 266, First Battle with Innate Complete Sword Intention. Chapter 266, Chapter 196, First Battle with Innate Complete Sword Intention. In the deep mountains, a certain valley, Lu Qing and Wei Shanhai stood opposite each other, swords in hand. Of course, the weapons they held were only ordinary 100 refined battle blades, not divine weapons. After all, they were only sparring, not fighting to the death. "Young Master Lu, this place is tranquil and agreeable, with a broad view. Truly a nice location for sparring." Wei Shanhai looked around at the surroundings and praised. "This is a place I stumbled upon when picking herbs in the mountains. Occasionally, I also come here to practice." "Indeed, it's quite nice," Lu Qing said with a smile. The other courtyard was too close to Julie Village. The presence of an innate realm expert was too terrifying for ordinary people. And with many elderly in the village, to avoid alarming them, Lu Qing chose to spar in the mountains far from the village. Ma Gu surveyed the surroundings, recognizing that this was the nameless valley where Lu Qing had rescued him from being pursued. Back then, Lu Qing had also been with little Li and had slain 2 disciples from the Tiancheng sect. On the other hand, Wei Xian didn't care about the valley environment and stood on the hillside, his gaze fixed on the 2 people below, full of anticipation. Seeing that Lu Qing and Wei Shenhai were actually going to spar, naturally, they did not want to miss such a spectacle, so they shamelessly followed along. "Master, who do you think will win between Dr. Lu Qing and our ancestor?" Wei Xian asked. Ma thought for a moment, hesitated, and said, "I can't say for sure." Logically, although Lu Qing was a martial arts grandmaster, he was still in the postnatal realm, whereas Elder Wei of the Wei family was an innate realm expert. The disparity in cultivation between the two was vast. Undoubtedly, Elder Wei should be stronger, but somehow, Ma Gu intuitively felt that it might not be that simple. No other way about it. Ever since he'd known Lu Qing, the youth had created too many miracles and left him with too many shocks. That's why, even with a fight between the postnatal and innate realms, he still believed it wouldn't be easy for Lu Qing to lose. Wei Shenhai, however, had no such confusion. As an innate realm expert, he had absolute confidence. Though Lu Qing was a rare martial arts prodigy whose path of cultivation could not be estimated, he had yet to grow up. The chasm between the postnatal realm and the innate realm couldn't be bridged by talent alone, so he felt quite at ease. Looking at Lu Qing leisurely, Wei Shenhai asked, "Young Master Lu, how exactly do you wish to spar?" "I would like to experience the true power of the innate realm, if I may," Lu Qing asked. "Are you sure?" Wei Shenhai was startled. "Yes, I kindly ask Senior Wei not to withhold his guidance," Lu Qing earnestly replied. Wei Shenhai was startled. "Yes, I kindly ask Senior Wei not to withhold his guidance," Lu Qing earnestly replied. Wei Shenhai, seeing the sincere expression on Lu Qing's face, gradually grew serious. Then, with a sudden smile, "The power of the innate realm is not so easily endured. How about this? I'll suppress my power to the postnatal realm. If you can push me to a certain extent, you will naturally be able to feel the power of the innate realm." Lu Qing thought about it and saw the reason in it. If he couldn't even defeat Wei Shenhai with his strength suppressed to the postnatal realm, what right did he have to witness the power of the innate realm? So, he nodded. "Very well, I await Senior Wei's instruction." He waved the long saber in his hand, assuming a starting posture. Watching Lu Qing's deep and stable starting posture, Wei Shenhai's eyes lit up. "Good saber technique, young Master Lu. Your saber technique has truly reached the depths, achieving a transformative level," he praised. Wei Shenhai was also skilled in the saber skill, and feeling the realm of Lu Qing's saber technique, he was instantly delighted. Still, he did not move, waiting for Lu Qing to make the first strike. As an innate realm martial artist, Wei Shenhai was quite proud. He couldn't possibly make the first move when sparring with a postnatal realm martial artist. Lu Qing understood this, and after saying, "Please forgive my offense," the next moment, he lunged forward. As he neared Wei Shenhai, Lu Qing's wrist flicked lightly, and in an instant, the saber unsheathed and high. Lu Qing's wrist flicked lightly, and in an instant, the saber unsheathed, the frigid sword light emerged swiftly, slashing fiercely at Wei Shenhai. The chill within the sword light caused Ma Gu and Wei Zhan on the hillside to break out in goosebumps, their eyes revealing shock. This saber technique, even Wei Shenhai, feeling the might of Lu Qing's strike, was quite astonished. The power and sophistication of Lu Qing's strike had already far surpassed that of a mere saber master. He remembered the scene of Lu Qing's fight with Zhao Xiang, the leading disciple of Wang Changyi, 2 years ago. At that time, even though Lu Qing was far less cultivated than Zhao Xiang, he managed to fight on equal footing simply due to his saber technique. Now it appeared that in 2 years, Lu Qing had made significant progress in the art of saber. However, Wei Shenhai was after all an innate realm expert, and likewise, his accomplishments in the way of the saber were profound. Even though his mind was surprised, his hand movements were not slow. With light flowing, Wei Shenhai's saber traced a circular arc, releasing a slash as well. The timing of the strike coincided exactly with the peak of Lu Qing's saber skill. He aimed to counter strength with strength, attack with attack, intending to shatter Lu Qing's assault head-on. Clang! The sabers collided, and the next moment, countless sword lights shone from around both men. In an instant, it was impossible to tell how many strikes each had made. One could only see layers of strong energy and sword chi erupting from between Lu Qing and Wei Shenhai, like a storm, surging fiercely. Both had simultaneously chosen to compete with speed, sword against sword. Ma Gu and Wei Zhan, standing on the hillside, watched with bated breath, so tense they almost forgot to breathe. Chapter 267, 196, First Battle with Innate, Complete Sword Intention. 227, Chapter 196, First Battle with Innate, Complete Sword Intention. 226, No one expected that as soon as the two began to exchange blows, they would fight to such an extent. Just like that, Lu Qing and Wei Shanhai attacked each other with rapid saber moves for a dozen or so breaths. Suddenly the sword light dissipated and a figure retreated sharply backward. He took a dozen steps back before stabilizing himself, looking ahead with a shocked expression on his face. His clothing bore several noticeable rips. What, the old ancestor actually retreated? Did brother Lu Qing win? On the hillside, Ma Yu and Wei Xian couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. The person who had retreated turned out to be Wei Shanhai, sword intention. At this moment, the shock in Wei Shanhai's heart was overwhelming. He swallowed, watching Lu Qing in disbelief. Young Master Lu, have you actually stepped into the realm of sword intention and fully comprehended complete sword intention? Some days ago, when practicing the saber, I happened to have an insight by chance. Lu Qing sheathed his war saber, his clothes intact. It's really sword intention. Although he was somewhat prepared, Wei Shanhai's heart still skipped a few beats when Lu Qing confirmed it. Using a postnatal realm body to comprehend complete sword intention, young Master Lu, both you and your teacher possess a monstrous talent for martial arts. The elder doctor was capable of exhibiting a hint of the innate realm intent even with the initial cultivation of the initial innate realm, and later he even comprehended the integration of water and fire to simultaneously cultivate dual systems of innate true qi, which had already shocked Wei Shanhai enough. But Lu Qing was just as exceptional as his teacher. He had managed to comprehend complete sword intention while still in the post-natal realm. You should know that the realm of will is extraordinarily mysterious. Even seasoned innate realm experts may not be able to comprehend their own unique will. Even he took decades after stepping into the innate realm before he gradually honed his own sword intention. Yet Lu Qing, at such a young age and without even breaking through to that innate realm, had already grasped complete sword intention. If this news were to spread, it would certainly send a shockwave throughout the entire cultivation world. What's more important, Wei Shanhai vaguely felt that Lu Qing's sword intention was even more mystical than his own as an innate realm expert. In the last few dozen moves of the rapid saber exchange that had just occurred, he had been thoroughly suppressed by Lu Qing. With his own sword intention driving his saber technique, he couldn't find any flaws in Lu Qing's saber technique. On the contrary, his own moves were several times found flawed by Lu Qing, slashing his clothes. Had it not been for Lu Qing's mercy, he would have been injured by now. Senior Wei, would you still like to continue testing my strength in the post-natal realm? Lu Qing asked. What's the point of testing further? Wei Shanhai said with a wry smile. Judging by saber technique alone, I've been completely defeated by you. While saying this, Wei Shanhai's heart still tasted some bitterness. Before sparring with Lu Qing, he had been full of confidence. He believed that although Lu Qing was an exceptional talent, rare in hundreds of years, he would hardly be able to withstand his innate realm martial consciousness. Instead, it was he who ended up being defeated. Am I qualified to witness the power of the innate realm level now? Lu Qing continued. Of course, you are. Wei Shanhai was, after all, an innate realm expert, quickly adjusting his mindset and becoming serious. But young Master Lu, I also must tell you, the power of the innate realm, compared to the postnatal realm, is entirely on a different level. The innate realm cultivates innate true qi. Using the heart and spirit as a guide to absorb heaven and earth primordial qi and refine it into innate true qi, which is extraordinarily mysterious and contains immense power. The moves driven by this are shockingly powerful, far beyond anything the postnatal realm can compare to. The same set of martial arts, when driven by an innate realm martial artist with innate true qi, can exert at least several times, or even dozens of times, the power of when they were in the postnatal realm martial artist with innate true qi, can exert at least several times, or even dozens of times, the power of when they were in the postnatal realm. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath. I understand, Lu Qing said solemnly. Wei Shanhai's meaning was clear. That is, although he might have been slightly inferior in saber technique just now, if he were to use innate true qi, the outcome would be entirely different. The so-called overwhelming force can negate any technique applies when one's strength reaches a particular level, effectively rendering skill irrelevant. Moreover, Wei Shanhai had also comprehended the existence of sword intention. If he were to use his innate true qi, the one to be crushed would be himself. However, Wei Shanhai had not given it his all just now. Had he already played his trump card? A fighting spirit emerged in Lu Qing's eyes. How could he prepare for his upcoming undertakings without truly fighting and experiencing the real power of the innate realm? Good, very good. Truly a peerless genius born before the great changes of heaven and earth. Only with such boldness can one be worthy of the title Child of Fate. Child of Fate. Wei Shanhai felt Lu Qing's combativeness and was also stirred with high-spirited enthusiasm. He loudly applauded. Lu Qing smiled slightly. He always dismissed the so-called title of Child of Fate. He believed more in his own strength and the saber in his hand. Please enlighten me, Senior. Good. As the word good was uttered, a torrential and overwhelming momentum suddenly burst forth from Wei Shanhai's body. The incredibly dominant innate pressure materialized out of thin air and weighed down upon Lu Qing. On the hillside, Ma Gu and Wei Xian felt this pressure and immediately sank. Their legs went limp, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground, looking at the scene below with shock and growing concern for Lu Qing. Even at such a distance, having only been touched by a trace of the innate pressure was like having a great mountain bearing down on them. Almost too much to bear. What kind of terrifying mental pressure then must Lu Qing, who was directly facing such oppression, be enduring? However, when the two saw Lu Qing's condition, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Lu Qing appeared calm and showed not a trace of discomfort, as if the profound and ocean-like innate pressure was no more than a spring breeze on his face, not putting any pressure on him at all. Even Wei Shanhai was momentarily stunned. Senior Wei, there's no need for these intangibles. The likes of momentum don't work on me, Lu Qing said with rare boastfulness, laughing loudly amidst his surging fighting will. Very well, then take care. Although he did not know what secret technique Lu Qing had cultivated to completely withstand his innate pressure, Wei Shanhai did not wish to ponder these questions at the moment. He swung his long saber, and a red sword chi emerged, swiftly slashing towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing didn't even think. He met the sword chi with a slash of his own. Boom. After all, it was just sword chi condensed by true chi, and naturally not as sturdy as a fine steel battle knife that had been forged and refined hundreds of times. Lu Qing easily dispersed it. But at the same time, Lu Qing felt his arm shake violently. The power of the sword chi was astonishing, causing a numbness in his arm. Swish, swish, swish. But it wasn't over yet. Wei Shanhai consecutively slashed several times, and multiple bands of red sword chi, tracing mysterious paths, intertwined as they flew towards Lu Qing. Can't my postnatal perfection, physical body and chi blood power withstand sword chi attacks, condensed by innate true chi attacks condensed by innate true chi? As the sword chi approached, a thought flashed in Lu Qing's mind. Then, perfect burst. As Lu Qing's thought shifted, the chi blood power within his body boiled instantly, and a powerful aura flashed by. In the next instant, the sword light flashed, and with a few crisp sounds, the several red bands of sword chi were already shattered by Lu Qing in a blink of an eye. Boom! After shattering the sword chi, Lu Qing forcefully stomped, shattering a large rock beneath him. His figure shot toward Wei Shanhai like an arrow released from a bow. Standing still and taking hit after hit was not Lu Qing's style. He had yet to advance to innate, and did not have the innate sword chi for long-range attacks. His only chance of victory was to engage Wei Shanhai in close-quarters combat, deploying an explosive secret technique. Well done. Facing Lu Qing's assault, Wei Shanhai was not shocked but pleased, and he shouted loudly, delivering a saber strike reminiscent of one that could split mountains directly towards Lu Qing. This slash brought Lu Qing an oppressive feeling completely different from before. The mighty saber force completely enveloped him, and even before it erupted, the strength contained within the saber made Lu Qing feel a suffocating sensation. Is this the real power of the innate realm? Feeling the might of Wei Shanhai's saber and the faint sense of trepidation in his heart, Lu Qing harbored no trace of fear, but instead, infinite fighting spirit arose within him. Without a thought, his war saber danced in his hand, striking out at Wei Shanhai. He chose to counter with force once again. Chapter 268, 197, Slightly at a Disadvantage. Chapter 268. Chapter 197, Slightly at a Disadvantage. Within the Nameless Valley, Lu Qing and Wei Shanhai were engaged in an indistinguishable fight. The splattering sword chi and strong energy carved crisscrossing cracks into the mud and sand of the riverbed within the valley, a frightening sight to behold. Atop the hillside, Ma Gu and Wei Xian were already dumbstruck, watching this scene in astonishment. Even Wei Shanhai could hardly believe what was happening in his heart. He hadn't expected that even after he had utilized his innate true chi, he still couldn't swiftly defeat Lu Qing. He had only managed to barely suppress him, gaining a slight advantage. Moreover, this advantage was not stable, for Lu Qing's resilience was extremely strong. Even when at a disadvantage, his saber technique remained fierce and unmatched. A moment of inattention could lead to an instant reversal by Lu Qing. Meanwhile, Wei Shanhai was also shocked by Lu Qing's physical strength. Logically speaking, a martial artist who had unleashed an explosive secret technique should rapidly deplete their strength, and their burst could certainly not be sustained for long. However, Lu Qing had been fighting him for so long without showing any signs of weakening. Even his breathing remained undisturbed, maintaining a frightening level of composure. It was unknown what kind of explosive secret technique Lu Qing had executed. Not only did the strength it erupted with surpass the normal, comparable to the initial innate realm, but its effects lasted so long it was simply inconceivable. Do I also need to use a secret technique? As the fight dragged on without conclusion, such a thought suddenly popped into Wei Shanhai's mind, but he quickly dismissed this idea. It was a joke. As someone from the innate realm, engaging in a friendly spar with a junior from the postnatal realm, it was tolerable not to take him down quickly, but to use a secret technique would be too much of an embarrassment. During the fluctuations of Wei Shanhai's thoughts, he and Lu Qing crossed blades once again. Bang! Another crisp sound. This time, however, it was not Wei Shanhai's sword chi that shattered. Instead, it was Lu Qing's war saber that could no longer endure the immense pressure and exploded instantly. His figure swayed slightly. Dodging the scattered fragments of the war saber, he staggered back several steps. He looked at the saber hilt in his hand and Wei Shanhai's almost unscathed war saber and sighed silently to himself. The chi blood power of the postnatal realm could not, after all, be compared to the innate true chi obtained from the refinement of heaven and earth ki. Though he had tried his best to protect his war saber with chi blood power, it had still shattered due to the repeated clashes. In contrast, Wei Shanhai's war saber, empowered by innate true chi, had not suffered much damage. Young Master Lu, would you like to continue the spar? If I recall correctly, you have a self-forged divine weapon battle saber. Shall you retrieve it? Seeing Lu Qing's war saber shatter, Wei Shanhai also felt it was a pity. He was rather enjoying the fight. Lu Qing's sword intention was broader and deeper than his own. From sparring with Lu Qing, he faintly felt that his own sword intention was also showing signs of improvement. The sudden interruption left him feeling rather uncomfortable. There's no need, said Lu Qing, shaking his head. This battle has been greatly beneficial to me. It has given me quite an insight into the perplexities of my heart. Thank you, Senior Wei, for the opportunity. Oh, you've had an insight? Wei Shanhai asked with some surprise. Have you glimpsed the path forward and felt the opportunity to step into the innate realm? Knowing that Lu Qing had already achieved postnatal realm perfection, Wei Shanhai subconsciously assumed that Lu Qing's so-called bottleneck was the barrier between the postnatal realm and the innate realm. That's right, nodded Lu Qing. The path to the innate realm seems quite clear to me now. With some more accumulation, breaking through shouldn't be difficult. Very good. Wei Shanhai felt extremely gratified that Lu Qing had gained something. It had not been in vain that he had accompanied him in training. Senior Wei, how much of your strength did you employ when sparring with me earlier? Lu Qing asked a very important question. If we're talking about conventional strengths, I had already given it my all. To continue fighting, I'm afraid I'd have to resort to using secret techniques to defeat you, replied Wei Shanhai truthfully. At the same time, his feelings were quite complex. His words were not mere courtesy. Indeed, he had almost exerted his full strength just before. Aside from not utilizing innate realm secret techniques, he had nearly pushed his innate true chi to its limit. Under normal circumstances, innate realm martial artists, even without using secret techniques, could easily crush any martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the internal organ realm with their innate true chi alone. But unexpectedly, Lu Qing proved to be fiercely powerful. With an explosive secret technique, he managed to unleash a force that was barely any weaker than his. Combined with even more refined saber technique, Wei Shanhai found himself unable to get the upper hand over Lu Qing in a short period of time. Realizing this, and observing Lu Qing's aura which still showed no sign of weakening, Wei Shanhai could not hold back any longer. He asked, Young Master Lu, what was that secret technique you used just now? It's so formidable, it allowed you to burst forth with power comparable to that of the initial innate realm. It's a legacy I came across by chance. I have been cultivating it for a long time before achieving perfection, Lu Qing said vaguely. The perfect burst could be considered his own creation, the key being his exceptionally strong divine soul power. The divine soul talisman was one of Lu Qing's biggest trump cards. Even his master wasn't privy to it, so naturally, he wouldn't disclose it lightly. I see. Upon hearing this, Wei Shanhai knew that Lu Qing did not wish to elaborate, so he tactfully refrained from probing further. Ancestor, Dr. Lu Qing. At this moment, Wei Zhan and Ma Gu also came down from the hillside, both with shocked expressions on their faces, especially Wei Zhan, who was extremely excited. Looking at Lu Qing with eyes full of admiration, he exclaimed, Dr. Lu Qing, you're truly incredible. To be able to fight to a draw with the ancestor, it's just unbelievable. I dare not claim it was a draw. Didn't you see my saber shatter? Laughed Lu Qing. If we continued, unarmed as I would be, I wouldn't stand a chance against Senior Wei's single move. Young master, you're being too modest. I only had a slight advantage with innate true chi. Had you used your own divine weapon battle saber, the outcome would be hard to say, objected Wei Shanhai. Even with your divine weapon, I would still lose. As the group praised each other, they slowly left the valley. After emerging from the deep mountains and bidding farewell to Wei Shanhai and the others, Lu Qing returned home to rest and recover his strength. Then, he began to reflect on the insights from this sparring session. There was one thing that Lu Qing had deceived Wei Shanhai about. His wish to spar was not because his cultivation had hit a bottleneck. With his superpower, he naturally had an almost instinctual ability for sudden enlightenment. There was hardly any cultivation technique he couldn't comprehend. The line between the postnatal and innate, in his eyes, was already crystal clear, devoid of any confusion, readily crossed at any moment. It was just a certain intuition that had prevented him from taking that step until now. Lu Qing's real purpose for inviting Wei Shanhai to spar was to personally experience the power of the innate realm, and to understand what made the innate realm so formidable, so he could have a reference for his future actions. Chapter 269, 198, Estimating Strength. First Arrival at State Mansion City. Chapter 269, Chapter 198, Estimating Strength. First Arrival at State Mansion City. The peak strength of the initial innate realm, I have grasped it temporarily, Lu Qing thought. The only difficult part to estimate is the power of an innate level secret technique. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lu Qing was deep in thought. The only difficult part to estimate is the power of an innate level secret technique. Wei Shanhai, a seasoned innate realm expert, had long reached the pinnacle of the initial innate realm. However, it was his unfinished breakthrough in sword intention that kept him from stepping into the minor success realm of innateness. This time around, if Wei Shanhai wasn't being modest, Lu Qing could generally figure out the strength level of a martial artist in the initial innate realm who had comprehended the realm of will without using any secret techniques. At the same time, he had made an estimation of his own strength. That is, after a perfect burst of power, he was already capable of directly confronting a martial artist at the pinnacle of the initial innate realm. Lu Qing wasn't too surprised by this result. Innate realm martial artists are undoubtedly powerful, having been nurtured by innate Chu Qi and baptized by the heaven and earth laws. Even their physical strength alone is several times stronger than that of a common martial arts grandmaster at inner organs perfection. Plus, the mysterious nature of innate true Qi makes a casual strike from an innate expert more fierce than a martial arts grandmaster using a secret technique in full force. But that's only relative to a typical martial arts grandmaster using a secret technique in full force. Lu Qing was different. Having consumed earth vein spirit liquid, his own town had been boosted to its limit. Even at inner organs perfection, his physical quality was much stronger than that of a typical martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, considering the enhancement from a perfect burst and the level of his saber technique, Lu Qing didn't feel too intimidated by martial artists of the initial innate realm. The sparring session this time confirmed his prediction. Like Elder Wei, without a strong, unique inheritance and relatively ordinary among peers at the pinnacle of the initial innate realm, he is hardly a threat to me without using secret techniques, Lu Qing pondered. As for using secret techniques, a mysterious gleam appeared in his eyes. If the innate realm came with secret techniques, did he not have any trump cards? During this sparring session with Wei Shanhai, the opponent had only used the regular power of the innate realm. But hadn't he only revealed a fraction of his own strength? His strongest trump cards had not been shown at all. According to Elder Wei, that Zheng family's ancestor is merely at the pinnacle of the initial innate realm. Moreover, he suffered severe injuries in his early years and had a significant loss of primordial Qi. His strength is no longer at its peak. However, rumors are, after all, just rumors. It's best to see it with my own eyes. Although Wei Shanhai spoke with certainty, Lu Qing didn't completely trust the rumor. To ascertain the Jun family ancestor's strength, he needed to see for himself. Old lady, you wanted to lure me out, didn't you? Well, let's see if you can recognize me when I truly appear before you. A hint of cold light flowed in Lu Qing's eyes. Thinking of the old lady who seemed determined to capture him, an inexplicable killing intent surged within him. Without further delay, Lu Qing asked his master for a 2-day leave, saying he needed to go into the mountains. That very evening, after fully resting and bringing his physical state to its peak, Lu Qing quietly left the house. Once outside the village, his heart and spirit stirred slightly, activating the Earth Element Talisman Light Group in the space of his third eye acupoint, enhancing his body. With an incredibly light sensation, Lu Qing stepped swiftly and headed towards the direction of the state mansion. As it was night, in the wilderness, it was rare to encounter anyone. Lu Qing hadn't encountered any accidents along the way, and had successfully made it to the outskirts of the prefecture by spending most of the night. As expected of state mansion, these city walls are truly majestic, far surpassing those of the county. Looking at the giant city in front of him, crouching on the ground like a primordial beast under the night sky, Lu Qing felt a sense of awe. He didn't enter the city right away but found a spot to rest and recuperate before starting to condense an earth element talisman. The state mansion city was nearly 1,000 miles away from Julie Village, and after such a long journey, the light sphere representing the earth element talisman in the space of his brow chakra had already dissipated. Thus, he needed to replenish it first. A quarter of an hour later, the earth element talisman was successfully condensed. However, Lu Qing still didn't rush to enter the city. In this world, almost all cities would close their gates and prohibit entry during the night. At this moment, he had no knowledge of the situation in State Mansion City, and it was unwise to break into the city at night. Therefore, Lu Qing decided to wait until daylight to enter openly. After all, no one in the prefecture knew him, and even if he entered, no one would know his identity. Finding a large tree, Lu Qing jumped up and comfortably lay down on a thick branch, closed his eyes, and rested, waiting for dawn. As the sky gradually brightened and the eastern sunrise slowly rose, Lu Qing leisurely opened his eyes and smiled at the far-off sky. Today is really good weather. He took out some dry food and water from his gyunchi bag and had a hearty meal, feeling refreshed. Then, with a slight move of his mind, the muscles and bones on his body twisted and changed. In just tens of breaths, his appearance had drastically changed. Not only had his body become much thinner, but his face also turned into that of an ordinary rural youth. At the same time, the divine soul talisman in his brow chakra trembled slightly. The next moment, Lu Qing's aura was completely concealed, emitting a simple and honest vibe. With the help of the divine soul talisman, my bone and muscle changing technique can truly be described as miraculous. Not only can I change my appearance, but I can also freely mimic any bodily aura. Now, even if my master were before me, he would likely not recognize me at all, Lu Qing thought to himself. The divine soul talisman, as a fundamental cultivation method of the divine talisman sect, had many marvelous uses. Mimicking and changing one's own aura was naturally effortless. State Mansion City, I hope you can bring me some surprises. Having changed his appearance, Lu Qing looked towards the distant giant city with a hint of unusual brilliance in his eyes. Then he jumped down from the large tree and sprinted toward the city. Before long, Lu Qing arrived in front of the city. Seeing many people dressed simply, some even carrying burdens like they were going to the market, Lu Qing naturally blended in with them. At the city gate, Lu Qing found that in this city of State Mansion, foreigners could enter the city without being checked. Direct entry was permitted without even paying a city entry fee. The soldiers guarding the gate just stood on either side, not inquiring about those who came and went. It seemed they were confident that no one would dare to cause trouble in such a vast prefecture city. As expected of a state mansion, truly impressive, Lu Qing silently praised, while also feeling delighted. The lack of identity checks was even better, making it more convenient for him. He strutted into the city, and as soon as he entered, Lu Qing was captivated by the bustling scene before him. Chapter 270, 159, Rewards for Worship, Desire for the Incense of 10,000 People. Chapter 259, Chapter 159, Rewards for Worship, Desire for the Incense of 10,000 People. Not bad for the State Mansion City. Looking at the bustling scene before him filled with carriages and horses, Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim once more. This place was more than 10 times more prosperous than the county town. After marveling for a while, Lu Qing then started to stroll around. Of course, his strolling had a purpose. Soon after spending a little money and supporting a few local vendors, he acquired the information he desired. You're talking about Qing Mansion. It's over there in the west of the city. In the center of the prefecture, the largest family mansions are all in that area. Young man, are you also going there to offer condolences to the second young master Qing and receive condolence money? A candy seller, after Lu Qing bought a couple of candied haws, eagerly answered his questions. Condolences. Lu Qing pretended to be clueless. No, I just heard that the Qing family is the largest in the State Mansion City, and I wanted to experience it for myself. Is that so, young man? You too must be a martial practitioner, the seller suddenly realized, but you've come at an inconvenient time. The Qing's second young master was harmed by wicked people a few days ago, and now they are holding his funeral. I'm afraid they won't have time to entertain you. However, if you are here to offer condolences, you should be able to enter. The funeral of second young master Qing is being held very grandly. It is said by Qing Mansion Qing is being held very grandly. It is said by Qing Mansion that any citizen of the State Mansion City who comes to mourn and pray for the second young master will receive 100 copper coins as a reward. I went yesterday, paid my respects to the second young master and really received the reward money. There's such a good opportunity. Then I shall also go pay my respects. Seeing the seller's expression of scoring a great deal, Lu Qing also surprisedly said. After leaving the stall, Lu Qing's expression became calm and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. To have millions pray for him, does he really deserve that? Following the candy seller's directions, Lu Qing soon arrived at the western part of the city. Upon reaching there, he noticed the difference. Compared to other bustling areas, this side of the city was much quieter. However, the buildings were also much more majestic. They were mostly huge mansions occupying extensive land. Only the real wealthy could afford to live in such places. Lu Qing took a few glances and soon identified the Qing mansion among the several largest ones. Because only that mansion was surrounded by white silk and echoed with mournful music, Lu Qing slowly approached the mansion, encountering many ordinary people along the way who were returning from the direction of Zheng Mansion with smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were just what the candy seller had described, citizens who went to Zheng Mansion to pray for condolence money. As he walked, he observed the surroundings. Finally, he looked up several times at a tall tower in the middle of the city. "Stop, what is your business here?" As he approached the gates of Zheng Mansion, guards stopped Lu Qing. "I am called Lin An from Jizhou, traveling through Chang State. I heard that the Zheng's second young master was harmed by a villain, and felt deeply saddened, and wished to go in for a visit of mourning. May I?" Lu Qing effortlessly fabricated an identity for himself. "So it is Hero Lin. Since you are here to mourn the second young master, naturally you may enter." The two men briefly examined Lu Qing, and although his appearance was ordinary, they could sense fluctuations of Qi blood power from him, at least of Qi blood perfection level. Without further doubt, they courteously said events like this had already occurred many times. After all, the Zheng family was a major household in the entire Chang state, well known everywhere. Every day, countless people wanted to join their ranks. If it were any other day, a Qi blood realm martial artist with low cultivation like Lu Qing naturally wouldn't be able to enter the Zheng mansion. But as the mansion was currently holding the funeral for the second young master, the ancestral matriarch had ordered that no matter who came to mourn, none should be prevented. She wanted her Yuyer to enjoy the worship of the masses, the incense offerings, to accumulate virtue so that even in the afterlife, he could enjoy eternal glory. Regarding the matriarch's decision, Zheng family naturally dared not disobey. Even to fulfill the matriarch's wish, they used money to entice city residents to come and pay their respects. Thus, Lu Qing smoothly entered into Zheng Mansion. Following the guidance of the servants at Zheng Mansion, he arrived at the location of the Ancestral Hall. At that time, in the Ancestral Hall, a number of people were lining up to pay their respects. Judging by their attire, most seemed to be residents of the city, here for the money offer. While it wasn't yet his turn, Lu Qing began discreetly examining the situation inside the Ancestral Hall. The most eye-catching feature in the Ancestral Hall was the enormous coffin placed squarely in the center. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made from, inlaid with gold and jade, extremely luxurious. Clearly, the Zhong family wanted Zhong Yu to continue enjoying richness and honor even in the underworld. Near the coffin, there were several strong presences lying in ambush, obviously arranged by the Zhong mansion to guard the coffin. However, Lu Qing was not concerned about these guards. What really interested him was the figure seated next to the coffin. It was an ancient, decrepit figure, her face as wrinkly as tree bark, sitting there with a wooden expression. Looking frail, Lu Qing nevertheless felt a powerful aura emanating from her. This must be that old woman, right? Lu Qing quietly activated his superpowers, observing her covertly. Soon, a faint superpower light of gold emerged from the old woman's body, with several words floating out. Quietly finishing reading the words, Lu Qing's eyelids drooped, ceasing to observe the other party. The perception of an innate realm expert is very sharp, and even though he was concealing his own presence, focusing his gaze on her for too long could easily get him discovered. However, as he lowered his head, remembering the words he just read, Lu Qing could not help but feel a chill rise in his eyes. This old woman, truly killing her, was not enough to quench his anger. City or Mansion, Manager Wang is here. Just as Lu Qing was waiting, suddenly a loud voice echoed. Not only did it stir the crowd paying respects, but even the always wooden-faced old woman showed a slight change in expression, lifting her head with a hint of surprise. Very soon, a plainly dressed, straight-postured, square-faced, middle-aged man entered and bowed to the old woman. This time, the old woman did not continue sitting motionally. Instead, she stood up and slightly bowed back. "Mrs. Zheng, Manager Wang is here by the orders of the City Lord, representing the City Lord Mansion to offer condolences for second young Master Zheng," the square-faced middle-aged man said solemnly. "The City Lord is thoughtful. This old body will remember this favor in heart," the old woman said mildly. Soon its candles were offered, and the square-faced middle-aged man paused to pay respects and insert the candles afterward. He then approached her again and bowed, saying, "Mrs. Zheng, the City Lord also has a few words he instructed me to convey to you. May I ask if we could step aside to talk?" The old woman quietly looked at him for a few moments, ultimately nodding. "Please, Manager Wang, follow me." Good opportunity. Seeing the old woman and the square-faced middle-aged man leave the ancestral hall, Lu Qing felt a slight stir in his heart and also quietly walked outside. He was here only to confirm old Lady Zheng's strength and condition, not truly to pay respects to scum like Zheng Yu. After leaving the ancestral hall, Lu Qing walked out of Zheng Mansion unaffectedly. The guards at the gate saw him leave and did not stop him. In their eyes, a martial artist like Lu Qing having the opportunity to enter the mansion to offer respects to the second young master might leave a lasting impression with the ancestors. They would be grateful rather than interfere. Who would have thought? This guy just wandered around the ancestral hall and slipped out. Out of Zheng Mansion, Lu Qing didn't linger, heading straight to the tower he had previously seen. This tower was probably a landmark of State Mansion City. At that moment, the tower was closed off with doors locked up, and no one inside. However, that wasn't going to stop Lu Qing. With slight movement in his feet, he easily jumped to the top of the tower in a few leaps. This place truly offers a unique view, and its position is also excellent. Standing on the top of the nearly 40-meter-high tower, Lu Qing felt as if he could almost see the entire western area of the city. More importantly, quite coincidentally, this tower was directly facing Zheng Mansion, a few hundred meters away. After enjoying the view from the tower for a while, Lu Qing's gaze towards Zheng Mansion gradually grew cold. With a slight movement of his heart and spirit, a longbow appeared in his hands. Chapter 271, 200. An arrow shatters the coffin, driving to madness. Chapter 271, Chapter 271. An arrow shatters the coffin, driving to madness. Treasure bow, you've been in my hands for nearly 2 years now. At last, you can show your edge today. Atop the high tower, Lu Qing gently stroked the longbow in his hands, reminiscing about how he first came across this treasure bow. This longbow wasn't forged by him but discovered by little Li on a trip to gather herbs in the mountains 2 years ago. The location of its discovery was near the Nameless Valley, where he and Wei Shanhai sparred yesterday. Later, he learned that this treasure bow likely belonged to Tong Chonglang, a disciple of Wang Chongyi who was in pursuit of Ma Gu. In his haste to chase down Ma Gu, Tong Chonglang had no choice but to temporarily hide his encumbering treasure bow on a tree. He planned to retrieve it after killing Ma Gu, but unexpectedly he was slain by Lu Qinglei. The location of the treasure bow became unknown to all. If it weren't for little Li's miraculous intuition, who happened upon that part of the forest while gathering herbs with Lu Qing and found this longbow, it might have been corroded by the rain and ruined in another 2 years. After acquiring the longbow, Lu Qing used his superpower to investigate and discovered it to be a rare treasure bow. Its main parts were all made from the materials of a mutant beast known as the white-horned barbaric bull. Under the examination of his superpower, amidst the intensely vivid red light, there was a hint of gold suggesting signs of a divine weapon. With such a treasure bow, Lu Qing didn't want to waste it, so he asked the Wei family to obtain a few arrow technique secret manuals for him to cultivate. Then, with the assistance of his superpower, he adeptly integrated the manuals and cultivated his arrow skill to the Grandmaster realm. After later comprehending the realm of will, his arrow skill also progressed, and he likewise grasped the essence of arrow will. Old witch, you think you can allow that scum Zheng Yu to enjoy the reverence of thousands? It won't be that simple. Is it not just a strategy to strike at the heart? I'm not the only one who understands this trick. Gazing out at the Zheng Mansion some hundreds of meters away, Lu Qing had a determined look in his eyes. He took a deep breath. The divine soul talisman within his brow chakra minutely vibrated, suppressing all of his emotions, leaving his heart and spirit clear and bright. He then took out a treasure arrow, which he had personally forged using refined iron as the main material, from his Qunshi bag. Drawing the bow was like a full moon, poised to release. Lu Qing's chi blood surged tumultuously within him, like a blazing furnace, containing formidable strength. Yet all these fluctuations of aura were easily concealed by the divine soul talisman, drawing no one's attention. Everything was ready, but Lu Qing still didn't immediately release the string. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and emptied his heart and spirit, sensing the flow of air currents around him. After sensing for several breaths, suddenly his eyes snapped open with a flash of sharpness, fixing his gaze on the Zheng Mansion ahead. In the next instant, his ki blood erupted and his fingers relaxed. With a loud bang, the air exploded in front of Lu Qing, and the shadow of the arrow vanished from the bow. Boom! Almost at the same moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the pyramid hall in the Zheng Mansion. Accompanied by it were bursts of shock and cries of hysteria. It was only then that a long stream of mist appeared before Lu Qing, connecting the space between him and the Zheng Mansion, slowly dispersing. What's that noise? The old woman Zheng, who had been conversing with Manager Wang from the City Lord Mansion in the garden, was startled by the loud noise from the spirit hall. She could not bother with Manager Wang any longer, her aura bursting forth. In the span of a breath, she had already reached the spirit hall. But the scene before her was something she could hardly believe. The previously intact ancestral hall was now a complete mess thrown into utter chaos. Most importantly, the luxurious coffin that had held Yor had been blasted to pieces along his corpse, which had also been blown to smithereens, leaving no bone intact. Staring at the shattered coffin on the ground, old woman Zheng felt a darkness before her eyes and her body swayed slightly, almost unable to stand steady. Following closely, manager Wang arrived and was similarly wide-eyed upon seeing the scene. He couldn't understand why he and the ancestor of Zheng family had only left for a moment, and the ancestral hall had turned into this state. Who did this? Fortunately, as an innate realm expert, old woman Zheng possessed a strong will and immense power of the heart and spirit, which she used to forcefully stabilize her body. Meanwhile, an endless chill erupted from her body. Her gaze was ice-cold, seemingly ready to devour someone. Ancestor, we don't know either. Young Master Yu's coffin just suddenly exploded. One guard cried out with a mournful face, clutching his arm. He was one of the guards responsible for protecting the coffin, and when the coffin had burst apart, he was too slow to dodge, and a wooden plank had injured his arm. But by now, his arm was the least of his concerns. As a guard, not knowing how young Master Yu's coffin was damaged was inexcusable. He could already foresee his fate to come. Recalling the fate of his colleagues who had failed to protect young Master Yu before, the guard was filled with endless fear. As expected, old woman Zheng's gaze turned even colder when she heard that he didn't even know how the coffin was destroyed. Mother, someone has attacked from a distance with a bow and arrow, look. Just then, the figure of the Zheng family master emerged from behind the ancestral hall and spoke in a serious tone. He handed a long arrow to the old woman. Just now, this 1,000 refinement arrow flew in from outside the mansion, striking directly young Master Yu's coffin, destroying both the coffin and his corpse before embedding in the wall behind the ancestral hall. Zheng family master's voice carried shock. He was somewhat at a loss as to what kind of arrow skill could have such formidable power to shoot such a strong coffin to pieces from such a distance. If this arrow had not been aimed at Zheng Yu's coffin, but at the people inside the mansion, he feared that, apart from the ancestor, no one would have been able to withstand it. An arrow was used, which means the person is still in the city. However, old woman Zheng's focus was entirely different from that of Zheng family master. Seeing the long arrow handed over by her son, murderous intent surfaced in her eyes, and her aura erupted as she vanished from the ancestral hall. In an instant, she appeared on the highest roof within the mansion, her gaze sweeping in all directions. Soon she saw streaks of white mist in the sky that were about to dissipate completely. Following the direction of the mist, she saw the figure standing atop a high tower. It's you. Seeing the figure holding a long bow, old woman Zheng instantly knew it was he who had destroyed her grandson's coffin and corpse. Upon being discovered by the old woman, Lu Qing revealed a crooked smile. Old witch, didn't you go to great lengths to draw me out? Well, now I'm standing before you, what can you do to me? You wanted to use a living sacrifice to accompany your grandson in burial, hoping for thousands to worship and bless him. Now that I've completely annihilated his corpse, ensuring he'll never find peace in death, what can you do to me? You little beast, you're courting death! I swear, if I don't kill you today, I am not a human being. Hearing Lu Qing's heart-piercing questions, old woman Zheng's rage exploded, and she screamed maniacally. Chapter 272, 2 Unmockery and Escape. Chapter 272, 2 Chapter 2 Unmockery and Escape. You little beast. Today, I will kill you and avenge my Yer. Old woman Zheng's eyes turned bloodshot as she stared intensely at Lu Qing. Old woman Zheng's eyes turned bloodshot as she stared intensely at Lu Qing, wishing she could tear him to pieces. A powerful innate pressure rose from her body, rolling toward Lu Qing, trying to pin him to the spot. What is that old hag ground now? As the innate pressure emerged from old woman Zheng, other powerful beings in the city were instantly alarmed. Moreover, her venomous shout that almost reverberated throughout the city caused several powerful beings to be taken aback. They hurriedly left their mansions and rushed toward the Zheng mansion. Meanwhile, at the tower, under the terrifying innate pressure, Lu Qing wasn't affected in the slightest. He drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the old woman. Whoosh! The piercing whistling sound filled the air as the arrow instantly pierced through the space and arrived in front of old woman Zheng. What? Old woman Zheng was startled, not expecting Lu Qing to display such formidable arrow skills under her innate pressure. She could not sense the innate essence that only innate realm martial artists possess emanating from Lu Qing. It was clear that he had not yet entered the innate realm. Since he was not an innate realm fighter, it should have been impossible for him not to be affected by her innate pressure. Yet, he still managed to launch such a fierce arrow. The thought had barely formed when the arrow already reached her. The unexpected shot left old woman Zheng unprepared, making it almost too late to dodge. Of course, she hadn't thought about dodging. How could she, standing before Lu Qing, who harbored deep-seated hatred from killing her grandson, possibly cower and weaken her own momentum. With a trace of disdain on her face, innate true Qi surged within the old woman's body, and she swung her dragon head cane at the incoming arrow. Boom. Faced with the dragon head cane at the incoming arrow. Boom. Faced with the dragon head cane, charged with innate true Qi, Lu Qing's sharp arrow, although fiercely shot, still couldn't prevail against it and was smashed away. However, the force encapsulated in the arrow was no joke. Old woman Zheng stood on the rooftop, which could not bear such mighty force, and immediately cracked, creating a large hole that caused her to plunge and raise a cloud of dust. "You little beast!" Old woman Zheng was a mixture of shock and rage. She hadn't expected that she, a dignified innate realm expert, would be put into such a disheveled state by a postnatal realm junior with just a move. What she found even more unbearable was that this person was the one she despised the most. Ha ha ha! True to an innate realm expert, it didn't kill you. Since that's the case, I won't entertain you any longer. Chase me if you can. Lu Qing could sense that the arrow hadn't really harmed the old woman. He wasn't surprised. The tower was hundreds of meters away from the Zheng mansion. From such a distance, if his one arrow could hurt her, the innate realm wouldn't be much either. Of course, he could have shot a few more arrows to make her situation worse, but there was no point. Not to mention the preciousness of the 1,000 refinement treasure arrows. He didn't have many left, but now he sensed several strong presences rushing this way. In the face of unknown friends or foes, he felt it better not to linger. So after blasting the old woman off the rooftop with one arrow and taunting her, he didn't hesitate for a moment, jumped down, and vanished from the top of the tower. "You little beast." Thinking of escaping, how could old woman Zheng possibly let Lu Qing leave? Seeing Lu Qing disappear atop the tower, panic surged in her heart. Without a second thought, her figure shot out like an arrow, rushing toward the tower. At the same time, she utilized her divine soul sensing ability, fully concentrating on sensing Lu Qing's aura to prevent her escape. However, just as she left the Zheng mansion and was still hundreds of meters away from the tower, she suddenly found that Lu Qing's aura had vanished, and she could no longer sense it. How could this be? Old woman Zheng abruptly stopped, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. How could that little beast have escaped the range of her divine soul power sensing without a trace? Was it a secret technique or an exotic treasure? Just as the old woman could not believe her eyes, suddenly Lu Qing's aura appeared again. But this time, it was much farther away, almost escaping the range of her divine soul sensing. Moreover, the direction she was fleeing in was toward the city gates. "You little beast, you won't escape." A surge of joy filled old woman Zheng's heart. Without thinking, she immediately pursued in that direction. Regardless of whether Lu Qing used a secret technique or an exotic treasure to temporarily conceal her aura, what she knew was that if she missed this opportunity, she might never be able to find that little beast again. That little beast had clearly seen through the intentions behind the rumors she spread and was exceedingly cunning. If he managed to escape the prefecture this time, he would likely flee far away and hide. The speed of an innate realm expert is incredibly fast. Old woman Zheng, propelled by innate true Qi and her movement technique, quickly narrowed the distance between her and Lu Qing. Just when she was about 100 meters away from Lu Qing, she once again found that Lu Qing's aura had disappeared. But this time, with her previous experience, she kept running forward. Regardless of everything, she was certain the little beast was trying to escape from the city. If she could reach the city gates before him, he would have no chance to escape. Interesting, have you noticed? Just as Lu Qing concealed his aura with a divine soul talisman and noticed the old woman charging straight toward him without hesitation, realizing she had seen through his plan to leave the city and intended to catch him at the city gates, this was precisely what he wanted, as he worried the old woman might be too foolish to notice. But, is it so easy to catch me at the city gates? With the thought, Lu Qing activated the light representing the earth element talisman in the space of his brow chakra. A wisp of light and odd power enveloped him, boosting his speed significantly, matching that of old woman Zheng behind him. Unbeknownst to her, although the state mansion city was large, it was also heavily populated. Though she was only 100 meters away from Lu Qing, in the context of his chosen path of escape, countless houses stood between them. The two could only know each other's location through their divine soul sensing ability, but in reality they couldn't see each other at all. With the power of the earth element talisman supporting him, Lu Qing's speed was also extremely fast. Soon he reached the city gates and without thinking twice, dashed straight out. The guards and the people entering and exiting the city barely caught a glimpse of his figure, only feeling a gust of wind as a silhouette rushed past and out of the city. Huff. As everyone was still stunned, suddenly another figure appeared at the city gate, emitting a terrifying aura that made everyone tremble. Where is he? Old woman Zheng arrived at the city gate, her eyes scanning around fiercely, but she could not see Lu Qing anywhere. Could that little beast have escaped back into the city? Just as this thought arose in her heart, she noticed the unusual expressions of the people at the city gate. Her mind raced, and though she was reluctant to believe it, she still grabbed a guard by the arm. "Tell me, did a little beast just rush out of the city? Reply to the martial artist, sir, in just a few moments ago. Indeed, a figure dashed out of the city, but this servant couldn't see his face." Under old woman Zheng's icy glare, the guard trembled, stammering out his reply. At the same time, old woman Zheng sensed that the little beast's aura had appeared again. Shockingly, it was actually outside the city. Chapter 270-30, 202-2, Various Calculations, Cutting Off the Arm with One Knife. Chapter 273, Chapter 202, Various Calculations, Cutting Off the Arm with One Knife. He actually escaped the city. How could he be so fast? Sensing Lu Qing's presence outside the city, old woman Zhang was filled with shock and anger. All this way, she hadn't stopped for a moment. Fully driving her movement technique towards the city gates, that brat actually managed to get ahead of her and escape the city. Just then, old woman Zhang sensed that Lu Qing's presence had suddenly weakened a lot, as if he had suffered a serious injury. "Let's see how you escape now." Old woman Zhang was overjoyed in her heart. How could she not realize that the brat must have used some secret technique that drained his body to get out of the city before her? Otherwise, how could a postnatal realm possibly outpace her, an innate realm expert in speed? But a secret technique capable of exploding with innate realm speed must have its cost when used. Now that the brat's presence had greatly diminished, it must have been the end of the secret technique's duration, and the side effects had erupted. Making her judgment, old woman Zhang didn't even think about it. She flung away the guard in her hand and rushed out of the city. If she hesitated any longer, she was afraid the brat would use that technique to hide his presence and continue playing hide-and-seek with her like a mouse. After chasing for a while, the old woman figured it out. The brat's technique to hide his presence probably couldn't be maintained continuously and had a certain time limit, otherwise he could just continuously hide his presence and find someplace to hide. Will is cunning. Within the vast Changzhou prefecture city, even she would find it extremely difficult to track him again. As old woman Zheng rushed out of the city, the guard she had thrown smashed heavily onto the ground, immediately bleeding profusely from his head. If he hadn't had some martial skills and achieved small success in bone marrow, that fall might have killed him. "Old Chen, are you all right?" His colleague, who had been cowering to one side, quickly stepped forward to help him up. "I'm fine, it's just that half of my life is already gone." Old Chen showed a bitter smile, feeling his qi blood dissipating and his inner organs faintly aching, knowing that he must have suffered internal injuries and would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover fully. That person just now, was that the Zheng family's old ancestress? Right. Who is it that has made her so angry? His colleague hadn't finished speaking when suddenly his body stiffened. Once again, he saw several figures emanating powerful auras appearing before the city gate. One of them he was quite familiar with, City Lord. Old Chen was equally shocked, stuttering, "You're injured, who did this?" Although the City Lord didn't recognize Old Chen and his friend, seeing their attire, he knew they were city gate guards. Reporting to the City Lord, it was an old lady holding a dragon-headed cane. Seeing the City Lord so kindly concerned about him, Old Chen, moved, respectfully answered. Although he harbored resentment towards that old woman, he still dared not speak rudely. "It really was her," said an elegant old man. "Young fellow, do you know why that old lady wanted to leave the city?" "I'm not entirely sure, but that old lady seemed to be chasing someone." A figure had dashed out of the city earlier, and she rushed after him, directly calling him a brat, as if she hated him deeply. Old Chen briefly explained the situation just now. A brat. The elegant old man and the others exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. Who was it who provoked that old lady to such anger, making her use innate pressure in the city and even chase directly out of the city, and even chase directly out of the city, and even chase directly out of the city? As the events had unfolded too quickly, the few innate realm experts were still unclear about what had happened at Zheng Mansion. Again, as they were too far behind, they had failed to sense Lu Qing's presence. For a moment, they were all puzzled by the situation in front of them. Whatever the reason, won't we know once we catch up? City Lord harumphed. Old Lady Zheng has repeatedly used her innate pressure brazenly throughout the city, and this time even injured the city gate guards. Last time I overlooked it due to her grandson's death. But does she truly think that Changzhou Prefecture City has no rules? Alright, let's go up and see what exactly is happening. The refined elderly men, knowing the City Lord was getting angry. In the State Mansion City, several families of the innate realm, always had a mutual restraint and some opposition with the City Lord Mansion. Now that the old hag was repeatedly breaking the rules, it naturally aroused his displeasure. The group used their movement techniques and also headed outside the city, leaving only the people at the city gate looking at each other, not understanding what had happened inside the city to even disturb the City Lord. You little beast, I'll see where you can escape to. Just as the refined elders left the city gate about 10 miles from State Mansion City, old woman Zheng finally caught sight of Lu Qing's figure again. In her joy, she also felt secretly shocked. The resilience of this little beast was frightfully stubborn. Chasing from the State Mansion City, he had used that bizarre technique to conceal his chi blood multiple times. If it weren't for the open space outside the city and the clear footprints on the ground, she might have really let the little beast escape, but by this time, her heart had somewhat settled, because she felt that, after this chase, the chi blood of that little beast had weakened significantly once again, and his speed had greatly decreased, even his figure staggering. Clearly, he was at the end of his strength. It wouldn't take a few moments for her to catch up to him. Seemingly realizing he could no longer escape, old woman Zheng saw the figure ahead suddenly stop, leaning against a big rock, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his gaze vicious, staring intensely at her. "Run! Why aren't you running? Little beast, where can you run to now?" Seeing that Lu Qing had finally stopped, old woman Zheng was in no hurry. She also stopped her movement technique and slowly walked forward. Seeing the viciousness in Lu Qing's eyes, her heart felt incredibly gratified. "Little beast, don't rush. Wait till I chop off your limbs and slowly torture you. I hope you can keep up this ferocity, otherwise, it would be too boring." Old woman Zheng said with a smile on her face, yet her words were exceptionally cruel. She loathed Lu Qing to the bone and would not let him die easily. She wanted to capture him and torture him endlessly, to vent the hatred in her heart, just as she had done to that temptress years ago, who had bewitched her eldest son and led to his death. Lu Qing, silent, just kept glaring fiercely at the old woman, but this made the old woman's heart even more gratified. With a cruel smile, she lightly tapped her dragon head cane and several transparent strong energies appeared, aiming to cripple Lu Qing's limbs. However, just as the strong energies were about to ruin Lu Qing's limbs, suddenly, Lu Qing revealed a brilliant smile. The big rock behind him burst apart, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was less than 2 meters in front of the old woman. Whoosh! A dazzling bright sword light flared. A wrinkled bark-like arm fell to the ground, accompanied by a sentence. "Old hag, who did you say you were going to chop the limbs off of?" Chapter 274, 203, Battle with the Innate, Sever the Limbs. Chapter 274, Chapter 203, Battle with the Innate, Sever the Limbs. This is impossible. Old woman Zheng, clutching her severed arm, looked at Lu Qing with disbelief. At this moment, where was there a trace of the previous fatigue and weakness in Lu Qing? The strong aura emanating from his entire body, the surging power of qi and blood, was so oppressive that even she, an innate realm expert, felt a suffocation. "You little beast, who on earth are you?" Old woman Zheng couldn't help but ask sternly. The shock in her heart had surpassed the pain of her severed arm. How could she not know that Lu Qing's previous weakness was feigned? But she also found it hard to understand why Lu Qing was so powerful. Clearly not an innate realm expert, yet he was able to unleash such a terrifying force. That strike just now came too fast, and she had almost no time to react. If it were for the divine soul instinct of an innate realm martial artist, which allowed her to turn her body at the last moment, she would probably be more than just an arm short by now. She would be cleaved in two. Moreover, she had seen very clearly that Lu Qing was unarmed just now and did not carry a weapon. So where did the long saber, now revealing a terrifying sharp edge in his hand, come from? Could it be that he had premeditated this, hiding the weapon behind Da Shi, and had calculated that she would pursue him at this moment? If that was the case, the craftiness of this little beast was simply too terrifying. A series of thoughts and guesses flooded old woman Zheng's mind in an instant, chilling her heart even more. This question, you'll have time to find out when you're down underground. Lu Qing, however, had no interest in answering this question. Having landed a successful strike, he well understood the principle of striking at one's weak moment to take their life. The old witch might have lost an arm to his blade, but her cultivation remained, and she was still a formidable enemy not to be underestimated. His elaborate plans had lured this old witch out of the city, not for a friendly chat. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qing took advantage of the old woman's moment of mental instability and fiercely struck again, a bright sword light slashing toward her once more. "You little beast! Don't be smug! Even if you caught me off guard and I lost an arm, the ancestor of the Qing family can still kill you." Having experienced Lu Qing's cunning and ruthless tactics, old woman Zhang understood that this was a life-and-death moment. If she held anything back, she feared she might truly meet her end here today. Without hesitation, the innate true qi within her body circulated in a strange trajectory, fiercely stimulating the acupoints all over her body. The aura on her body suddenly doubled. Meanwhile, her intact right hand gripped the dragon-headed cane tightly and violently struck at Lu Qing. Clang. The dragon-headed cane blocked Lu Xing's long saber, forcing him to retreat several steps. Innate level burst secret method. Feeling the sudden increase in the old witch's aura, Lu Qing understood in his heart he was not completely ignorant of the innate level burst secret method. After all, in his mind, he possessed a top-tier innate realm legacy. Of course, it also included the inheritance of secret techniques. To be strict, the innate level burst secret method wasn't fundamentally different from the postnatal realm's Qi blood burst secret method. Both relied on the body's internal energy to stimulate various vital acupoints, unlocking potential to obtain greater power in a short period of time. Just that innate realm experts, when stepping into the innate realm, are baptized by the heaven and earth laws, their physical bodies having undergone a transformation and enhancement once. Ordinary Qi blood power is already insufficient to stimulate the physical body. Only by circulating innate true Qi and stimulating crucial acupoints can one continue to unleash the body's potential. Moreover, innate level burst secret methods vary in strength. Normal secret techniques can at most double one's own strength, and those that achieve a twofold effect are already considered outstanding secret techniques. As for those exceeding twofold effects, they are extremely precious. Even within those top sect forces, they are few and highly valued. After all, a good innate level explosive secret technique can allow an innate realm expert to instantly burst forth with several times their power. At critical moments, it can be life-saving and thus truly a life-saving secret method. In Lu Qin's previous estimation of the Zhong family's ancestors' strength, the only uncertainty was the extent of power her explosive secret technique held. Now, feeling that her aura had only increased by about double, he knew that this old woman possessed only the most ordinary explosive secret technique. In that case, things just got a lot simpler. A trace of coldness appeared in Lu Qing's eyes. With a thought, a golden sphere of light that had been slowly revolving around the divine soul talisman within his brow suddenly shimmered, and a strange power immediately surged from the acupoint on his forehead, augmenting Lu Qing. Benefiting from this strange power's augmentation, a barely discernible golden light flashed over Lu Xing's body. He then felt an immensely powerful force surging from within. Yet, under his overwhelmingly strong divine soul power, it was perfectly controlled. Gold element talisman, Vajra great power talisman. Feeling the powerful force coursing through him, Lu Xing hesitated not a moment, stomping his foot on the ground, shattering it, and charged at the Zhong family's ancestor once again. Complex as it sounds, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. From the old woman Zheng using an innate realm secret technique to repel Lu Qing, to Lu Qing employing the magic talisman to charge again, at most, only a single breath had passed. The old woman Zheng, having seen Lu Qing repelled by her strike, was already greatly relieved, knowing that no matter how cunning Lu Qing was with his plethora of secret techniques, he was ultimately postnatal realm. Even with one arm severed in terms of strength, she still held an absolute advantage. Seeing Lu Qing attacking once more, a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. Little beast, today, I'll let you experience what true innate realm power is. With innate true Qi coursing through her, the old woman once again unleashed a sophisticated staff technique aimed straight for Lu Qing's chest. This time, the old woman held nothing back. With one move, she intended to destroy Lu Qing completely. Facing the old woman's all-out strike, Lu Qing did not retreat, but stood firm, slashing out with his war saber. Boom! Saber and staff collided straightforwardly. The powerful impact shattered the flowers and plants on the ground around them, whipping up a fierce wind and lifting countless fragments of rock. In the violent clash, a withered figure spewed blood profusely and was sent flying backward. The dragon-headed cane in her hand was knocked from her grasp, flying high into the air. Swish! 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 Having sent the old woman Zheng flying with one slash, Lu Qing didn't pause. With forceful steps, he caught up to her mid-air, and with lightning-fast sword strikes, he severed the old woman's remaining limbs. Ah! Such immense pain, even an innate realm expert could hardly bear. Finally, the old woman Zheng couldn't help but let out a sky-shaking scream. At the same time, several miles away, the elegantly dressed elder and others who were hurrying in this direction all changed their expressions upon hearing the scream, speeding up their movement techniques even more. Chapter 275, 204, Punish the Heart, Execute. Chapter 275, Chapter 204, Punish the Heart, Execute. Bang! The old woman from the Qing family slammed against a large tree and once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, blood continued to pour out from the severed limbs. But it has to be said, the life energy of the innate realm is indeed strong. Even having sustained such serious injuries, the old woman did not die, nor did she fall unconscious. The first thing she did was to activate the remaining innate true qi within her body, sealing the acupoints of her limbs to prevent herself from bleeding to death. So you're afraid of dying too? I thought you were really so fearless that you didn't even fear death. Lu Xing's voice sounded, faint and full of mockery. Old woman Zheng lifted her head to look at Lu Qing. Her eyes were filled with more than just resentment. Little beast, what kind of monster are you? Her heart was filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was crushed so completely by a postnatal realm martial artist in a clash of pure strength. The previous slash from Lu Qing was unstoppable, and the force was so ferocious it was ridiculous. She, a mighty figure of the innate realm, could not defend against it at all. Not only was her proud divine weapon sent flying, but her inner organs were also heavily injured. Is this really the strength that a postnatal realm martial artist should possess? What kind of terrifying monster is this little beast? Old woman Zheng stared intently at Lu Qing. At this moment, under the shattered state of her martial heart, even the hatred for her grandson was temporarily cast aside in her mind. She only wanted to know Lu Qing's true identity. I've said before, if you want to know who I am, go find the answer in the underworld, Lu Qing said indifferently. Do you know why I didn't kill you immediately? The reason is actually very simple. It's just to let you experience a fraction of the pain that the girl back then had endured. Upon hearing this, old woman Zheng's eyes widened in an instant. Are you a relative of that little wench from back then? In her mind, the image of the enthralling woman who had seduced her eldest son suddenly emerged. The same woman who had been mutilated by her, having her limbs chopped off, tormented beyond recognition, and ultimately sealed by her into her son's burial site to accompany him in death. Suddenly, she thought she could laugh, believing that she had finally found something to use to mock and counter Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing's next words wedged themselves in her throat. Not really. Lu Qing shook his head. I'm just an ordinary person who couldn't stand seeing you, not related to her at all. And your precious grandson, I just killed him on the way when destroying a 7 Killings Tower stronghold. I had no grudge against him, I simply found him annoying. Anyway, in my eyes, he was nothing more than an insect, easily crushed. Oh, and by the way, you are the same right now. Hearing Lu Qing's incredibly humiliating words, comparing herself to an insect, old woman Zheng could no longer restrain herself. She glared at Lu Qing with immense hatred, her teeth grinding together with a sound, appearing as if she wanted to devour him alive. Facing the old woman's frightening demeanor, Lu Qing's expression didn't change in the slightest. He continued in an unhurried tone. By the way, I've destroyed your beloved grandson's corpse, denying him reincarnation and spiritual liberation. Maybe after this, I should go destroy your beloved son's grave as well, and free that poor woman's soul. You little beast, dare. Old woman Zheng's face drastically changed upon hearing this. She glared deadly at Lu Qing, her face full of resentment. If you dare to destroy my son's grave, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. I will turn into a fierce ghost and haunt you forever, making sure you die a terrible death. Do you think you'll still get the chance to become a ghost? Lu Qing's face displayed a hint of mockery. Old hag, you should feel lucky that I'm not too interested in tormenting people. Otherwise, I would definitely have you experience the agony that woman endured. However, since you care so much, I've decided. Right after I kill you, I will go destroy that beastly son's grave of yours. If you can turn into a fierce ghost, then even better. Please do watch closely as your precious son's grave gets shattered. You dare. Lu Qing's words, like piercing arrows that target the heart, struck old woman Zheng repeatedly. Unable to contain her fury and panic, she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of fresh blood, shouting loudly. However, what responded to her was the long saber in Lu Qing's hand. Seeing that the provocation had sufficiently angered the old woman, Lu Qing didn't waste any more words. He lightly swung his blade, aiming to cut the old woman's throat. Stop! Just then, a loud shout rang out. At the same time, a streak of Qing-colored sword shi shot toward the war saber in Lu Xing's hand, attempting to stop him from killing the old woman. It was the refined elder and the others who finally arrived. Hearing this voice, a hint of ecstatic madness flashed in the old woman's eyes as she shouted, "Brother Lin, save me! Humph!" However, the next moment, along with Lu Qing's cold snort, the war saber in his hand drew a mysterious arc, avoiding the sword shi and swept across the old woman's neck. No. A look of terror flashed across the old woman's face. Whoosh! A head tumbled through the air and, amidst a spurt of fresh blood, landed in the mud, its expression still filled with shock. Sister Yun, a cry of anguish and rage sounded, and at the same time, several sharp chi attacked Lu Qing. Golden light shimmered around Lu Qing as he casually swung his saber, dispersing the sword chi, and turned his head to look at the newcomers. He spoke in a displeased tone. What is the meaning of this, gentlemen? Are you here to avenge this wicked woman? Are you here to avenge this wicked woman? Although he could sense that the newcomers were all innate realm experts, Lu Qing showed no fear. In fact, he had sensed their arrival long ago, but was slightly surprised that the Qing-robed elder would suddenly attack him. Wasn't it rumored that this old lady had a bad reputation and poor relations with the other innate realm experts of State Mansion City? It seemed that rumors indeed could not be trusted. Brother Lin, calm down. The white-haired, youthful-looking elder reached out to stop the refined elder while feeling a bit helpless. His good friend indeed still had a place for the old lady in his heart and had lost composure in such a moment. Yet looking at the scene before him, he was equally shocked. The old lady had been killed, and her death was so brutal. How long had it been since they'd given chase out of the city? The city lord and the middle-aged man with a countenance as white as jade were also extremely shocked. They had pursued out of the city, wanting to see who had angered the old lady, but they hadn't expected that upon arriving here, they would witness her being severed, a death of extreme misery. A mighty innate realm expert had been reduced to a mutilated corpse, and a terrifying sight sent chills up the city lord's and the jade-faced man's spines. It was well known that despite their dislike for her, old lady Zheng's strength was formidable. If they really were to fight for their lives, they might not have been able to defeat her securely. Who could possibly be the person that killed her in such a short span of time? Involuntarily, the eyes of several innate realm experts fell upon Lu Xing. Chapter 276, 205, Outwitting the Unwary, Once More Kneeling to the Innate. Intimidation. Chapter 276, Chapter 205, Outwitting the Unwary, Once More Kneeling to the Innate. Intimidation. As the gazes of several innate realm martial artists fell on Lu Qing, their expressions were shaken once more. For from Lu Qing's body, they couldn't sense the unique innate essence of the innate realm. What did this imply? It implied that Lu Qing was not yet an innate realm martial artist. Yet he had managed to kill old lady Zheng so effortlessly. For a moment, the several innate realm martial artists were greatly shaken in heart and spirit and became exceedingly wary of Lu Qing. Facing the scrutiny of four innate realm experts, Lu Qing's expression remained calm. However, invisibly, he had already activated his superpower and was unobtrusively investigating the backgrounds of the people in front of him. Seeing that Lu Qing was silent, merely gazing back at them quietly with no sign of fear, the innate realm experts felt even deeper trepidation. After a long silence, the crane-haired, youthful-faced elder spoke solemnly. "Young hero, I don't know how to address you. What vendetta do you have against this old lady Zheng that you would torment her to death like this?" "Oh, must one have a vendetta against her to be allowed to kill her? Can it be because I came across something unfair, didn't like the look of her, and so simply chopped her down?" At this point, Lu Qing had already finished probing the information of the several innate realm individuals opposite him. He had even lingered a bit longer on the refined-looking elder. Hearing the crane-haired, youthful-faced elder's words, he simply replied indifferently, "You." The refined elder suddenly widened his eyes as his aura faintly showed signs of exploding. "If you found her disagreeable, you could have simply taught her a lesson. Why did you have to deal her such a vicious blow? With such a venomous woman, what use is there in keeping her around? Old fart, surely you don't fail to realize just how malicious that old hag's heart is." Although the information probed revealed that the refined elder wasn't a man of great wickedness, Lu Qing still had no good impression of him. An obtuse old fool who, without a clear understanding of the situation, had lashed out at him. The fact that Lu Qing had tolerated it up to now already showed great restraint. This old hag, in her anger, wanted to perform a live human sacrifice for her good-for-nothing deceased grandson. Such cruel and inhumane acts, heaven and earth would condemn. "What's wrong with chopping her to death?" The refined elder hesitated but still attempted to defend. "These are but rumors. After all, the Zheng family has not committed such a wrongdoing. Isn't it too arbitrary to condemn someone for something that hasn't happened? Old fool, I think you're so besotted with that old hag you've lost your mind." Seeing the refined elder still trying to excuse the old woman, Lu Qing no longer held back and directly scolded him. "With that old woman's viciousness, can you guarantee that she truly wouldn't have performed the live human sacrifice ritual?" Called old fool directly by Lu Qing, the refined elder's anger surged. But the subsequent statement made him hesitant. He wanted to say she wouldn't, but even he knew how feeble such a guarantee would be. Given old lady Zheng's character, she might truly dare to commit such a heinous act in the end. Seeing the refined elder was rendered speechless by his retort, Lu Qing continued, "And do you really think this old hag has never done a live human sacrifice before?" Those words caused all the innate realm martial artists to tremble, especially the refined elder, who blurted out, "What did you say?" The city lord of State Mansion City also spoke in a deep voice, "Young friend, If what you say is true, has old lady Zheng previously carried out such a live human sacrifice ritual? If you want to know the answer, you can go dig up the grave of Zheng family's eldest son. There you'll find everything you want to know, Lu Xing said with a cold laugh. The grave of Zheng family's eldest son. The thoughts of several innate realm experts were stirred, and they recalled the major incident of the past, along with the crazed appearance of old lady Zheng at that time. In their hearts, they began to believe Lu Xing's words by 70 to 80%. If it were based on the grief and anger of old lady Zheng from those days, it was indeed very possible that she could perpetrate such an abhorred act. Fine, young man, let me say this before anything else. We shall go and investigate. If there are no traces of a live human sacrifice in the grave of Zheng family's eldest son, do not blame me for seeking justice from you, the refined elder declared. Old fart, what right do you have to seek justice from me? Even if it was a matter of avenging someone, it should be the Zheng family's matter, not yours. Who are you to them? Yet Lu Qing spoke with unhidden derision. What's more, we still have another score to settle between us. What score do I have with you? The refined elder was taken aback. Old fart, surely you're not so forgetful. Did you think I'm so magnanimous that I'd forget you attacked me just now? Lu Qing said coldly. What do you propose then? The refined elder's anger was flaring due to being repeatedly addressed as old fool, and he replied coldly. Simple. You attacked me with 3 sword chi strikes earlier, and my request is not high. Just take 1 slash from me. If you can survive this slash, then we're even. Young man, you were quite confident. Hearing Lu Qing's arrogant tone, the refined elder laughed out of sheer anger. Although I don't know how you managed to defeat old lady Zheng, do you really think we innate realm martial artists are so easily molded? Cut the crap. Do you dare to take it? Fine. Then why shouldn't I take your 1 slash? Hearing the refined elder agree, the crane-haired, youthful-faced elder was immediately shocked. Brother Lin, it's nothing. The refined elder waved his hand offhandedly. I also want to see what this person can do, seeing that even Sister Yun is no match for him. Chapter 277, 205, Calculating Against the Unwary, Bow Again to the Innate. Shock. 202 Chapter 277, Chapter 205, Calculating Against the Unwary, Bow Again to the Innate. Shock. 205 Brother Lin, you need to be careful. Seeing his old friend utter the word Sister Yun, the elder with crane hair and a youthful face knew he couldn't dissuade him. He could only retreat to one side with some worries. As for the 2 city lords, they were even less likely to object. They were eager for someone to volunteer to test the strength of this mysterious youth before them. How could they possibly stop it? But at this moment, the way they looked at the elegant elder had some playfulness to it. They hadn't expected that this senior of the Lin family still held such affection for old lady Zheng. Truly, the world was full of surprises. Please make your move, sir. The elegant elder, holding his long sword, stood quietly and calmly, indicating for his opponent to proceed. Good. Lu Qing, seeing this, wasted no time at all. A flash of golden light barely flickered around his form when an enormous aura burst forth from him, and like a beast unleashed, he pounced toward the elegant elder. Clang! The long saber was drawn from its sheath, a gleaming sword-like carrying endless murderous intent, streaked toward the elegant elder. The saber's momentum enveloped every direction, leaving no avenue of escape. This saber technique. Feeling the force of Lu Qing's strike, the elegant elder's heart trembled wildly. The terrifying intent to kill made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He had not imagined that Lu Qing, so still before, could unleash such a horrifyingly deadly move upon action. He could feel that Lu Qing's saber strike was supremely powerful, yet deceptively simple, appearing to be a straightforward move, but, in reality, containing endless variations. For a moment, he found not the slightest flaw to counterattack. This mysterious youth's saber technique seemed even superior to his swordsmanship. Though he could scarcely believe it, the elegant elder still instantly made his judgment. He could not break Lu Qing's move, nor could he evade it. His only option was to meet it head-on, but to do so meant he was very likely to die. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the elegant elder lost all traces of his former composure. His eyes wide, his innate true chi circulated at high speed, and in an instant he employed his explosive secret technique. He then channeled all of his innate realm true chi into the long sword in his hand, and with a fierce thrust, he met Lu Qing's saber attack. Boom! The sword and saber collided, terrible sword chi and saber chi scattering and lacerating the air, cutting through everything in the vicinity. It was fortunate that the onlookers were all-powerful innate realm martial artists. Otherwise, in a bustling market, just this clash alone would have killed who knows how many people. In the midst of the violent collision, the elegant elder's complexion drastically changed. feeling an overwhelmingly unstoppable force issued from Lu Qing's saber. His treasure sword, which was infused with all his strength, couldn't fully withstand it. His arms violently shook, and he was unable to keep his footing. He staggered backward a dozen steps before stopping himself with a large tree behind him. Looking up, with a trace of fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he looked toward Lu Qing in utter shock. Clearly, in the exchange with Lu Qing's move, he had suffered internal injuries. What? Seeing the elegant elder forced back by a single blow from Lu Qing with blood trickling from his mouth, the other three innate realm experts were all shocked, hardly believing their eyes. It was known that among them, the elegant elder's strength ranked within the top two. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the peak of the initial innate realm, just one step away from the minor success realm. Such a formidable man was forced to use his explosive secret technique by this mysterious youth and still got pushed back by a single strike. How could they not be astounded? Most importantly, up until now, they still could not detect a hint of innate essence from Lu Qing. It was clear to them that what Lu Qing had just unleashed was the qi and blood power typical of postnatal martial artists. With the physical strength of a postnatal martial artist, he had pushed back an innate realm expert at the peak of the initial realm. Who exactly was this mysterious youth? The elder with the crane hair and youthful face, along with the others, watched Lu Qing with profound shock. Not bad to take one of my strikes and not die. You do have some skill, unlike that old woman who couldn't even handle one hit. In the aftermath of their collision, Lu Qing also took several steps back, but compared to the elegant elder's disheveled state, his retreat seemed much more leisurely. He steadied himself after a mere few steps, looked at the elegant elder bleeding from his mouth, nodded approvingly, and offered his assessment. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words as if he were evaluating a junior, the elegant elder couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" The elder, with crane hair and a youthful face, startled, rushed forward and produced an elixir for him to take. "I'm all right, just some shock to my inner organs. My Chu Qi is temporarily scattered, but I'll be fine after some rest and recovery," the elegant elder said in a low voice after taking the elixir. "That's good to hear." Hearing his old friend's words, the elder with crane hair and youthful face felt relieved. However, his apprehension about Lu Qing rose once again. Brother Lin's strength was even higher than his own, yet Lu Qing's single strike had scattered his true qi. If it had been him, would he not have been severely injured? "Now that you've taken my strike, let's consider our accounts settled. If you're still unsatisfied and seek vengeance for that old lady, I am always ready to oblige. However, next time, you might not be as lucky as you were today." Seeing the elegant elder beginning to heal and regulate his breath, Lu Qing spoke indifferently, ready to leave. "Please wait, your cultivation is admirable, and your saber skills profound. We truly admire you. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Seeing Lu Qing about to depart, the city lord quickly spoke up. Chapter 2AT 215, Calculating Against the Unwary, Bow Again to the Innate. Shock. 3. Chapter 21T8, Chapter 215, Calculating Against the Unwary, Bow Again to the Innate. Shock. 3. Just with you, you're not qualified to know my name. However, Lu Qing didn't linger a moment longer. With a few jumps, he had already disappeared into the forest. His speed was incredibly fast, his movement technique extremely agile, seemingly in no way inferior to those in the innate realm around him. During this process, they still were unable to sense any trace of the innate essence from him. Watching the direction in which Lu Qing vanished, several innate realm martial artists remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Qing's presence had completely disappeared that the middle-aged man with a complexion like white jade suddenly said, "What do you think? Is he truly from the postnatal realm, or is it a disguise? Does it make a difference?" The city lord said. "He was able to injure Mr. Lin with a single strike, and his strength is no lesser than ours. Unless we join forces, none of us can detain him. The question is, do you dare to stop him?" The man with a complexion like white jade fell silent. Indeed, if they had wanted to stop Lu Qing just now, it would have been possible with their combined strength. But they didn't dare. There was no helping it. Lu Qing was simply too mysterious. His strength, even more so, was strangely unpredictable. To be able to defeat two innate realm experts with just the qi and blood power of his postnatal realm physical body was simply inconceivable. Such a feat they had neither seen nor even heard of before. And for such a terrifying individual, to say he had no profound background, they absolutely wouldn't believe it. Realizing this, the city lord and the others no longer wanted to offend Lu Qing. Who knew what kind of terrifying force might be behind him? Thus, when Lu Qing wanted to leave, they didn't dare to block him. Indeed, the rumors are true. The world is about to change. Devils are about to rise. Who would have thought we'd encounter such an unparalleled devil today? After a long silence, the middle-aged man with a complexion like white jade suddenly sighed. The remaining three, upon hearing these words, felt a stir in their hearts. What the man with a complexion like white jade was referring to was a rumor that had been circulating in the world over the past 2 years. It was said that a great change in heaven and earth was imminent, and that the world would face drastic changes. Geniuses and devils would emerge out of nowhere, bringing chaos to the world. Originally, they were somewhat skeptical about this rumor, but the mysterious young man they encountered today had made them think that the rumor might indeed be true. Looking at it now, old lady Zheng really has bad luck to have provoked such a terrible devil. The man with a complexion like white jade then said with schadenfreude. Among those present, if anyone had the greatest disdain for old lady Zheng, it was undoubtedly him. Back when he had not yet stepped into the innate realm, he had been suppressed by the Zheng family quite often. Now, with the old lady dead, his joy was written all over his face. The others knew of his grudge with the Zheng family quite often. Now, with the old lady dead, his joy was written all over his face. Except for the refined elder, whose expression seemed somewhat downcast, the remaining two showed no particular reaction. "Gentlemen, what shall we do next?" the elder with white hair and the youthful face asked. "Of course we go to the Zheng family, open the grave of Zheng family's eldest son, and see if what the man just said is true," the city lord said. But the refined elder was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by the city lord. "Mr. Lin, don't forget, it is strictly forbidden by Holy Mountain to use living people as sacrifices. If old lady Zheng really did commit such an act, I, as the city lord, must investigate this matter thoroughly and carry out severe punishment." The refined elder opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it. He knew that the city lord had every legitimate reason to investigate and that he had no grounds to stop him. But he also knew that if anything was uncovered, the Zheng family would certainly face severe punishment. Thinking of the promise he had made to that person all those years ago, the refined elder sighed to himself at a loss as to what was best to do. Chapter 279, 206. Opening the Tomb, Furious Rage, the Qing Family's Downfall. Chapter 279, Chapter 206. Opening the Tomb, Furious Rage, the Qing Family's Downfall, innate realm expert. No wonder they're not so easy to defeat. A mile away from where he had slain old lady Zheng, Lu Qing was sitting up in meditation on a big tree. Though he had clashed with the refined old man, it hadn't been as effortless as he made it appear. In reality, his inner organs had also been shaken. It was only that under his strong divine soul control ability, he had completely suppressed the injuries. After all, that refined old man was different from old lady Zheng. Old lady Zheng herself had been severely injured, with not much life left. Her spirit had long since departed from its peak, and he had already chopped off one of her arms in advance. She couldn't use even half her strength, so it was natural for him to kill her easily. However, the refined old man was different. Although he was equally aged, his key cultivation technique was extremely well performed. His vigor had not declined, and his strength was still at its peak. Such a powerful person at the peak of the initial innate realm, Lu Qing defeating him was no easy task. It was only because he had forced the opponent to recklessly block his strikes through his provocative words. Otherwise, if they truly fought hard, even if he could defeat the opponent, he would undoubtedly have to pay a hefty price. Unless he went all out, revealing all his cards, there was a real possibility for a sure kill in one strike. After recuperating for a while, Lu Qing had completely recovered. His injuries, compared to the refined old man, were much lighter. The Vajra Great Power Talisman not only tremendously increased his strength, but also his defensive power. It was not inferior to the protective true Qi of innate realm martial artists at all. Coupled with his youthful robustness and vigorous Qi blood, recovery came naturally fast. He didn't even need to take any healing medicine. Simply relying on his own Qi blood circulation, recovery was swift. Those few people have left. Just after he healed, Lu Qing sensed that several innate realm experts close by, using their movement techniques, were heading towards the direction of State Mansion City. This was the formidable aspect of Lu Qing's divine soul power after refining the divine soul talisman. With the enhancement from the divine soul talisman, his divine soul sensing ability far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists in the initial innate realm. Plus, he could perfectly hide his own energy fluctuations. Therefore, he could sense the movements of the refined old man and others, but they knew nothing of his whereabouts. Sensing that the people were leaving, Lu Qing immediately moved. Once he reached the previous site, he found that old lady Zheng's body had already been taken away. Only bloodstains on the ground proved that a fierce battle had occurred. Looking in the direction the refined old man and others had gone, Lu Qing immediately followed. There was still something he had yet to finish. How could he just leave so easily? Carrying the body of old woman Zheng, the refined old man and others went back towards State Mansion City, first tidying up old woman Zheng's body before heading to Zheng Mansion. Meanwhile, the people of Zheng family were anxiously waiting inside. The family ancestor had gone to hunt down the evildoer who had destroyed the second son's coffin and corpse and had yet to return, making them understandably worried. When they saw the refined old man and others visit, but not their own mother, Zheng family master felt a bad premonition in his heart. Uncle Lin, city lord, how come you are here? Were you here to visit my mother? But she just went out not long ago and hasn't returned yet. Seeing several innate realm experts coming together, Zheng family master felt a tremor in his heart and hurriedly welcomed them without delay. He brought up his mother's name to bolster his confidence. However, what made Zheng family master uneasy was when he finished speaking, he noticed that the several innate realm experts all looked at him with strange gazes. City lord and Uncle Bao both showed pity in their eyes, whereas the Qing family patriarch, who had always had disputes with their Zheng family, had a face filled with schadenfreude. Uncle Lin, could it be that my mother? Has she encountered some misfortune? Zheng family master's bad premonition grew stronger, and he stuttered as he asked. The refined old man sighed. Nephew, your mother, she has passed away. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Zheng family master felt like he'd been struck by lightning and could not believe it. My mother was an innate realm expert with profound cultivation. Who could have killed her? People around Zheng Mansion were similarly shocked. Just because she was an innate realm does not mean she can't be killed. With your mother's dying state, it's not strange that someone slaughtered her. A middle-aged man with a face as pale as jade scoffed derisively at that moment. Seeing him insult his mother, Zheng family master's anger surged, about to shout furiously, but the refined old man preemptively stopped him. Nephew, your mother has indeed passed away. I have already brought back her body. It's outside. You can see for yourself in a moment. The refined old man did not want Zheng family master to confront the pale-faced man at this time. Zheng family and Zheng family had always been at odds, only because old lady Zheng was alive had the two families temporarily lived in peace. Now that old lady Zheng had died, Zheng family had lost a pillar, and the power balance between the two families had already shifted. If Zheng family master angered the pale-faced man right then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Zheng family master immediately rushed outside. Other Zheng family members followed suit. Then they saw, lying on a stretcher, their family ancestor with limbs and head severed had been dead for who knows how long. Mother. Zheng family master saw his mother's horrific condition. His anger was great and his grief profound. Other Zheng family members were also filled with horror, as if the sky itself were falling. Uncle Lin, who in the world could be so venomous to humiliate and harm my mother in such a way? Zheng family master abruptly looked up, his eyes red with rage and sorrow. Chapter 206, Opening the Tomb, Furious Rage, The Zheng Family's Downfall, Part 2, Chapter 280, Chapter 206, Opening the Tomb, Furious Rage, The Zheng Family's Downfall, Part 2. You should not inquire into this matter. The person who killed your mother is extremely powerful and is not someone your Zheng family can afford to provoke. The cultivated old man said solemnly. He remembered the force of Lu Qing's previous strike, and his fingers involuntarily trembled slightly. Zheng family master's expression faltered, and before he could continue speaking, the fair-faced man sneered again. Stop thinking about revenge. You should pray instead that your Zheng family can survive the coming disaster. Zheng family master jolted, watching the fair-faced man warily. Qing clan leader, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I ask you, has your Zheng family ever conducted a living human sacrifice as an evil burial rite? Absolutely not. Zheng family master felt a surge in his heart, but he shook his head without any hesitation. Those are merely baseless rumors from outsiders. My Zheng family has never engaged in such abhorrent actions. Zheng family master was still quite calm about this point. He knew his mother had such intentions, but hadn't had the chance to act as she was preoccupied with Ye's funeral arrangements. So far, the family members of those few guards were still alive and well in the dungeon, not having suffered too much. Not conducted. That's good. We're going to exhume the tomb for verification. You should bring some people and join us, said the fair-faced man, exhuming the tomb. Zheng family master was somewhat bewildered. Yer had not been buried yet, and previously even the corpse had been destroyed by evil men. What tomb was there to speak of? However, the next words from the fair-faced man drastically changed his complexion. Yes, we are going to dig up Zheng Shihao's tomb. What, you want to dig up my elder brother's tomb? Someone informed us that when Zheng Shihao was buried, your Zheng family conducted a living human sacrifice. Naturally, we need to investigate thoroughly. Nonsense. My elder brother has been dead for over 20 years. How can we verify something from over 2 decades ago? Zheng clan leader, this must be someone's malicious slander. My Yang family operates uprightly. How could we do such a detestable act? Zheng family master trembled inwardly, but his face still showed outrage as he forcefully asserted, whether it's slander, we will discern for ourselves. Once we open Zheng Shehao's tomb, we'll know. The technique of living human sacrifices will leave clay figures of the sacrifice in the tomb. Once the tomb is opened, everything will come to light. Or is it that your Jing family has something to hide and is afraid to let us examine the tomb? The fair-faced man said coldly, of course not, but Jing family master wanted to argue further, but at this moment, the patience of the fair-faced man had already run out. His aura suddenly intensified as he stared at Jing family master. Jing Shijie, don't be ungrateful. Do you think your Jing family still has the right to refuse? The powerful aura of the innate realm pressed upon Zheng family master's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He felt immense sadness and indignation. If his mother were still alive, how could they allow such bullying at their doorstep? Although he knew the situation was beyond his control, he also understood that allowing people to open his elder brother's tomb would lead to even worse consequences. Zheng family master looked around and saw that the city lord and an old man with youthful features both wore indifferent expressions, indicating their agreement with the excavation. Having no other choice, he turned his pleading gaze towards the cultivated old man, Uncle Lin. However, his vehement reaction had already aroused suspicion among the other innate realm experts. Therefore, even the cultivated old man found it difficult to intercede and could only sigh. Just open the tomb. Seeing that even the cultivated old man who had relations with his family did not speak on his behalf, Zheng family master knew that all was lost. His hands involuntarily drooped as though in mourning. Seeing his dejected appearance, the several innate realm experts became even more convinced of their suspicions. An hour later, at the Zheng family's graveyard in front of Zheng Shihao's tomb, the cultivated old man and others stood many powerful martial artists. It turned out that the city lord, in the interest of fairness, had directly invited the heads of other families and forces from State Mansion City. These heads of various families and forces were a bit bewildered when summoned. They were shocked to learn that the innate ancestor of the Zheng family had already passed away. Now, hearing about the exhumation of Zheng Shihao's tomb, they were utterly perplexed, not knowing what exactly had happened. Only seeing the city lord and a refined elder both with serious expressions, no one dared to speak up and ask. These individuals, who usually kept to themselves in the city, appearing very rarely. Some small family heads had only heard of their names but had never seen their faces. Now that they had gathered together, the matter must be very important. None dared to inquire. Open the tomb. Following the city lord's order, immediately someone from the city lord mansion stepped forward, waving iron picks and shovels to begin excavating the tomb. Very soon, the tomb door was unearthed. As the tomb door opened, people entered to explore inside. The person exploring inside the tomb was a special talent recruited by the city lord mansion, particularly adept at investigating various tombs. Being from a prominent family, Zheng Shihao had once been extremely favored by old lady Zheng. His tomb was naturally extraordinary. Not only was the space large with many chambers, but there were also many traps to prevent tomb raiding. However, these mechanisms were virtually ineffective against the special tomb explorer dispatched by the city lord mansion. Soon, the individuals sent down came out carrying a terracotta figure. City Lord, under this tomb there are many chambers, splendid and regal. In the main chamber, there is a magnificent coffin, flanked by terracotta figures in positions of worship. This terracotta figure was in the center. All eyes inevitably fell on that terracotta figure. The figure was seen kneeling, resembling a young girl with faintly discernible, beautifully contoured features. Yet her face was filled with a look of pain and resentfulness. The interweaving of beauty and vengeance gave the terracotta figure a particularly strange vibe. The moment they laid eyes on this terracotta figure, the faces of the city lord and others turned very unsightly. Even some of those behind with knowledgeable backgrounds, recognizing the origins of the terracotta figure, had their expressions drastically change. The refined elder murmured, "How could this be? How could she become so malicious? How could this?" The city lord's hand lightly brushed over the terracotta figure. The figurine shattered, a wisp of black air surged out, revealing the bones inside. A living human sacrificed, the condemned sealed underground, divine souls eternally trapped within the terracotta figure, never to be reborn. How dare this old woman? How dare you, Zheng family? The city lord's complexion turned ashen, his tone filled with a chilling coldness, his aura terrifyingly intense, as if about to burst forth at any moment. What? A living human sacrifice? At that moment, the others who hadn't recognized the origins of the terracotta figure couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They all recalled the recent rumors in the city. They had thought it was someone deliberately targeting the Qing family, not expecting that the Qing family had actually held such a venomous ritual more than 20 years ago. City Lord, the younger generation was completely unaware of this. The construction of my brother's tomb back then was entirely managed by my mother. I truly didn't know she had secretly conducted the ritual of a living human sacrifice. If I had known, I would have definitely stopped her. Please discern the truth. Qing grow more, and haunt in the terrified tone. Yet his cries did not move the city lord in the slightest. You claim you didn't know, then why did you repeatedly try to prevent the opening of the tomb just now? Qing family master, do you really take me for a fool? Hearing the city lord's severely cold words, Qing family master collapsed to the ground. He knew the Qing family was completely doomed. Seeing his appearance, everyone knew his previous words were merely pleas for mercy. Who would have thought the once awe-inspiring, arrogant head of the Qing family, without any support, would still beg for mercy? Boom, 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 boom. Just as everyone was feeling disdainful, suddenly, loud noises erupted. Several incredibly strong blasts of energy, origin unknown, suddenly struck Zheng Shihao's grave. Not only did they shatter the tombstone, but they also pierced several large holes through the underground chambers. One of the blasts of energy went straight for the Qing family master, piercing through his chest. Chapter 281, Door 7, Looting and Treasure Hunting. Chapter 281, Chapter 207, Looting and Treasure Hunting. What's going on? The sudden attack took everyone by surprise. No one could see where the strong energy had come from. The Qing family master was looking at the large hole in his own chest, his face showing a look of terror. Only the city lord and a few other innate realm martial artists promptly turned their heads to look in a certain direction. From atop a tree 100 meters away, a figure stood proudly, holding a longbow in hand. Who else could it be but Lu Qing? Sir, what is the meaning of this? The cultured elder said in a deep voice. When I cut down that old lady Zheng, I said I would destroy her eldest son's grave, to ensure his spirit can never find peace. How about it? Do you have an objection? Lu Qing spoke indifferently. The cultured elder's expression faltered, but he didn't know how to respond right away. Seeing that he didn't dare to reply, Lu Qing felt somewhat disdainful. Then he turned toward the city lord. City lord, the evidence is irrefutable now. The Qing family has lost all humanity, performing such a cruel act as a living human sacrifice. Surely you know what needs to be done? Of course, I am aware, the city lord nodded. Good, I hope that you will handle this impartially and punish the Qing family severely. Otherwise, I cannot say whom my arrow will target next. After saying this, Lu Qing leaped down from the treetop and disappeared from sight. From beginning to end, he hadn't even mentioned a Qing family master, as if in his eyes the man was nothing more than an insect that could be squashed at will, not worth a mention. Watching Lu Qing disappear, the city lord and the others didn't move, letting him leave. But in their hearts, they were all secretly shocked. Before Lu Qing had made his move, none of them had detected when he had followed them. It was as if their innate sense was nothing more than decoration in his presence, completely useless. Such strange and unpredictable methods, coupled with the great combat strength Lu Qing had previously demonstrated, made the innate realm experts increase their wariness of Lu Qing once again. And this scene, witnessed by the leading figures of the other major family powers, caused a huge stir. They hadn't expected that someone would dare to kill in front of innate realm experts, and even mock and threaten them publicly. What was more important was that the city lord and the others, rather than becoming angered, even showed a hint of fear. Who on earth was this young man to have such a deterrent effect? And it seemed that the Qing family's ancestor had been killed by him as well. In a moment, a great wave stirred in the hearts of the leading figures of the major families. City lord, what should we do next? The man with a face like white jade asked after glancing at the Qing family master who had already breathed his last. What else can we do but carry out justice as usual? The city lord said as if nothing had happened. The man with a face like white jade felt a surge of joy, knowing that the Qing family was thoroughly finished. The crime of human sacrifice was too serious. Now that both the old lady and the family master were dead, not to mention State Mansion City, even the whole Qing state would no longer have a place for the Qing family. Upon hearing the city lord's words, many of the leaders from other families showed a curious expression, presumably each deep in thought. In State Mansion City, Lu Qing was moving quickly. After destroying the grave of Qing family's eldest son and killing the Qing family master, he had not lingered there any longer. He immediately activated an earth element talisman and left the Qing family's graveyard, sneaking back into State Mansion City. He didn't need to guess to know what would happen to the Qing family. The fate of the Qing family had actually been sealed the moment he had killed old lady Qing. not to mention the fact that they had been publicly exposed for blatantly violating the prohibitions of the Holy Mountain and the royal capital. Now, without the support of an innate realm backer or the big picture, State Mansion City was prosperous, but at the same time, the situation was extremely complex, with many powers and jackals everywhere, competition fierce and cruel. The Zheng family right now was like a large slice of fat meat. It was destined to be devoured clean by the powers within the city. But Lu Qing did not wish for others to partake in the fattest bite of this feast. Soon, Lu Qing entered Zheng Mansion. At that time, Zheng Mansion was in turmoil. News of the ancestor's death had spread throughout the mansion. Although the guard servants in the mansion both feared and respected the ancestor, it was undeniable that the ancestor was the sky of the Zheng family. As long as she was there, the Zheng family remained one of the strongest families in State Mansion City. Everyone had to show them some respect. Now that the ancestor was dead, the sky of the Zheng family had fallen, and the family master was also taken by the city lord to open the graves. How could they not be panicked? If it weren't for the Zheng family's strict rules and severe punishment, the entire place would have been in chaos by now. Lu Qing sensed this atmosphere of panic, but he didn't care. Turning on his superpower, he began to search through the mansion. Concealed under the Divine Soul Talisman, and with his powerful strength, Lu Qing roamed freely inside Zheng Mansion without anyone detecting him. Before long, he found what he was looking for. Casually flicking out 2 steel needles, he disposed of 2 guards at the door. Then Lu Qing drew his saber, sliced through the lock, pushed the door open, and entered. As expected of a distinguished family, their foundation is deep, and this storeroom's collection is indeed. And this storeroom's collection is indeed. And this storeroom's collection is indeed. Stepping into the storeroom, Lu Qing looked at the fully stocked shelves and couldn't help but admire the sight of red light occasionally punctuated by streaks of gold. He walked forward slowly. A light screen appeared in his hand. He swept it forward, and with a flow of thought, the items in the storeroom were quickly stowed away into his Qing bag. Chapter 282, 207, Looting and Treasure Hunting, Tusari 2, Chapter 282, Chapter 207, Looting and Treasure Hunting Tusari 2. Time was running out, and the elegant elderly scholars would likely return to the city before long. Lu Qing didn't have enough time to use his superpower to identify each treasure in the storage room, so he simply collected them all. After all, the space inside the Qing bag was vast, so he wasn't worried about running out of space. Soon after, Lu Qing had completely looted the vast storage room. It was all thanks to his robust divine soul power. Otherwise, a regular person in the innate realm, even with a Qing bag, would probably be unable to take so many items away. After all, activating the Qing bag to store items also consumed a certain amount of divine soul power. After looting the Qing bag to store items also consumed a certain amount of divine soul power. After looting the storage room, Lu Qing found something strange. Although there were many treasures in the storage room, their quality and level were still lacking. He had briefly looked over them, and the highest quality he saw was only a red light mixed with a sliver of golden superpower light. Logically speaking, for a family like the Zheng family, with centuries of heritage, there should be some more impressive treasures. It seems that the Zheng family must have an even more hidden treasure trove. Lu Qing stroked his chin and muttered to himself. He had just stepped out of the storage room when he suddenly heard a fierce shout. "Who are you, daring to trespass into the storeroom?" Lu Qing looked up to see a middle-aged, beautiful woman with her eyebrows turned upside down and her face full of evil qi, staring at him, accompanied by 2 guards and a green-clothed nanny. Seeing the information appearing above the middle-aged, beautiful woman, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. "You've come just at the right time. I was worried about not having someone to show me the way." When the middle-aged woman met Lu Qing's gaze, she felt an inexplicable chill rise in her heart. Before she had a chance to do anything, the green-clothed nanny had already stepped in front of her with a solemn face. "Madam, be careful. This man is no ordinary person." The 2 guards also drew their swords, for they had seen the 2 colleagues lying at the entrance of the storage room. However, as soon as their swords were drawn, they felt a sharp pain in their chests, and their strength drained away like water, causing them to collapse to the ground. Lu Qing casually disposed of the 2 guards, and in the next instant he was already in front of the middle-aged woman, reaching out to grab her. The green-clothed nanny was startled. She hadn't expected Lu Qing to be so strong that the 2 guards in the internal organ realm couldn't stop him at all. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Lu Qing, the green-clothed nanny dared not hold back the slightest bit. A cold breath emerged as she shook her wrist sharply, and a flash of silver light suddenly shot out from her sleeve toward Lu Qing's throat at a rapid pace. Soft sword, Grandmaster level, swordsmanship. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this nanny, with weak qi blood and merely at the internal organ's small success realm, to possess such swordsmanship. However, with his current strength, even Grandmaster-level swordsmanship was completely inadequate in front of him. With a flick of his finger, he deflected the soft sword aimed at his throat, and then his 5 fingers clenched where his right hand, originally grabbing at the middle-aged woman, formed a fist seal, erupting with chi blood, and he threw out a fierce and unmatched punch. Boom! Before Lu Xing's fist-intent-infused boxing, the green-clothed nanny stood no chance, was instantly hit in the chest by the punch, thrown back, and slammed into a giant pillar. Her chest collapsed, her gaze became vacant, and it was clear she was not going to survive. Although your swordsmanship is not bad, the aura about you also makes me quite unhappy. Lu Qing spoke indifferently after hitting the green-clothed nanny so hard that she exhaled without inhaling. Even without using a superpower to probe, he knew the old nanny must have been stained with many lives, and moreover, involved in deaths wrought by torture. His gaze lingered on her corpse for a few moments, and he discovered that this green-clothed nanny had been the personal maid who followed old lady Zheng for many years, and she had played a role in that horrifying case of human sacrifice years ago. Indeed, they are a nest of snakes and rats. This Zheng family is truly rotten to the core. Lu Qing looked toward the middle-aged woman, and the latter, who was already trembling with fear, gave a jolt and instantly knelt down. "Mercy, good sir, please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Her voice was plaintive, looking very pitiful indeed. "Lady Zheng, is it?" Lu Qing's voice was indifferent. "If you want to live, take me to your Zheng family's treasure vault. If I find the contents satisfactory enough, I might spare your life." The middle-aged beauty had wanted to argue that this was the only treasure vault the Zheng family had, but when she looked into Lu Qing's indifferent eyes, which seemed as if they could peer right through a person's heart, a chill surged in her heart, and she dared not play any more tricks. "Brave sir, I only know of one other treasure vault in the mansion, which might be where our ancestor lived. Beyond that, I truly know no more. I fear the green-clothed nanny might know more than I do." The green-clothed nanny, naturally, was the old nanny who Lu Qing had just killed. However, Lu Qing did not regret it. A maid who had served that old lady for so many years would surely be both deeply cunning and utterly loyal. Even if she were willing to guide him, who knew whether or not to trust her guidance? Keeping her alive might have led to his own downfall. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Qing shoved an elixir into the middle-aged woman's mouth and quickly pressed a point on her throat, forcing her to swallow it. Under the middle-aged beauty's horrified gaze, Lu Qing said indifferently, "The poison I just administered is my unique concoction. Without the antidote in 2 hours, you'll inevitably die in agony as your intestines rupture. You understand what I mean, right? Now lead the way. Now lead the way." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged beauty's face took on a look of ashen defeat, and she could only nod resignedly in agreement. Lu Qing stripped one of the guards of his clothes and put them on, then tossed several corpses into the storeroom and shut the door. Although such a rudimentary disguise couldn't last long, it didn't bother him, as all he needed was a bit of time. "Let's go." After his disguise was complete, Lu Qing ordered. The Zheng mansion was indeed in chaos at the moment. The Lu Qing skirmish with the green-clothed nanny had caused a commotion. Nobody had come to investigate even now. Having witnessed Lu Qing's ruthless methods, the middle-aged beauty had completely lost the will to resist. She led Lu Qing toward another direction within the mansion. With someone to guide him and Lu Qing's powerful divine soul-sensing ability, the two of them managed to reach the courtyard mentioned by the middle-aged beauty without alerting anyone. Witnessing how Lu Qing seemed to predict the movements of others, avoiding everyone as if by foreknowledge, the middle-aged beauty grew even more in awe of him. "This is the courtyard where the old ancestor lived. I've heard my husband say there's a secret vault entrance in the old ancestor's room, but I've never been in there. In the whole Wei family, only the ancestor, my husband Zheng Shihao and Zheng Yu, had ever been inside." As she spoke, a trace of hatred flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Even that useless Zheng Yu had been allowed into the secret vault, yet her son, as the eldest, had never been permitted to enter. That old thing was infuriatingly biased. Lu Qing sensed the hatred in the middle-aged beauty's tone, but he didn't care. In a great family like this, there was no end to such sordid affairs, and he had no interest in learning about them. Taking the middle-aged woman with him, he entered the old lady's room and, under the scrutiny of superpower, quickly located a hidden door. To his surprise, the superpower did not detect any traps behind the door. Apparently, the old lady was confident that nobody would intrude on her bedroom. But Lu Qing wasn't careless. Made of steel and nearly indistinguishable from the wall, the hidden door was solid to the touch when Lu Qing knocked on it. Without a way to unlock it, it would be difficult to get inside. However, this did not deter him. With the middle-aged beauty watching, Lu Qing took a long blade from his Cancun chi bag, and with a few swift strokes, he had slashed the steel door to pieces. Kicking open the hidden door, Lu Qing entered with the middle-aged beauty, whose face had turned deathly pale. The passage beyond the hidden door was short, and after cautiously checking, Lu Qing found indeed there were no traps inside. Soon the two of them arrived in a small chamber. In the chamber, luminous pearls provided bright illumination. However, it wasn't the lighting that surprised Lu Xing. What caught his attention first in the chamber caused his eyes to gleam with excitement. Chapter 283, Earth Element Treasure, Ruthless Destruction of Beauty. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Earth Element Treasure, Ruthless Destruction of Beauty. What is this? In the secret chamber, there weren't many items, just a few wooden shelves. On them were weapons, medicinal herbs, books, various bottles and jars, and other things. However, none of these caught Lu Qing's attention. The first thing that attracted him was something in the center of the secret chamber. It was an egg-sized, very round bead with a misty yellow-brown surface. It was also the only item not placed on a wooden shelf. Instead, it was supported by a slightly concave black iron stand. As soon as he entered, Lu Qing's intuition told him that this item was extraordinary. He immediately focused his gaze on the yellow-brown bead. Then, after several moments, no information about the bead had appeared. Lu Qing was even more thrilled. Based on his previous experience, the longer it took for superpower to extract an item's information, the more precious the item was likely to be. He patiently waited, continuing to stare at the bead. After several more moments, finally, a faint purple superpower light emerged from the surface of the bead. Purple light item. Lu Qing was taken aback and quickly looked at the information that appeared. Earth Spirit Pearl, a magical bead nurtured from the origin of the earth element, possessing many mysterious and strange functions. It is rumored that only in the deepest parts of the earth, where the power of the earth element is strongest, might an Earth Spirit Pearl be nurtured. It contains the power of the earth element law, making it the best natural spiritual artifact treasure embryo. Heavy as lead, though the bead is small, its weight is astonishing. Himpron. Heavy as lead, though the bead is small, its weight is astonishing. An Earth Spirit Pearl. It's actually an Earth Spirit Pearl. When Lu Qing finished reading the information about the yellow-brown bead, his emotions could no longer be described simply as thrilled. The Earth Spirit Pearl was also detailed in the records of the Li Hu sect. This was a peculiar bead nurtured from the origin of the earth element's power, possessing various unique powers, and extremely rare. Even in the cultivation era, it was an invaluable treasure, certain to provoke competition among cultivators once it appeared. Such an earth element treasure, he hadn't expected to find it stored in the Qing family's secret vault. It seems that in these tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy depletion, countless spiritual objects have been covered in dust. If it were the cultivation era, how could the Qing family ever have the chance to store such a treasure like the Earth Spirit Pearl? Lu Qing looked at the Earth Spirit Pearl and sighed. Now he knew why the Qing family had used an iron stand to support this bead alone. The Earth Spirit Pearl containing the Earth Element Law was naturally very heavy. Ordinary wooden shelves simply couldn't support its weight. He reached out, grabbed the Earth Spirit Pearl, and tried to pick it up but found that despite its small size, it was indeed very heavy. Without bursting his chi blood, with his cultivation, he temporarily struggled to lift it. With a thought, the chi blood power inside his body suddenly burst forth, veins on his hand becoming visible. Only then did Lu Qing manage to grasp the Earth Spirit Pearl from the iron stand. Goodness, this small bead weighs no less than 1,000 pounds. Weighing the Earth Spirit Pearl in his hand a few times, Lu Qing was somewhat astonished. It was only he who possessed a physique several times stronger than an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. Otherwise, if it were some weaker martial artist, they wouldn't even be able to pick it up. After all, the bead was so small, it could only be lifted by the power of the fingertips, a feat beyond the capabilities of a general martial artist in the internal organ realm. No wonder the Qing family dared to place such a treasure in such a conspicuous position in the center of the secret chamber. Perhaps they didn't fully understand the true nature of the Earth Spirit Pearl. But likewise, it might be because the item was so heavy that the difficulty of stealing it was incredibly high. Even if someone could avoid the mansion guards, sneak into the secret chamber, and get their hands on the bead, getting it out successfully would be extremely difficult. Sneaking into Qing Mansion alone and escaping with an item weighing 1,000 pounds were vastly different tasks. Not to mention that with the weight of the Earth Spirit Pearl, ordinary cloth bags simply couldn't hold up, and it could only be held by hand at most. But if one were to hold a 1,000-pound object in hand, even an innate realm expert might not be confident about sneaking out without alerting the guards. Fortunately, I have a Qiangkunchi bag, otherwise it would not be easy to take this thing back. Lu Qing thought to himself, and with a slight movement of his mind, he strenuously collected the Earth Spirit Pearl into the Qiangkunchi bag. The heaviness of the Earth Spirit Pearl was not only physically present, but also exerted a strong oppressive force on the Divine Soul power. Had Lu Qing not refined a Divine Soul talisman, he might not have been able to put it into the Qiangkunchi bag. After obtaining the Earth Spirit Pearl, Lu Qing then turned his attention to the other items in the secret chamber. However, after acquiring such an Earth element treasure like the Earth Spirit Pearl, other items no longer seemed as surprising. Although they were items emitting a golden light, Lu Qing's heart had calmed considerably. He didn't inspect each item one by one, but instead collected all of them at once, planning to sort them out after returning. Having plundered everything in the secret chamber, Lu Qing looked at the middle-aged, beautiful woman standing in the corner. At this moment, although her face was still somewhat pale, her expression had calmed down a lot. Seeing Lu Qing look over, her body trembled and she asked somewhat shakily, "Is there no possibility for me to survive?" "Oh, why would you think so?" Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. "Since you displayed the ability to conjure objects from thin air in front of me, pulling out that long knife, I knew," the middle-aged woman said bitterly. Lu Qing had, as if conjuring from nowhere, drawn the long knife and then vanished so many items from the secret chamber into thin air. Such methods were truly too mysterious. Even as the matriarch of the Qing family, she had never heard of martial artists possessing such divine skills. Even the innate realm martial artists like their ancestral grandmaster did not possess such magical techniques. But the middle-aged woman knew that, generally, the more secretive the martial artist's methods, the better it was kept as a trump card, known to as few as possible. Since Lu Qing had used it openly in front of her, it was clear that he was not worried about her leaking it. As for who could keep a secret naturally, it would be someone who was dead. "Madam, you are a wise person," praised Lu Qing, but the implication in his words was clear. "Can you spare me? I swear, I won't reveal anything I saw today, not a single detail." The middle-aged woman pleaded with a pale face. "Madam, if it were you, would you take that risk?" Lu Qing said indifferently. "Besides, do you really think you are some pure lotus flower? In this Qing mansion, the number of maids and servants you have personally killed is not small." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly widened. But in the next moment, Lu Qing's figure appeared in front of her, his finger lightly touching her forehead. With a burst of force, the middle-aged woman's body violently trembled, her eyes became unfocused, and she gradually collapsed to the ground. Chapter 284, 209, Refinement of the Earth Spirit Pearl. Chapter 284, Chapter 209, Refinement of the Earth Spirit Pearl. Watching the middle-aged beauty's life essence gradually dissipating, Lu Qing's face remained expressionless. He had never intended to truly let her go the moment he read the information about the middle-aged beauty. The reason he didn't kill her immediately was simply that she still had some utility. Even the poison he had fed her was real. The poison was something Lu Qing had found on an assassin from Seven Killings Tower, exceptionally cruel. Had she not taken the antidote within the time limit, the middle-aged beauty would indeed have died a gruesome death from her intestines rupturing. However, considering that she led the way for him, Lu Qing ultimately chose to let her die without suffering. After a final glance at the corpse of the middle-aged beauty and using his superpower to confirm her death, Lu Qing left the secret chamber and exited Qing Mansion. But before leaving, he did something else. Fire! There's a fire! A quarter of an hour later, as Lu Qing stood atop a tall tower, Qing Mansion was already in chaos. Multiple streaks of flame shot up into the sky, raging fiercely. The places where the fire started were exactly where Lu Qing had raided the storerooms and Mrs. Zhong's courtyard, as well as two other uninhabited small courtyards. Naturally, Lu Qing did this to create a diversion. By the time the fire died down, the storerooms and the old lady's courtyard would probably be in ruins. How much had been burned and how much had been stolen were things no one would know. After watching for a while from the tower and seeing that the fire wouldn't be extinguished anytime soon, Lu Qing left, satisfied. After all, the most precious items were already in his possession. He wouldn't care even if the entire Qing Mansion burned down. Moreover, the residences in the west of the city were homes to the wealthy and noble. Each mansion was separate with significant distances between them. The Great Fire at Qing Mansion wouldn't reach any other homes. Thus, he left State Mansion City with great ease. While leaving State Mansion City, Lu Qing saw a well-dressed elderly scholar and a large group of people returning from outside the city. However, none of them noticed Lu Qing. Watching them hasten toward Qing Mansion, Lu Qing felt somewhat amused. He wondered what their expressions would be when they discovered the Qing family's treasury destroyed by fire. With a very pleasant mood, after leaving State Mansion City and entering the forest, Lu Qing immediately activated the Earth Element Talisman and used his movement technique, heading in the direction of Julie Village. After a long journey with frequent stops, Lu Qing returned to Julie Village without incident. However, he did not go home but directly entered the forest and went to the Jade Cave. Everything in the Jade Cave was as before. Lu Qing sat on the jade bed in the secret room and took out the Earth Spirit Pearl from the Qiankunqi bag. The reason he hadn't gone home was precisely for this Earth Element treasure bed. Even in the cultivation era, the Earth Spirit Pearl would have been regarded as a treasure. its value by no means inferior to those powerful high-tier spiritual artifacts. Because such a treasure, birthed from the earth element origin and imbued with the purest earth element power, had all sorts of incredible uses. Once refined, the cultivator would gain unimaginable benefits. Among them, one was my talent, which had already reached its limit, could once again obtain enhancement. A glint of light appeared in Lu Xing's eyes. According to the Li Hu sect's inherited records, the 5 fundamental spiritual pearls each possessed all sorts of wondrous uses. If one could refine any one of them for personal use, they could harness the power of the spiritual pearl to cleanse the physical body and enhance one's inborn talent. Lu Qing had previously ingested earth vein spiritual liquid, and his cultivation talent had been enhanced to a certain limit. Unless he could find something even more extraordinary than earth vein spiritual liquid, it was almost impossible for his cultivation talent to be further improved. Coincidentally, this earth spirit pearl was a cultivation spiritual object far more precious and magical than earth vein spiritual liquid. That Mrs. Young, her divine soul power is weak and she lacks heritage. Therefore, she possesses the treasure bead but is completely unable to comprehend its mysteries, nor does she know how to refine it. She can only store it in her secret vault as a collected item. But I am different. Li Huo sect, as a cultivation sect proficient in both alchemy and artifact refining, holds numerous techniques for refining spiritual objects in its legacy, including a few powerful refining methods that I can currently use. After his emotions fluctuated for a while, Lu Qing then calmed his spirit, settling all his thoughts. Sitting cross-legged, he held the earth spirit pearl in both hands in front of him, ready to begin refinement. It was also thanks to the jade bed, nurtured by the array's earth energies for countless years within the jade cave, that was extremely sturdy. It was able to bear the weight of the earth spirit pearl. Once his thoughts had completely calmed, the divine soul talisman trembled lightly, and from the acupuncture point between his eyebrows, Lu Qing extended a wisp of divine soul power, which entwined towards the earth spirit pearl. The moment his divine soul power touched the surface of the earth spirit pearl, the first sensation Lu Qing felt was its heaviness, extreme solidity. When he had previously collected the earth spirit pearl, he had relied on the might of the Qian Kun Chi bag, a spiritual artifact, and hadn't felt much. But now, as he directly contacted and felt the earth spirit pearl with his own divine soul power, he truly experienced the might of this earth element treasure. His divine soul power, when facing the earth spirit pearl, was like an ant climbing a high mountain, completely unable to shake it even slightly, truly a futile effort. However, Lu Qing was using his divine soul power not to move the spiritual pearl, but to refine it. With the thought, the legacy methods for refining spiritual objects with divine soul power in Lu Qing's mind from the Li Hu sect's inheritance began to flow. That wisp of divine soul power entwining the earth spirit pearl suddenly became incomparably gentle, like flowing water or mist, softly seeping into the internals of the earth spirit pearl to leave its divine soul imprint. Of course, as the earth element treasure, the inside of the earth spirit pearl wasn't so easily penetrated. This was destined to be a test of patience and will, a grind. Fortunately, Lu Qing was not lacking in either of these qualities. Time ticked away, and in the jade cave, unaware of day or night, whether it was dark or light, the walls of the cave on both sides always emitted a faint white glow. Lu Qing remained seated cross-legged on the jade bed, motionless. Only his slightly pale face showed that he was not having an easy time. Time passed, unknown how long, when suddenly Lu Qing's expression relaxed. He opened his eyes and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. At last, the refinement is successful. Although it's only a preliminary refinement, at least I can now barely control this earth spirit pearl. Fortunately, now that the spiritual energy has not yet revived, and this earth spirit pearl has undergone tens of thousands of years of depletion in spiritual energy, its spiritual nature exhausted and might greatly diminish. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, thinking of refining it for my own use would be as fanciful as having heavenly opening. Now, let me feel just how wondrous this legendary earth spirit pearl truly is. With a thought from Lu Xing, the painstakingly placed divine soul restriction imprint within the earth spirit pearl suddenly activated. The earth spirit pearl abruptly shrank, transformed into a beam of light, and entered the acupuncture point between his eyebrows. Chapter 285, To Own Meant, Breaking Limits, Heaven and Earth Change. Chapter 285, Chapter 210, Breaking Limits, Heaven and Earth Change. The earth spirit pearl had no sooner entered the acupoint between his eyebrows than it headed directly toward the center. At the same time, the divine soul talisman abruptly shrank and flew toward the earth spirit pearl. As the light flickered, and once everything settled down, the space within the acupoint between his eyebrows had transformed completely. In the very center of the space, the earth spirit pearl sat occupied, like an earthy yellow star, dignified and substantial. slowly revolving on its own. Surrounding it, 5 orbs of different colors, transformed from magic talismans, revolved like satellites orbiting around it. As for the divine soul talisman, it had entered inside the Earth Spirit Pearl, positioning itself at the very core. As the Earth Spirit Pearl slowly rotated, emitting threads of awe-inspiring power, Qing began to feel the changes. With the Earth Spirit Pearl's enhancement, the stability of the space within the acupoint between his eyebrows was greatly reinforced once again. Under the Earth Spirit Pearl's radiant influence, his physical body also underwent a peculiar change. Continuously washed and shaken, not only was his talent being elevated, but the strength of his physical body was also gradually increasing. According to common martial arts cultivation knowledge, Qing, who had reached postnatal realm perfection, should have already been at the postnatal limit in terms of physical strength. Before stepping into the innate realm, he should have been unable to progress further, incapable of any enhancement, not even by a smidgen. But clearly, in the face of the earth element treasure like the Earth Spirit Pearl, that knowledge was broken. Most importantly, now that the divine soul talisman had penetrated into the Earth Spirit Pearl being nourished and protected within, it too was slowly strengthening. Truly worthy of being a treasure that could incite countless cultivators to fight over it in the cultivation era, this Earth Spirit Pearl, though only roughly refined by me, already has such marvelous uses. After experiencing the changes within the acupoint between his eyebrows, a look of pleasure appeared on Qing's face. In terms of might, the Earth Spirit Pearl couldn't compete with those powerful spiritual artifacts, yet its various supportive and enhancing uses for cultivators were far beyond what an ordinary spiritual artifact could offer. Now that the Earth Spirit Pearl was merely coarsely refined by him, it already provided him with significant benefits. One could only imagine how much more he would gain once he refined it completely and took full control of it in the future. I just don't know. After my physical body and divine soul reach their limits this time, to what extent will they be enhanced? Ever since he condensed the divine soul talisman, both Qing's divine soul and physical body had reached a bottleneck. Apart from breaking into the innate realm, they could hardly be enhanced any further. But now, with the nourishment of the Earth Spirit Pearl, he could once again shatter those limits. He was very much looking forward to seeing how powerful he would become after this transformation was complete. According to the legacy he had obtained, the innate realm was the most significant transformation on the path of martial arts. The more solid the foundation a martial artist laid before stepping into the innate realm, the greater the benefits obtained after the breakthrough. After this transformation is over, I dare not say for other times, but since the decline of spiritual energy and the prevalence of martial arts in these tens of thousands of years, my martial arts foundation would be almost unprecedented, even if not unmatched in history. Qing clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a confident look appeared in his eyes. Thud. Just as Qing was imagining his future path in martial arts, a sudden, invisible pulsation, like a heartbeat, resonated. What's happening? Qing was greatly shocked. Thud. Just when he wondered whether someone was attacking from outside, another pulsation resounded, this time Qing from outside. Another pulsation resounded. This time Qing finally realized that the vibration was not from an attack, and it was a change in the cosmos far greater than any other. This fluctuation, like the heartbeat of heaven and earth, swept across the land, unstoppable by anything. Even from within the Jade Cave, Qing could feel it so clearly. Thump. The third wave resounded. Qing sat on the jade bed, quietly listening to the succession of formless pulses, as if contemplating something. Thump. After the 9th pulse had throbbed, the world began to return to calm, but Qing clearly sensed that the heaven and earth had undergone a very peculiar change. Around him, space seemed infused with an indescribable essence, becoming more lively and vivacious. This slight change was still in its infancy and not very obvious. Innate realm martial artists with weaker divine soul power probably couldn't discern it. 9 celestial movements. Does this signify that the heavens and earths are finally about to transform, that spiritual energy is truly starting to revive? Qing sat on the jade bed, keenly feeling the changes within space, an understanding awakening inside him. While Qing contemplated these spatial changes, the entire world was also stirred by the 9 heavenly pulsations. The 9 heavenly pulsations were manifestations of the changing heaven and earth rules, perceptible only to martial arts grandmasters who had cultivated divine soul power, or to geniuses with exceptional talents and extraordinary gifts. Ordinary people or martial artists with lower cultivation couldn't catch the sound of heaven and earth, feeling only a depressive atmosphere without knowing why. Yet in this vast world, there were countless who practiced martial arts, and naturally, there were many who had cultivated divine soul power. Especially within powerful sect families, there was no shortage of innate realm experts. In Central State, Tianji Building headquarters, "Master, what was that just now?" A young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome in appearance, looked in shock at an elderly man in white robes, his hair and beard also completely white. This day has finally arrived, the white-haired old man sighed. Master, is this the change in heaven and earth you've always been concerned about? The handsome youth asked. Yes, the sound of the heaven and earth resounded 9 times to inform the world that the heaven and earth rules have begun to change, and a great transformation is coming upon us, said the white-haired old man with a solemn expression. What should we at Tianji building do, master? For now, let's just watch and wait. As the heavens and earth have just begun to shift, the divine destiny is obscured, and even I can no longer make predictions. It's unclear what changes will follow, so it's not wise to act rashly. But master, didn't you say once the change in heaven and earth begins, all manner of devils will emerge and the world will descend into chaos? Should we at Tianji building just watch? There's nothing we can do at the moment. When the divine destiny is not clear, our greatest advantage at Tianji building is gone. Acting rashly might lead to unpredictable consequences. The white-haired old man spoke helplessly. As the master of Tianji building, he had to consider the welfare of his sect. When the path ahead was uncertain, one could not act recklessly. Otherwise, Tianji building might fall into an abyss from which it could not recover. It's likely that the top sects were of the same mind, mostly waiting and observing. But what then of the attitudes of the 4 great secret places? Do those legendary cultivation sects truly exist? And the demon sect, which escaped to the extreme north more than 1,000 years ago and lay dormant, now stirring with ambition, what are their desires? There were too many issues weighing on the heart of the white-haired old man, making his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 286, 211, Reactions from All Parties. The demon's trace reappears. Chapter 286, Chapter 211, Reactions from All Parties. The demon's trace reappears. I feel it, the bottleneck is loosening. In Central State, within a powerful major sect, a middle-aged man, clad in a purple robe, stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes slightly closed, keenly sensing the changes in the world after the disturbance. But it's still not enough. Just this change isn't sufficient for me to break through. The man in the purple robe opened his eyes and shook his head, yet the joy in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. After all, for so many years, he had been stuck at the perfect innate realm, and no matter how he cultivated, his cultivation didn't advance an inch. Now that hope had finally emerged. How could he not be ecstatic? After the joy, the man in the purple robe's gaze shifted in a certain direction, filled with hatred. It's said that in the 4 great secret places, the rules are different from the outside world, allowing one to break free from the shackles of the heaven and earth laws and break through to a realm above innate. That's why the 4 great secret places are so mystical. Any person who comes out from them can stir the world, commanding respect from all sects. But now, the changes in the world have begun, and the shackles will soon be opened. When that time comes, the natural advantages of the 4 great secret places will also be gone. Cloudwater's secret realm, one day, I, Longyan, will storm into the secret land and trample you all beneath my feet to avenge the grudge of my wife being taken away. Ji-Zhou, in some desolate and abandoned village? A bizarre person, disheveled, with an aged complexion but an unusually strong body, was originally working on several young martial artists bound tightly in front of him. Then, after hearing those 9 heaven and earth Dao sounds, his face showed manic joy. Ha ha ha! Heaven and earth Dao sound. This world is really going to be resurrected. I've truly waited. The heavens have not treated me unkindly. I've finally endured to this day. The last reincarnation of 10 Directions, Demon Venerable, was not tortured to death after all, and I've even been allowed to await such a grand opportunity. The revival of the world, the return of spiritual energy, and especially in this world where the immortal Tao has vanished, this is my greatest fortune. The bizarre person howled to the sky in a frenzied state, causing the few young martial artists beside him to shudder with fear and tremble all over, clueless as to what madness this demon was spouting. But in the next moment, the bizarre person suddenly turned his gaze towards them. With the revival of the world imminent, I must quickly restore my cultivation to the innate realm and truly begin to learn my blood-refining demon skill to have enough capital to compete for those opportunities. Spare us, senior. Please spare us. The young martial artists, upon seeing the blood-red eyes of the bizarre person, started screaming in terror. But it was all in vain. The bizarre individual completely ignored their cries, grabbing one of the young women by the top of her head. As the devil technique activated, streams of chi blood were drawn out and absorbed into his body, and the young woman faced excruciating pain, visibly aging quickly before the eyes. Not long after, when the bizarre person released his hand, the young woman's body fell to the side, her features withered and her vitality gradually fading. "Senior brother, save me." The young woman murmured weakly, her breath finally ceasing. "Junior sister." This terrifying and horrific scene caused the other few young martial artists to be petrified with fear, screaming even more frantically beyond their dread. But no matter how much they struggled, their fate was sealed. As the bizarre person's palm fell repeatedly, each martial artist was quickly drained of their chi blood and perished. As the essence chi of the final young man was drained away and he lay dying, his heart was filled with unending regret. "I should have known. I should have heeded Master's teachings and stayed within the sect these past days, without setting foot outside." Yet he overestimated his own strength, believing that with their sword array, he and his fellow disciples could easily slay this demon and uplift the prestige of their sect. Who could have expected that this demon would be so terrifying, shattering their sword array with just a few moves, and capturing them here to deploy an evil technique and kill them? "Junior brother, junior sister, your senior brother has failed you," the young man murmured, choking on endless regret as he drew his final breath. The eerie figure heard the young man's words, yet his face remained devoid of any fluctuation. He had heard such phrases countless times before. In his long life, he had committed acts far more cruel than this, many times over. Crushing a few insignificant insects was simply incapable of stirring any emotion within him. Sitting cross-legged, he circulated his cultivation for a moment to absorb the essence blood he had extracted. But the eerie figure frowned. "These worthless talents are truly too inferior, not even capable of enhancing my root bone in the slightest. It seems that ordinary martial artists are no longer of use to me. Only those once-in-a-century cultivation geniuses can continue to improve the talent of this body. Yunyur, Yunyur, where are you?" As the eerie figure was contemplating, an anxious shout interrupted his thoughts. Hearing the approaching voice, powerful and capable of carrying across several miles, it was clearly a high-level martial artist of the innate realm. The eerie figure didn't hesitate, immediately concealing his presence and using his movement technique to silently depart. Currently, to confront a martial arts expert of the innate realm was still quite difficult for him. His blood-refining technique had yet to be perfected. Facing them head-on was likely to result in disadvantage. Once my devil technique is perfected and the day of breakthrough comes, I must capture a few from the innate realm to sate my craving. Being forced to leave by a mere innate realm, the eerie figure had a surging malevolence in his heart. "Ah, demon. I, Li Jiancheng, swear. No matter if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will execute you beneath my sword." Just as the eerie figure had departed, over a dozen breaths later, the sound of a mournful shout echoed through the desolate village. The eerie figure, who had already fled a great distance, merely revealed a hint of disdain upon hearing that roar. The innate realm experts sent out by the various major sects and families are growing in number, and those talented martial artists are all holed up within their sects, not venturing out. Jizhou is no longer suitable for me to stay in. It's time to move on, but where should I go? Putting recent events behind him, the eerie figure continued his contemplation. To further enhance my root bone, I must continue to absorb the chi blood and bone marrow of young, talented martial artists, usurping their foundation for my own use. The young martial artists in Jizhou have already been terrorized by me, and won't venture outside for a while. But the other states do not share this climate of fear. I've heard that in the neighboring Qing state, a true genius martial artist appeared 2 years ago. At just 17, he ranked highly on the hidden dragon list. Furthermore, rumors suggest that he may be the legendary child of fate. The more the eerie figure thought about it, the brighter the gleam in his eyes became. As heaven and earth revive and spiritual energy reappears, many scions of heaven blessed with fate will be born amidst this tremendous transformation of the world. If I can plunder the foundations of these peerless geniuses, I can certainly forge an unparalleled root bone. With this as my base, to lay down the strongest demon foundation, even becoming a revered demon could be effortless. That lad from Qing State, his name is Lu Qing if I recall correctly. The first nourishment on my supreme path will begin with you. Chapter 287, 2121. Return, Aftermath. Chapter 287, Chapter 221. Return, Aftermath. Old Dr. Chen, what was that just now? Wei Shanhai looked to old Dr. Chen with a face full of shock. The two men were originally sitting under the plum tree drinking tea when they were suddenly jolted by an unexpected fluctuation of heaven and earth. Wei Shanhai was baffled and could only ask old Dr. Chen. He knew that old Dr. Chen's realm was far more profound than his own, so he should be able to discern something. Old Dr. Chen's expression remained serene, and after a fine sensing, he finally sighed. It probably signifies the beginning of that earth-shaking event foretold in legends. You mean the cataclysm mentioned by Tianji building is about to start? Wei Shanhai's body shook with this revelation. I'm afraid so. The fluctuation just now was an emanation from heaven and earth, and I can vaguely sense that there have already been some subtle changes in the world, although these changes are not yet clear and hard to perceive. Old Dr. Chen nodded. So, what exactly is changing in this heaven and earth transformation? Wei Shanhai was still somewhat at a loss. I do not know either, old Dr. Chen shook his head. But since heaven and earth have already shown signs, clearly it won't take long, and we will be able to see what the changes truly entail. In fact, old Dr. Chen did know a bit. If the conjecture in the notes that Lu Qing once showed him was correct, then the so-called revival of spiritual energy might be about to truly begin. But that was merely a speculation in an ancient book, and before it was confirmed, old Dr. Chen dared not be sure if it was truly as such. If heaven and earth are truly going to change, it seems that turbulent times are really upon us. Wei Shanhai lamented. Old Dr. Chen also fell into silence. In actuality, he had also felt something else within the sounds of heaven and earth just now, but it wasn't suitable to speak of it at this time. Grandpa Chen, what was happening just now? It seemed quite noisy outside. At this moment, little Yan walked out of the house, rubbing her eyes sleepily and cradling little Li. It turned out that she and little Li were taking a nap in the house when they were suddenly awakened by the noise. But her words made both old Dr. Chen and Wei Shanhai jointly shudder in awe. Little Yan, you could hear the commotion just now. Wei Shanhai asked eagerly. Shudder in awe. Wei Shanhai asked eagerly. Yes, it was so loud, how could I not hear it, Grandpa Wei? Is someone demolishing their house? Little Yan said vaguely. Then Wei Shanhai's mouth gaped slightly, his gaze fixed on little Yan in disbelief. Old Dr. Chen knew why he was so astonished. The sound of heaven and earth previously was the manifestation of the vibration from the changes in the heaven and earth rules, not ordinary sounds, and beyond the hearing of mere flesh. By rights, only a martial arts grandmaster who has refined their divine soul power and an innate realm expert could sense that majestic sound. But little Yan, a mere child, was able to hear it in her sleep, which astounded Wei Shanhai. But old Dr. Chen understood some of the details. He knew that Lu Qing had once given little Yan earth vein spirit liquid to consume, its miraculous effects he had experienced himself. Not only could it greatly enhance a person's talent, but with some luck, it could even stimulate some special innate talents. Apparently, after consuming the earth vein spirit liquid, little Yan must have acquired some special ability that allowed her to listen to that sound of heaven and earth. Old Dr. Chen, it seems little Yan's talent is also quite extraordinary. At this point, Wei Shanhai also realized. His eyes filled with wonder as he looked at little Yan as if she were a rare treasure. Before, he only thought little Yan was smart and lively, and she appeared much more endearing and spirited than ordinary children. But considering she was Lu Qing's sister and was greatly cherished by old Dr. Chen, with the cultivation and insight of these two, it was only natural for little Yan to excel beyond ordinary children. Now it seemed things were far from simple. Without a trace of cultivation, she could listen to the sounds of heaven and earth rules changing. It was evident that little Yan must possess some special talent, and it made sense. Lu Qing was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a child of fate, so how could little Yan, born of the same mother and close in blood, be ordinary? It was simply that she was still young and had not yet revealed her inherent talents. The more Wei Shanhai pondered, the more he believed it to be true. The way he looked at little Yan became increasingly fervent. Old Dr. Chen, little Yan is over 7 now, isn't she? Why hasn't she started studying martial arts under your guidance? Wei Shanhai grew fonder of little Yan and then turned to ask. Old Dr. Chen saw Wei Shanhai's intent and recalled something Lu Qing once said, so he simply shook his head. Qing once mentioned that little Yan's path of cultivation is quite peculiar and should not be rushed. We need to wait until the right time when he personally arranges it, so I haven't interfered. Over the years, old Dr. Chen had also asked Lu Qing whether little Yan should begin practicing martial arts, but Lu Qing always said the time was not right, so until now, little Yan had yet to start formal cultivation. So young Master Lu had plans in place already. Upon hearing this, Wei Shanhai realized there was no chance of taking little Yan as a disciple. In his mind, Lu Qing was even more mysterious than old Dr. Chen. If he had plans in place, it was obviously not possible for little Yan to just take any mentor. Grandpa Chen, why hasn't my brother returned yet? How much longer will he stay in the mountains? Little Yan misses him. Hearing them talk about Lu Qing, little Yan's lips pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. It had been many days since she had last seen her brother. That's true, old Dr. Chen. Why has young Master Lu's seclusion taken so long this time? Wei Shanhai also asked. Chapter 288, 212. Return. Aftermath. 2. Chapter 288, Chapter 212, Return. Aftermath. 2. After Lu Qing sparred with him, he said he had gained some insight and went into seclusion, which has now lasted 7 days. Lu Qing rarely goes into seclusion for such a long time. Could it be possible that he is about to break through directly to the innate realm? At this thought, Wei Shanhai felt a shock in his heart. If that were true, it would be a significant event. Lu Qing is only a few years old. If he were truly to step into the innate realm and word spread, it could very well shake the entire world, and even the 4 great secret places would tremble. I don't know, Qing only mentioned he was going into seclusion for a while, but he didn't specify for how long. The elder doctor was also intrigued. He knew that Lu Qing must have gone into seclusion in the mountains, to that miraculous place where he and little Li once found the earth-bane spirit liquid. But because of little Yan, he seldom goes into seclusion for such a long time. This time, it was indeed a bit unusual. Unfortunately, he had never visited that miraculous place. Little Li, ever inseparable from little Yan beyond Lu Qing and little Yan, couldn't be directed by anyone else, not even himself. Otherwise, he could have gone to see what was happening. Spoosh! While the elder doctor and others were thinking about Lu Qing, the little Li that little Yan was holding suddenly leapt out of her arms and dashed outside. The elder doctor and the others were initially startled, then realized and quickly looked outside. Then they saw a figure standing at the entrance of the courtyard with little Li on his shoulder, rubbing his head continuously against him. Who else could it be but Lu Qing? Brother. Seeing Lu Qing, little Yan immediately ran forward with her arms open and began to jump before she even got close, lunging toward Lu Qing. Afraid she might fall, Lu Qing could only extend his hands to catch her. Seeing the little one bury her head in his chest, looking as if she was about to cry, he tenderly ruffled her hair in his chest, looking as if she was about to cry, he tenderly ruffled her hair. Sorry, little Yan, brother was wrong this time for secluding so long. Thankfully, little Yan's moods come and go quickly, and she is easy to console. Soon, under Lu Qing's comforting, she was giggling again. After calming little Yan down, Lu Qing then set her down and approached the elder doctor and the other person. He first greeted Wei Shanhai, then said to the elder doctor, Master, I am back. Good, it's good you're back. The elder doctor nodded his head, not asking why Lu Qing's seclusion this time was longer than usual. On the other hand, Wei Shanhai couldn't suppress his curiosity. Young Master Lu, have you stepped into the innate realm this time? The hope was evident in Wei Shanhai's eyes. Although he couldn't feel the unique innate essence from Lu Qing, he had been unable to discern Lu Qing's true nature long ago, so it would not surprise him at all if Lu Qing had a secret technique that could conceal his own innate essence. I have not. Lu Qing shook his head. Although this seclusion has yielded some gains, it only further solidified my foundation. I have not yet reached the innate realm. I see, Wei Shanhai said, somewhat disappointed, but still comforting. Young Master Lu need not be disheartened. The innate realm, though profound, is a matter of time for someone of your talent. I believe with some more cultivation, the breakthrough will come naturally. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Wei, Lu Qing said, bowing in thanks. Master, have you had lunch? After chatting a bit more, Lu Qing asked. Not yet, perfect timing. I've been secluded these days, and I've gotten a bit peckish, he said. I'll go make some seaplid these days, and I've gotten a bit peckish, he said. I'll go make some simple dishes to fill up. Lu Qing hadn't realized that refining the Earth Spirit Pearl had unconsciously taken up so much time. Had it not been for his profound cultivation and strong chi blood, his body would have probably given in long ago. Go ahead, the elder doctor naturally had no objections. Senior Wei, please stay and have dinner as well, Lu Qing invited. I won't stand on ceremony then, Wei Shanhai smiled. Young Master Lu, the meals you prepare have a unique flavor. Even Ning Yan and Xian often reminisce about them. Today, I consider myself fortunate. Over the past 2 years, Wei Shanhai had sampled Lu Qing's cooking a few times. It was indeed unique, impressing even someone like him who wasn't particularly indulgent in culinary desires. Now that he heard Lu Qing was going to cook again, he was genuinely looking forward to it. It's just some homely, simple meals, Mrs. Wei, and the others praised them too highly. Lu Qing entered the kitchen and spent an hour preparing some dishes. Having not tasted Lu Qing's cooking for many days, little Yan and little Li were especially delighted. The elder doctor and Wei Shanhai naturally found the meal very satisfying as well. At the dinner table, Lu Qing suddenly began to inquire about the affairs of State Mansion City. He had not anticipated that refining the Earth Spirit Pearl in the Jade Cave would suddenly take 6 or 7 days. He knew nothing about how the situation in State Mansion City had developed since he left, and could only probe Wei Shanhai for insights. Surprisingly, Wei Shanhai was well informed. After all, many of the Wei family's industries had moved there years ago, so he was quite clued in on the happenings there. The chaos Lu Qing caused in State Mansion City, having even slain someone from the innate realm, was too big an incident to keep under wraps. On the second day after the incident, the Wei family spies in State Mansion City relayed the news back. Subsequently, the Wei family continued to monitor the developments there closely. Young Master Lu, you might not know, but that old lady Zheng secretly conducted a living person sacrifice years ago when her eldest son died. The city lord invited all major power holders to open the grave for verification and discovered dozens of clay figurines left from conducting that evil technique in the tomb. You can imagine how utterly cruel and vile old lady Zheng was. It's no wonder that it provoked a mysterious powerful person to take action and angrily execute her. Honestly, if I had known about this, I probably couldn't have resisted taking action myself to teach that old lady a lesson. That mysterious strong person decisively killed her, destroyed her most cherished son and grandson's tomb and coffins, and even shot her second son with an arrow. It was truly satisfying. Wei Shanhai recounted the happenings in State Mansion City to Lu Qing and then sighed. Such an incident, who is that mysterious powerful person? Does anyone know? Lu Qing asked in surprise. The elder doctor, having already heard these stories, showed no surprise. That's exactly the strangest part. This mysterious powerful person appeared out of nowhere, and nobody could trace his origins. Yet his strength is extraordinarily alarming. It is said that when he killed old lady Zheng, it took him only about a dozen breaths. Mind you, although old lady Zheng's lifespan wasn't much, she was nonetheless a peak figure in the initial innate realm. She couldn't last even a dozen breaths before being executed. This illustrates how formidable that mysterious person is. Many suspect that he must be a fearsome figure, at least above innate minor achievement. Lu Qing, rumors really do grow more exaggerated as they spread. He didn't even know that he had already become an innate minor achievement powerhouse. After suffering such a great calamity, what happened to the Zheng family? Lu Qing asked after a pause. What else could happen? Despite being prosperous, every piece of land in State Mansion City is worth its weight in gold. Countless people covet each plot. With the Zheng family losing their most crucial innate realm protection and even their family head dead, on top of committing the great taboo of privately conducting a living person sacrifice, their fate was sealed. Just these past few days, all direct descendants of the Zheng family were arrested by the city lord, locked in the prison to await trial, while the rest of the collateral family members had their property confiscated and were expelled from the city. They are banned from entering the city for 3 generations, and anyone who violates this order will be executed. It can be said that the Zheng family is gone, completely wiped out. Chapter 291, or Yvonne, From Heaven and Earth, The Elder Doctor's Decision. Chapter 291, Chapter 213, Warning from Heaven and Earth, The Elder Doctor's Decisions. Having learned of the Zheng family's final fate from Wei Shanhai, Lu Qing felt quite satisfied. It seemed that the city lord, after all, dealt with affairs justly. After lunch, Wei Shanhai took his leave to return to the guest house. Old Dr. Chen's expression, however, grew more serious. Ah, Qing, come with me for a moment. Lu Qing, sensing the unusual look on his master's face, felt a chill in his heart and immediately followed him to the study. Ah, Qing, did you hear the 9 sounds of heaven and earth not long ago? Old Dr. Chen asked. Lu Qing nodded and answered, yes, disciple had just finished seclusion and felt that fluctuation of heaven and earth. It looks like the revival of spiritual energy you spoke of is really coming, and that legendary path of the immortals truly exists. Old Dr. Chen sighed. Master, is there something amiss? Logically speaking, the revival of spiritual energy should be a good thing for those like them who are cultivating, but Lu Qing saw a look of concern on his master's face and couldn't help but ask. Previously, when that fluctuation of heaven and earth occurred, I had a premonition, said old Dr. Chen. What premonition? Lu Qing's heart stirred. He thought of the merit light his master possessed. The merit light, wonderfully unique. Legend has it that those who possesses the merit light can turn calamity into safety, receive heaven's protection, and have profound luck. Could it be that the premonition his master felt was guidance and warning given by heaven and earth? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I know that alarming changes are to come in this world, and it's not only a transformation of heaven and earth rules, but also changes in people's hearts and the global situation. When that time comes, various disasters may arise, causing living creatures to suffer, leaving no place in the world untouched. Old Dr. Chen's face became more severe than ever. His heart had been greatly shaken when he first felt this premonition. But since Wei Shanhai was present at that time, he had forced himself to calm down to avoid causing undue panic. Is it that serious? Lu Qing's heart was jolted. If his master's premonition was correct, then the upheaval brought about by the revival of spiritual energy would be even greater than he had imagined. Therefore, I've made a decision. Lu Qing was taken aback. Master, what decision? I want to make a trip to Central State. Central State? Lu Qing was very surprised, but he quickly understood. Master, do you plan to go to Holy Mountain? Exactly. Since the world's chaos is unavoidable, we can only try our best to strengthen our own foundation. Only then will we have the strength to protect ourselves and shelter a region. Determination shone on old Dr. Chen's face. He had a heart of medical benevolence and could never bear to see others suffer. Therefore, although he disliked conflict, he also understood that in tumultuous times, only strong power could protect the people and things he cherished. Qing, do you wish to continue your secluded cultivation in the village, or accompany your master to Central State? Asked old Dr. Chen. Disciple naturally wants to follow by master's side, to serve you, elder, stated Lu Qing at once. He knew his master's trip to Central State was to go to Holy Mountain, to secure the opportunity mentioned by Mr. Zhu Ru, to enhance his own strength. It also happened that he was quite interested in Central State, and saw no harm in paying it a visit. After all, as the most prosperous state in this world, it must be exceptional. This shift in heaven and earth and the revival of spiritual energy might bring the greatest changes there. Master, when do you plan to leave? As soon as possible, perhaps within the next couple of days. Old Dr. Chen's plans to travel to Central State were quickly known to Wei Shanhai. He immediately came to the half-mountain small courtyard. Elder Dr. Chen, you and young Master Lu are going to Central State. Yes, so while we're away, we would ask your family to help keep an eye on Julie Village, nodded old Dr. Chen. He and Lu Qing had to go to Central State, and while others need not be informed, it was essential to notify Wei Shanhai. With the imminent upheaval in the world, nothing concerned the master and disciple duo more than the well-being of the villagers of Julie Village. Of course, the villagers here are simple and honest. I like it here too, and naturally won't let anyone bully them. Wei Shanhai readily agreed. He had been staying frequently at the other residence over the past 2 years, and had grown quite fond of the simple and peaceful village. However, Elder Doctor, since you and young Master Lu are going to Central State, I have a somewhat presumptuous request, though I am not sure if I should speak of it. Mr. Wei, please feel free to speak your mind. It's just that, since you and young Master Lu are traveling to Central State, I wonder if you could take Xian and his master with you. Young Master Wei Maguyo. Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Xian has grown up and it's time for him to venture out and broaden his horizons. The journey to Central State is long and travel is inconvenient. Even if he could just carry some luggage for you, it would be a blessing for him. Lu Qing understood. The Wei family wanted Wei Xian to gain some experience on the road, but they were also concerned about his safety, which is why they wished for him to follow them. After all, Wei Zhen had survived an assassination attempt. Who knows whether the mysterious figure behind it had truly given up or not? Accompanying them on their journey would be the safest measure. Neither Lu Qing nor old Dr. Chen had any objections to this idea. Since they were already taking little Yan with them, having Wei Zhan and Mug Yu along would be beneficial if any emergencies arose. As they could help look after little Yan with them, having Wei Zhan and Mug Yu along would be beneficial if any emergencies arose, as they could help look after little Yan. There is no need to be so formal. If young Master Wei and Magriol also wish to travel, then let's journey together. Old Dr. Chen chuckled. Old Dr. Chen agrees. Then I'll go back and have Xian make preparations. Upon receiving old Dr. Chen's approval, Wei Shanhai was pleased and promptly took his leave. For the following 2 days, Lu Qing and the others made preparations for their journey. It was not until the day before departure that the villagers learned Lu Qing and his companions were about to embark on a trip. Qing, although I know you've become very capable, there are still things I must say. When traveling, you must be careful in all matters and listen to old Dr. Chen's advice. Do not act rashly. At the entrance of the village, Grandpa Zhang held Lu Qing's hand and gave him a heartfelt admonition. Behind him, many villagers from Julie Village gathered to see off Lu Qing and his companions. Time had passed 2 years, and not only did Grandpa Zhang not show signs of aging, but he seemed even more vital, all thanks to Lu Qing's regular treatments. In reality, over these 2 years, Lu Qing had made rapid progress not only in his martial arts cultivation, but also in his medical skill. The most noticeable effect was the significant health improvements of the elderly in the village due to his regular acupuncture treatments. Grandpa Zhang, I will remember that. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. Little Yan, once you are outside, you must listen to your brother and Grandpa Chen. Don't be naughty, and don't wander off on your own, understand? Elsewhere, several village aunties hugged little Yan and gave their words of advice. Little Yan will be very good. Little Yan responded loudly, Qing, it's time to set out. After saying their goodbyes, it was finally time to depart, and old Dr. Chen called out, "Understood." Lu Qing picked up little Yan and gave a slight bow to the villagers. "Grandpa Jiang and everyone else, little Yan and I will take our leave now." With that, he carried little Yan and headed towards a carriage, where they both boarded. The carriage was prepared by the Wei family. Since they were traveling to Central State, a lengthy journey, and they had to take a child like little Yan with them, it was obviously inappropriate to go on foot. Therefore, the Wei family arranged a very spacious carriage which could accommodate Lu Qing and his group with plenty of room to spare. "Giddy up!" Once Lu Qing and little Yan were inside the carriage, Ma Guiyu, serving as the coachman, cracked his whip and the sound of horse hooves echoed as the carriage began to move slowly, heading out of the village. Grandpa Zhang and other villagers stood at the entrance, watching the carriage gradually disappear with a feeling of reluctance. It wasn't until the carriage was out of sight that Grandpa Zhang suddenly remembered something and hastily asked, "Right, did they tie the red rope?" "Yes, father," his eldest son answered. "Ah Ching had already wrapped their red ropes around the letter tree before coming out." "That's good, that's good." Grandpa Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, but still feeling somewhat anxious, he began to remind the village's youth, "On regular days, remember to keep an eye on those red ropes, youth. On regular days, remember to keep an eye on those red ropes. Ah Ching and the others are headed for Central State and we don't know how far away it is. They may not return for a year or even longer, so we can't let the wind and rain knock the red ropes down." "Understood." The young villagers responded in unison. The departure of Lu Qing and his companions did not bring much change to Julie Village. The community was saddened for a short while before life returned to its regular pace. 2 days later, a disheveled figure appeared just outside Julie Village. Chapter 290, D104, A Narrow Escape. Chapter 290, Chapter 204, A Narrow Escape. Is this the village where that kid named Lu Qing has been hiding? This place is so ordinary, yet it can birth such an unparalleled genius. The heavenly Tao Chi fortune really is mysterious and unpredictable, beyond comprehension. A figure with disheveled hair gazed at the tranquil mountain village ahead, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He had spent quite some effort these past few days to scout out Lu Qing's whereabouts and then had immediately rushed over without stopping. However, it seemed he hadn't sensed any powerful presence within the village. Could he have gone out? The disheveled figure muttered to himself. He didn't rush into the village. Rumor had it that Lu Qing's master was an enigmatic innate realm martial artist who had defeated Wang Xiangyi of Tian sect with a single move. The figure pondered how strong this master really was. With his current strength, he already found it challenging enough to face someone at the initial innate realm, let alone higher levels. There was no need to provoke a conflict unnecessarily. The disheveled figure decided to lurk outside the village instead, waiting for a few days to see if an opportunity presented itself. After all, with his ability, if he truly wanted to hide his presence, even those in the innate realm would struggle to detect him. Just as the disheveled figure was about to find a hiding spot on a hillside outside of the village, waiting for the right moment, suddenly he heard a few sentences that made him halt in his tracks. "Aunt Ming, do you think A.R., Qing and old Dr. Chen have left Chang State by now? It's not that quick. Chang State is quite big, you know, and the horse carriage, Qing and the rest are on doesn't look like it can go very fast. It's only been 2 or 3 days, so they probably haven't left Chang State yet. Qing and the others are going to Central State, but I have no idea how far it is or how long it will take to get there. I don't know either. I've never left our Chang State in my whole life, and I've only been to the county a few times. But I've heard the elderly in our village say that Central State is far away. With Qing and the others setting off now, it would probably take more than a year or so to come back. That's so far. I wonder if little Yan will cry on the way. It's not easy being away from home. Why did old Dr. Chen and the rest have to go to such a distant place like Central State? Old Dr. Chen and the rest have to go to such a distant place like Central State. Old Dr. Chen and Qing, they're all martial artists after all. We wouldn't understand the affairs of such important people. Didn't you see that even the Wei family's young master has set off with Qing? They must have some very important matters to attend to. The disheveled figure turned his head to see 2 village women, each carrying a bamboo basket, and chatting as they walked out of the village. Thinking about their conversation just now, he had an idea, and his facial expression immediately changed. Stooping over to match his tattered clothes, he appeared quite pitiful. "Ladies, I would like to ask you something, if I may." The disheveled figure approached the 2 village women and intercepted them with a voice that sounded weak. "What is it, old man?" Seeing an old man obstructing their path, the village women stopped. "I've heard that there is a divine doctor in this place, known for medical benevolence, who can cure all manner of diseases. I've traveled for several days to seek treatment. Do you know where this divine doctor resides?" The disheveled figure spoke with a frail voice, giving the impression of someone unwell. "Are you looking for old Dr. Chen's treatment, old man?" One of the village women responded with some surprise. "You're a step late. Old Dr. Chen is not at home anymore. He and his disciple left for a long journey 2 days ago. How can this be?" The disheveled figure showed disappointment. Do you know where old Dr. Chen has traveled to and when he will return? I wonder if I could wait here for his return. That might be difficult. Old Dr. Chen and the rest have gone to Central State, which is said to be quite far away. It might be more than a year before they come back. The village woman looked at him with pity, seeing that his health seemed to be in poor condition. That's a shame. It really is too bad. The disheveled figure's face showed regret as he turned his body shakily, as though about to leave, but a cunning glint flashed in his eye. Hang on, old man. At that moment, one of the farm women called out to him. She then took out 2 rice balls from her bamboo basket and handed them to him. You've come all this way and probably haven't had anything to eat. Here are 2 rice balls I brought for my husband who's working in the fields. You can take them for your journey. The other village woman also extracted 2 vegetable dumplings from her basket. I have some food here too. If you don't mind, old man, please take them. Seeing the disheveled figure seemed stunned, the 2 women didn't wait for a response and stuffed the food into his hands. Old man, we have farm work to do. Be careful on your way back since you're advanced in years. After giving their advice, the women hurried off towards the fields outside the village. From beginning to end, the disheveled figure didn't move, just silently watched them leave. Only after their figures had disappeared from the outskirts of the village did he withdraw his gaze. Looking at the rice balls and vegetable dumplings in his hands, he casually tossed them into a nearby water ditch. Such lowly food he naturally disdained to eat. Consider this the cost of saving your lives. After all, the lives of you insects are as worthless as these food dumplings. The disheveled figure chuckled lightly and turned to leave. By his nature, anyone who had seen him should have been killed. However, after all, they were only 2 village women and posed no threat to him. Letting them go was of no consequence. He also sensed, not far away in another courtyard, that there was a rather strong presence. Rash action might alert them. He was still in pursuit of Lu Qing, and it was not the time to raise additional complications. Is that the innate realm member of the Wei family who is only a step away from achieving innate minor achievement? Yet they're leaving on a long journey at this time. Is it coincidence? Or could it be that intangible Qi fortune protecting you? Odd colors flashed in the disheveled figure's eyes. Truly a child of fate, with Qi fortune protecting him and allowing him to evade danger beforehand. The more so, the more it shows how extraordinary you are. If I could consume you, my root bone would undoubtedly undergo a transformation like never before. Lu Qing, wait for me. You cannot escape the palm of my hand. You're destined to become my nourishment. Even the heavenly Dao Qi fortune can't keep protecting you forever. When you fall into my stomach, even the Qi fortune you carry will be mine to claim. With these cold laughs, the disheveled figure also gradually disappeared from the outskirts of Julie village. At the village entrance, only the few rice and vegetable dumplings lay quietly in the ditch. No one knew that such a terrifying evil demon had just been at this place, nor did the villagers know that, unknowingly, they had narrowly escaped a disaster. Chapter 291, 215, Nameless Taoist Temple, Rain from the Heavens. Chapter 291, Chapter 15, Nameless Taoist Temple, Rain from the Heavens. Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the next town to stay overnight. Little did Lu Qing and his companions know that behind them, a demon that had caused a huge uproar in Jizhou was hot on their trail. At this very moment, they were gazing at the grim clouds overhead with some worry. One glance at the sky was enough to tell that a torrential downpour was imminent. Yet at this moment they found themselves outside in the wilderness, a good few dozen miles from the next town. It seemed unlikely they would reach it any time soon. Since we can't make it in time, let's find a place to take shelter from the rain. I remember there used to be a semi-abandoned Taoist temple nearby, though I'm not sure if it's still inhabitable. The elder doctor looked up at the heavy dark clouds in the sky, knowing that if they didn't find shelter soon it would be too late. They were relatively better off, with a carriage to keep out the rain, so they didn't need to worry too much about getting wet. But the real fear was that if the rain became too heavy, the carriage might get stuck in the mud. That would indeed be troublesome. Under the guidance of the elder doctor, Ma drove the carriage to the abandoned temple. After checking the place inside and out, they found that although the temple was dilapidated, with many areas having collapsed roofs that let in light, fortunately the main hall was still relatively intact, adequate to keep out the wind and rain. It was just that there wasn't even a signboard out front, leaving them clueless as to what temple this was. Alright, we shall stay here for the night. I believe this rain is not going to be light. We can continue on our journey tomorrow. The elder doctor looked around and then made his decision. Lu Qing and the others naturally had no objections. They were extraordinary individuals. Sleeping outdoors was just a minor inconvenience that wouldn't truly affect them. Even little Yan, who had become very brave nowadays, was not scared in the least. Master, I'll go outside and gather some firewood to cook later, Lu Qing said, noticing that Mog was tending to the carriage. Go ahead, nodded the elder doctor. As for Wei Xian, even if he had wanted to help, Lu Qing and the others would not have felt at ease letting him do so. Before long, Lu Qing returned with a bundle of firewood. Just as he got the fire going, the dark clouds that had been brewing in the sky finally started to release their rain. At first, it was just a few scattered drops, but soon it turned into a downpour, its ferocity startling Lu Qing and the others. "Thank goodness you knew of this temple, Master. Thank goodness you knew of this temple, Master. Otherwise, if we were still on the road, we might have ended up completely drenched," Lu Qing said with some relief as he watched the heavy curtain of rain that nearly obscured the view beyond 10 meters. Ma Gu and Wei Zhan nodded in agreement. The carriage they were in, though specially made by the Wei family to withstand wind and rain, might not have held up under such a severe downpour. As for little Li, it had snuggled further into little Yan's embrace. It disliked the rain the most. "This rain is indeed rather heavy. It's the heaviest I have seen in years. As for this temple, I once had some acquaintance with his master. After he passed away, there was no one to take care of the place, and it gradually became deserted," the elder doctor said as he looked out at the deluge, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt a slight stir in his heart. Truth be told, he knew very little about his master's past. The master seldom mentioned it. This was a rare occasion that his master had spoken of bygone days. "Master, didn't this temple master have any disciples?" Lu Qing asked. "No," the elder doctor shook his head. "He lived a solitary life and never took on disciples." "What about the temple master's martial arts cultivation? Was he very powerful?" Wei Zhan also became curious. The elder doctor chuckled. "My friend only practiced some key cultivation techniques to nourish the body and mind. He didn't achieve much in the way of martial arts. However, he was a man of high moral character, someone I have always greatly admired." Wei Zhan and Ma Gu immediately showed a deep respect. In their eyes, the elder doctor's medical ethics were already rare in the world. Anyone he admired must be of a character worth venerating, undoubtedly a highly respectable figure. Only Lu Qing felt some skepticism about his master's words. He knew that when it came to martial arts, one could only believe half of what his master said. The old man always claimed to be of poor talent and not good at competing. But as it turned out, while not being good at competing was true, his talent was incredibly good. Otherwise, how could he have created nourishing body boxing, grasped the harmony of water and fire, and the realms of the innate domain? So, when he said that the temple master had no significant achievements in martial arts cultivation, it was probably an understatement. How could someone who survived alone in such a remote Taoist temple be an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the person had passed away, and they hadn't had the chance to meet him. As the group chatted idly, Lu Qing quickly made a pot of meat porridge and shared it with everyone. As for little Li, who didn't like to eat porridge, it had a large bowl of small dried fish to eat. This time, the Wei family had naturally prepared ample supplies for the trip. But Lu Qing's preparations were even more exaggerated, as he had a spiritual artifact like the Qing bag. Not to mention anything else, just the small dried fish that little Li ate, he had put in dozens of pounds. This was only because there wasn't enough time to buy more fish, otherwise he would have wanted to prepare over 100 pounds. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't use the items in the Qing bag unless it was necessary. These past few days, they had been using the supplies carried on the carriage and supplemented from the towns along the way. In the slightly cool rainy weather, a few sips of hot porridge made everyone feel comfortable. "Brother Lu Qing, your cooking skills are truly outstanding. Even this simple salted pork porridge has been made so delicious by you," Ma Gu said, unable to help but give a thumbs up after drinking a large bowl of porridge. Wei Xian, who was slurping his porridge similarly, nodded vigorously in agreement. "It's not that exaggerated, it's just that I added some homemade seasoning to the bacon, which made it taste a bit special for you," Lu Xing said with a smile. "When traveling, it was naturally not suitable to carry fresh meat." So, Lu Qing brought all the bacon stored at home. These pieces of bacon had been air-dried and smoked by him over the past 2 years when he was idle, and he came in handy for this trip. Lu Qing and the others were comfortably drinking hot porridge inside the temple, but the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Later on, it was as if a hole had opened in the sky. Rain poured down more and more violently. Watching the pillar-like streams of water from the eaves, Lu Qing and the others were somewhat alarmed. They feared that the main hall's roof might not hold and collapse, or that the water outside might backflow inside. Fortunately, although the main hall was somewhat old, it was indeed of good quality, and the location where it was built was also elevated. So, until the rain weakened later on, in the end, there was no collapse, and water did not backflow, which relieved Lu Qing and the others. But the elder doctor was still worried. "This rain is falling a bit too unusually." Lu Qing's heart stirred a bit. This was the first rain after the anomaly of heaven and earth, and such a fierce rain, could it be an omen of something? The elder doctor seemed to have thought of this too, and after exchanging a glance with Lu Qing, the worry in his eyes deepened. The main hall fell into a silence. However, This silence did not last long. Just as Lu Qing was pondering the implications of this heavy rain, his expression suddenly changed. At the same time, little Li's ears perked up. After a few breaths, the elder doctor also raised his head. Only Ma Gian and Wei Xian were still oblivious to anything amiss. But it wasn't long before they too heard a noisy commotion coming from outside. Chapter 292, 216, Something Strange in the Sky, Cold and Deadly Aura. Chapter 292, Chapter 216, Something Strange in the Sky, Cold and Deadly Aura. Quick, there's a Taoist temple ahead. Let's go there to take shelter from the rain. Jiaru, hang in there for a bit longer. We found a place to shelter from the rain. Once we're inside the temple, we'll start a fire to warm up. You'll be all right. Amidst the noise, 5 or 6 people burst into the main hall, all completely soaked, carrying bundles on their shoulders, some even carrying weapons, clearly not ordinary folks. One of them was also carrying a young girl on his back. As the group entered the hall and saw that there were already people inside, they hesitated for a moment but soon didn't mind. After nodding to Lu Qing and his group, they hurriedly moved to the side and laid the girl down. But at this moment, the girl's condition did not look too good. Her face was pale, her lips a livid blue, her body trembling, and a faint smell of blood emanated from her. She had already fallen into a semi-comatose state. Xiaoru, wake up. The middle-aged man who had carried her in shook her shoulders, trying to wake her, and shook her shoulders, trying to wake her. However, the girl only barely opened her eyes to look at him, whispered Dad, slowly, and then passed out again. Xiaoru. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, shaking the girl again. Especially seeing that the girl's breathing was growing fainter, his eyes reddened with urgency. Master, what should we do? The others were also becoming anxious. Unfortunately, they had lost their luggage along the way, and now had no medical supplies, completely unable to help. Sir, could you allow me, an elder doctor, to take a look? Just as everyone was extremely anxious, a gentle voice sounded. They looked up and saw a kindly and gentle old man standing before them. It was old Dr. Chen. In fact, the moment Elder Chen saw the girl, his expression had grown serious. Seeing that the group of middle-aged men seemed helpless after the girl had passed out, he couldn't hold back and said, "Who is the elder?" The middle-aged man asked hesitantly, "I am a doctor, with some experience in treating diseases and injuries. Perhaps I can help." Elder Chen said kindly, "You are a doctor, with some experience in treating diseases and injuries?" "That's wonderful," the middle-aged man exclaimed joyfully, hastening to make room. "Please, elder, my daughter has been injured and has also been drenched in the heavy rain for a long time. She's now unconscious. I beg you to save her. I will be greatly thankful. Let me check on her first." Elder Chen bent down to take the girl's pulse, but as soon as his fingers touched her wrist, his expression changed. Cheng, brew the medicine immediately. 1 dose of heart-protecting soup. Boil it fiercely, quickly. Little Yan, fetch my medical box. Yes, master. Lu Qing, seeing his master's tone this urgent, knew the girl's condition was quite bad, quickly took out herbs from his luggage. Little Yan also sensibly fetched Elder Chen's medical box at this time. The middle-aged men, seeing the scene, relaxed a lot in their hearts. Since they carried so many herbs in a medical box, clearly the elder in front of them was indeed a doctor. Elder Chen took the medical box, retrieved a needle pouch from it. First, he inserted a few silver needles into the girl's body. Then he raised his head and said to the middle-aged man, "Sir, your daughter's condition is not good. I must administer acupuncture immediately. Her wet clothes must also be changed. Who will help with this?" The middle-aged man immediately said, "Qianlin, you help your junior sister change her clothes." "Yes, master." A woman in her 20s stood up. However, her face also showed difficulty. "Master, we've lost our luggage, and the packages are completely soaked by the rain. I fear there are no dry clothes left." The middle-aged man then looked back at Elder Chen helplessly. Elder Chen pondered for a moment and said, "We do have clean clothes, but they are men's clothes. I'm not sure if that's appropriate." In Lu Qing's group, aside from Little Yan, the rest were all grown men, naturally not having young women's clothes. "Rough it out, river and lakes folk are particular. Please lend us a few sets of clothes. I can pay for them." The middle-aged man immediately said so. "Help those in urgent need. No need to be so polite. Xian, fetch a few sets of clean clothes over." "Yes." Wei Xian quickly brought the clothes, and the woman named Qian Lian carrying the girl followed Elder Chen to the inner part of the great hall. Even Little Yan was called in by Elder Chen to help. Seeing this, the middle-aged man finally put his heart at ease. Elder Chen was old enough to be his grandfather, and with a little girl there, obviously there was no ill intent towards his daughter. "Little Yin, go help clean this elder sister's body and change her clothes." Elder Chen took the silver needles previously inserted into the girl's body, turned his back and instructed, "Okay?" Little Yan obediently responded. The woman named Qian Lin, seeing Little Yan's petite body, initially wanted to refuse. But alone, she found it difficult to dress her unconscious junior sister, so ultimately she acquiesced. Then, when little Yan truly helped, the woman was surprised. This little girl looked small, but she was quite strong. With her help, she very easily changed the junior sister's clothes. After the girl was dressed, Elder Chen then turned around, took out the silver needles and began to formally administer the acupuncture. Chapter 293, 216, Something Strange in the Sky. Cold Death Chi 2 Chapter 293, Chapter 216, Something Strange in the Sky. Cold Death Chi 2 Chapter 2. Elder Dr. Chen was a master of medicine with unparalleled experience. His skill in locating acupuncture points was also extraordinarily accurate. Even through clothing, he was still able to place needles with remarkable precision. Shortly after he applied a set of acupuncture techniques, the young girl's breathing finally stabilized and a touch of color returned to her pale face. After finishing the acupuncture, Elder Dr. Chen continued to take the girl's pulse, but his expression grew increasingly grave. Seeing this, the woman named Qian Lin became terrified, almost unable to resist asking about her junior sister's condition. "Master, the medicine is ready. The medicine is ready." Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Qing's voice sprang from outside, softening Elder Dr. Chen's countenance. "Bring it in." After Elder Dr. Chen had administered the medicine to the girl and came out of the back hall with little Yan, the middle-aged men immediately came forward to greet him. "Elder sir, how is my daughter doing? Thankfully you arrived in time. Your beloved's condition has been stabilized for now, and her wounds have been treated with antiseptic medicine. However, she still needs observation and 2 more doses of medication," Elder Dr. Chen said. "Can I go in and see her?" "You may, but it is best not to have too many people go in at once." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately said, "Dashi, you and the others wait outside for now. I will go in and see our junior sister." Once the middle-aged man saw his daughter and confirmed that she indeed looked much better, he came out to Elder Dr. Chen, bowed deeply and gave a grand salute. "Thank you, Elder Sir, for saving my daughter's life. I, Fang Tao, will keep your kindness in mind and never forget it." The middle-aged man remembered how his daughter had looked earlier and was truly frightened. Her breath had been as thin as a thread, and he nearly thought she was going to perish. "There's no need for such courtesy. Treating the ill and saving lives is simply our duty as doctors," Elder Dr. Chen said gently. "However, sir, may I also take your pulse? Us too." The middle-aged man was surprised. He didn't feel anything was wrong with his health. Although the rain was heavy, his cultivation was strong enough that he wouldn't fall ill from a little rain. "Sir, do not think that because your chi blood is vigorous, you can ward off everything. It is known that ailments often start from trivial issues, sometimes without the individual even noticing," Elder Dr. Chen said somewhat seriously. Hearing this and remembering Elder Dr. Chen's previously demonstrated medical skill, the middle-aged man found it very reasonable. He immediately extended his hand. "Then I am in your care, Elder Sir." Elder Dr. Chen put 2 fingers lightly on his wrist. At the same time, a thread of innate true chi quietly probed into the middle-aged man's body. After a long moment, Elder Dr. Chen withdrew his true chi, his expression unchanged. "Would you allow your disciples to also have their pulses checked?" Having allowed Elder Dr. Chen to check on himself, the middle-aged man naturally would not refuse. Immediately he called out, "Dashi, all of you come over. Let the Elder Doctor take your pulses to see if you've caught a chill." Yes, the 3 male disciples of the middle-aged man walked over promptly. Elder Dr. Chen took each of their pulses in turn. Nearby, Lu Qing noticed that his master's actions today seemed somewhat odd. Still, he had already used his superpower to check these people's identities, finding no significant issues, nor were they evil people. He decided to ask his master about it later. "How is it, Elder Sir?" Once Elder Dr. Chen had taken everyone's pulse, the middle-aged man asked. "Luckily, all of you are in good health. There's just a slight invasion of cold, and a bowl of soup to dispel the chill will suffice," Elder Dr. Chen replied with a smile. Qing, later you prepare some ginger soup for these gentlemen to drink?" "Yes, master," Lu Qing answered. "Then we are much obliged to you, Elder Sir," the middle-aged man said hurriedly, also giving a bow to Lu Qing. "Troubling you, young master." They all had indeed been soaked in the rain and needed something hot to warm up their bodies. "I ate some minor matter. By the way, may I have the honor of knowing your name, sir?" Elder Dr. Chen said. "My surname is Feng, with a single given name, Tao as in the Tao of clay figurines. May I ask for your honorable name, Elder Sir?" The middle-aged man asked respectfully. "My surname is Chen. You can simply call me Dr. Chen." The elder doctor chatted with Fang Tao for a while, and Lu Qing had also finished preparing the ginger soup. Knowing that Fang Tao and his group had lost their luggage along the way, he then simmered another pot of hot porridge and served it to everyone to drink. Seeing Lu Qing's considerate gesture, Fang Tao and his companions felt even more grateful. Having rushed about in the rain for a long time, they were famished and immediately slurped down the porridge with gusto. Then they all began to marvel in surprise. "Young Master Lu, what did you put in this porridge? It is truly delicious," exclaimed the tall and robust young man Fang Tao, addressed as Da Shi, unable to help raising his voice. "It's just some homemade salted pork, nothing precious," Lu Qing replied with a smile. "To think that in this remote Taoist temple, we could enjoy such delicious meat porridge. Young master, your porridge-making skill is outstanding," Fang Tao also praised. As for the other disciples, they were so immersed in drinking the porridge that they couldn't even lift their heads. Because of this meal of meat porridge, the mood between the two parties warmed significantly, and laughter abounded. Time slowly passed by as everyone chatted idly. Although the rainfall outside had lessened a bit, it did not stop, continuing to pour down until nightfall. In the meantime, the elder doctor went to check on the young girl several times, administering another dose of herbal medicine to her. "Lord Fang, your beloved daughter's health is no longer in danger. She will probably wake up tomorrow morning. As long as she rests quietly in the coming days, her recovery should not be a problem," the elder doctor said. "Thank you, old Dr. Chen," Fang Tao exclaimed joyfully. "All right, it's getting late. We have traveled for the entire day and should rest now. If your daughter experiences any discomfort during the night, Lord Fang, you may come and call for me. Old Dr. Chen, please take care." After the elder doctor left, Ma Gu came in carrying a quilt. "Lord Fang, this quilt was specially allocated by my master for Miss Fang to cover with. He said that since Miss Fang is ill and has caught a chill, she should not get cold again at night. Unfortunately, we don't have enough quilts to offer more to the rest of you. Please understand." On this trip, Lu Qing and his companions had their identities concealed, among which Ma Gu's role was that of a coachman. Therefore, in the presence of outsiders, he would always address the elder doctor as the master. That's sufficient. Please convey my thanks to Elder Chen after you return," said Feng Dao, surprised and filled with gratitude at the sight of the quilt. He was worried about how he would keep his daughter warm during the chilly night. This quilt was like timely aid amidst the snow. As for him and the other few disciples, they were robust and strong, and staying up for one night was not much of an issue. While Feng Tao was laying out the quilt for his daughter, on the other side of the main hall, behind a curtain, Lu Qing was sitting opposite the elder doctor. A peculiar sense of significance emanated from the elder doctor, enveloping the space within 2 meters around the two of them. "Master, when you took the pulses of Lord Fang and his disciples earlier, did you notice anything wrong with them?" Lu Qing asked. Strangely, his voice did not carry beyond the two of them and was confined to their vicinity, not even reaching Weizian and Mako, who were nearby. "Indeed, I found a trace of cold and evil qi within them, particularly that injured Miss Fang, in whom it was deeply rooted." The elder doctor nodded and said, "Cold and evil qi." Lu Qing was startled. "Yes, by all accounts, they have only been caught in a rainstorm and at most would have contracted a cold. But now they've been invaded by cold and evil qi, which I'm afraid is not a good omen," expressed the elder doctor with a somber look. Lu Qing's thoughts stirred. "Master, do you suspect that today's rain was unusual from the start? Now, with cold and evil qi invading human bodies, I am afraid that it's quite out of the ordinary," the elder doctor said. "Ah, Qing, you once said that a great change was nearing, and that spiritual energy would recover. But looking at today's rain, I fear that with the changes in the heaven and earth rules, not only will spiritual energy recover, but other things may also awaken." Lu Qing fell into silence. What his master mentioned wasn't implausible. After all, his understanding of the spiritual energy recovery came from the essays of the Carefree Wanderer. But the Carefree Wanderer had not experienced a spiritual energy recovery himself, so no one knew the specifics of what might change after the transformation of heaven and earth rules. At least from today's rain, it appeared to be more than merely a recovery of spiritual energy. Lu Qing also thought of the early signs of heaven and earth sensed by his master before, and a sense of heaviness inevitably crept into his heart. For a moment, both master and disciple became enveloped in silence. Chapter 294, 293, and 5 Story and Confession. Chapter 294, Chapter 219, The Inside Story and Confession. Master, I see that Miss Feng Ru's injuries are not simple. They seem to be caused by a knife wound. Moreover, that Lord Feng Tao has profound cultivation, having reached the realm of internal organs small success. Whoever injured them must be no ordinary person." After a moment of silence, Lu Qing said, "Yin." His superpower allowed him to see through the information of all things in the world. However, the information he gleaned was not infinite and came with a certain level of randomness. Just like this time, he couldn't discern the cause of Miss Feng Ru's injuries from Lord Fang Dao and the others. Whoever it may be, as doctors, we've always focused solely on treating diseases and saving people. As for feuds and grudges, it's best to stay out of them if possible," the elder doctor said. "Disciple understands," Lu Qing nodded. He felt the unique aura enveloping the surroundings and could not help but praise, "Master, your innate domain is truly marvelous. I wonder when I'll be able to reach such a realm. Quit your flattery, your talent far exceeds mine, and with the revival of spiritual energy imminent, it probably won't be long before you catch up to my realm." Elder Dr. Chen chided with a laugh. Lu Qing's cultivation talent was very clear to him. He even began to suspect that his disciples' delay in entering the innate realm was not because of an inability to break through, but a deliberate choice. Otherwise, it made no sense that he had only taken a few months to progress from barefoot beginner to stepping into the internal organ realm. It was unreasonable that after 2 years, he couldn't even break through into the innate realm. Nevertheless, Elder Dr. Chen knew that Lu Qing always had his own plans regarding cultivation, so he had not inquired further. After the master and disciple chatted for a while, they each went to sleep. As for little Yan, she had already fallen asleep holding little Li, and Wei Jin was also asleep. Ma Gu was responsible for keeping watch during the night, and it would be Lu Qin's turn to relieve him in the latter half of the night. After all, caution was necessary. When traveling, one must always be careful. While Lu Qing and the others lay down to rest, Lord Feng Tao and his people were also whispering in the main hall. "Master, now that we're trapped here by the heavy rain, with our junior sister seriously ill and unconscious, what should we do if the people from the Flowing Cloud sect catch up?" The disciple named Da Shi whispered. "They probably won't." Feng Tao pondered for a moment before replying. "Our escape route was quite secluded, and the heavy rain has washed away all our tracks. It won't be easy for the Flowing Cloud sect to find us. That Flowing Cloud sect is really despicable. Our manor has offered them so much money every year, yet they turned on us at the drop of a hat. That damn young sect master even wanted to snatch our junior sister to be his concubine." "Master, why didn't you let me chop him down then?" Da Shi said indignantly. "If we had killed that young sect master, we would have been doomed without any chance of escape," Feng Tao sighed. "The Flowing Cloud sect is domineering with an innate ancestor at the helm. That young sect master is also the only great-grandson of the Flowing Cloud sect's innate ancestor. If he had died in the rage of the Flowing Cloud sect's innate ancestor, I fear there would be no place in this vast world for us. But now, even without killing the young sect master, we are still being hunted by the Flowing Cloud sect. What's the difference, master?" Da Shi asked, puzzled. "Without a blood feud, there's still room for negotiation. I have some old connections with an elder of the Guayan sect in Qing province. As long as we can escape to Qing province and pay the price to plead with the Guayan sect to mediate, we might be able to turn enmity into friendship with the Flowing Cloud sect. Da Shi remained silent. Remembering the young sect master's face that day, he wondered if his master was being overly optimistic. Given the vengeful nature of that brat, after suffering such a loss, would he really be willing to reconcile with them? In his view, it might have been better to have killed that scum that day. Even if they all died in the end, at least they would have taken someone down with them. Thinking of the scene where retainers and servants in the manor were brutally killed by the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, Da Shi felt a surge of rage in his heart. If he had been strong enough, he would have liked nothing more than to storm the Flowing Cloud sect alone, to avenge those familiar guards. But this was the master's decision, and as a disciple, even if he felt unwilling, he could only comply. "However, this is just my hope," Feng Tao added. "If we are caught by the people from the Flowing Cloud sect before reaching Qing province, then we'll have no choice but to fight for our lives. Da Shi, if the Flowing Cloud sect comes to the temple in the next 2 days, remember to distance ourselves from old Dr. Chen and the others. They've been kind to us, and we mustn't repay kindness with ingratitude." "Of course, master. But what if the Flowing Cloud sect insists on targeting old Dr. Chen and the others?" Da Shi asked. Da Shi couldn't forget how ruthless and unreasonable the pursuers had been. Feng Tao was startled and then clenched his teeth. "Then we'll fight them, to give old Dr. Chen and the others a chance to escape." Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, pretending to doze off, Lu Qing's mouth curled into a slight smile. The voices of Feng Tao and his group, though low, were like loud whispers in front of someone like Lu Qing with his advanced martial arts skills. After hearing that Feng Tao and his group truly harbored no ill intentions, Lu Qing fell asleep at ease. The night passed without any particular incident. All was peaceful. There were no anomalies with Lord Feng Tao's daughter, and she didn't come to disturb Lu Qing and the others in the middle of the night. Since Lu Qing was responsible for keeping watch in the latter part of the night, he also had the chance to prepare breakfast early, so when everyone woke up, they were greeted with an aroma wafting through the air. Chapter 290 Fee, The Inside Story and Confession, Bedforiat 2 Shaft. Chapter 290 Fee, Chapter 290 Fee, The Inside Story and Confession, The Inside Story and Confession. "Young Master Lu, you're up so early." Feng Tao was surprised to see Lu Qing busily engaged in his tasks. "It's a habit," Lu Qing smiled. Just in time, Sec Master Fang. I have also prepared your portion of the morning meal as well as this medicinal kanji, intended for Ms. Fang. I expect she will probably wake up soon. Really. A surge of joy filled Fang Dao's heart. Really. A surge of joy filled Fang's. Just as he was about to inquire further, the girl named Qian Lin ran out from the main hall. Master Junior's sister has awoken. Oh, Xiao Ru is truly awake. Fang Tao was greatly surprised, his delight at the awakening of his daughter mixed with astonishment at Lu Qing's accurate prediction. Young Master Lu, please forgive my abrupt departure. Hold on, Sec Master Fang. Now that your beloved daughter has awakened, it would be ideal for you to bring in this bowl of medicinal kanji. She has just recovered from a serious illness. Her body is weak, and it is precisely the time for her to replenish her nutrients. Lu Qing brought over a bowl of medicinal kanji. Thank you, young Master Lu. Gratefully taking the medicinal kanji, Fang Zhe hurriedly made his way into the main hall. There he saw his daughter, sitting up weakly. Father. As Fang Tao entered, Fang Ru called out feebly. Xiao Ru, you're awake. How do you feel now? Fang Tao entered, Fang Ru called out feebly. Xiao Ru, you're awake. How do you feel now? I feel much better, father. Where are we now? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Fang Tao realized that she had no recollection of their earlier ordeal, which was to be expected. She had been semi-conscious before they arrived at the Taoist temple, and not remembering was natural. We are currently in an unnamed Taoist temple. You were injured before and had cold energies invading your body. The situation was very critical. Fortunately, old Dr. Chen, who was also taking shelter from the rain here in the temple, stepped in to help and saved your life, turning danger into safety. Fang Tao explained to his daughter. And the clothes on my body. A hint of blush appeared on Fang Ru's face. When she had just awoken, she had noticed that the clothes she wore were not her own and seemed to be men's clothing. But before she could ask about it, her senior sister had excitedly run straight out to inform her father. The clothes that you're wearing were also lent to us by old Dr. Chen and his group. They are men, so there were only men's clothes available. Don't worry though, your senior sister is the one who changed you into them. Fang Ru, relieved upon hearing this, said, it seems then that this old Dr. Chen really is greatly indebted to me. I must personally thank him. There's no rush. Later, when old Dr. Chen and the others wake up, Father will accompany you to express our gratitude. Fang Rao responded softly, then suddenly she caught a whiff of a very special aroma. Her gaze searched around, realizing that it was coming from the bowl in her father's hands. Father, what are you holding? It smells so good. Fang Ru's throat contracted slightly. She hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since the previous day, and although she hadn't felt it before, now with the aroma tantalizing her senses, she was suddenly overwhelmed by hunger. Oh, I almost forgot. This bowl is a medicinal kanji specially made for you by Elder Chen's disciple, young Master Lu. He said you would likely wake up this morning, and just as we were discussing it outside, you did. It's truly as if he's got a divine insight. Fang Tao handed over the medicinal kanji to his daughter, Xiao Ru. You haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Hurry up and drink this kanji while it's hot. Medicinal kanji. Fang Ru was somewhat surprised as she looked at the kanji in the bowl. In her memory, anything related to medicine was invariably both bitter and difficult to drink, yet this medicinal kanji smelled so fragrant, it was indeed strange. With curiosity, Fang Ru scooped a spoon of the kanji into her mouth to taste it, and almost immediately her eyes lit up and she began to consume the kanji spoon by spoon. Seeing this, Fang Tao knew the taste of the kanji must be agreeable to his daughter's palate, and he was put at ease. Before long, Fang Ru had finished the entire bowl, somewhat reluctantly passing the bowl back to her father. She felt that she could probably drink a few more bowls, but she also knew that since she was still ill, she should not overeat. Master, old Dr. Chen has arrived. Fang Tao had just taken the bowl when she heard her disciple Dashi reporting. Please invite him in quickly. Fang Tao urged. Miss Fang, I heard your beloved daughter has awakened, so I came to see how she is doing, the elder doctor said with a smile upon entering. Indeed, my daughter just woke up not long ago and drank a bowl of medicinal kanji prepared by young Master Lu. May I ask old Dr. Chen to see if her health is now without trouble? Let me check her pulse first. The elder doctor approached Fang Ru, and the young girl, seeing the kindly-faced and mild-mannered old man, instinctively felt a sense of warmth and extended her hand without thinking. With 2 fingers resting on the girl's wrist, the elder doctor carefully sensed for a moment before withdrawing his hand. Congratulations, Miss Fang. The coldness in your daughter's body has mostly been cleared, and the wound on her shoulder is also beginning to heal. From now on, with rest and proper care, she should recover without issue. Thank you, old Dr. Chen. Hearing this, Fang Tao finally let the heavy weight in his heart drop and bowed deeply to old Dr. Chen in gratitude. Thank you, elder doctor, for saving my life. Feng Ru too tried to get up and express her thanks, but was gently pushed back down by the elder doctor. No need for such formalities. You just started to get better. You need to rest more and move less. Then he added, Miss Feng, my disciple has prepared some breakfast. If it's not too much trouble, you and the others are welcome to join us. Feng Tao and his disciples were naturally very grateful, and soon everyone gathered around the fire to start their meal. The breakfast that Lu Qing prepared was quite simple, consisting of a large pot of cured meat rice and a jar of wild vegetable soup. However, Feng Tao and his disciples still found it very satisfying. Not only because Lu Qing's cooking was excellent and the food was delicious, but more so because, in the face of imminent life and death threats, being able to have a warm meal and hot soup was already a rare blessing. Elder Doctor, judging by the rain, I'm afraid it will continue for another day or two. Do you have any plans? After finishing breakfast, Feng Tao inquired, what else can we do? Our carriage isn't suitable for travel in this rain, so we can only wait until the rain stops before we leave, the elder doctor replied. Feng Tao wasn't sure whether to be relieved or worried upon hearing this. Frankly, if the elder doctor and his party insisted on braving the rain, that would not be good news for them. His daughter's injury and illness meant that she couldn't afford to get wet and catch a chill for the time being. If they were forced to stay in this secluded Taoist temple, the days ahead would likely become much harder. At the same time, if the elder doctor and his party continued to stay, no one could guarantee when the flowing cloud sect might catch up to them. If the elder doctor and others were implicated by their presence, Feng Tao feared he would be forever burdened with guilt. Caught between self-interest and moral principles, Feng Tao found himself uncertain about what to do. After some thought, Feng Tao decided that, given the downpour from the previous day, it was unlikely that the flowing cloud sect would continue their pursuit before the rain ceased. Thus, he chose to keep the truth hidden for now. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we'll have to trouble the elder doctor for some time to come. I have some gold leaves here. They're not much, but please accept them as a small token of my gratitude, Feng Tao said as he drew a small bundle of gold leaves from his breast and handed them to the elder doctor. The elder doctor looked at the stack of gold leaves, which must have weighed several ounces, smiled and merely took a single leaf from it. This many really isn't necessary. The consultation fee and medicine costs are more than covered by this single gold leaf. Please take the rest back, Miss Feng. But elder doctor, Feng Tao started to say something but saw the elder doctor already shaking his head lightly. Miss Feng, as doctors, we save lives following our conscience, not for the sake of accumulating wealth. Seeing the elder doctor insist, Feng Tao reluctantly took back the remaining gold leaves. In his heart, his respect for the elder doctor grew even more, and so did his sense of guilt. With a conflicted expression, Feng Tao finally decided to come clean. Old Dr. Chen, there's something I must explain to you. Chapter 296, The Rhythm of the Spiritual Pearl, Leisure Time. Chapter 296, Chapter 218, The Rhythm of the Spiritual Pearl, Leisure Time. Old Dr. Chen. To speak frankly, my disciple and I are not merely traveling. In truth, we are being pursued and hunted down. Feng Tao relayed their plight truthfully to old Dr. Chen. Old Dr. Chen, I honestly don't know when those disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect might catch up to us. But they are not kind-hearted people, and if they come to this Taoist temple, I fear they might implicate you and the others. Thus, if possible, it might be better for you and the others to leave sooner rather than later. I had no idea, Estate Master Feng, that you had been through such a traumatic ordeal. However, with the wind howling and the rain pouring heavily outside, the roads are flooded and muddy. Our carriage would have a hard time traveling, and even if we left now, we wouldn't get very far. Moreover, since we've come, we may as well stay. Given that the Flowing Cloud sect is a major force in Yunzhou, I'd like to think that they would not be so unreasonable. We have no grudge with them, and even if they indeed follow through here, it wouldn't make sense for them to take it out on us. You need not worry, Estate Master. After listening to Feng Tao's explanation, the elder doctor did not show a hint of panic, but instead spoke words of comfort. Dashi, who was standing by, couldn't help but say, Old Dr. Chen, you don't understand. Although the Flowing Cloud sect claims to be a righteous sect, their conduct is extremely domineering. In Yunzhou, any family or minor force that slightly displeases them might get beaten as a warning, or worse, they might be robbed and annexed. You really shouldn't hold too much hope for their character. Is the Flowing Cloud sect so overbearing that there are no other sects in Yunzhou that can check them? Lu Qing asked, curious. Feng Tao sighed. In Yunzhou, there are 3 top-tier sects, and among them, the Flowing Cloud sect has the strongest power. It is said that there are more than 1 innate realm patriarchs within the sect. So even if their actions are domineering, other forces can't do anything against them. Zai, Lu Qing nodded. So old Dr. Chen, I'm afraid that offending the Flowing Cloud sect might embroil you as well, and I hope you will be more careful, Feng Tao said once again with sincerity. All right, we will set out and leave after the rain stops. The elder doctor agreed with a nod. Feng Tao's mouth opened slightly. He had hoped that the elder doctor would leave earlier. But looking at the weather outside, he felt that was unrealistic. It wouldn't be appropriate to send his benefactors out into the storm. So, in the end, he closed his mouth and stared out at the sky with a look of deep concern. Magu found humor in the situation. These people had no idea how formidable the individual before them truly was. It was no wonder, after all, as Lu Qing and the elder doctor's skills in concealing their presence were incredible. Both were only showing the cultivation level of someone in the Qi blood realm. Among their company, the most powerful on the surface were only he with his muscle-bone realm great success, and Xian with his muscle-bone realm small success. Such strength was nothing to a major sect, so Fang Tao's worry was understandable. However, this Fang Tao seemed decent, not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Helping them was not in vain. Because of Fang Tao and others' silence, the atmosphere in the Great Hall became somewhat oppressive. However, Little Yan and Little Li didn't share these worries, and feeling bored and with Lu Qing's permission, they took out beast fighting chess from their luggage and started playing. The elder doctor also took out a medical classic and began to read leisurely. Even Lu Qing and Magu were busy with their own things. For example, Lu Qing immersed his heart and spirit into the spiritual cavity between his eyebrows and silently began refining the Earth Spirit Pearl. Although he had previously left the imprint of his heart and spirit within the Earth Spirit Pearl, making it recognize him as its master, he was still far from complete control and still needed to consecrate continually with his heart and spirit. Moreover, as an Earth element treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl inherently possessed Taoist charm. During the refining process, he was also perceiving these charms. Lu Qing had an intuition that if he could comprehend even a small portion of their principles, it would be enormously beneficial for him. And so, after Lu Qing and others stopped speaking, the Great Hall finally became utterly quiet. However, the clear, rhythmic sound of chess pieces quickly caught the attention of Fang Tao and the others. Initially, they thought Lu Qing and his company were playing chess, but when they turned around, they saw Little Yan and a small black beast sitting opposite each other, earnestly engaged in the game, and their mouths slowly fell open in surprise. They had some impression of the small black beast, Little Li, as it was often seen nestled in Little Yan's arms. But they had thought it was merely a pet. After all, based on their attire, old Dr. Chen and his company did not seem like ordinary folk. It was not unusual for a family of means to keep a pet, but now, seeing Little Li sincerely playing chess with Little Yan threw Fang Tao and his companions into disarray. A chess-playing little beast. They had neither seen nor heard of such a thing. Do not take offense, esteemed guests. Little Li has been Little Yan's playmate since childhood. They're used to frolicking together. If they're disturbing you, I'll ask them to quiet down, said the elder doctor, who was reading a medical book when he looked up and noticed the astonished expressions of Fang Tao and the others. No trouble at all. Fang Tao quickly waved his hands, yet he couldn't hide his intense curiosity. Elder Dr. Chen, can this beast truly play chess? Her name is Little Li, and due to her high spiritual wisdom, she's picked up some of our human ways by being immersed in them, the elder doctor explained. Fang Tao and his companions were immediately filled with amazement. They had never expected a little beast to possess such high spiritual wisdom. Legends tell of spiritual monkeys in the famous mountains that can communicate with humans. This little black beast must be no less capable. Curiosity getting the better of them, they unconsciously moved closer to Little Yan and Little Li to watch the chess game, and after a few glances, they were surprised yet again. They realized the game Little Yan and Little Li were playing was a version of chess they had never seen before. Miss Little Yan, what kind of chess is this with tigers and mice and such? Asked Dushi after watching for a while, unable to hold back his question any longer. Beast fighting chess? It's really fun. Little Yan happily replied, then casually made a move that took one of Little Li's leopards. The small black beast's eyes suddenly bulged, looking shocked by the unexpected move. Beast fighting chess. Fang Tao and the others grew even more perplexed, as they had never heard of this kind of chess. This is a pastime my disciple invented when bored. It has simple rules and is meant for Little Yan and the others for fun. It's not a game for prestigious events. I apologize if it seems ridiculous, the elder doctor said with a chuckle. I see. Fang Tao watched a little longer and indeed found that this beast-fighting chess had straightforward rules. It was a simple case of the strong preying on the weak, and they could understand it without much effort. No wonder even an unusual creature like the little black beast could learn it. The game was indeed simple. Fang Tao chuckled and shook his head. He had been quite startled at first, thinking that Little Li could play complex and profound chess games. If that were the case, the beast's intelligence would be frightening. Despite its simplicity, beast-fighting chess was intriguing for Dashi and the other youngsters, who devoted most of their time to martial arts training and had little exposure to entertainment. This novel game captivated them immensely. While Lu Qing and the rest were leisurely waiting for the rain to stop in the Taoist temple, hundreds of miles away, in a dim cave, a disheveled figure was staring at the scattered stones in front of him, descending into madness. Chapter 297. Mist, Heaven and Earth Transform. Spiritual Energy Emerges. Chapter 297. Chapter 2919. Mist, Heaven and Earth Transform. Spiritual Energy Emerges. Why can't the calculations figure it out? Disheveled. Staring at the stones scattered on an odd array before him, madness flashed in his eyes. Why can't my divination techniques determine the whereabouts of that Lu Qing and his companions? Even though the heaven and earth laws are changing, they haven't completely changed yet. At most, they should only confuse ordinary prediction master's senses. By reason, they shouldn't be able to block my heart demon divination. Feeling baffled, he looked toward the still heavy rain outside the cave and suddenly had an epiphany. Is it because of this chill rain that their tracks have been completely concealed? Indeed worthy of being a child of fate, allowing nature itself to shield you and conceal your aura, Lu Qing. The fate on you is so rich it makes one envious. However, the more it is so, the more valuable you are to me. I really can't wait to devour you. A terrifying glint appeared in the disheveled figure's eyes. He had an intuition that if he could devour that youth called Lu Qing and strip his fate, it might prove more useful than consuming 100 young geniuses. Then he would become the most fated person at the beginning of the spiritual energy recovery era. Wait for it, Lu Qing. You can't escape my grasp. Since I can't find your trace, I'll just go directly to Central State to wait for you. I don't believe this heavenly fate can protect you all the time. I've killed children of fate before, after all. A sinister and ruthless voice echoed from within the cave, and the next moment, the disheveled figure had vanished from the cave. He didn't know how long the chill rain would last, but he couldn't wait any longer. In case Lu Qing reached Central State before him, it would take a lot of effort to find him. The disheveled figure dashed quickly through the rain. A strange aura emanated from him, keeping the indescribable chill of the rain at bay. Though the chill was troublesome, as the heaven and earth had just begun changing, both spiritual energy and evil chi were still too weak to bother someone as powerful as him. The disheveled figure sprinted all the way toward Central State. Passing through towns along the way, he did not stop but pressed forward directly. Soon he had crossed a stretch of forest, but he was unaware of it and continued on his way. Lu Qing, who was in the midst of refining the Earth Spirit Pearl, felt a disturbance in his heart and spirit and suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the elder doctor, who was reading a medical book, also looked up. Little Li's ears twitched too. Seeing Lu Qing unmoved, it did not matter and continued to play chess with little Yan. The Divine Soul Talisman in the center of Lu Qing's brow trembled slightly, and the scope of Divine Soul sensing suddenly expanded outward. However, it turned up nothing. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Just now, while immersed in refining the Earth Spirit Pearl, he suddenly sensed an extremely evil presence that flashed across the edge of his Divine Soul sensing. But when he tried to sense it carefully, that presence had already vanished. Seeing his master's expression, he knew he likely hadn't found the reason for that presence either. After pondering for a while and failing to understand, and since the presence did not reappear, Lu Qing decided to let it go for now. Yet he was inwardly on high alert. Even though that presence wasn't very strong, its degree of evil was among the worst he had encountered. He recalled the words of Mr. Zhu Rui from the Tianji building, with a great upheaval, devils abound. Could it be that the presence just now was one of them? Unfortunately, since he was focused on refining the Earth Spirit Pearl, he couldn't capture that presence immediately. Otherwise, he would have gone out to investigate. The rain continued for 3 days, before finally stopping completely. During these 3 days, no one had come searching for them at the Taoist Abbey, which allowed Feng Tao and the others to truly relax. They knew that the people from the Flowing Cloud sect must have been blocked by the heavy rain and temporarily lost track of them. On the 4th morning, sunlight streamed in from outside, bringing great surprise to Lu Qing and the others. The rain had stopped, which meant they no longer had to be confined in the Taoist Abbey and could begin their journey. Old Dr. Chen, young Master Lu, the rain has finally stopped. I think it's time for us to part ways. At this moment, Feng Tao, accompanied by his daughter and disciples, came over. Thank you, Elder Doctor and Mr. Lu, for your healing grace. Xiaoru is indebted and can only keep this kindness in her heart for future reciprocation. Feng Ru bowed deeply to old Dr. Chen and Lu Qing. During these 3 days, under the Elder Doctor's acupuncture and Lu Qing's medicinal meals, Feng Ru's condition had rapidly improved. Not only were her injuries mostly healed, but she was also able to get out of bed and walk. She was still a bit weak, but no longer severely hindered. No need for such formalities. Elder Dr. Chen helped her up. That you've recovered so quickly is also due to your own good constitution. Otherwise, even the best medicine stone would not have been effective so quickly. However, remember, for the upcoming days, you shouldn't engage in combat and will need some more time to recover completely. Yes, Xiaoru will remember, Feng Ru obediently responded. Old Dr. Chen, since we indeed have troubles to face, let's part here. These past few days, we were greatly aided by your efforts. This kindness, Feng will never forget and will surely repay generously. Chapter 290. Mist, Heaven and Earth Transform, Spiritual Energy Emergium Merges. 2 Chapter 2998. Chapter 2919. Mist, Heaven and Earth Transform, Spiritual Energy Emerges. First Oindi. Tu Fang Tao clasped his hands together. Although the people from the Flowing Cloud sect hadn't followed them in the past few days, he still didn't let his guard down. Now that the rain had stopped, it was a good opportunity to travel. Only when they entered Qing province would they truly be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Fang, take care. The elder doctor nodded in farewell. Sister Fang, goodbye. Lilian saw that Fang Ru and the others were leaving, so she came over to say goodbye. These past few days she occasionally went to play with the sister, and they had developed some affection for each other. Little Yan, goodbye. Amidst the reluctant farewells, the figures of Fang Tao and his companions gradually disappeared. Master, should we also set off now? Lu Qing asked at this time. We've been delayed here for a few days. It's indeed time to depart. The elder doctor nodded. I'll go get ready. Ma Gu walked out. Once Ma Gu had harnessed the horses to the carriage and Lu Qing and the others had packed their belongings, stepping out of the main hall and standing outside, Lu Qing's expression shifted as he looked towards his master. Master, the energy of the heavens and earth seems to have changed somewhat. It has indeed changed, the elder doctor said, somewhat astonished. Indeed, elder doctor. I don't know if it's because it just rained, but today's air feels especially fresh and pleasant, Ma Gu added. All right, let's get on the carriage and then talk, the elder doctor said while carrying his belongings and stepping into the carriage. Giddy up. After Lu Qing and the others boarded, Ma Gu called out and flicked the reins. The carriage gently set off and headed down the mountain. Sitting cross-legged in the carriage, Lu Qing's divine soul power quietly reached out, sensing the space around him. He then felt that the world indeed contained a vague and indescribable will, which had become more vibrant and full of life. Is this spiritual energy? Lu Qing's divine soul power, sensing that faint breath of will, had an epiphany. Yet this breath was still very weak, and its impact on the world wasn't significant. Martial artists with weaker cultivation wouldn't be able to detect these changes. Only powerful cultivators like Lu Qing and the elder doctor, who had sufficiently strong divine soul power, could perceive the intricacies within. However, that was all they could do. They were not yet able to absorb and refine this mysterious energy. Lu Qing's chi acupoints were not opened, preventing him from inducing energy into his body. As for the elder doctor, he didn't possess the cultivation method necessary to refine this mysterious energy. Now that the spiritual energy has truly started to awaken, perhaps I should find an opportunity to teach a chi refining method to master. Lu Qing thought silently. His master was an innate realm expert whose chi acupoints had long been opened. In the path of cultivation, to be a step ahead was to be steps ahead. If he could master the method of refining spirit energy, perhaps his cultivation could take a qualitative leap. While Lu Qing was considering this, suddenly, his heart and spirit sensed a slight disturbance. Upon probing, he discovered that the disturbance came from the Qiankun Qi bag at his waist. Do you want to absorb this world's spiritual energy? Lu Qing felt the vibrations from the Qiankun Qi bag at his waist. Do you want to absorb this world's spiritual energy? Lu Qing felt the vibrations from the Qiankun Qi bag and was surprised, but he quickly understood. Indeed, his chi acupoints were not opened, so he temporarily couldn't absorb and refine spiritual energy. But being a spiritual artifact, the Qiankun Qi bag didn't have such limitations. Immediately, Lu Qing's will stirred slightly, activating the restrictions within the Qiankun Qi bag. Suddenly, an invisible suction emerged from the Qian Qi bag. Drawing the strands of extraordinary energy from the surrounding world into the bag. Inside the carriage, the elder doctor, who was also sitting cross-legged and closed-eyed, sensing the changes of the world, noticed this pull and opened his eyes. However, when he realized that this change was emanating from Lu Qing, he simply smiled faintly and no longer paid attention, closing his eyes again to sense the world. He had long become accustomed to the extraordinary events that often occurred around Lu Qing. Regarding these events, he never probed unless Lu Qing took the initiative to explain, otherwise he wouldn't even ask. Because Lu Qing and the elder doctor were both immersed in their cultivation, the horse carriage thus advanced quietly and slowly. Several days of heavy rain did not turn the road muddy. Instead, thanks to the rainwater washing over it, the road appeared quite clean. Aside from the soft and rotten surface, there weren't too many other issues. But the carriage that Lu Qing and the others were riding had been specially made for the Wei family at great expense. Such road conditions were not a challenge for it. The carriage traveled along the official road, and gradually there were signs of habitation around. Elder doctor, I just asked around. Up ahead is Qingfeng Town. Shall we go in? Ma Ke said. The elder doctor pondered for a moment and replied, let's go in. We've consumed quite a bit of our supplies in the past few days and need to replenish them. In the Taoist temple, since Feng Dao and the others had lost their luggage, the food and drink for the past few days had been shared from Luxing's supplies. Therefore, the life necessities carried on the carriage were depleting quickly. Without replenishing them, it was feared that they wouldn't last for many days. Yes, Ma Gu responded, steering the carriage toward the town. Amidst the pitter-patter of the horse's hooves, it didn't take long for Ma Gu to see a town appearing ahead. Just as he was about to lash the whip and hurry the carriage forward, he saw several people ahead running toward him in panic, stumbling and glancing back as they came. Whoa! Seeing the carriage about to collide with the people, Ma Gu quickly pulled the reins tight and stopped the vehicle. He then barked at the few who were knocked to the ground. Are you out of your minds? Didn't you see the carriage here? Master, what's going on? Wei Xian poked his head out from inside. Nothing much, just a few ruffians not watching where they're going, nearly ran into the horse, Ma Gu said irritably. Is everyone unharmed? Asked the elder doctor. Yes, I pulled the reins in time, they weren't touched. The elder doctor looked toward the people who had fallen to the ground and saw them panting heavily, drenched in sweat, with expressions of sheer panic. He thought they were scared by the near collision. Just as he was getting down to check, he saw them bounce up from the ground and run back in the direction they came from. One of them, as he ran, kept shouting back, Old folks, you should run too. There's a group of bad people in the town murdering and slashing at will. If you don't run now, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble too. People are killing indiscriminately in the town. The elder doctor's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly looked toward the town. Before he could see clearly, a cold voice echoed, You little wretch, where do you think you can run to? Your masters and fellow disciples have been captured. Do you think you alone can escape? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I'll consider letting you suffer a little less. At the same moment, a figure was running from ahead, staggering awkwardly, a figure that Lu Qing and the others found quite familiar. It's Sister Zhao. Little Yan's eyes were sharp, and she was the first to recognize the person and called out. Lu Qing and the others had also recognized her. It was the woman named Zhao Canlin, who was one of Fang Tao's disciples and had spent several days with them in the Taoist temple. However, in just over an hour since they had last seen her, Zhao Chanlin's appearance had drastically changed. Not only was her hair disheveled, but she also had several bloodstains on her body. Her weapon was gone, and she was clutching her shoulder, running unsteadily. Behind her, there were more than a dozen figures chasing. The cold voice belonged to a middle-aged man in gray up front. Hearing little Yan's childlike voice from ahead, Zhao Canlin looked up, initially overjoyed, but then remembering what her master had told her, her face changed. She bit her lip and darted into the woods by the roadside. You wretched girl, you're given an inch and you take a mile. The man in gray originally was enjoying the hunt, watching Zhao Canlin's desperate attempts to escape. Seeing that not only did she ignore his words, but also was attempting to flee through the nearby woods, his facial expression suddenly darkened. He took a bow from someone nearby, drew it, and shot an arrow aiming straight for Zhao Qinlin's knee. The arrow's flight was quick and fierce. Although Zhao Qinlin heard the sound of its approach, she was already too drained to dodge. As the arrow was about to penetrate her knee, a look of despair appeared in Zhao Qinlin's eyes. Clang. However, at that moment, a crisp sound rang out. The arrow that was supposed to pierce Zhao Qinlin's knee was suddenly deflected by something unseen, veering off course and narrowly missing her leg before plunging into the ground nearby. Who's there? The man in gray saw his once sure shot thwarted. He immediately darkened in complexion, turning his gaze upon the carriage up front. Chapter 299, 220, Ruthless Actions, Ma Gu Takes Charge. Chapter 299, Chapter 220, Ruthless Actions, Ma Gu Takes Charge. Who are you people, daring to obstruct the affairs of the Flowing Cloud sect? The man in gray fixed his gaze grimly on the carriage, his tone chilly. The man in gray was no fool. Although he hadn't seen how his own arrow had been deflected, there was no one else on this official road except for the carriage ahead. Moreover, he had clearly heard the little girl on the carriage call out, Sister Zhao. Clearly they were acquainted with the wretched girl in front of him, so as he questioned them, he also secretly gestured to his followers to slowly encircle them from the front. Lu Qing and the others naturally noticed the man in gray's subtle movements, but they were unconcerned. Ma Gu rushed to Zhao Canlin, who had collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Miss Zhao, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhao Canlin's face showed both relief from surviving danger and anxious concern. Mr. Ma, you shouldn't have saved me. These are disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect who are after us. By saving me, you'll provoke their wrath. It's okay, you still have injuries. Let me help you over and have my elder examine you first. Ma Ge was not panicked, simply helping Zhao Qinlin up and walking directly towards the carriage, courting death. Seeing that the other party not only didn't respond but also dared to take the wretched girl away right in front of him, the man in gray was furious. Without a second word, he drew his bow again and shot an arrow straight at Moggy's back. Ding! Moggy did not move his body. One hand supported Zhao Qianlin, and with his other hand, he somehow drew his body. One hand supported Zhao Qianlin, and with his other hand, he somehow drew his saber and deflected the arrow. Seeing Moggy soap and deflect his own arrow, the man in gray's gaze sharpened. He could sense that Magu's cultivation was not as high as his, merely at the muscle bone realm. However, his saber technique was exquisite. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to so casually break his arrow technique. After deflecting the arrow, Magu continued without stopping, helping Zhao Qianlin back to the carriage. Elder Dr. Jin, Mr. Liu. Xiaolin felt both grateful and ashamed. That morning when they had departed, they had confidently bid farewell, not expecting that in a blink of an eye, they would be rescued by the elder again. And this time, they had even implicated the elder, who would now suffer the wrath of the Flowing Cloud sect. Don't talk now, let me check your injuries. The elder doctor stopped Zhao Qianlin's attempt to express thanks and began examining her wounds. After checking, he found 3 severe cuts from a blade on her body, one on the waist, another on the abdomen, and one on the shoulder, each deep enough to see the bone. It was truly remarkable that she had managed to run here without collapsing sooner. First, take this medicine. The elder doctor placed a blood-replenishing elixir into Zhao Qianlin's mouth. Then he said to Little Yan, "Little Yan, help Sister Zhao inside and dress her wounds with antiseptic medicine." Zhao Qianlin was a woman, and it was not appropriate for Lu Xing and the others to apply medicine to her. Fortunately, Little Yan had also learned quite a bit of medical knowledge from the elder doctor over the past 2 years, and she understood how to dress simple wounds. Understood. Little Yan responded softly, moving forward to assist Zhao Qianlin. "Old Dr. Chen, it won't do. You should leave quickly. These people are incredibly cruel. Just now in the town, nearly half are killed by them. They are animals, even worse." Before Zhao Qianlin could finish speaking, the elder doctor interrupted her. "Are you saying the people in the town ahead were killed by them?" Zhao Qianlin said with grief and anger. "Yes, we arrived at the town this morning, intending to purchase some supplies, only to discover that these disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect were causing havoc in the town. Initially, our master was leading us to hide until they left. Unexpectedly, because a stall owner complained a few times, not only did they smash the whole stall, they also killed the stall owner's family, not even sparing the children. Senior brother Dashi couldn't stand by and immediately jumped out to fight them. Later, we couldn't withstand these villains, and they captured all our masters. I was the only one, under the final desperate fight by our master that opened a gap, who luckily escaped. Old Dr. Chen, these people are demons. Once they started killing, they began looting the town. Anyone who resisted was immediately chopped down. Extremely cruel." Listening to Zhao Qianlin's weeping complaint, the elder doctor's face also turned increasingly grim. Lu Qing, seeing this, knew that his master was truly angry. He immediately pushed his sister. "Little Yan, you take Sister Zhao inside first to dress her wounds." Zhao Qianlin initially wanted to refuse, but upon meeting Lu Qing's gaze, she couldn't help but swallow her words and obediently followed Little Yan into the carriage. "Sir, is what Miss Zhao just said true?" After Zhao Qianlin entered the carriage, the elder doctor looked towards the slowly approaching man in gray. "So what if it is?" The man in gray saw his subordinates surrounding them, and the carriage had no route to escape, and he sneered. He had also noticed that this sudden appearance of the carriage contained only 4 or 5 people. Aside from the man who had just slashed his arrow, the others were not strong. The old man obviously did not need to be mentioned, as he had no Qi blood power at all. The remaining 3 were a little girl, another barely entered Qi blood realm, and the only capable one, who had the strength of the muscle bone realm, carrying an iron staff. 2 in the muscle bone realm, and a few frail and ill ones, dared to meddle in the affairs of the Flowing Cloud sect. The man in gray's heart overflowed with the killing intent, and cruelty showed in his eyes. He was already thinking about how to torture these people. "I've heard that the Flowing Cloud sect is a renowned great sect in Yunzhou. Why would you commit such cruel acts? Not only seizing people's wealth, but also annihilating their families. Don't you think that's overboard?" The elder doctor said sternly, "Our Flowing Cloud sect does not need to explain our actions to others." The man in gray sneered repeatedly. "Old fellow, since you also know our Flowing Cloud sect's reputation and still dare to obstruct us, I see you are really sick of living. Men, capture them. Don't kill them just yet. I want to properly torture them first before killing them." "Yes, elder." The disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect who came along upon hearing this all revealed cruel smiles, holding their weapons and rushing towards the carriage, seeking death. Ma Gu, upon seeing this, glared with wide eyes, drew his war saber, and burst out with Qi blood power, stepping forward with a sweeping thousands of army saber strike. Boom! Under Ma Gu's full force, the power of this strike was fierce, instantly forcing back all the attacking disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect. With one strike forcing back a dozen men, Ma Gu felt a surge of pride, took another step forward, and slashed again. This strike aimed directly at a retreating disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect with the force of splitting a mountain from top to bottom. The fierceness of the saber strike terrified the disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect, his courage breaking, and in his panic, he only managed to raise his weapon before his body shook violently, spitting blood, struck by Ma Gu even with the weapon in between. Resolving one opponent with one strike, Ma Gu did not pause. His body shot forward, aiming directly at the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, intending to take on more than a dozen disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect by himself. This scene, not only did it boil Wei Zhen's blood upon watching, but even Zhao Qianlin, upon hearing the commotion and sticking her head out from the carriage curtains, was stunned as well. Chapter 300, 221, Mountain and Sea Blade, flee at first glance. Chapter 300, Chapter 221, Mountain and Sea Blade, flee at first glance. On the Imperial Road, Ma Gu was engaged in heated battle, alone with his saber, against over a dozen disciples. Surprisingly, with his own saber technique, he forced the group of disciples into constant retreat. This scene not only made Wei Zhen's blood boil, but also left Zhao Qianlin flabbergasted. He could never have imagined that this slightly lean figure, who during his days hiding from the rain at the Taoist temple, either chopped wood or tended to horses or kept to himself, possessed such formidable martial arts prowess. He was able to face over a dozen disciples from Flowing Cloud sect all by himself. One should note that among those disciples, several were of the same realm as Ma Gu, having also achieved great success in the muscle-bone realm. Yet under Ma Gu's saber technique, they seemingly couldn't withstand his attacks. It was incredible. Old Ma's mountain and sea saber technique is quite well practiced. It has a bit of Senior Wei's essence already. Given time, he may well reach the Grandmaster level. Lu Qing gave an approving look when he saw Ma Gu's saber technique. Ma Gu was currently using the Mountain and Sea Blade, a technique taught to him by Wei Shanhai. It was a technique of Grandmaster level that Wei Shanhai himself had created and perfected before stepping into the innate realm by integrating all he had learned. As Wei Zhen's master, Ma Gu had been living in a separate residence of the Wei family for the past 2 years. Guiding and supervising Wei Shanhai often stayed in the residence for short periods, and upon seeing Ma Gu's diligence, would teach him his once famous saber technique on a whim. And he would occasionally offer him pointers. Sometimes, when Lu Qing saw Ma Gu practicing his saber skills, he would share his insights as well. Under the tutelage of these two Sword Dao Grandmasters, who had both grasped the sword intention, Ma Gu's saber technique had made leaps and bounds over the past 2 years. He was not too far from reaching the Grandmaster realm of the harmony of strength and gentleness, meticulous and profound as it was in saber skill. Because of this, he was able to fight back the group of over a dozen Flowing Cloud sect disciples with just himself and his blade. "Dr. Lu, let me help my master too." Seeing his master look so formidable, Wei Zhen, who was watching at the side, felt his blood surge and was itching to get involved. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. The Wei family had brought Wei Zhen along precisely for this kind of experience. Now was undoubtedly a great opportunity. He nodded. "Go ahead, but be careful." "I know." With Lu Qing's permission, Wei Zhen immediately became excited. Reaching behind, he pulled out 2 short sticks he had been carrying on his back, joined and twisted them with both hands, turning the 2 pieces of steel into one long staff. "Master, I'm here to help," Wei Zhen called out as he leapt into the battlefield. His staff, swift as a shooting star, aimed for the head of a Flowing Cloud sect disciple wielding a sword. That disciple, initially seeing Wei Zhen as just a young boy and underestimating him, showed a ruthless glint in his eyes upon the attack. Forcing out a flurry of sword shadows instead of retreating, he advanced towards Wei Zhen, intending to strike him down in one go and disturb Ma Gu's state of mind. He had heard quite clearly a moment ago, this youngster with the staff calling Ma Gu master. If he could kill him, or even injure him, Ma Gu would surely be thrown into disarray. Then his formidable blade technique would inevitably show a flaw. Despite this being Wei Zhen's first true combat experience, he did not panic when facing the dazzling sword shadows of the enemy. With a laugh, he shook his iron staff slightly, and a sudden burst of staff shadows enveloped the sword-wielding disciple from Flowing Cloud sect. The overpowering force of the heavy staff technique instantly broke through the opposing sword shadows, followed by a continuous succession of strikes, with one blow landing squarely on the chest of the Flowing Cloud sect disciple. Wei Zhen's iron staff, weighing dozens of pounds, combined with his powerful strength, was simply too much for the young disciple who had just entered the muscle-bone realm to handle. His chest caved in, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply on the ground. One breath stick technique. This revamped stick technique by Lu Qing had been completely handed down to Wei Jian after he stepped into the muscle bone realm a year ago. Over the past year, he had cultivated it to a state of utmost proficiency. This was the first time he wielded it against enemies and, to his surprise, he had achieved a significant feat, slaying an opponent of the same realm. Master, let's face the enemy together. With a successful strike boosting his confidence, Wei Jian called out and spurred his stick technique into action, twirling like a dancing dragon, pushing back several opponents in front of him to join forces with Ma Gu. Good, let's fight the enemy together. Ma Gu, seeing his disciple's valiant performance, was greatly delighted. He laughed loudly and once again swung his blade forward. With Wei Jian covering for him, Ma Gu no longer had to worry about his back. His saber technique became even more ferocious and within moments had injured 3 more disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect. Altogether, 5 disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect have fallen, leaving fewer than 10 able to fight. As strength ebbed and flowed, the united front by master and disciple Ma Gu became even more organized, pressuring the remaining disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. This scene was a continuous surprise for Zhao Qianlin. She had never expected that on old Dr. Chen's side, not only was Ma Gu so formidable, but even the usually quiet and servant-like Wei Jian also possessed such astonishing strength. It was completely beyond her expectations. She remembered how she had just been persistently urging the elder doctor to flee, and her face burned with embarrassment. It turned out she was the one with a shallow understanding, having failed to see that the coachman and the servant by the elder doctor's side were, in fact, such high-level martial artists. No wonder their composure that day when her master mentioned they were being pursued by the Flowing Cloud sect. They had such a reliable force to count on. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing more than 10 disciples he had brought under suppression by 2 individuals on the opposite side, even suffering casualties, the man in gray's expression turned remarkably ugly. Inside, he was seething with rage. These 2, Ma Gu and Wei Jian, only showed muscle bone realm cultivation. Even if they had formidable martial arts and techniques, among the more than 10 disciples he brought along, all were also bone realm martial artists. A few of them had cultivation no lesser than Ma Gu, having reached the great achievement of sinew and bone. Yet, under such a disparate comparison of strength, his own people failed to overcome the opposition. Instead, they were slain by the enemy. How can he maintain face? His face smeared with a ruthless look, the man in gray once again raised his bow and arrow. However, just as he was about to shoot Ma Gu and his disciple from the shadows, he suddenly felt an intense chill rise from his heart. The man in gray stiffened. Following the direction of the chilling sensation, he turned his head stiffly. There, he met a pair of tranquil eyes. If I were you, I'd choose to put down that bow and arrow, Lu Qing said indifferently. The man in gray stared at Lu Qing, the chill enveloping his entire body. At this moment, how could he not realize that Lu Qing, seemingly of low cultivation and harmless, was actually a terrifying being? Otherwise he, a strong practitioner of the internal organ realm, would never tremble instinctively just from the other's gaze. He had hit a snag. Although he did not understand why the seemingly young Lu Qing gave him such a terrifying feeling, the man in gray trusted his martial artist intuition, honed through countless trials and ordeals. The group before him wasn't simple passers-by that he originally thought could be easily squashed, but were instead disguised so as to consume the tiger, appearing weak yet concealing a fearsomely powerful existence. Escape. Realizing this, the man in gray made an immediate decision. He cast aside his disciples still in combat, wove a series of movements, and directly employed his movement technique to flee backward. He had chosen to flee without fighting.